Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
See Circle Calendar 1517.
West Blue, late night.
A merchant ship bearing the Don Quixote family's banner was engulfed in flames, its hull cracking and groaning under the blaze. Amidst the chaos, Duke kicked down the treasure room door, smoke and blood swirling around him. His eyes gleamed as piles of gold and silver shimmered in the firelight.
With this, it's enough.
System, initiate recharge. Wealth of 1 billion points detected. Alliance lottery system has been activated. 1 random level draw available. Would you like to proceed?
Duke grinned.
Finally, the system is online.
Draw now.
With the treasure room emptied and burning behind him, Duke's voice was cold and resolute. A moment later, a tall silhouette emerged from the shadows. The next day, Green family headquarters.
Duke, are you insane?
That was a Don Quixote family vessel. You want to bring ruin to the Green family? Green Hansen, godfather of the Green Mafia, bellowed in fury inside the family hall. The air was thick with tension. Word had just arrived. Duke, leading a small crew from the Green family, had attacked and looted a Don Quixote merchant ship.
It was a death sentence.
The Don Quixote family wasn't just powerful, they were legendary. Their leader, Doflamingo, was one of the 7 warlords of the sea and ruled the underworld like a tyrant king. Compared to that, the Green family was a fragile boat in a storm. Green Hansen's gaze at Duke turned murderous.
A thought wormed into his mind.
If I deliver Duke's head, and a fortune in gold, maybe the Don Quixote family will show mercy. But then another thought, darker and more tempting, surfaced. He's the father of Nico Robin, the so-called devil's child. If I turn him over to the world government, I might gain their favor. Maybe even rise to one of the 5 ruling families of West Blue. His fingers trembled with rage and ambition. Duke, silent until now, slowly raised his head to meet the godfather's gaze.
Destruction?
You're the one who destroyed this family, he said calmly, voice growing stronger. You sold out your own. Plotted assassinations against loyal cadres just to maintain your grip on power. I would have been next. What's the point of a family that betrays its own blood? His voice echoed through the chamber. The Green family died the day you betrayed your first brother, Green Hansen. The room fell into silence. Then, one by one, men in the hall stood behind Duke, silent, resolute. They had made their choice.
They didn't fear death.
But betrayal from the man they once called godfather? That was unforgivable. Even pirates had a code. Even criminals had loyalty.
Hoo ho ho.
Green Hansen's face twisted in a crooked smile. He laughed madly, his eyes flicking across the room. You think this is betrayal? He sneered. If I hadn't struck deals with the Marines, how would we even survive in these waters? You fools still don't get it, do you? Out here, we're bugs crawling in the dirt. Only by clinging to giants do we survive. I am the reason the Green family is still alive. Duke stepped forward, eyes unwavering. Then maybe it's time the bugs learned to crawl no more. I, for one, refuse to live on my knees any longer. He turned slightly, locking eyes with the men behind him.
No more.
Then come prove it. Green Hansen growled, his body convulsing. With a burst of unnatural movement, fur erupted across his body. His muscles swelled.
His suit tore apart.
Saliva dripped from elongated fangs, and steel claws scraped deep scars into the stone floor. I ate the hyena fruit, he snarled. I am the Green family. You traitors, I'll tear you apart.
But before he could lunge, boom!
A thunderous blast rang out. Green Hansen staggered, 3 lead slugs embedded deep in his chest. Smoke curled from a shotgun barrel behind Duke.
You talk too damn much, said a calm, gravelly voice.
A man stepped forward, biting down on a half-burnt cigar, his double-barreled shotgun still warm. His name was Graves.
Alias, Outlaw.
Don't think you can beat me that easily. Despite the smoking holes in his chest and blood gushing freely, Green Hansen's eyes burned with madness. His body convulsed, muscles tightening as the lead slugs embedded in his flesh were forced out with a sickening clink, falling onto the ground like discarded shells.
The bleeding stopped. The wounds began to close.
Zaun-type devil fruits, especially carnivorous ones, granted incredible vitality. For a monster like Green Hansen, regular bullets were nothing more than mosquito bites. He bared his fangs, laughing cruelly. If that's all you've got, then the entire Green family dies here. His greatest weapon had always been his own strength. On these seas, power meant survival and dominance. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't the strongest in the room anymore. Before he could fully regenerate, another round of shells slammed into his body. That first shot. Graves stepped forward slowly, the twin barrels of his shotgun smoking. That was just a warning.
He cocked the gun again. Now, it's hunting time.
The conference hall shook with roaring gunfire. Each blast echoed like thunder, drowning out Hansen's growls. Blood splattered across the walls. Smoke filled the air. The hyena beast roared, claws slashing wildly, but his swings were desperate now. Graves advanced steadily, reloading with inhuman speed between each merciless blast. His face was stone, his eyes unblinking. Green Hansen stumbled, each step backward dragging trails of gore behind him.
Then, boom! The final shot hit like a cannon.
Hansen's mutated body exploded against the cracked stone wall, reduced to a pile of steaming, pulped flesh. His feral growls ended in silence. Ordinary firearms would never have killed Green Hansen. But Graves didn't use ordinary weapons.
His shotgun had a name, Destiny. Outlaw Graves. Level 1. Strength B. Physique B. Agility B. Spirit B. Potential S.
Abilities: Quick Draw, Smoke Bomb, Ultimate Explosive Shells.
Equipment: none, except Destiny.
Overall rating: B. Comparable to a Marine headquarters colonel or a pirate with a bounty of nearly 50 million belly. A feared mercenary from Bilgewater, Graves answered to no law but his own code. Ruthless, unrelenting, and born for the underworld, he was exactly the kind of ally Duke needed. Duke looked at the man who had just blown apart Green Hansen. A slow smile formed on his lips. So this is the power of a summoned hero. Yeah, it was worth it. Worth everything. Even crossing Doflamingo. 7 days earlier, Duke had awoken in a strange new world, as a cadre in the Green Mafia. But he wasn't the same Duke anymore.
He was a time traveler. And he had a cheat.
The Alliance lottery system. By consuming wealth, Duke could draw powers, equipment, or even heroes from the League of Legends universe. The catch? He needed to spend 1 billion berry to activate the system. That's roughly 1 billion points of wealth. For a no-name mafia in West Blue, that amount was absurd. But Duke didn't have time to grind. He was Nico Robin's father. And recently, he'd begun secretly searching for her. But Green Hansen had caught wind of his search, and suspicion grew. Robin was the last living person who could read the poneglyphs. The world government would stop at nothing to capture her. And they'd reward anyone who helped them do it. Green Hansen, ever the schemer, saw Duke as the perfect bait. Worse, Duke's rising popularity among the family's younger ranks made him a threat. He knew Hansen would either betray or kill him soon.
So Duke had a choice.
Run, and try to survive while hunted by the world government and the Green Mafia. Slowly collect 1 billion berry. Or risk everything, steal a fortune fast, awaken the system, and eliminate Green Hansen before he could move. Duke chose the second path. In just a week, he scrounged 200 million belly.
Still short.
Then, he heard of a merchant ship bound for Dressrosa.
A treasure vessel.
It flew the Don Quixote family's flag, but wasn't heavily guarded. Duke made his move. No one dared rob Doflamingo.
But Duke did. He justified it, of course.
After all, he was still officially acting under the Green family's name.
Let them take the blame.
And he got what he wanted, a fortune large enough to activate the system.
A gamble.
But now, looking at the remains of Green Hansen, and at Graves standing like a war god amidst smoke and fire,
Duke knew.
This was the right call.
But unfortunately, Green Hansen is dead now. However, if I give Green Hansen's body to Doflamingo, can it be exchanged for our reconciliation? After all, until we have a few heroes with more power than Dover, I really don't want to go to war with Doflamingo. Duke looked at the pile of rotten meat stuck on the wall, tilted his head and thought, why don't you try to cut it off? Even though it's only 1517, there are still 3 years until the Summit War. But now Doflamingo, even if String Fruit has not yet awakened, it is also very likely that he has A+ combat power. If the fruit has been awakened, it will be comparable to the Emperor's deputy. Graves, who is only at level 1 now, cannot stand it at all. In the end, Duke still did not choose to send Green Hansen, who had turned into a pile of rotten meat, to Dover. After all, the dead are the most important. In addition, it is really difficult to remove if it is stuck on the wall. Besides, just giving away the body but not the treasure as compensation, is this the attitude of the peace talks? This is simply a provocation? And send the body and then send a large amount of treasure compensation? What? The money in Duke's hands still has to be given away? Then it would be better to challenge Doflamingo again? Isn't it just Brother Ming? System, recharge me, give me a lottery. When I draw the star-casting Dragon King, I will hit 10. Duke looked at the large amount of treasure hidden in Green Hansen's secret room and looked extremely calm. Recharge 1,072,000,000 in wealth value. Host currently has a wealth value of 1,135,000,000. Up to 1 billion wealth values can be consumed for an S-level lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? S-level lottery guarantees you will win an A-level prize, and you have a chance of winning an SS-level prize. After robbing Dover's merchant ship and consuming 1 billion wealth points to activate the system, there are still tens of millions of wealth left. Wealth of 1,072,000,000. Mr. Green Hansen actually left me so much legacy. What a good man. Duke looked at the empty secret room and was filled with emotion, and then he was not busy with the lottery. Instead, he washed his hands properly and then offered 3 sticks of incense to Mr. Green Hansen. After sacrificing a wave of his luck, only then did he press the lottery button. Give me an S-level lottery. The decision is yours, come out, star-casting Dragon King. If you can conduct an S-level lottery, of course you must first conduct an S-level lottery. In the world of pirates, an admiral with S-level combat power, it's enough to easily defeat 10 A-level elite vice-admirals. Consumption of 1 billion wealth value. Host remaining wealth value is 135 million. Congratulations to host for winning the S-level prize, Galen, the power of hero Demacia. Do you want to withdraw it immediately? Galen, power of Demacia. Grade 1. Strength, B+. Physique, B+. Spirit, B. Agility, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, tenacity, courage, fatal strike, judgment, etc. Overall rating, B, comparable to Naval Headquarters Commodore and the Great Pirate with a bounty of around 80 million. Justice, heroism, mercy, and sacrifice. Galen possesses almost all the virtues of a knight. He is a fearless warrior who leads the charge, and a rock-solid guardian knight. He is an almost perfect soldier, capable of commanding an army. Haha, Galen. Sure enough, that damn ghost of Green and Hansen was so lucky to sacrifice a wave of sacrifices. Duke looked at Galen being pulled out, and his heart instantly became happy. This is Galen, with S-level potential. As long as you reach the full level, you will have Galen with Admiral combat power. Reality is not like a game. Heroes in the game must pay attention to balance, but in reality, some heroes are inherently stronger than others. Of course, the more powerful the hero, the lower the probability of being drawn. System, don't extract it yet. Next, strike while the iron is hot and try again. Before the luck of sacrificing Green Hansen passed, Duke pressed the lottery button again. System, give me an A-level lottery. A-level lottery, consuming 100 million wealth values, guaranteed to win B-level prizes, with a chance of winning S-level prizes? Then, Duke looked at the prize and could no longer hide the smile on his face. Consumption of 100 million wealth value. Host's remaining wealth value is 35 million. Congratulations to host for winning the S-prize, the Hero Ocean Disaster Gangplank. Ocean Catastrophe Plank. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B. Spirit, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, interrogation by fire, negotiation by gunfire, scurvy treatment, cannon barrage, etc. Overall rating, B. Pistols and machetes, bullets, and sharp blades, plus fierce gunfire that can be called upon at any time. The scheming and ruthless Gangplank is recognized as the king of pirates. The sea is his hunting ground. 2 draws, 2 heroes. Woohoo, take off directly. Then, let's try another B-level lottery. Duke looked at the 2 heroes he had drawn and felt a little itchy, so he pressed the draw button again. Consume 10 million wealth points and obtain B-level prize Red Crystal. Red Crystal, slightly increases physical fitness after equipping it. I spent 10 million worth of wealth, that's it. I don't believe it. System, give me another B-level lottery. Consume 10 million wealth points and obtain the B-level prize Doran Shield. Dolan Shield, after equipped, slightly increases the physical fitness and the recovery speed of life and stamina. Haha, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Sure enough, a low-level lottery won't yield anything good at all. This is definitely not my fault. Duke looked at the only 15 million wealth values left on the system panel and silently stopped the lottery. Duke originally wanted to test what kind of prizes could be drawn in the B-level lottery. As a result, Duke said, in the future, if I don't save the minimum wealth value of 100 million, I would rather not smoke. What do I need this red crystal and the Doran Shield for? Duke groaned secretly. Then, he decisively equipped Dolan Shield and Red Crystal on himself. As the host of the Alliance lottery system, Duke, like the heroes, can equip up to 6 divine outfits. Feeling his slightly increased strength after equipping the equipment, Duke came back to his senses. Then, Galen and Gangplank were directly summoned. I will fight for you. Till death do us part. Demacia knelt down on one knee, held the sword in both hands, and offered eternal loyalty to Duke. On the other side, Plank bent down and said in a deep voice to Duke, "Death tells my story, and I will offer you the entire ocean." Duke looked at Galen and Gangplank, who were standing aside respectfully, waiting for his orders. The corners of his mouth opened slightly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Dedicate the whole ocean to me. Then, go ahead. Conquer every kingdom you pass through, and conquer every pirate ship you encounter. Then, give me all the wealth in this world." Gangplank was born to be the pirate king. As for the pirate world, for Gangplank, it is undoubtedly the most suitable stage. Duke needs lots of wealth. There is no point in robbing poor civilians. But those corrupt kings, nobles, and pirates who plundered the pirate world, Duke has no psychological pressure at all. Plank began to go to sea, and as for Galen, Duke has other plans. Galen was not cut out to be a pirate. Even if Duke orders it, Galen will pillage wantonly on the sea. But in the world of pirates, obtaining money through plunder is only suitable for early development. As for how to make more money continuously, Duke has other ideas. West Blue, a few days later, the new pirate Gangplank rose to fame. A recruit named Galen also successfully joined Marine Branch 86. Start to stand out. Duke needs Galen to join Marine and needs him to become a Marine executive as soon as possible. In other words, Duke's future development will be inseparable from the support of Marine's top management. Within the 86th branch, Base Commander Marine Rear Admiral Alton. At this time, I also received the news of the destruction of the Green family. News of the rise of House Valoran. Duke's full name is Valoran Duke. Has that guy Green Hansen been killed? It's so sad. Alton, who had a big belly and was extremely fat, was holding a cigar in his mouth. He collapsed on a special luxury recliner, his eyes full of tears and his face full of sadness. I'm still waiting for him to hand over the father of the devil's son to me. How could he be killed like this? When Alton said this, he covered his face and paused for a moment. The tears in his eyes disappeared instantly. Then his face changed instantly and he cursed angrily. Really, why don't you give me the devil's father and die? Trash, scum, rubbish. Alton has never regarded Green Hansen as a friend or partner. In the eyes of Green Hansen, the powerful head of the branch base, Alton, he is just a dog. Forget it, Adjutant Bach. Go tell the guy who killed Green Hansen. The treasure handed over to me this year must be increased by 30%. Also, Green Hansen said before that there is news about the father of the devil's son. I don't care what he thinks. You must find the father of the devil's son for me. When Alton Rear Admiral said this, his eyes flashed sharply. Otherwise, just go to hell. The mafias in West Blue have never been in Alton Rear Admiral's eyes. All the mafia in West Blue, including the so-called 5 major families, in front of Marine, they are all bugs. Here, it's just West Blue. Mafia and pirates are different. Before they want to give up all their territory, become a pirate and escape for your life on the sea, facing Marine, they could only bow their heads. Adjutant Bach gave a military salute to Alton Rear Admiral and nodded. He is going to let Duke understand what reality is. In West Blue, or rather in this water, Alton Rear Admiral is reality. Marine is the world government's strongest force capable of suppressing the entire sea. Most of the world government member countries have no choice but to bow their heads when facing Marine's generals, especially within the 4 seas where the kingdom's strength is generally weak. A Marine branch base commander can even influence a kingdom. Adjutant Bach took action. And in the New World, Dressrosa Island, Doflamingo's face also became a little gloomy. At West Blue, just at West Blue, someone actually dared to rob a merchant ship flying the flag of the Don Quixote family, and also robbed a large amount of treasure that belonged to him. This is simply a provocation to the Don Quixote family and his Doflamingo Chiguacuo. Bah. Why above this sea? There are always some idiots out there who don't know what they're dealing with. Doflamingo's fingers flicked slightly, and under his control, a group of pirates who tried to challenge him were killing each other. In the pirate world, due to the lack of transportation and information, most people don't know how terrifying the top powerhouses in the pirate world are. Every year there are many people with ambitions and dreams to challenge Shishibukai or 4 emperors. What awaits them is complete collapse and despair. Diamante, it seems I can only trouble you to go to West Blue and kill those idiots. While Doflamingo was controlling the pirates to kill each other, he said softly to Diamante, who was wearing a red cloak and a fur-brimmed chieftain's hat next to him. Doflamingo has always been friendly to his cotters and family members. That is, before they betray. No, there are too many people in the family who can complete such a task. Diamante shook her head, very modest Kaido. Forget it, I'll go find someone else to finish it. Doflamingo is familiar with Diamante's character and speaks Kaido again. Since you said so. Okay, I admit it. Only I can kill those idiots and make those guys understand. The majesty of the Don Quixote family must not be offended. Seeing that Doflamingo was about to take back the mission for her, Diamante immediately accepted Kaido. Diamante is currently the only one among the top officials of the Don Quixote family who can withdraw from New World Dressrosa to West Blue. It only takes a month. The Don Quixote family begins to approach Duke. In the meeting room of the West Blue Valoran family, Duke is not busy worrying about offending Doflamingo now. Doflamingo in the New World is still far away from him, and the Mafia and Marines in West Blue, but very close to him. Really, do I look much easier to bully than that guy Green Hansen? Why do they always come looking for death? After Duke killed Green Hansen, destroyed the Green family and established the Valoran family, do not know why, all the mafias near the Valoran family began to join forces. Together they begin to attack House Valoran. Suddenly, many of the territories previously occupied by the Valoran family were carved up and devoured by other families. Duke was a little angry. Duke hates fighting and meaningless fighting, but after those mafia families carved up and occupied all of Duke's current territory, how can Duke find ways to make money? But just when Duke decides to teach the nearby mafia families a lesson, a strange guest was welcomed into Duke's conference room. Colonel, Marine Branch, Bok. Bok arrogantly conveyed Ultan Rear Admiral's order to Duke. In his view, Duke, in addition to accepting orders from Ultan Rear Admiral, there is simply no other option. The reason why the mafia families in the nearby waters joined forces to attack Duke was because it is precisely because of Ultan's hint of Rear Admiral. Bok wanted Duke to understand that the Green family or the Valoran family, once out of Ultan's Rear Admiral's protection, soon, the cruel sea will swallow them completely. The treasure has increased by 30%, and we must find a way to find the father of the Devil's son. To Ultan Rear Admiral, Duke looked at the Marine Branch Colonel in front of him expressionlessly. After a moment of silence, the gloom on his face melted instantly like ice and snow in summer, turned into a strange smile. He said quietly to Colonel Bok, "No problem, please give me some time. 7 days later, I will definitely bring the treasure Ultan Rear Admiral needs and the news about the father of the Devil's son. Pay a visit to." Snort. Colonel Bok snorted and glanced at Duke contemptuously. He nodded and said condescendingly, "The nearby mafia families will stop attacking you during these 7 days. But if the treasure you offered and the news don't satisfy Ultan Rear Admiral, there is no need for the Valoran family to exist. Of course my visit will make Ultan Rear Admiral very satisfied." Duke smiled at Kaido, seemingly confident in his visit. 7 days later, the 86th Marine Branch Base. Duke and Graves didn't show up, but those who appeared in their stead. It's a blockbuster pirate ship. In the past 10 days, Gangplank has recruited more than 10 pirate groups. He has more than 2,000 crew members under his command. In a sea full of pirates, expansion means to Gangplank. Too simple, he is the one. Ocean disaster. It's the fleet of Gangplank, the recently famous ocean disaster. What does he want to do? Doesn't he want to attack Marine Base? Inside Marine Base 86, the alarm bells sounded loudly. Countless Marine soldiers looked dumbfounded at the Gangplank pirate fleet that surrounded the base, and were horrified. In all their years in West Blue, this was the first time they encountered pirates who dared to surround Marine Base. On the sea, no matter how rampant pirates are because of the advent of the Great Pirate Era, but in fact, except for the territory of 4 emperors, pirates have always been hunted down by Marine, even if he was once stronger than Gold Roger and Doflamingo who had not yet become the 7 warlords of the sea. There are also Garp and Crane who have been chasing him. But now, just a rookie pirate from West Blue. How dare you take the initiative to besiege the Marine Branch Base? This is simply courting death. Trash, scum, bugs. The fat on base commander Ultan Rear Admiral's face kept beating with anger, and he roared angrily. "Fire, fire, kill them for me." A large number of pirates suddenly appeared in the waters that Ultan had always reported to be safe and stable. How dare you lay siege to the Marine Branch Base? After the news spread, it will inevitably affect Ultan's image in the minds of world government and Sengoku and others. Ultan Rear Admiral was furious. The Marines at the 86th Branch Base also hurriedly moved the cannon. He was working hard to load the cannonballs, intending to teach Gangplank's pirate fleet a harsh lesson, but not before their cannons started firing. The next second, countless shells instantly covered the sky. It covered the entire Marine Base like raindrops. The rumbling sound is endless, the wailing sound is endless. In the smoke, countless broken limbs and debris were flying in the air, and soon fell to the ground. If the world government's buster call launched by 10 large warships is enough to destroy a small island, then the death bombing launched by Plank's flagship Abyss was enough to make a piece of land barren of grass. In these 10 days, Gangplank, who had gone through countless battles and killed countless pirates, the level has been raised to level 6, and the strength has been directly upgraded to B+, which is comparable to the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. At the same time, he summoned his legendary pirate ship, the Abyss, on this sea. The Abyss is a legendary pirate ship that has undergone special rune transformation, can pour out a large amount of artillery fire on an area in a short period of time. Cannonballs wash the ground. In the past, Ultan, who always liked to use marine warships to bully the weak West Blue pirates. It was also the first time I felt what fire suppression was. The 86th Branch Base is finished. His path to promotion. It will inevitably come to a standstill due to the heavy losses caused by the pirate attack on the base. But he never thought about giving in like this. There's still a chance, there's still a chance. As long as we can kill that damn BD Plank. Maybe I can not only keep my position as base commander, but also be promoted to another level. Don't underestimate me, UBD. Ultan Rear Admiral's body was trembling with fat, and his eyes were fixed on Plank's figure standing on the bow of the ship in the distance. Then, his figure moved instantly. With an extremely flexible posture, he constantly avoided the attacks of artillery fire. Occasionally, he would swing his sword to slash horizontally, directly cutting 1 or 2 cannonballs in half that he couldn't avoid. Alton can become a branch rear admiral. It's not just the work that the Mafia godfathers who cooperated with him brought to his door. He was also part of the naval headquarters elite training camp. Soon, the artillery fire stopped. Gangplank and a large number of pirate minions under his command began to launch the final charge against Marine base. Chop their bones for me. Plank casually shot a major in the Marine branch through the skull. With another powerful slash, he cut a Marine branch lieutenant colonel in front of him in half. After reaching level 6, Gangplank has a combat power comparable to Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, facing the Marine officers of the Mere West Blue branch. That is a complete crushing. In addition to those branches in New World, the combat effectiveness of Marine soldiers and officers in the Sahai branch is often 2 or 3 levels lower than that of the main branch. Plank was invincible. The pirate gangsters he subdued also screamed and surrounded the surviving Marine elites in the branch base. Marine Major Groom was breathing heavily, holding a broken sword and half kneeling on the ground covered in blood. He has killed at least 10 pirates. But more pirates have already focused on his obviously unusual enemy. He was almost reaching his limit. Damn it, if that guy Alton hadn't embezzled a lot of military funds, how could those shellings alone destroy the base like this? That BD Alton. Groom gritted his teeth and said, every Marine base is supposed to be an impenetrable fortress. But because of the existence of the base commander Alton Rear Admiral, 86th Marine Branch Base, from the Marine soldiers to the forts and fortifications, most of them have long since decayed. Major Groom is in the 86th Branch Base. The few remaining Marines who don't want to join the ranks of Alton's Rear Admiral. One of the pirates noticed Grom's weakness and suddenly waved the steel knife in his hand. I want to cut off Grom's head with one blow. Grom hurriedly struggled to his feet, wanting to fight again. But just as he stood up, his vision turned black for no reason. In an instant, his body felt as if 1,000 kilograms of weight had been dragged on him, and he lost his former flexibility. Have you reached your limit? What a shame. Groom looked at the sharp sword light that was already in front of him and ignored the ferocious smile on the pirate's face. She closed her eyes calmly, waiting for the last moment to arrive. But just when Groom was about to die on the spot, the next second, a huge sword suddenly appeared in front of Groom's eyes. There was a stabbing sound, sparks flew everywhere, one block, one slash. The pirate with a ferocious smile on his face instantly spurted out a large amount of blood from his chest and fell to the ground helplessly. Fight for those who cannot fight. Galen smiled brightly at Groom, and then led a group of Marine soldiers who were rescued by him. He bravely launched a charge against an enemy that was 10 times more numerous than before him. Justice will prevail. On the other side, Alton Rear Admiral, after killing several pirate minions, stood in front of Gangplank and shouted sternly, as long as I kill you, it's not too late. Go to hell, you scum. Alton Rear Admiral waved the saber in his hand, at an unimaginable speed. It slashed at Gangplank in an instant. As a member of the elite training camp of Naval Headquarters, what Alton Rear Admiral is most proud of is his speed and swordsmanship. With his sharp sword, Alton even captured a big pirate with a bounty of over 30 million. However, Alton Rear Admiral's sword is faster, and Gangplank's scimitar is even faster. The sword shadows are flying and sparks are flying. Gangplank waved the scimitar in his hand and easily blocked every attack from Alton Rear Admiral. Then without delay, he quietly used the large pistol in his hand too. A fatal bullet was fired at Alton Rear Admiral. The scheming Gangplank never thought of using swordsmanship with Alton to decide the outcome. He is not a swordsman. He's just a pirate. Faced with the sudden incoming bullet, Alton Rear Admiral had no time to dodge. Instead, a secret joy flashed in his eyes. Growled lowly, iron body. The muscles on Alton's body instantly became as hard as iron. Then he violently waved the saber in his hand. The intention was to take advantage of Gangplank's slowdown in shooting. Just cut off Gangplank's head. Alton has full confidence in his iron body defense. But the next second, Alton Rear Admiral just stood there blankly. In his chest, a bloody hole. Blood is constantly spurting out. His chest was injured and blood spurted out, but Alton Rear Admiral did not fall down. It may be difficult for iron body to block Gangplank's bullets, but relying on the thick layer of fat on Alton's body, and the powerful physique possessed by Zaun Demon Fruit power, Alton did not die that easily. The fat on Alton's body began to swell continuously, his size suddenly increased, and 2 fangs suddenly rose from the corners of his mouth. I am a wild boar who ate wild boar fruit. Don't even think about defeating me so easily. Alton roared in a low voice, and then launched an extremely fast attack on Gangplank again. After transforming into the wild boar form, Alton's strength, physique, and even agility increased rapidly. In terms of strength, Alton is not even weaker than the colonel of naval headquarters at this time. The large amount of treasure Alton collected was not just for his luxury enjoyment. However, the strength of Colonel Naval Headquarters, in front of Plank at this time, still too weak? Is this all your strength is? Well, the fun is over. Plank looked at leading some Marine soldiers from a distance. Galen had already appeared in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a dense white fang. The next second, a raging fire ignited inexplicably on the scimitar in Gangplank's hand. After coming to the real world, Gangplank's most deadly attacks were never his pistols or cannons, but a fire that is enough to burn everything. One blow, just one blow, in Alton's disbelieving eyes. The scimitar in Plank's hand first lightly scratched his chest, Then before the wound began to heal, a strange and powerful flame instantly ignited his internal organs. Alton stood frozen on the spot, with charred blood continuously overflowing from his mouth. The vitality of Zoan demon fruit power is extremely powerful. But when all the internal organs were burned to coke, Alton's life has come to an end. By the way, Mr. Duke asked me to say hello to you. Do you still like this visit? Plank slowly crossed Alton and whispered in his ear. Subsequently, Alton Rear Admiral only had time to show an unbelievable look. Then he fell heavily to the ground, losing all the breath of life. Alton Rear Admiral. Seeing Alton's death, many Marine soldiers who were still fighting suddenly lost all courage. Adjutant Bok immediately chose to escape. But before he could run very far, Gangplank's bullet had already penetrated his heart. In this Marine base, all Alton's direct officers who may know information about Nico Robin's father must die. A large number of Marine officers were killed, and the morale of the Marine soldiers who survived by chance completely collapsed, and they began to flee crazily. But on the battlefield, the more you run away, the sooner you will die. The pirate gangsters were extremely excited and chased the escaping Marine soldiers crazily. It seems that all the Marine soldiers are about to be killed or injured. But at that moment, Galen was alone, swimming upstream, silently standing in front of countless pirates. Fear is the most powerful enemy. Galen waved the giant sword in his hand, charged towards the pirates, and shouted loudly, "Never forget what we are fighting for. Justice be with me." Fatal blows, courage, judgment, the sword in Galen's hand kept swinging. The tall body is like the toughest rock, blocking all pirate attacks. Countless wounds covered Galen's body, but Galen never took a step back. Behind him is the last Marine of the 86th Marine Base. Countless pirates and Marines all stared at Galen, who was covered in blood. Then, a large number of Marines who were originally escaping silently stopped in his footsteps, standing firmly behind Galen. Most of the Marine soldiers in the 86th branch. Perhaps they have long since decayed together with Erton's Rear Admiral, but there are always some Marine soldiers. I have never forgotten my original intention of joining Marine. For justice. Galen roared and jumped up suddenly, the giant sword in his hand emitting infinite cold light. He slashed at Gangplank with all his strength. At this time, the Marine soldiers bravely launched a counterattack against the pirates. The sharp sound of weapons clashing resounded throughout the battlefield. The sparks kept flashing and the two figures were so fast that they almost left after images. It made all the pirates and Marines present dumbfounded. They never thought Gangplank and Galen are actually so strong. After joining the Marine branch base, I continued to train hard. Galen, who also went to sea to deal with a wave of pirates. It was also promoted to level 3 at this time, and also had the combat power of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. The confrontation between Galen and Plank lasted half an hour. Then, before reinforcements from the rest of the Marine branch arrived, Gangplank and his pirate fleet left with the gains from looting the 86th Marine branch base. The next day, West Blue shook. The name of the ocean disaster Plank also changed from West Blue for the first time, spread to the whole world. Within Naval Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku threw the message he received hard on the desk and said angrily, "Since when can a rookie pirate easily break into Marine base? That guy Alton is in a hole. Have you forgotten all about being wary of pirates after staying in West Blue for so long? If Alton hadn't embezzled a lot of Marine base's military funds, Gangplank's cannon barrage when he is now at a lower level, it is not that easy to destroy all the defense facilities of the 86th branch base in one fell swoop. Guys like Gangplank are not enemies that Alton can deal with more caution. It looks like a great pirate has appeared in West Blue." Garp picked his nose, flicked his booger onto Plank's photo, and said in a low voice. In less than a month after going to sea, a large number of pirate groups were united and a Marine base was directly breached. Even in the many years since the Great Pirate Age began, such powerful rookie pirates have been extremely rare. Really, the newbie pirates nowadays are really scary. If we don't get rid of that Gangplank quickly, he will definitely become this year's supernova. After Garp finished speaking, Admiral Kizura, who was staying at Naval Headquarters at this time, took a sip of tea and said with a lewd smile, "A reward of 65 million. Order Bastia Rear Admiral to hunt down. After capturing Gangplank, Bastia can be promoted to Vice Admiral." Sengoku sighed. The New World Redhead and Kaido are fighting. We must always pay attention to their movements. We can't draw too many troops. Also, didn't there appear in the 86th branch a hero named Marine who can compete with Gangplank? For now, let's order that Marine soldier to be the acting base commander of the 86th branch. Powerful pirates are emerging one after another, and Marine also needs some new power. Compared with those big pirates in New World, the fact that Gangplank almost broke into a branch Marine base is not that important at all. The so-called supernova, for Sengoku and Kizuro and other strong men standing at the pinnacle of the sea, they are just ants. The cruel sea will always make those self-righteous pirates understand what is truly terrifying. Newsbirds spread the word about Plank's 65 million reward. Plank, who received a bounty of 65 million for the first time, attracted a lot of attention, especially in West Blue. I don't know how many pirates cheered for Gangplank's courage to attack Marine base and kill a Marine branch Rear Admiral. The reputation of the strong can always easily attract the admiration and pursuit of countless weak. Many kings and nobles in West Blue trembled under Gangplank's evil name. He was quickly promoted and directly promoted to branch lieutenant colonel. Galen, who is also temporarily serving as the head of the 86th branch. He was also busy repairing the 86th branch base, while constantly extracting information from Marine's intelligence system, tracking the whereabouts of all pirates in West Blue. With the strength of Gangplank and Galen, they can easily defeat most of West Blue's pirate group. However, it is easy to defeat them. Determining their whereabouts is the biggest problem. One of the most important reasons why Duke sent Galen to Marine. That is, with the help of Marine, whose power spreads all over the sea, better find information about the pirates for Duke. At the same time, you can also provide cover for some of the things Duke will do next. Based on the information obtained from the Marines, Plank, and Galen, start a wild hunt within West Blue. All the pirate groups in the surrounding waters were either plundered and recruited by Gangplank, or directly defeated by Galen. The entire West Blue has become chaotic due to the appearance of Plank. And in the midst of chaos, Duke's wealth also began to skyrocket. After conquering and plundering the 86th Marine branch base, Gangplank directly donated 735 million worth of wealth to Duke. Alton's original wealth should be more than 700 million. But I guess he spent a lot of money buying Zaun wild boar fruit. In the end, only 735 million were left. This is just the harvest of the 86th Marine branch base, plus the wealth Gangplank collected from conquering many pirate groups. The wealth value in Duke's hands has directly increased to 1.3 billion. Sure enough, in this sea, robbery is the fastest way to make money. It's a pity that plundering alone cannot last long. Duke looked at the 1.3 billion wealth value lying quietly on the system panel, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The pirate groups in the nearby waters were almost wiped out by Galen and Gangplank. If you want to get a lot of wealth, you can either attack a Marine branch base. Otherwise, you can only conquer a kingdom directly. Not much wealth can be found in ordinary towns. But we really need to continuously break through the Marine branch base and the world government-affiliated countries. I guess I can get a lot of money. Plank probably won't live long. The current Plank cannot be a serious opponent of world government and naval headquarters. Duke had no intention of exchanging the hero's life for money. Every hero is Duke's greatest asset. Duke never thought of always relying on robbery to make money. How much money can be stolen in a robbery? There are many ways to make money. But now, most importantly, it's time for the draw. System, give me an A-level lottery. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Duke pressed the draw button. Consumption of 100 million wealth value. Host's remaining wealth value is 1.2 billion. Congratulations to host for winning the A-level prize and being equipped with the Hex Demon Drinking Knife. Hex Demon Drinking Knife, when equipped, it can provide the user with a small amount of attack power and mental resistance. And when the user receives a lot of damage, a shield will be formed. Absorbs damage from Haki or Devil Fruit for the user. Hex's Demon Drinking Knife. It's not bad. But small equipment such as Hex's Demon Drinking Knife are A-level prizes. Then wouldn't equipment like the Resurrection Armored Siren Killer be an S-level starting point? Duke looked at his remaining wealth of 1.2 billion and had a bad feeling for no reason. This wealth value, it feels like there is never enough to spend. System, give me another A-level lottery. Consumption of 100 million belly. Congratulations to host for winning the A+ level prize, the Blue Glyph Golem. Blue Glyph Golem. Strength C. Physique, C+. Agility, C. Spirit, C. Potential, B+. Overall rating, C. As a golem, it is not known for its combat prowess, but the mysterious runes carved on it. But it contains incredible power. The Kangnan carved golem can grant others the effect of the Crown of Insight for 1 hour every day. It can greatly increase people's mental recovery speed, while also increasing a small amount of mental activity. If you crush it and seize its core, you can directly obtain the effect of the Crown of Insight that lasts for 10 days. Can you still draw the blue buff? Doesn't that mean that in the future, Dragon Barons and the like can all be drawn? But what level of prizes should the Dragon and the Baron be? This system is indeed a penguin system. Isn't it too expensive? Duke was about to cry but looked at his remaining wealth of 1.1 billion and pressed the lottery button again. After consuming 100 million wealth points, congratulations to host for winning the A-level prize, Crystal Wristband. Crystal Bracers. When equipped, it provides a medium amount of vitality and stamina, and also provides a large amount of vitality and stamina recovery speed. Another gadget. However, this equipment seems pretty good. Duke looked at the recovery speed of a large amount of vitality and physical strength provided by the crystal wristband, and a light flashed quietly in his eyes. As the host of the Alliance lottery system, he has no doubts, as long as he is given enough time and money, heroes from the Alliance can naturally send him the whole world, but not before taking over the entire world. Duke's own strength is his biggest weakness. Not everyone has the potential to reach the top of the sea. After the strength of most people in the pirate world reaches a peak, being able to barely maintain it without going backwards is already considered pretty good. Ordinary people who rush to do a lot of high-intensity training in order to become stronger are undoubtedly seeking their own death. Moreover, the most cruel thing is that, limited by talent potential. It doesn't mean that you will become stronger if you train hard. Human beings have limits, but it seems that after Duke traveled through time and integrated the system, it seems like the potential has become limitless. That's okay, as long as you can't practice to death. His king, Luffy, relied on the Nika fruit to go from being a fish with a bounty of 30 million to the top of the 4 emperors in a few years. I, Valoran Duke, rely on a lot of equipment to restore my vitality and physical strength. After a few years of hard training and playing against the Admiral 4 emperors, it shouldn't be a problem, right? System, install all the equipment for me. Next, I'm going to smoke a billion. Duke whispered. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the S+ level prize, the hero Ninetales Demon Fox Ari? Ninetales Demon Fox Ari. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B+. Spirit, B+. Potential, S+. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, Soul Seizing, Deception Orb, Foxfire, Charm, etc. Overall rating, B+, comparable to Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral and the Big Pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. As the legendary Ninetales Demon Fox, Ari was born with powerful magic. You can easily capture other people's souls and control other people's hearts, but the human heart is more fickle than the most profound magic. Underneath his soul-stirring appearance, Ari has the gentlest heart. Ninetales Demon Fox Ari. System, extract it directly for me. Looking at Ari, Duke's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Who can resist Ari's temptation? Duke is not very good anyway, nothing can stand in our way." Ari stared at a pair of eyes full of temptation and tenderness, gently swaying his tail, and his 2 small fox ears seemed to be swaying in the wind, and said softly to Duke, "Please feel free to tell Ari. Can I give you any orders?" "That is of course impossible. It is impossible to be erotic." Green would not be so dishonest as to forcefully attack the heroes under his command. Although every hero appears in the pirate world, there will be a stamp of loyalty to Green in his mind, but they are not game characters that can be controlled at will in the previous game. It is a life of flesh and blood with its own unique thoughts and character. Green doesn't want to be disliked by the heroes under his command in the future. Women are everywhere, but there are only so many heroes. Duke nodded slightly to Ari, and then said in a deep voice, "Then I leave my future safety to you. Before your strength has improved to a certain level, Duke needs heroes to protect him, and with Ari's protection, it's time for the Valoran family to start expanding." Duke didn't forget it. Under Alton Rear Admiral's signal, those Mafia families who had besieged him, "Graves, I leave it to you. I want this West Blue, and in the end there will only be one family left. I want to control the entire underground world of West Blue," Duke said in a deep voice to Graves. Graves, who had longed for battle, immediately led the disciples of the Valoran family and launched an attack on the other Mafia families. Duke wants the territory, the wealth accumulated by those Mafia families. So does Duke. The battle between House Valoran and nearby Mafia families begins again. Only this time, there is no mediation and control by Alton Rear Admiral. What on earth do you want to do? Do you want to trigger a big melee between Mafia families? The 5 major families will not let you go. Among the ruins, Mengji, the godfather of the Qatar family, collapsed to the ground covered in blood and said tremblingly. Above his head, the muzzle of Graves' double-barreled shotgun was emitting wisps of smoke. "Relax, man." The male gunman Graves held a cigar in his mouth, blew out a smoke ring, and said to the Qatari godfather at his feet, "The godfathers of the 5 major families will come to accompany you soon. Now, turn off the lights." With a bang, the world of Godfather of Qatar suddenly fell into eternal darkness. This is the last godfather among the 4 Mafia families that once besieged the Valoran family. That guy from Qatar is dead too. Counting the several Mafia families that were annexed by them before, the sea area controlled by the Valoran family now is not weaker than that of our 5 major families. West Blue, Corsica, the 5 major Mafia families gathered together, the godfather of the Genovese family said in a deep voice. "So what? There are countless Mafia gangs in West Blue, but the 5 major families are still the 5 major families. The strength of a family never depends on how much sea area it controls." The godfather of the Lugai Sai family smiled contemptuously, blew out a smoke ring, and casually Kaido. However, too many people already think that the Valoran family will become the next 5 major families. In addition to the sea area, their disciples and forces are also expanding crazily. The head of House Valoran will not stop their expansion. Their next challenge target will definitely be one of us. The godfather of the Kolobo family frowned and whispered. After the Valoran family annexed several surrounding Mafia families, the Valoran family has bordered the territory of the Kolobo family. The Korobo family is most likely to become the next target of the Valoran family. So what? Are we still afraid of challenges from other families? Kolobo, don't embarrass the 5 Mafia families. The godfather of the Bonanno family said jokingly that his family's sphere of influence is the furthest away from Duke's current sphere of influence. That's enough, don't forget the oaths of our 5 major families. The godfather of the Gambino family, the most powerful among the 5 Mafia families, gave the godfather of the Bonanno family a cold look and said in a deep voice, "If we sit back and watch the rest of the families decline today, the next family to decline will be us. At West Blue, we can only survive if we work together. The expansion of House Valoran must be curbed." The 5 major Mafia families in West Blue signed an alliance treaty a long time ago. They have always helped each other and have prospered in West Blue forever, but under the long-term peace alliance, some of the 5 major Mafia families, I gradually began to have different ideas. The godfather of the Bonanno family has always wanted to annex the other 4 major families and become the real underground overlord of West Blue. He even used this to become the emperor of the entire Dark World. How to contain it? Shall we declare war together on the Valoran family? This will turn the whole West Blue into chaos. Bonanno family godfather Kaido? If West Blue becomes chaotic, it will inevitably attract interference from the world government and marine. This is not a good thing for the 5 major families. A declaration of war is certainly not necessary, as long as we find a way to kill the godfather of House Valoran. The newly established Valoran family will naturally fall apart. I remember that the godfather of the Valoran family has no heir now, Godfather Gambino said in a deep voice. It's not that easy to kill the godfather of the Valoran family. Are we going to invite him? Didn't he recently say that he was leaving West Blue and going to the Grand Line? The godfather of the Colobo family asked in confusion. 20 million belly before leaving West Blue. He'd love to take that guy down. Father Gambino smiled at Kaido. The 5 Mafia families plan to hire a hitman to kill Duke directly. On the other side, after annexing the 4 surrounding Mafia families, Duke's eyes began to shine as he looked at the large amount of gold and silver treasures he had harvested. Although the 4 Mafia families surrounding the Valoran family are not as powerful as the previous Green family, but the combined wealth accumulated by the 4 Mafia families, it also provided Duke with a wealth value of more than 1 billion. This is because Duke deliberately left some money in order to maintain the development and expansion of the Valoran family's power. Otherwise, Duke's current wealth may be enough to exceed 1.5 billion. Duke can't possibly put all the money collected into the system. He must leave some money to maintain his power and find ways to make more money. However, before starting your own money-making plan, it's time for another draw. Duke took a bath and burned incense, especially after washing his hands until they turned white. Press the lottery button hard. Real man. If you want to smoke, smoke a billion. Consuming 1 billion wealth values. Congratulations to host for winning the S+ level prize, the Master of Heroic Shadow Stream, Lord of Shadow Stream. Strength, B+. Physique, B. Spirit, B. Agility, B+. Potential, S+. Overall rating, B+. As the leader of the Shadow Stream sect, he completely abandoned kindness and mercy and mastered the mysterious and terrifying power of shadow. He is the master of darkness, he is the deadliest assassin in the shadows, he is the true ninja. Child robbery. Another hero with S+ potential. Hey, washing your hands white really helps. Duke smiled all over his face, and then immediately summoned the Lord of Shadow Stream. Not all heroes have S+ potential, but obviously, as the founder of the Shadow Stream sect, he controls the calamity of the power of shadow. Among all the heroes in League of Legends, he is definitely not a weakling. The next second, in Duke's shadow, G's figure emerged bit by bit. The invisible blade is the most deadly. The Lord of Shadow Stream, G, knelt down on one knee in front of Duke and said in a deep voice, I am the blade of darkness, and I will bring you light. Zed, the Lord of Shadow Stream, offered his eternal loyalty to Duke. Of course, without darkness, there is no light. Duke personally helped the Lord of Shadow Stream, G, and then said in a deep voice to G, are you interested in recreating Shadow Stream in this world? I need your power. Duke, who has no shadow, doesn't really care. But if you want to make money, how can one let go of one of the oldest professions in the history of the human world? Duke hopes that Zed can create the most top killer group in the pirate world. Money still has power. Duke wants them all. Follow your orders. Lord G of Shadow Stream nodded, and then said coldly with endless killing intent in his words. No one can escape their shadow. The ignorant are doomed. Do you need me to clean up that intruder for you? Outside the secret room, Ari was staring at a tall man. A man with a bare face and his hands turned into sharp steel knives. Killer, Dazbonis? Want to play with me? Don't blame my tail for being ruthless. Ari said softly to Dazbonis, with 9 tails swaying behind her. The deceptive orb in his hand is also constantly emitting a strange light. As the 9 tails demon fox with S+ potential, during the time when Graves defeated several surrounding Mafia families, Ari's level has been directly upgraded to level 3, and she also has an A-, which is comparable to the combat power of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. It can be said that among all the heroes under Duke at this time, except for Gangplank, who had the highest level because of the mass killing, Ari is definitely the most powerful trump card in Duke's hands at this time. Dazbonis frowned as he looked at the beautiful Ari standing in front of him, but said nothing. It's just that my whole body seemed to change color instantly, revealing a steel-like hardness and coldness. As the most famous killer in West Blue, Dazbonis sensed a fatal danger in Ari. As a Quazan person who ate the Quazan fruit, Dazbonis can not only turn his limbs into extremely sharp blades, you can also turn your body, including your internal organs, into hard steel. It can be said that without understanding the swordsmanship level enough to cut through iron, and before having the powerful devil fruit or armament haki, Dazbonis is definitely the toughest enemy to deal with. Unfortunately, he was facing Ari and G. Dazbonis was on guard against Ari, but just when he was about to test the attack, Zed also has the shuriken in his shadow's hand, carrying the terrifying power of shadow. It had penetrated directly through his body. Dazbonis, who has not yet joined the Baroque Working Society and has not experienced a series of subsequent battles, Now it only has a combat power comparable to that of Colonel Naval Headquarters. Such strength is enough to make a big name in West Blue, but for Duke, such strength is far from enough. Suddenly hurt, Dazbonis groaned and endured the pain. At the same time, he waved his sharp-edged hands and slashed across his body, trying to counterattack. But the next second, G's figure instantly escaped into the void and retreated. Dazbonis' sharp blade only had time to cut through the invisible shadow. A large amount of blood spurted out in front of and behind him at the same time. They were 2 wounds deep enough to show the bone. But Dazbonis only shook his body slightly. Then he stood strong and expressionless, turning his hands into sharp blades again. Keep an eye on Zed and Ari? Sitting back and waiting for death was never Dazbonis' style. Dazbonis, can I know who asked you to kill me? Looking at Dazbonis standing tenaciously in front of him, Duke asked in a deep voice. Dazbonis didn't reply. He was taciturn and didn't like to talk useless nonsense. He also has never been in the habit of betraying his employer's information. Forget it, I can probably guess it even if you don't tell me. In this West Blue, you are willing to pay a lot of money to kill my people. There are probably only those few Mafia families? Really, that's all my money. How can they use my money to hire you to kill me? This is simply too much. Duke complained. The 5 major Mafia families in West Blue have long been regarded as something in Duke's pocket. Their money is naturally Duke's money. Looking at the complaining Duke, the corners of Dazbonis' mouth twitched slightly, and he was about to say something. Duke suddenly said to Dazbonis with a solemn expression, "Men like you don't deserve to die like this in a little West Blue. I want to build the most powerful killer group in the world. To strike fear into the whole world. Want to join me?" Duke believes in Zed's assassination abilities. But if you want to build the world's top killer group, even if G had a few more shadows, it wouldn't be enough. In addition to those powerful heroes, Duke needs more power. Killing Dazbonis directly would be a waste. Of course, if Dazbonis doesn't want to join, Duke didn't mind giving him a ride directly. Create the most powerful killer group in the world. What a terrible ambition. Dazbonis glanced at the sincere Duke. There were also Ari and G, who were obviously stronger than him. They were silent for a moment and said in a low voice, "But if you can't do that, you might as well kill me right here. I'll keep watching." After Dazbonis finished speaking, his eyes darkened, he no longer tried to control his injuries, and fell to the ground instantly. Dazbones never wanted to stay in West Blue. In his heart, he has always had the ambition to become famous and become a hero. A man's dream will never end. The next day, after a few wraps of bandages, Dazbonis' injury improved significantly. The resilience of those strong men in the pirate world is really pervert. Well, I don't seem to be too bad with the equipment. That's okay. Duke, who had just finished 1,000 push UPS, looked at Dazbonis who was already fine and thought to himself, what should I do next? Dazbonis was a little restless and asked in a low voice. He really wanted to know what Duke said about establishing the most powerful killer group in the world. Is it a lie or a possible plan and ambition? Do what? First of all, of course, I want to retaliate against those idiots. Do you like assassination? Then use the heads of the godfathers of the 5 major families to congratulate the birth of Shadowstream. This will be the first step for Shadowstream to shock the world. Duke said in a deep voice to Dazbonis and Zed. Duke's revenge never lasts overnight. Although Dazbonis did not explicitly say that he was hired by the 5 major families to carry out the assassination, Duke did not confirm it either. But, who cares? Anyway, in Duke's mind, the godfathers of the 5 major families were already dead. Duke is also curious about the 5 major Mafia families in West Blue that have been passed down for hundreds of years. How much wealth has been accumulated? Zed and Dazbonis spring into action. After annexing several surrounding Mafia families, the Valoran family, which has greatly increased its disciples and power, is not busy continuing its crazy expansion to the outside world. Instead, strange shops began to open one after another in every town controlled by the Valoran family. The disciples of the Valoran family called it a lottery shop. As the Mafia family of West Blue, the Valoran family naturally has its own sphere of influence and also has its own profitable business. But the business of the Mafia family is probably just some pubs, red light districts, and at most some gambling, smuggling, and loan sharking. How much money can this make? Duke has no regard for the traditional business of the Mafia family. What is the most profitable thing in the world? The first is credit, guaranteed by national credit, printing money directly. As long as everyone agrees that this piece of paper can buy a product worth 100 million belly, then this piece of paper is worth 100 million. But Duke obviously does not have this condition. The Valoran family has no credibility at present. Second, it must be a monopoly. As long as you can monopolize any industry, the wealth you gain will inevitably continue to flow. Duke doesn't want to just monopolize one industry. If possible, he would like to monopolize the entire pirate world. Of course, before you can monopolize the entire world, you must have the corresponding strength. At the same time, take that small step first. For example, first find a way to open a lottery shop to give countless poor people in West Blue the hope of becoming rich overnight. Monopolizing an old industry will definitely offend countless people and make progress very slowly, but monopolizing a brand new industry is undoubtedly very simple as long as the manpower and power are in place. The most important thing for any profitable business in the world is to meet people's needs. Of course, ordinary people can only make money by finding ways to meet people's existing needs, and those who really make a lot of money find ways to create more demand for ordinary people. For example, there is a lottery industry that has not yet appeared in this world. A live phone bug. Some printers print a series of digital cards with a certain degree of security. The most original lottery ticket is freshly released. Live phone bugs are slightly more expensive, but after all costs are considered, a lottery shop will only cost a few 100,000 belly at most. Within the Valoran family's sphere of influence, the costs of shops and staff can undoubtedly be kept to a minimum. A lottery ticket costs only 100 belly, but for the price of one piece of newsprint, the prize is as high as 10 million belly. Coupled with the live broadcast of the lottery results by the phone bug, and guaranteed by the reputation of the Valoran family, we guarantee that the winnings will be received safely, and we promise to protect the safety of lottery winners. This is for the common people in the pirate world who are widely impoverished. Undoubtedly, it instantly inspired all the passion and desire for wealth in their hearts. If you can spend 100 belly to win a lottery worth tens of millions, who would be willing to risk your life and go to sea to become a pirate? In the pirate world, most people who choose to go to sea to become pirates do not do it for the so-called ambitions and dreams. They just can't live anymore. Several times the profit is enough for capitalists to sell their own ropes, and the profit of 100,000 times for the Valoran lottery. After the Valoran family's lottery shop broadcast the lottery for the first time, and actually distributed the prize of up to 10 million belly to a poor commoner, the Valoran family's lottery shop instantly became extremely popular. As for the poor civilian who won the lottery for the first time, was he the lucky one selected by Duke himself? Who knows? Anyway, Duke has never thought of cheating in the lottery industry. After all, think about the 2.5 million times difference between $2 and 5 million in the previous life. And today's Valoran lottery has a price of 100 belly and a prize of 10 million belly? Duke said, you can buy lottery tickets as you like. If I lose even 1 belly, I lose. Human greed will continuously provide Duke with a lot of wealth. And this wealth will grow rapidly as the power of the Valoran family continues to expand. This is much more profitable than some of the previous traditional industries of the Valoran family. Duke doesn't like the traditional industries of those Mafia families. It's not Duke's style to fish for the best. And just as Duke's money-making plan began to take the first step smoothly, Diamante, the top leader of the Donquixote family, has moved on to West Blue. Diamante wants the blood of the Valoran family. Let everyone at West Blue know that the dignity of the Donquixote family must not be offended. Colobo Island. In the headquarters of the Colobo family, one of the 5 major Mafia families, blood is slowly flowing in the gaps between the closed doors. The 5 major families will not let you go. Among the corpses everywhere, Godfather Colobo was covered in blood and threatened G and Dasbonis. Then, an extremely sharp shuriken pierced his throat and nailed his body directly to the floor. Soon, there won't be 5 major families in this world. G said in a low voice. Your blood will forge the reputation of Shadowstream. The glory of Valoran will eventually illuminate the entire world. In the secret room behind Korobo, countless gold and silver treasures shine brightly. The next day, the 5 major Mafia families in West Blue. The news that the Colobo family's base camp was bloodbath shocked the entire West Blue, and the name of the Shadow Stream left behind at the scene. It also frightened countless forces in West Blue. The Shadow Stream can cleanse the Korobo family with blood silently, and it can cleanse them with blood silently. And just when countless forces in West Blue were frightened by the sudden appearance of the Shadow Stream, Duke was also thinking about how to deal with the enemy coming from afar. When Diamante entered West Blue with great swagger, Duke had already received information from Galen. For the Donquixote family or most of the well-known pirates in the pirate world, Marine is constantly monitoring. In just 1 month, he went from being a branch lieutenant colonel to acting base commander. He fought bravely and captured several big pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. At the same time, Galen, the Marine Knight, fought several fierce battles with the great pirate Gangplank, who was famous in West Blue. Now he is the real controller of the 86th Marine Branch Base. At the same time, he was quickly promoted to Branch Commodore. Even though he was only a Commodore in the branch, when Galen became a general officer, Galen truly entered the senior ranks of Marine. Counting the entire Marine, even including the 4 Seas branch, there will definitely not be more than 1,000 Marines with general-level titles. A large amount of intelligence and information collected by Marine began to be opened to Galen one by one. Among them, naturally included information about Diamante, who did not hide her whereabouts too much. As a subordinate of the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo, Diamante doesn't have to worry about Marine's pursuit. Valoran Island, within the current headquarters of the Valoran family. Duke looked at the information about Diamante's whereabouts and the training information about Marine 6 styles and 2-color haki that Galen quietly sent, and a slight smile flashed at the corner of his mouth. Every hero has strong strength and potential, but that doesn't mean that the power of the pirate world has no merit at all. Whether it's Marine 6 styles Conqueror's haki or swordsmanship and the powerful devil fruit, Duke never gets tired of it. Send Galen to join Marine, in addition to allowing Galen to find ways to provide shelter for his future development. The large amount of information in Marine, as well as the systematic physical skills and 2-color haki's training and strengthening methods, are also Duke's targets. Wanakuni's haki training method on Kyuji Island is unique in the world of pirates, but Duke believes that the truly strongest and most comprehensive haki training method in the pirate world can only be found within naval headquarters. Marine is the most powerful violent group in the pirate world. When the three admirals were not famous in the sea, Garp the Fist, Black Arm Zephyr, including Kong, who has now been promoted to the commander-in-chief of the entire army, relies on Haki, who is at the top of the sea, to intimidate the entire sea. Although Kuja Island and Wanakuni are famous, they have never really produced a peak powerhouse of the sea who relied solely on Haki and physical skills. Kojiki Odin and the legendary sword god Ryoma are both great swordsmen. Diamanti. It's just that hundreds of millions of belly were robbed, and the top cotters were directly dispatched. Duke curled his lips and said, Dover is really good. It was obviously the Green family that robbed the treasure. Why do you want to trouble me, the Valoran family? If you have the guts to go to hell and cause trouble for Green Hansen, this is really not friendly at all. Doflamingo is a famous treasure delivery boy in the pirate world. Whether it was the op-op fruit eaten by Luo, or the golden fruit and maramara fruit eaten by Tizalo and Sabo, each one was worth at least over $1 billion. But it doesn't matter, just forget about Dover being unfriendly. Duke always treats people with sincerity and likes to make friends the most. Duke decided to entertain Diamanti well and use Diamanti's life to come in Doflamingo and make a friend. But not before making friends with Dover. Duke looked at the large amount of gold and silver treasures that Zed and Dazbonis had moved back from the Kolobo family's base camp, as well as the profits from the recent Valoran lottery stores. Silently I started washing my hands over and over again. It's time, system, pump it for me. I'm going to smoke $1 billion. After washing his hands clean, Duke looked at the wealth value of 2.46 billion lying quietly in the system panel and pressed the lottery button heavily. Of the more than 2 billion in wealth, only 2 billion comes from the Kolobo family. Perhaps it's because the Kolobo family needs a lot of expenses every year. Perhaps it is because the wealth of the Kolobo family is not entirely accumulated in Kolobo Island. The wealth accumulated by the Colombo family was not as great as Duke imagined. After all, the Mafia family's traditional business was not considered huge profits at all in Duke's eyes. Of course, the most important thing is, the Kolobo family is too weak. Before Capone, Big became a supernova. You can use the fortress fruit and your own strategy to unify the underground world of West Blue. The so-called Mafia families like West Blue have quite a reputation. In fact, always just a bug in the gutter. Worms in the gutter can only find ways to earn some scrap money that the big shots don't want to earn. Really profitable big business is not something that those bugs can get their hands on. But Duke never thought of himself as a bug. Another tall figure quietly appeared in front of Duke, and there were countless heroes who could be summoned by Duke at any time, giving Duke the most powerful power. Duke wants to earn what other Mafia families can earn. Money that no other Mafia family can make. He, Duke, also wants to make money. Those who follow me will prosper, those who go against me will perish. Wherever there is money to be made, there is Valoran. This is the Valoran family. After all, if you don't spend money, how can you become stronger? Risthauser. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Spirit, B. Agility, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, battlefield arrogance, deliberate punches, strong hands and head, etc. Overall rating, B. Comparable to Naval Headquarters Commodore. As a half-orc, Seti was born with superhuman physique and strength. And countless underground fights made Seti's every punch soaked with blood and sweat. He is the born king of the underground world, the undefeated king of fighting in 1,000 battles. Do you need me to help you fight? Seti tilted his head and asked Duke. Set loves fighting? Endless fighting spirit flows in his blood. Believe me, this world can definitely let you fight to your heart's content. Duke casually Kaido, and then pressed the lottery button again. System, give me another S-level lottery. The probability of getting a powerful hero from an S-level lottery is obviously much higher than the probability of getting a hero from an A-level lottery. After consuming 1 billion in wealth, the remaining wealth of Host is worth 460 million. Congratulations to Host for winning the S+ level prize and equipping the Outlaw Armor. Outlaw Armor provides a lot of vitality and stamina when equipped. At the same time, when the user has not been harmed by the outside world in a short period of time, provides huge stamina and vitality recovery speed. Crazy Outlaw Armor. Hehe, although there is no hero, the 1 billion is not a loss at all. Duke smiled happily, and then decisively put on the Fanatic armor on himself. Duke decided that starting from tomorrow, his training volume would be increased tenfold. It is said that the strong men in the pirate world, especially the strong ones like Zaun, have terrifyingly strong resilience. What Kaido's blue dragon fruit, Luffy's sun god fruits sit UPS? But now, after equipping the outlaw armor, Duke said, "Someone let me rest for 10 minutes in advance." 10 minutes later, we started the battle with full health. Is there only 460 million worth of wealth left? Should I save up for an S-level prize, or should I try my luck and spend 100 million on an A-level lottery? I seem to have pretty good luck today. Duke looked at the remaining 460 million wealth value in the system panel, and his heart was ready to move. Lottery is addictive, so Duke pressed the lottery button again. Then, Duke looked at the chainmail armor he had won as a B-level prize and felt like crying. Chain armor, after equipping it, will increase a certain amount of defense. Can my A-level lottery also give me B-level equipment? Are you really going to give me a guarantee? RNM, refund the money. Duke cursed secretly. Of course it is impossible to refund the money. Duke's system was not intelligent. But if you hit the chainmail, what else can you do? Duke could only choose to equip it on himself. Then, he decisively closed the system lottery interface. The A-level lottery is too low value for money for today's Duke. After all, Duke now. Gone are the days when the only way to make money was to risk plundering the Dover merchant ship. The continuous expansion of Valoran lottery stores, as well as the 4 major Mafia families that have not yet been harvested, and Plank who can give Duke a surprise from time to time. Duke's wealth is growing every month. In the pirate world, as long as you have enough strength, wealth is at your fingertips. So, I still have to get at least S level. After all, having money means being willful. But now, it's time to greet our guests. A glint flashed in Duke's eyes. In nearby waters, a pirate ship flying the flag of the Donquixote family is sailing straight towards Valoran. On the bow of the ship, Diamante, wearing a chief's hat, looked bored. If it weren't for the sake of getting rid of the Valoran family neatly, the Donquixote family would never be offended by establishing an iron rule in West Blue. There was no need to dispatch the top officials of the Donquixote family for a mere robbery of hundreds of millions of belly. Hundreds of millions of belly may be considered a huge fortune to many forces in West Blue, but for Doflamingo, who now controls the entire Dressrosa and becomes the emperor of the Dark World, hundreds of millions of bellies are nothing. He is not a poor king like King Rico who can't even collect 10 billion belly. But just when Diamante was thinking about how to deal with Duke, a strange pirate ship flying a musket, scimitar, and skull flag, with its sharp saber-like bow, cutting through the wind and waves, he instantly jumped in front of Diamante and the others. That pirate flag is the abyss of Gangplank, the recently famous ocean disaster. Why did that guy appear in this sea area recently? Isn't he being chased by Marine? It's over, it's all over now. Legend has it that Gangplank will never let go of any pirate ship that appears in front of him. A member of the Donquixote family in West Blue looked horrified. Looking at the abyss and the pirate fleet that appeared with the abyss, he said tremblingly, "In just 1 month, Plank's name has spread throughout the West Blue. In West Blue, Gangplank's reputation is even more terrifying than some of the big pirates in the New World. After all, those big pirates in the New World are too far away from them. And Gangplank conquered another pirate group every day. The news that he had successfully repelled Marine's pursuit was seen every day. Waste." With a bang, Diamante shot and killed the trembling member of Donquixote family West Blue. Then he looked at the abyss in front of him and said with a smile, "No wonder the family's merchant ship was robbed. These family members of West Blue are so weak. Who does he think we are? We are Dover's subordinates and part of the Donquixote family. Little ones, lean on me. Let those West Blue wastes experience the power from the New World. The sea cannot be ruled by a pirate fleet." After Diamante finished speaking, on Diamante's pirate ship, those Donquixote family members and cotters who came with him from the New World, they all showed ferocious faces, smiled strangely, raised their sails, and accelerated towards Gangplank's pirate fleet. A pirate who can survive in the New World, even a Lulu, will at least have power comparable to that of a naval headquarters sergeant. The most important thing is that in the New World, they have seen more than once what is the terrifying power that truly makes people despair. In the face of such power, the so-called pirate fleet and the so-called super-large pirate group are completely meaningless. In a world where the strong can destroy the world, quantity does not necessarily defeat quality. At least, they are very confident in the strength of Diamante, one of the top cotters of the Donquixote family, and those 2 cotters. Then, Diamante's pirate ship was bombarded to pieces by Plank's abyss, just relying on the current rune cannon of the abyss. Of course, it is impossible to directly destroy the pirate ship with Diamante, as well as the fighting army cotters Mahabes and Raudachi. For the strong men in the pirate world, conventional cannons and bullets are just playthings. But unfortunately, on the Minuan, in addition to cannons and gunpowder, there are also Gangplank's bullets and scimitars. What can be accomplished in 1 month? The protagonist King Luffy can master the emission, Conqueror's Coil, and the Sun God's Awakening in a matter of seconds. Plank is not the protagonist. It took a month for Plank to fly directly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. But during this month, there were endless battles and killings every day. The battle with the pirates and the battle with the Marine made Gangplank's level increase by leaps and bounds. Even though Gangplank's potential is not as powerful as Ari and Zed, powerful heroes who have mastered magical energy. However, Plank's potential is only S-. At this time, he is undoubtedly the most powerful hero under Duke. Gangplank has reached level 12 at this time and has the combat power of the A-level Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. Even looking at the New World, it is enough to have a bounty of hundreds of millions and become a senior cotter of the 4 Emperors group. Some of the 6 members of the Kaido of the Beasts group may not have the combat power of the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. Among the captains of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates Headquarters, only those at the front can compete with the Elite Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters. The combat power of the A-level Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral is undoubtedly a top-notch player on the sea, relying on strong physical fitness and the 2-color haki training information from Naval Headquarters from Galen. Gangplank's bullet is already entangled with some black haki. The hacky bonus, coupled with the special hex pistol in Gangplank's hand, makes every bullet fired by Gangplank. For Diamanti and others, they are all in near-fatal danger. On one side is the attack of a large number of artillery shells, on the other side is the deadly bullet mixed in secret. Diamanti and the others were like dancing on the tip of a knife. It only split a few Abyss's cannonballs and dodged a few Plank's bullets. Then, Diamanti's pirate ship was blasted into pieces by more cannonballs. The pirate members of Don Quixote family New World are indeed not weak, but they do not have the ability to block cannonballs. The minions of the New World are much stronger than the minions of the Four Seas, but they are still just minions. Diamanti's pirate ship was sunk, and the pirate fleet led by Gangplank left in a swagger. After a long time, several powerless figures suddenly appeared among some deck fragments floating on the sea. Hey, so, you encountered the ocean disaster Gangplank and were defeated. What a powerful rookie pirate. Doflamingo asked in a deep voice with a straight face. He never expected that in order to deal with a Mafia family in West Blue who dared to offend him, he did not hesitate to send his top cotters, but now, as long as the Mafia families that need to be dealt with have not been killed yet. In West Blue, he, the top leader of the Don Quixote family, was defeated by a rookie pirate in West Blue? Is this because he, Don Quixote family, can no longer lift the knife, or has the Sea of West Blue drifted away? Even in the New World, there are definitely not many pirates who can ignore the Don Quixote family's flag and easily defeat Diamanti. Diamandi possesses the combat power of a naval headquarters vice admiral, with the ability to fly fruits and his own good swordsmanship. Even if he really faced off against the powerful vice admiral, the elite of the A-level headquarters, it would still be enough to sustain him for a while. In the entire pirate world, there should be no more than 500 people who can steadily defeat Diamanti. And now, Diamati, along with Cotters Rao.G and Mahabais. Without even seeing Plank's face clearly, he was directly blasted to the bottom of the sea. It's just embarrassing. Sorry Dover, we failed. Diamanti burst into tears and was extremely ashamed. Next to him, Rauji and Mahabais also lowered their heads. Doflamingo held back the veins that kept popping up on his forehead, grinned, and said with a gentle smile, "It's okay, I forgive you. After all, you are all my dearest family members." Doflamingo has always been very tolerant and friendly to his family members. Many cotters of the Don Quixote family spent time with him from childhood to adulthood, experiencing weakness and rise. However, the mission of solving the Mafia Valoran family cannot fail again. "If I fail again, I will be really angry," Doflamingo ordered. "We will never fail again. We are just a West Blue Mafia family. We will definitely complete the mission successfully." Diamanti was extremely moved after hearing Doflamingo forgive her, and at the same time regained her confidence and said firmly. Diamanti didn't think that she would fall down twice in a row in a small West Blue. He is the top leader of the Don Quixote family. Only Doflamingo, at this point, felt slightly uneasy. He always felt that something was wrong with this West Blue. This West Blue, it's changed. On Valoran Island, Diamanti and others, who were in a panic and robbed a small boat, finally arrived at the headquarters of the Valoran family. Diamanti looked at Duke, Ari, and others standing silently on the dock. After nervously glancing around, he didn't find a large number of pirate ships or cannons. He felt relieved and yelled arrogantly, "Really, this piece of trash from West Blue actually dared to waste so much of our time. All members of the Valoran family must die. Kill them and use their heads to wash away our shame." After Diamanti fell into the water once and was rescued, she didn't want to encounter it again. Although the water in West Blue is much shallower than the water in New World, it can still drown demon fruit power. Diamanti was so arrogant that before the boat even docked, she jumped into the air. He raised his sword and swung out a huge, sharp sword energy, intending to cut Duke and the others in half with one blow. He wanted to use the lives of Duke and others to vent his anger and frustration. At the same time, Diamanti has no time to waste time with some Mafia families in West Blue. He wants to complete Dover's mission as quickly as possible and then return to the New World. New World is the most important stage for Don Quixote family today. Sword energy slashes wildly. Even without relying on the ability to fly fruits, Diamanti, who can slash powerful sword energy, is also a real swordsman in her own right. A big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions is definitely no match for Diamanti. The sword energy came towards him, but Duke did not dodge. Even with the help of equipment such as outlaw armor and crystal bracers that quickly restore vitality and physical strength. Just 1 month of training is not enough for Duke to face a powerful enemy like Diamanti. Duke can't stop this sword energy, but Duke can't stop it, doesn't mean others can't. When Diamanti's sword energy struck, the deception orb in Ari's hand was also instantly thrown out. With the magnificent light, face the half-moon sword chi. Ari, who has S+ potential, is now Duke's strongest guard. The sword energy collided with the orb. The moment the two collided, the sword energy dispersed. The magnificent orb of fraud was only slightly dim, and then it still rushed towards Diamanti. Ari, whose level has been raised by 2 levels again in the past few days, already has combat power close to A level. The naval headquarters elite vice admiral. There was a sting and sparks flew. Diamanti waved the seemingly light western sword in her hand and blocked Ari's deceptive orb with force. Then, the careless sneer on Diamanti's face instantly turned serious. He never expected that a small Mafia family in West Blue would have such a powerful enemy. The most important thing is that they haven't docked yet. But it doesn't matter, the dock just around the corner can no longer trap them in the boundless sea. Diamanti and Rao.G stepped on the moonwalk and rushed to the dock together with Mahabes, who became as light as air. This time, I will never be defeated in the sea without even seeing each other. Dover's orders must be fulfilled. Diamanti thought decisively. Just a Mafia family in West Blue. It is already a miracle to have a strong and powerful person, and it is impossible for more good players to emerge. Diamanti is not fighting alone. Mahabes and Rao.G both have B+ Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral combat power. There are no weak officers in the Donquixote family. Coincidentally, Duke's Valoran family cotters seem to be more powerful. Duke did not think of burying Diamanti and others directly on the sea. If he had thought about it, Gangplank's abyss would have already blasted the wreckage of the Diamanti pirate ship's deck, along with Diamanti and the others, to pieces. Graves held a cigar in his mouth and faced Rao.G directly with his fate in mind. Graves, who swept through several surrounding Mafia families in a month. Now it has been promoted to level 9, with an A-, which is comparable to the combat power of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, although Seti had just been summoned not long ago. But as he loves fighting, after being severely beaten by Graves and Ari, his level was quickly improved. His potential is being unleashed. Seti faced off against the big fat Mahabesi. Duke also wanted to know whether Mahabesi's fist was stronger after eating the Tunya fruit, or Seti's fist was stronger. The result? After Seti upgraded again in the battle. I have eaten the fruit of tons of pressure, but now I haven't had time to develop the 10,000 ton pressure Mahabesi. Seti used his strong hand to crack his skull and pinned it directly to the ground, beating him violently. It is only C Circle Calendar 1517, not 5 years after Luffy and others made a big fuss in Dressrosa. Leveling up in battle isn't just a perk for the protagonist. Heroes with strong potential can also quickly become stronger in battle. Mahabes was directly defeated by Seti, and under the constant bombardment of Graves. Rao.G, who even used the fighting fist to restore his peak combat power. With Graves' ultimate bomb, he also fell to the ground helplessly. Rao.G is more powerful than Mahabes at this time. His strength has already reached its peak, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, B+ combat power. However, limited by his own potential, although Rao.G is at the peak of his combat power at this time, there is still a big gap between Graves, who has now reached level 9. B+ versus A-, don't cheat and engage in sneak attacks or get the protagonist treatment. Victory or defeat has already been decided. Diamanti looked at Mahabes and Rao.G, who were quickly knocked down, with a livid face, and shouted unforgivable. The long sword in his hand instantly became waving like a long snake, and the entire dock began to shake like the sea. As a user with the flying fruit ability, Diamanti's swordsmanship is extremely strange. When she activates the army flag with all her strength, it is enough to make the ground of the entire pier become unstable, making it difficult for ordinary people to stand. But unfortunately, everything about Diamanti is meaningless in front of Ari, who is as fast as the wind. The strange foxfire automatically searched for the enemy, and after the soul attack was launched, Ari's figure formed a circle of afterimages around Diamanti. The foxfire was flying non-stop, the soul bullets were flashing with a deadly blue light, and deception orbs flew out from time to time. There were no surprises in the results. Even Duke, who had already secretly arranged Zed, and Gangplank, who was lurking in the nearby waters, did not take action. Diamanti and the 2 cotters of the Donquixote family who came with him were all seriously injured and collapsed on the ground. You guys have no idea what you're PG off. The family and Dover will never let you go. Diamanti collapsed to the ground covered in blood, but there was no sign of begging for mercy from her mouth, and she remained extremely tough. Although the power shown by Duke and others is powerful, but Diamanti believed in Doflamingo's power. Most of the cotters of the Donquixote family have unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo. They believed from the bottom of their hearts that Dover was a natural overlord. He is destined to rule the sea and become the pirate king. And Doflamingo is also extremely tolerant towards the cotters of his family. After killing Corazon with his own hands, Dover has no family left in this world. The cotters of the Donquixote family are, to him, his family. Why so serious? Relax. I know how powerful the Donquixote family and Doflamingo are. Believe me, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of Doflamingo, Duke said softly to Diamanti, who collapsed on the ground. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. The Green family also paid the price for this. Even the godfather, Mr. Green Hansen, is dead. Isn't this enough to show my sincerity? Sincerity. The corners of Diamanti's mouth twitched slightly. The Donquixote family's armed forces in West Blue may not be very powerful, but their intelligence network is definitely not weak. Who doesn't know that the man who really robbed the Donquixote family merchant ship was Duke? At the same time, Green Hansen and the Green family were also single-handedly destroyed by the Valoran family founded by Duke. Treat your enemies as sincerity? If Diamanti hadn't been severely injured and weak at this moment, Diamanti would have jumped up and struck Duke with a few swords no matter what. And just when Diamanti wanted to say something else, the sound of Brobro sounded quietly in Diamanti's pocket. Hey, Diamanti, have those guys been killed? Duke answered the phone, and Doflamingo's trademark smile immediately appeared. Sorry Mr. Dover, I'm not that easy to kill. Duke smiles Kaido, while the phone bug is opposite. Doflamingo's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and the veins on his forehead began to pop up. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "Hey, Diamanti and the others failed again. So are they still alive now? So what if it fails again? As the only family I have in this world." Of course Doflamingo chose to forgive them. As long as he doesn't betray, Doflamingo has always been very tolerant towards his family. Of course I hate senseless killing. I never thought that a small misunderstanding would lead to hostility between the two parties. Duke smiled at Kaido. Bah. Misunderstand. Doflamingo grinned. So, in order to ease the misunderstanding between us, can you let go of my precious family? I have never restricted Mr. Diamanti's freedom. They can come back to you at any time. But Mr. Dover, do you want to cooperate? Duke Lo Kaido. Together with West Blue's countless specialties and the freight channels you control all over the sea, that would be a huge wealth. The unique geographical environment of the pirate world has resulted in many sea areas and even many islands having some unique products. Once these commodities are transported to other sea areas, the prices are often astonishing. Duke never thought about making money just from the lottery shop. The lottery shop cannot make West Blue's cake bigger and sell West Blue's countless specialties to other sea areas. Only then can the Valoran family and countless civilians in West Blue work together for a win-win situation. After all, if the common people were all extremely poor, no matter how much money Duke makes, it won't be much. When making money, you need to take a long-term view. In addition to being the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo is also one of the emperors of the dark world. He is the top intermediary in the underground world, controlling countless freight channels. Duke needed Doflamingo's freight access. Cooperate. Hey, I can still get countless West Blue specialties without you. So, why should I cooperate with you? Doflamingo wanted Kaido. The Don Quixote family also has a lot of scattered influence in West Blue. There may not be any strong ones among these forces, but finding a way to buy some goods, specialties, etc. is not a problem at all. Of course, because I will unify the underworld of West Blue, I will be able to offer more and better West Blue merchandise. Duke is indifferent to Kaido. At the same time, all commodities. If I don't allow it, even if it's a plank of wood, don't leave West Blue. Mr. Dover, you don't want your caravan to have another misunderstanding with us, right? After Duke finished speaking, Doflamingo's expression froze instantly. But the next second, Doflamingo burst into crazy laughter. He originally thought that he was already crazy enough on this sea, but I didn't expect that there was a guy in West Blue who was even crazier than him. Monopolizing the freight transportation of the entire West Blue cannot be achieved by simply unifying the underground world of West Blue. Behind the largest chambers of commerce in West Blue are nobles and kings from various powerful countries in West Blue. Monopolizing West Blue also means controlling the entire West Blue. Bah, what a crazy idea. Is this your ambition? When Doflamingo said this, he grinned, revealing his dense white face, and his tone instantly became extremely cold. Mr. Duke, I agree to your cooperation. I look forward to the day when you take control of the entire West Blue. But if you can't do it, I will come and resolve any misunderstandings with you personally. After Dover finished speaking, he hung up the phone. As for the next cooperation between the Valoran family and the Don Quixote family, of course, there is no need for a detailed conversation between the two family bosses, Duke and Dover. Come as soon as you come. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Duke looked at Doflamingo, who hung up the phone without any courtesy at all, and muttered something secretly. Doflamingo string fruit may not have awakened now. A+ advanced Shishabukai's combat power is not a completely unbeatable opponent for today's Duke. Of course, even if Doflamingo has successfully awakened string fruit at this time, Duke is not completely without means to contain Doflamingo. Doflamingo has a fatal weakness. Once this weakness is exposed, the Don Quixote family and Doflamingo will surely die. This weakness is not about planting spies in Marine, nor is it a conspiracy to seize Dressrosa's throne, nor is it collusion with 4 emperors Kaido. In the eyes of the world government, these issues are not important at all. The biggest problem is that Doflamingo shouldn't use a lot of sugar's fruit power. The childlike fruit of sugar is very powerful. The ability of the special rules system makes the countless sins and secrets of the Don Quixote family disappear into vague memories. But how many toys does Dressrosa own today? How many of these toys are world government, naval headquarters? Or are they members related to the 4 emperors group and major forces in the world? And how many families are there in the entire pirate world of these toys whose memories have been erased by the world? The strong may not care about the opinions of countless weak, but unfortunately, in the world of pirates, Doflamingo is not really the top player at all. Once Sugar's abilities and the secrets of Dressrosa's countless toys are exposed, the anger and fear from countless powerful forces in the pirate world will completely tear Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family to pieces. No one wants to lose all the memories of their loved ones or friends in this world without knowing it. This is why Doflamingo did not hesitate to destroy the kingdom that he had prospered with his own hands 6 years later. Massacre of hundreds of thousands of people in the entire kingdom, including a large number of marine elites, was enough to cover up the biggest weakness. But now, this weakness is clearly known to Duke. As long as Duke spreads this weakness across the sea, even if Duke has no conclusive evidence, but for the top forces in the pirate world, is evidence really important? Not important, just doubt. Just enough for them to discover the truth about Dressrosa and destroy the Don Quixote family once and for all. If it weren't for the fact that the heroes in Duke's hands are not yet high enough. What Duke had just threatened was not the Don Quixote family's merchant ship in West Blue, but directly the Doflamingo. Dover, you don't want Sugar's secret to be exposed. It wouldn't be too much to exchange the secret for 10 billion Baileys, right? Duke secretly thought that he planned to directly make a deal with Doflamingo if he had the opportunity in the future. Diamanti, Mahabais, Rao.G and others boarded the ship back to the New World in despair. He came here arrogant and wanted to cleanly restore dignity to the Don Quixote family. I was so disgraced when I left that I almost lost my life. With Duke here, the water in the Four Seas may not be as deep as the New World. The Valoran family and the Don Quixote family have temporarily turned enemies into friends, embarking on a path of win-win cooperation. For those who are good enemies, Dover is often good at turning them into friends. The Golden Emperor Teazero robbed Dover of the golden fruit, and in the end the two sides conducted a series of friendly cooperation. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Dover is a smart man. Diamanti and the others retreated, but Duke did not relax his vigilance. This time, because of the strength of Ari, Gangplank, and others, they succeeded in severely damaging Diamanti and forcing the Don Quixote family back. But what about next time? Or what if Doflamingo gets bored and takes action himself just because he robbed Dove of hundreds of millions of belly? The Valoran family currently does not have the power to defeat Doflamingo. No matter how fatal a weakness it is, it's just an afterthought. If Doflamingo really wanted to take action personally, Duke would have no choice but to immediately think of a way to run for his life. Then he hid for several months under Galen's protection and hiding. After the heroes reach level 15 or 18, go and beat Dover. Galen is Duke's last resort. Even as 7 warlords of the sea, king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo does not have the strength and power to search a marine base at will, even if this base is just a marine branch. Duke no longer wanted to pin all his own safety on the enemy not paying enough attention to him, or just on some so-called intelligence. On this cruel sea, the only thing that can really decide everything is power. So Duke decided to double the training today. At the same time, it's time to launch the final attack on the Mafia families in West Blue. Although the 5 major Mafia families are not as rich as Duke imagined, but mosquitoes are also meat. Who said they were too weak compared to the Don Quixote family? Of course, the most important thing is, Duke needs all the territory the Mafia families control. In the cruel world of pirates, your power will never expand until your industry is developed. Rather, you must first expand your power to where you can expand your industry. Without power, even the kingdom can only become a paradise for pirates, let alone some ordinary chambers of commerce. The lottery shop is just Duke's test of the waters. Duke is still slowly unfolding its big plan to really make money. Set and Graves began to move out. In West Blue, they now have Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral combat capabilities. Take out some Mafia families. There is no difficulty at all. In other words, the biggest problem in restricting Seti and Graves from solving other Mafia families is often to rush. The pirate world is larger than the Blue Star in the previous life. The Grand Line and New World are already huge sea areas. But compared with the Four Seas, their area seems so small. Fortunately, the weather in Sahai is not as changeable as Grand Line and New World, and there is no need to prepare a special magnetic pointer. Soon, among the 5 major Mafia families, the Colobo family, whose godfather and a large number of elites were killed not long ago, as well as the territory of the Genovese family next to the Colobo family, all are controlled by the Valoran family. Among the 5 major Mafia families, the godfather of the Lugaise family and a large number of elites also died tragically in their base camp. Zed and Dazbonis were also busy. Shadowstream must be a killer bribed by the Valoran family. The other 3 families are finished, it's our turn next. Banano, according to the Covenant, it has now come to a time of life and death for our 5 major families. We must gather together immediately, gather all the remaining power of the 5 major families, and then completely defeat the Valoran family. The underground world of West Blue will always be ours, and the glory of the 5 major families will last forever. The godfather of the Gambino family said seriously to the phone bug. As the leader of the 5 major families, he is also the eldest. Gambino once thought that the Valoran family was nothing more than countless mafia gangs who once dreamed of challenging the 5 major families. They rose briefly and then quickly fell, but now, the strong rise of the Valoran family and the terrifying strength displayed have made Gambino feel heavy pressure in his heart. At least, Gambino is absolutely unwilling to see the glory of the 5 major families dimmed in his hands. With our combined strength, can we defeat the Valoran family? Ho 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 ho, those 2 senior officials of the Valoran family and the Shadowstream killer are not easy to mess with. The deep voice of Godfather Banano came from the phone bug in front of the Gambino family godfather. Are we just weak? Banano, I have contacted the officials of the funeral home. As long as we pay a large amount of money, we can invite the cotters of the funeral home to directly destroy the so-called Shadowstream. The Undertaker is the most powerful killer group in the pirate world. Its leader, Big Hand Mortician, is the emperor of the dark world just like Doflamingo. Once the cotters of the funeral home take action, let alone a small killer organization that has just emerged from West Blue, even the kings of the New World can hardly escape the assassination of the officials of the funeral home. Gambino, you thought that Dazbonis could easily deal with the Valoran family. Banano Godfather Kaido. Sorry, I believe in the power of what I witnessed with my own eyes more than those bloody guys in the funeral home. There are so many Mafia families in West Blue. I will avenge you, for the sake of our alliance. After Bonanno finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. The rise of the Valoran family is a crisis for the 5 major Mafia families. But for the Bonanno family, who have always wanted to unify the West Blue underworld. Also a great opportunity. As long as we finally find a way to deal with the Valoran family, then integrate the power of the other Mafia families in the name of the last godfather of the 5 major families. The Bonanno family will surpass the so-called 5 Mafia families and become the sole overlord of the West Blue underground world. But before becoming the overlord of the West Blue underworld, the Valoran family is a problem that the Bonanno family must solve. Mr. Leeswarren, I leave my safety and the resolution of the Valoran family's affairs to you. Godfather Bonanno said in a deep voice to the muscular man next to him who was wearing training clothes and a black cloak with a white 3-character tattoo on the cloak. Whether it is the so-called Shadow Stream or the Valoran family, they are all worth mentioning in front of our 3-treasure navy. White Owl Dongliang will lead the 3-treasure navy to personally take action and completely crush the Valoran family. But don't forget your promise to us. Leeswarren, the son of Bai Xiao, the pillar of the 3 treasures navy of the Kingdom of Flowers, stared at Godfather Banano and said in a deep voice, of course, the treasure given to the 3 treasures navy every year will not be less. Banano Godfather confident Kaido. As long as he could unify the underground world of West Blue, wouldn't he be able to get as much treasure as he wanted? What's more, the 5 major families have to spend a lot of money every year anyway. Leave it to those dim world government officials and nobles from all over the world. Why not just hand it over to a big shot with enough weight? The Kingdom of Flowers is undoubtedly one of the most powerful countries in West Blue. The Sanbeo Navy is also the most powerful force among the Flower Kingdom's navy, second only to the Urbeo Navy. Very good, then the underground world of West Blue is yours. Leeswarren nodded, looking at Godfather Banano with eyes full of meaning. How can the Bonanno family control the entire underground world of West Blue with just the power of the Bonanno family? That stupid B.D. Bonanno. What on earth is he thinking? Looking at the expressionless phone call bug in front of him, Godfather Gambino cursed angrily, his face turned livid. It seems that the Bonanno family is not trustworthy. So Godfather, do we still want to carry out the next plan against the Valoran family? After Gambino finished speaking angrily, Capone Big, who had been staying quietly behind him with a cigar in his mouth, asked in a deep voice. What Capone Big likes to do most is to join the enemy's group, then seize the enemy's head, and then control everything about the enemy. The Gambino family, the leader of the 5 major mafias, was chosen by Capone Big to take the first step in unifying the entire West Blue underground world. Even if there is no Bonanno family, we are definitely not rubbish left to be slaughtered. We are the 5 major families, the overlords of the West Blue underground world. Capone Big, you won't let me down. Godfather Gambino looked deeply into Capone Big's eyes and said in a deep voice, of course, I will cut off the enemy's head with my own hands. A sharp light flashed in Capone Big's eyes, determined Kaido. For the overlord of the West Blue underworld. Why don't we support the Valoran family to become the overlords of the West Blue underground world? The Bonanno family is too weak. Even with our help, it will be difficult for them to control the entire underground world of West Blue. In a secret room in the Bonanno family base camp, Sanbeo Marine Leeswarren asked quietly to the phone bug in front of him. It is precisely because the Bonanno family is weak that it deserves our support. Do you really think that my goal is just to collect a large amount of treasure from the Bonanno family every year? Supporting and controlling the Bonanno family to control the West Blue underground world is only the first step. Suppressing the Urbeo Navy and even all the Navy. Finally, finding a way to seize the throne of the Kingdom of Flowers is the biggest goal of our Sanbeo Navy. In the waters near the Kingdom of Flowers, atop a gorgeous building ship with a strange shape, Li Changfu, a white owl with a hooked nose, a head full of white hair, and eyes as sharp as a falcon, roared. The so-called underground world is just some smelly ditches in this sea. Only by becoming a king can you control real power on this sea. Don't forget, we also have the blood of the royal family flowing in our bodies. The Kingdom of Flowers should have been ours. The pillar of the Sanbeo Navy, the white owl Li Changfu, possessing the royal bloodline of the previous dynasty of the Kingdom of Flowers. The Valoran family began to expand wildly in West Blue. The Gambino family and some small mafia families in West Blue are not willing to surrender to the Valoran family. At the beginning, under the call of Godfather Gambino, they all united together to resist the expansion of the Valoran family. Suddenly, the entire underground world of West Blue was in chaos. West Blue seems to be in some chaos recently. Do you want to report it to the 5 elders? In a conference room in Marijoy's, the Holy Land, a senior world government official asked in a deep voice. It's just a random war between some mafia families. These trivial matters in the gutter are not worthy of being reported to the 5 elders. Another senior world government official shook his head, and then said with a slight smile on his face. What's more, it's soon time for the West Blue countries to pay the heavenly gold. We and the 5 elders are both very busy. After the senior world government official finished speaking, all the senior world government officials in the conference room Mysterious smiles suddenly appeared on all faces, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became lighter. Every year, the participating countries of world government will hand over a large amount of heavenly gold. The job of storing and organizing these heavenly golds is undoubtedly a fat job. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku glanced at the information about the West Blue Valoran family and the Gambino family, threw it aside, and then asked in a deep voice. Have you not arrested Ocean Calamity Plank yet? That guy has made a lot of noise in West Blue recently. Even the top leaders of the Donquixote family seem to have been defeated by him. If such a guy is left alone, he will sooner or later cause even greater chaos. The affairs of West Blue's local mafia are not under the control of Naval Headquarters. The strength and power of Naval Headquarters are already too great. If the Naval Headquarters retains its power, it will have the power to arbitrarily interfere in the domestic affairs of each member country of the world government. So, this world. Is it the world government that has the final say, or the Naval Headquarters? World government and Naval Headquarters have never been completely integrated. Bastito Rear Admiral, with the assistance of Galen Commodore, has determined the general scope of the ocean disaster plank and is conducting an encirclement and suppression operation against it. I believe there will be definite news soon. Naval Headquarters intelligence officers respectfully Kaido. Sengoku nodded, and then focused his energy on the rest of the intelligence information again. Among the pile of information about the Baroque Works Company, which had recently emerged in the first half of the Grand Line, was listed on the front page. Are you sure that the madman Graves and Hauser have separated? The Valoran family underestimates our power. Godfather Gambino looked at the information about Graves and Seti that Capone. Beeg handed over. He raised the corners of his mouth and said with a sneer. Capone. Beeg, it's time. Go ahead, bring all the masters of the family, kill Hauserty first, and then surround Graves. As for Duke, the godfather of the Valoran family, the officials at the funeral home will bring us his head. I spent a lot of money, but it's all worth it, all for the glory of the Gambino family. Father Gambino had a joyful smile on his face. He seemed to have seen the day when the Valoran family fell apart and the Gambino family once again defended their unchallengeable dignity. Then, boom, Capone Beeg shot him through the head. Yes, it's time. I hope Godfather Duke will like my gift. Capone. Beeg said quietly. Outside the Gambino family's castle, gunfire and fighting began to sound. A moment later, Graves blasted the castle door open with one shot, strode in carrying his double-barreled shotgun. The next day, Capone Beeg, a senior member of the Gambino family, betrayed, joined the Valoran family. The news of the demise of the Gambino family alliance immediately caused quite a stir in West Blue. Of the 5 major mafia families, only the Bonanno family remains. How long will it be until House Valoran unifies the underworld of West Blue? Even the alliance between the Gambino family and many small mafia families was quickly defeated at the hands of the Valoran family. No one thinks that the remaining Bonanno family can hold on for much longer. The underground world of West Blue is about to be unified. At this time, on Valoran Island, Duke's heart was not filled with the joy of being about to dominate the West Blue underground world, but instead he was filled with depression. He fully thought that the Gambino family, as the head of the 5 major mafia families, would definitely give him a big surprise with their treasure. As a result, the total treasure seized from the Gambino family was less than 1 billion. Mr. Capone Beeg, did you embezzle my treasure? Fortified city fruit can not only hold people, but it can also hold a large amount of treasures. Duke asked quietly to Capone Beeg, who was standing respectfully in front of him. It's totally fine to assassinate me and get to the top after taking refuge. But if he dares to embezzle the treasure that is supposed to be mine, Duke will not be able to bear it at all. After Duke finished speaking, Graves had already clenched the double-barreled shotgun in his hand, and Set began to rub his fists. Capone Beeg's face broke out in cold sweat. He originally thought that even if there was a difference in strength between himself and Graves, Seti, and others, it would definitely not be big. But after witnessing that day with his own eyes, Graves was alone with a gun. Easily destroy the Gambino family and other mafia families, after gathering a large number of experts. Capone Beeg instantly realized the vastness and power of the sea. Although the fortress fruit is powerful, but there is absolutely nothing that can stop Graves, and there is also a senior cadre of the Valoran family who is as famous as Graves, Hauser Ti. At this time, Capone Beeg was not yet the supernova who would dare to challenge the 4 emperors in the future, even with the bonus of the fortress fruit. Capone Beeg at this time only has the combat power of a B-level naval headquarters commodore at best. How could I dare to embezzle Boss Duke's treasure? Capone Beeg was sweating coldly and trembling as he said. The reason why the Gambino family's treasures are so scarce is because in order to fight against Duke, Gambino spent a lot of treasures to purchase arms and weapons. In addition, he specially spent 1 billion belly to hire senior officials from the funeral home to assassinate the boss. Boss Duke, please believe in my loyalty. I definitely didn't embezzle any of your treasures. There are very few pirates in the world of pirates who have a bounty of 1 billion, and every one of them is the top powerhouse in the world of pirates. But if anyone really thinks that those great pirates who offer a bounty of 1 billion or several billion baileys are only worth that price, then they would be a bit too naive. Capone Beeg doesn't care much about treasures. On this cruel sea, as long as you have enough power, treasures are everywhere. Capone Beeg has greater ambitions. For example, first find a way to kill Duke, annex the Valoran family, and unify the underground world of West Blue. I spent money to buy arms and weapons, and spent 1 billion belly to hire a killer to kill me. That BD Gambino, that's all my money. It really hurts my heart how much that guy cost me. The corners of Duke's mouth twitched slightly in anger, and he cursed secretly, and then said quietly to Capone Beeg. Capone. Beeg, Godfather Gambino once believed in your loyalty, but now, you have given him his head with your own hands. Tell me, how should I trust you? Duke doesn't care about the so-called killer Cotter of the funeral home. Ari, who has S+ potential, and G, whose strength is rapidly improving, gave him the greatest confidence. It's impossible for the top powerhouses on the sea to come to West Blue to assassinate the godfather of a small mafia family just for 1 billion Baileys, right? After Duke finished speaking, the pores all over Capone. Beeg's body suddenly tightened due to tension and fear. The cold sweat on his body stopped immediately, and his whole body froze in place. For a moment, he didn't know how to deal with it. Forget it, it's not important. Capone. Beeg, I can give you a chance to assassinate me and take over. Duke looked at Capone Beeg, who froze for a moment, sighed, and then said coldly, but, I hope you remember that if you fail to assassinate me, the result will definitely be death. At the same time, I don't want to see you disobey any of my orders before you think about challenging me. In particular, anyone who dares to embezzle my treasure must die. Capone. Beeg, do you understand? Duke didn't care what Capone Beeg had secretly planned. The world of pirates is too vast. Heroes alone cannot completely control the world for Duke and earn countless wealth. There are only so many heroes. Duke needs the strength of a figure native to the pirate world. After Duke finished speaking, Capone Beeg was stunned for a moment. He never expected that he had just joined the Valoran family. His purpose was immediately exposed. And after the purpose was exposed, Duke actually kept him. Could this be the fundamental reason why Duke was able to dominate the West Blue underground world? Does he have the courage to tolerate everything? Capone Beeg's brain was running wildly. After a moment, he immediately smiled flatteringly and said tremblingly, how could I dare to betray you? You will always be my godfather. The dead godfather will always be Capone Beeg's godfather. Capone Beeg's ambition will not disappear directly because of Duke's beating at this time. However, Capone Beeg did not think of taking rash actions until he found out the specific strength of the Valoran family and Duke's weaknesses. In order to assassinate 4 emperors Mom, Capone Beeg had been planning for at least a year or two. And a year or two later, does Duke still need to care about Capone Beeg's assassination? Duke doesn't have a fatal weakness like Mom. Duke was willing to give Capone Beeg time until his ambitions dissipated. But now, it's time to start a new draw. Although the treasure obtained from the Gambino family is not much, but coupled with Graves and Seti, the other 2 major mafia families who gave Duke the wealth were also a number of small mafia families. Duke now has a wealth of more than 3 billion for the first time. This was because he deliberately left some treasure to serve as a development fund for the Valoran family. Loot a wave of fat. After Duke bathed in incense and sacrificed the luck of the recently deceased Gambino family godfather, he pressed the lottery button. System, give me an S-level lottery. Consumption of 1 billion wealth value. Host's remaining wealth value is 2,032 million. Congratulations to host for getting. Congratulations to host for winning the A+ grade prize, the Wild Monster Crimson Mark Tree Monster. Crimson Mark Tree Monster. Strength C. Physique, C+. Agility, C. Spirit, C. Potential, A. Overall rating, C. As a tree monster elder, it is not known for its strength. But the long years have allowed him to understand the secret of magic, allowing him to easily bless others. The Crimson Mark Tree Monster can grant others the Crown of Embers effect for 1 hour every day. It can cause people's attacks to carry extra magical damage that is difficult to defend against, and at the same time reduce the agility of the person being attacked. If you kill it and capture its heart, you can directly obtain the effect of the Crown of Embers that lasts for 10 days. The effect of the Crown of Embers is pretty good. Facing those Logia or enemies with 2 strong defenses, the Crown of Embers is enough to give those guys a hard time. But the problem is, I spent 1 billion wealth points on an S-level lottery, and you won a red buff for me, and you still congratulated me. System, I always feel that you are mocking me, but unfortunately I have no evidence. Duke looked at the red buff he had drawn, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Although the buff effects of the red and blue buffs are very good, they do not have much effect on Duke for the time being. The enemies Duke faces now do not need the increase of red and blue buffs. Duke directly summoned the Crimson Mark Tree Monster, and then temporarily placed it with the blue magic pattern statue outside his castle. Then Duke washed his hands again. After sacrificing a wave of luck to the Genovese family, he pressed the lottery button. System, give me another S-level lottery. After consuming 1 billion of wealth, the remaining wealth of host is worth 1,032 million. Congratulations to host for winning the S-level prize, Darius, Hand of Hero Noxus. Darius, Strength, B. Physique, B. Spirit, B. Agility, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none yet. Possess abilities, Massacre, Fatal Strike, Ruthless Iron Hand, Noxian Guillotine, etc. Overall rating, B. As a symbol of Noxus strength, Darius possesses unparalleled power. He is destined to bring endless blood and fire to this world, and will also bring you countless victories? Hand of Noxus. Ha ha ha, indeed, this is the normal prize for the S-level lottery. Well, the Genovese family is very lucky. Then, the next decision is yours. Duke whispered, and then pressed the lottery button again after sacrificing a wave of luck to the Lugais family. Sacrificing luck requires everything to be neat and tidy, and Duke didn't want to let go of any of the 5 major Mafia families. After consuming 1 billion points of wealth, the remaining wealth of Host is 32 million. Congratulations to Host for winning the S-level prize, Hero Beryl Grigas. Beryl Grigas. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Spirit, B. Agility, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none yet. Possess abilities, body bomb impact, drunken rage, explosive barrels, etc. Overall rating, B. As the brewmaster of the Freljord, Grigas is determined to create the most perfect ale in the world. But unfortunately, he was often drunk and impulsive, and sometimes he didn't even know what he was brewing. The wine he brewed was not only a rare delicacy in the world, but also sometimes fatally dangerous. Sure enough, except for the poor Gambino family, the rest of the families have pretty good luck. Duke nodded with satisfaction, and then directly summoned the wine barrel and Darius. Want a drink? Grigas, who was drunk with a big belly, raised his glass to Duke and invited him. On the other side, Darius leaned on his sharp axe, knelt on one knee, and said in a deep voice to Duke, I will bring you countless victories. Until, conquer the whole world. For Darius, war has long become a habit engraved in his bones. The wine in the Grigas cup exudes a charming aroma, which is definitely a rare wine in the world. But Duke took the glass of wine without tasting a drop of it. Instead, he helped Darius up and handed the glass of wine in front of Darius. This world is not that simple, but I'm waiting for the day when you conquer the world for me. Duke smiled at Kaido. Darius, who has experienced hundreds of battles, is definitely the best commander in the world. A wave of draws directly summoned 2 heroes, but Duke was not busy giving tasks to Beryl and Darius. Before the hero's potential has been unleashed, it is undoubtedly more appropriate to exercise and upgrade first. Wan Hao is eager to fight every day. Darius started exercising like crazy every day. Zhugong continued to drink every day, until he got drunk and got into a fight with Wan Hao. Duke did not care about Grigas' drinking habit, but when he learned that Grigas controlled the recipes of a large number of fine wines, I was secretly happy. It seems good for the Valoran family to open a brewery, and then use the wine barrels to provide recipes to brew a batch of good wine and sell it. After all, the charm of sauce-flavored technology could not be stopped by Blue Star in the previous life. In the pirate world where drunkards are everywhere, there is great potential for development. The wine barrel was ordered by Duke to start writing down the recipes for the wines that he had worked hard to research. And in the castle of the Bonanno family, after hearing the news that the Gambino family had been destroyed, Godfather Bonanno was filled with excitement. The Valoran family thinks that after defeating the Gambino family, they can take over the West Blue underground world. No, after the Gambino family is destroyed, Valoran will be the next to be destroyed. Ha ha ha, Mr. Liswarren, it's time for us to take action. Beside Godfather Bonanno, Liswarren, the son of Bai Xiao, the pillar of the Urbeo Navy, at this moment, there was no trace of excitement or joy on his face. Instead, he looked extremely solemn and growled. Steel fist. Liswarren's clenched fist suddenly became dark, and with a heavy punch, he hit Godfather Bonanno directly. With a bang, a strange shadow behind Godfather Bonanno and a large number of walls were directly blown into pieces. But the next second, in the shadow under Liswarren's feet, a sharp shuriken pierced the throat of the horrified Godfather Bonanno. No one can stop Valoran's rise. The ignorant are doomed. Behind Liswarren, G's figure quietly emerged from the shadows. Someone has asked, when will the Valoran family unify the underground world of West Blue? Duke thought, today. Is this shadow stream? Liswarren broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. As the next generation successor of Sanbeo Navy, Liswarren has mastered armament haki and observation haki. Liswarren has also mastered the traditional physical art of steel fist. No pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions would be Liswarren's opponent. But now, right in front of Liswarren, under his nose, Zed actually controlled his shadow and directly killed the godfather of the Bonanno family without him noticing. What if the target of that shuriken was not Bonanno but himself? Can he escape? Liswarren was not sure at all and jumped up suddenly. With a few punches, he shattered all the walls and coverings around him, completely revealing himself to the moonlight. There is no shadow, what should I do with you? Go to hell, powerful steel fist. Liswarren stared at G, his body suddenly jumped up, his right fist turned black, and he slammed into G's head. Even with the Logia demon fruit power, under the punch of Liswarren that entangled a large number of armament haki, Immortal would be severely damaged. However, just when Liswarren's powerful steel fist was about to hit G's head, G's body instantly turned into a dark shadow. Then, 2 shurikens, one behind the other, pierced Liswarren's abdomen. The invisible blade is the most deadly. Behind Liswarren, G, who instantly switched places with his own shadow, said coldly. Then, the moment Liswarren endured the pain and turned around to attack fiercely, G's body and shadow all sank into the ground and disappeared. Not far away, the double-barreled shotgun in Graves' hand had sprayed several projectiles at Liswarren. Feeling lucky? No, your opponent is me. As a killer in the shadows, Zed dislikes being exposed. Duke also didn't want Shadowstream to be completely bound to the Valoran family on the surface. To wipe out the last Mafia family in West Blue, of course, it would be more ritualistic for Graves and others to do it themselves. There was no suspense in the battle. Even though Lise Warren, who was seriously injured, had the combat power of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. But in front of Graves, he only received a few more bullets and soon collapsed to the ground. Graves' bullet was already entangled with a certain amount of haki. In other words, as long as the strength, physique, and spirit are strong enough, learning two-color haki is not as difficult as you think. Most importantly, of course, as a hero. Every hero is a chosen one, possessing great talents and potential. It is not difficult for heroes to learn dual-color haki, but for Duke today, he just wanted to say, blindfold me, and then shoot me directly to death. Anyway, there is vitality and defense provided by the outlaw armor and other equipment. Ordinary bullet damage is completely insignificant to Duke today. After 10 minutes of rest, not even a bruise will be left. The heroes are growing up, and Duke, who exercises like crazy every day with the help of the outlaw armor, is also constantly getting stronger. His haki, under the bombardment of a large number of bullets every day, gradually began to awaken. The Banano family's resistance did not make any waves, and was quickly destroyed by Graves, Capone, Beeg and others. The next day, most of the territories in the entire West Blue underground world were quietly hoisted with the flag of the Valoran family. The underground world of West Blue is officially unified. At this time, the name of the Valoran family began to be sung throughout the pirate world. The big forces in the pirate world don't care about an ordinary mafia family in West Blue. But as a big family that controls the entire West Blue underground world, it is enough to leave a mark in front of those big forces. The family that unified the West Blue underworld. If they continue to grow bigger, they may cause a lot of trouble. Do you want to dismantle that family now? In the holy land of Marijois, the blonde 5 elders asked in a deep voice. Ordinary mafia families don't deserve to be known to the 5 elders. But as the Valoran family that unified the West Blue underground world, even the lofty 5 elders pay a passing attention. There's no need. The long-bearded 5 elders glanced at the Valoran family's information, threw it on the table, and then lowered Kaido. The situation in West Blue is getting more and more chaotic now. It would be good if a family can come out to calm the situation. After all, no matter how bad order is, it is better than no order at all. If we dismantle that family now, West Blue will be in chaos again. After the long-bearded 5 elders finished speaking, the curly-haired 5 elders also nodded and agreed, saying, yes, our focus is on the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Just some gutter guy. Just let Marine and CP agents pay more attention. The bald 5 elders holding first-generation Kaititsu pushed up his glasses, and then said murderously, that family can maintain the balance of West Blue, so be it. If you dare to interfere with the power of the kingdom and want to play some tricks to steal the country, then just order Marine to kill them all. There must never be another Germa 66 on this sea. The kingdom of Germa briefly unified all of the North Blue. Then it quickly fell apart under the calculations of the world government. Now, it doesn't even have its own fixed land. They can only act like warmongers and help other countries eliminate some countries that are not members of the world government, so as to maintain the only status and dignity of the Germa kingdom. As for the bald 5 elders, the last of the 5 elders, he is not paying attention to the information about the Valoran family at all. Countries in West Blue have already begun to pay heavenly gold. Next. Regarding the calculation, transportation, storage, and distribution of the heavenly gold, it is no small project. All military expenditures and funds for naval headquarters come from world governments. This is also an important means by which the world government can command and control naval headquarters. Even Marine Admiral has to get a salary to eat, right? Kizaru said that no matter what, the monthly salary must not be less. The 5 elders put aside the Valoran family for now, and among naval headquarters, Sengoku, after taking a closer look at the information about the Valoran family, the Valoran family aroused inexplicable interest. What a strange family. Is this family really the Mafia from West Blue? The information in Sengoku's hand shows. After the Valoran family unified the underground world of West Blue, instead of massively expanding the Mafia family's traditional businesses such as pornography, gambling, and drugs, instead, while selling the so-called Valoran lottery tickets, they opened various factories in various West Blue countries and islands, especially the so-called breweries, as well as water plants, power plants, and gas plants. Isn't this good? In Sengoku's office, Garp said casually while eating Sengoku's collection of senbei. The guy in the gutter always wants to bathe in the sun. If the Valoran family really transforms into the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, it will be of great help to us Marine. Darkness always breeds violence and chaos. But, do you think that family's ambition will just bask in the sun? Or, when the sun starts to shine, will those guys be willing to let that family bathe in the sunshine? Sengoku sighed deeply. If this continues, they will definitely get into big trouble. The kings and nobles of various countries in West Blue, including some senior officials of the world government, may not be willing to contribute money and efforts to construction, but picking peaches has always been their duty. Maybe it's not necessarily trouble, but maybe it's a surprise. He might be enough to change the entire West Blue. Garp looked at Duke's photos and information on Sengoku's desk and said in a deep voice. Then, he poured all the bag of senbei and gyulu in his hand into his mouth. A hole, leave some for me. That's my last bag of senbei. Sengoku looked at Garp, who had bulging cheeks and was swallowing big mouthfuls, with veins popping out on his forehead. He grabbed Garp's neck and shook it wildly. Water, water. Garp's face turned red, and he hurriedly reached for the tea on his desk while reaching down his throat. Garp ate too much and too quickly, and it was another day when he choked on senbei. Hey, have you unified the underground world of West Blue? It seems that maybe it won't be long before another emperor appears in the dark world. But, will your ambition only end like this? Family Valoran, I look forward to the day when you stir up the whole world. In the palace of New World Dressrosa, Doflamingo grinned and said with a crazy smile. Dover longs for the chaos of the world, and at the same time, he longs for revenge on the entire world. The Revolutionary Army did not pay too much attention to the information about the Valoran family's unification of the West Blue underground world, which was the focus of the Revolutionary Army, always trying to find ways to overthrow the rule of those evil kings and nobles, and save the oppressed civilians. Although, it doesn't seem to be of any use. A revolution that only overthrows kings and nobles without giving the common people the power to protect the country is just creating chaos in the sea. Gold in the sky has made civilians in countless world government-affiliated countries in the pirate world miserable. But in fact, it is never the world government that needs the countries that join the world government, but the countries that join the world government that need the protection of the world government. In the world of pirates, no matter how weak the world government is, the world government still has the protection and deterrence of marine and world government. As for those countries that are not members of the world government, except for a very few powerful countries, they can maintain their independence. Most of the countries that are not part of the world government have long since become a paradise for scum, villains, and pirates. Of course, for ordinary people, this paradise is undoubtedly hell. Long, you don't understand revolution. Crocodile didn't understand at first why Dasbonis refused to join his Baroque working society, until Shadowstream suddenly emerged and gained a huge reputation in West Blue. He easily assassinated several godfathers of West Blue's 5 major families, and also took advantage of the opportunity to kill a shadow pirate who had a bounty of nearly 100 million. Now it is the leading killer organization in West Blue, the Valoran family that unified the West Blue underground world, and the Shadowstream killer organization, which is closely related to the Valoran family. Did you reject the invitation from Baroque Works just because of this? It seems that Dasbonis' courage will only end here. This world is very vast. Crocodile held his cigar in his mouth, blew out a smoke ring, and said casually, if you are willing to reveal your identity, I believe that Dasbonis will not refuse the invitation of Baroque Works. After all, you are a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, already almost standing at the top of this world. Next to Crocodile, Nico Robin covered her mouth and smiled. Just a Baroque working society has never been my pursuit. Don't forget your mission, Nico Robin. Crocodile's face was looming in the cigar smoke, and his tone was extremely cold. From the very beginning, Baroque Working Society was a tool created by Crocodile to complete his task of finding Pluton and stealing Alabasta. Even Nicole Robin is just the tool selected by Crocodile. Now easily defeated by Whitebeard, Crocodile does not trust his partners and has no partners. He is a real pirate. Of course, Mr. Sand Crocodile. Nicole Robin smiled and nodded. Robin knew very well in her heart that the day she helped Crocodile find and translate the historical text would be the day she died. But, so what? In this sea, carrying a high reward, I experienced countless betrayals and counter-betrayals alone. At the same time, she has been hunted by the world government and has lost all support. Crocodile is now her only option. Crocodile is using her, so why isn't she using Crocodile? Explore the lost history, find and translate those historical texts. She has long since become Nicole Robin, her only obsession in this world. Nicole Robin didn't know that she had a father in this world. Now, Duke has not thought about getting acquainted with Nicole Robin directly. Except for Crocodile and Doflamingo, the other Shishibukai and 7 warlords of the sea don't care about the changes in the underground world of West Blue. Hawkeye is busy competing with the red-haired swordsman, Moria is busy stealing corpses. Jinbei is busy guarding the Fishman Island, while Bear and Boa Hancock have their own kingdoms to manage. West Blue? What does what happened in West Blue have to do with them? As for New World's 4 emperors? The 4 emperors don't care about the changes in West Blue's underground power. The Mafia family is too small for them. No matter how hard it is, the overlord in the shallow water area can never be equal to the dragon in the deep sea area. But soon, Duke will let the whole world understand that strength begins with weakness. Unifying the underworld of West Blue is just Duke's first step. As for the second step, of course it is to find a way to monopolize the entire West Blue and make more money. For Duke, money is real power. But before finding a way to monopolize West Blue, Duke felt that he had to solve a few small problems first. For example, how to deal with the seriously injured Lise Warren in front of him, and the 3 treasures of the Flower Kingdom behind him. The Kingdom of Flowers is very strong. As the overlord of West Blue, in addition to having a large number of local troops, the Kingdom of Flowers also. It also has a total of 8 official pirate navy troops, named from 1 treasure to 8 treasure navy. Although the strength of these 8 naval forces is uneven, the pillars of each navy have at least the strength of the naval headquarters rear admiral. Among them, the most powerful pillars of the navy are powerful enough to shock the world. More than 20 years ago, Qingjiao, the pillar of the Babao Navy, had a bounty of more than 500 million, and dared to compete with Garp. Although Garp punched his head flat afterwards. But in its heyday, Green Pepper undoubtedly had at least an A+ normal Shishibukai level of combat power. If we include the Urbao Navy, which was only slightly weaker than the 8 Treasure Navy at that time, there are 6 other naval forces. As a country of West Blue, the combat power of the Kingdom of Flowers is simply terrifying. But, so what? The 3 Treasures Navy is the 3 Treasures Navy, and the Kingdom of Flowers is the Kingdom of Flowers. Duke's Valoran family may not be the opponent of the Flower Kingdom now, but a mere 3 Treasure Navy is not enough to make Duke bow his head. What's more, today's Flower Country is no longer the Flower Country more than 20 years ago. 1 billion, or give 1 billion Baileys in exchange for his life. Or, go find his bones in the sea, Duke said coldly to the phone bug. At his feet, Liz Warren, who was seriously injured and had his hands and feet locked, looked ashen. The wealth of 1 billion Baileys was exchanged for Liz Warren's life, and at the same time, it was also exchanged for the peace of the Valoran family and the Sanbao Navy. It's just that Liz Warren, the son of Bai Xiaodongliang, was captured by the enemy and had to spend 1 billion belly to redeem him. Even if he is successfully redeemed, he will completely lose his identity as the heir of the 3 Treasures Navy. A billion. I agreed. In 7 days, I will come to visit with a billion Baileys. But is a mere billion Baileys enough to satisfy you? In this sea, what matters is never wealth, but power and strength. Want to cooperate? The phone bug in front of Duke showed a sharp look like an eagle and said coldly, if we cooperate, maybe I can take you a step further and let you gain real power in this West Blue and become the king of a country. In the pirate world, even I'm secretly occupied the Void Throne and became the real master of the world government. But on the surface, most of the decisions in the world, all were decided through voting and consultation by the powerful kings of the world government member countries, including the abolition of the Shishibukai system. The kings of the powerful countries in the pirate world have tremendous power. The destruction of each world government member country is enough to cause huge waves in the entire pirate world. Cooperate. Help me get closer to becoming a king. This condition is very tempting. But, I refuse. Duke's determined Kaido. The power of becoming a king and ruling a country, and even indirectly influencing the decisions of the world government, and then changing the world seems very tempting. But Duke knew clearly that there was already a master on the Void Throne. The so-called world government has long since changed from a multinational democratic alliance on the surface to a secret dictatorship of IM. Such a king has no attraction for Duke. Most importantly, punching power is power. Duke only needs to grow and make money in secret, and sooner or later the heroes will bring the whole world to him. Why should he go to great lengths and take huge risks to seek the throne of the king? Do you really think that just anyone can steal a country and successfully become king? Protecting the safety of the kings and even the royal family of the participating countries of the world government is a very important responsibility of the naval headquarters and the world government. Of course, Duke never thought of becoming a king, but that doesn't mean Duke's heroes can't become kings. It is difficult for countries that are members of the world government, but countries that are not members of the world government can still make plans. Duke's firm refusal made Li Changfu, the leader of the Sanbao Navy, Bai Xiao, slightly stunned. Many heroes in the pirate world have courage and ambitions that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Bai Xiao originally thought that Duke, who had unified the West Blue underground world, would have more ambitions than just being the overlord of the underground world. But I never expected that Duke would not play according to common sense at all. If it weren't for developing a money-making monopoly in West Blue, which requires huge power to support it, Duke wouldn't even want to establish and expand the Valoran family. Wouldn't it be nice to be alone in the dark and let the heroes make money and grow? Aren't the forces controlled by the heroes the same forces controlled by Duke? Is this all the ambition of the majestic godfather of the Valoran family? Or do you really want the Valoran family to stand under the sun from now on? The Valoran family should probably be called the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. Bai Xiaoli Changfu said in excitement. The Valoran family's efforts to open lottery shops, breweries, and water and electricity factories in various West Blue countries cannot be hidden from anyone. In other words, Duke never thought of hiding these things. Isn't the Chamber of Commerce bad? Duke calms Kaido. Be it a Mafia family, the Valoran Chamber of Commerce or even the Valoran Empire. For Duke, the most important thing is always one thing. That is to strive to earn more wealth. As long as we control enough power and at the same time control the jobs and livelihoods of everyone in the country, Duke doesn't care who is the king of this country, because as long as he wants, he can make anyone the nominal king of this country at any time. The Valoran Chamber of Commerce monopolizes West Blue, taking the first step in controlling the jobs and livelihoods of everyone in West Blue. From water, electricity, and other laborious civilian basic industries. Civilians in most countries in the pirate world do not have access to water or electricity. In the pirate world, the differences in technology between countries are extremely huge. The standard of living enjoyed by commoners and aristocratic kings was also very different. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce is good. Bai Xiao Li Changfu smiled at Kaido, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he secretly cursed Duke for being stupid. Is this guy worthy of controlling the entire West Blue underground world? This cruel sea has no room for weakness. If you don't want to cooperate, then go to hell. In the pirate world, most of the chambers of commerce are just the fat sheep of the pirates. At the same time, those chambers of commerce without power are also the fat that the kings and nobles covet. If you don't leave the underworld's overlord and possible king alone, why do you want to start a chamber of commerce? Bai Xiao only felt that Duke might have entered the sea in his mind. However, Bai Xiao likes Duke like this very much. Who doesn't like a stupid enemy? Duke also loves silly enemies. Especially those enemies who think he is stupid. After Duke rejected Bai Xiao's cooperation, the two quickly and friendly agreed on the time and place to redeem Li's Warren. Then, after Duke hung up Bai Xiao's phone, he hit Li's Warren's heart with a finger pistol. Among the training materials from naval headquarters that Galen quietly passed on, Marine 6 styles are easier to control than the two-color Haki. Why? Li's Warren's face was full of astonishment. Before he finished speaking, he completely lost all the breath of life. Because you are no longer useful. Duke looked at Li's Warren with a look of silence, and faintly Kaido. Not long ago, I promised a guy to visit me in 7 days. Later, I gave him a big gift. Now, it seems that someone wants to return the gift. Duke once used the same routine to visit the Ultan Rear Admiral. At this time, in the Alek Kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line, a pale man, dressed in gorgeous palace clothes, but with a strong smell of blood inexplicably lingering around his body, trampled King Alek's body under his feet. Around him, countless Alek Kingdom soldiers had turned into mummified corpses, scattered on the ground. Blood Duke Dracula as a senior cotter of the funeral home. He has a bounty of 320 million, and even once fought against the naval headquarters elite Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel for 3 days and 3 nights without losing. He alone is enough to destroy a small kingdom. The mission of Alek Kingdom has been completed, but the employer for the next mission seems to be dead. Blood Duke Dracula asked in a deep voice to the phone bug in front of him. He. Yes, our poor Mr. Gambino died at the hands of a traitor before you could take action. What a shame. In front of Dracula, the clown-like phone bug showed a look full of regret. Is it really such a pity? If it's such a regret, then let me continue to complete this mission. Anyway, the employer has already paid us 1 billion in bounty. Dracula chuckled at Kaido. He. Mr. Dracula, how could you say that? The expression on the phone bug in front of Dracula instantly changed from regret to surprise. It's a shame, but business is business. We never serve the dead. We are only responsible for turning living people into dead people. He. In a slaughterhouse in New World, one of the kings of the Dark World carrying the Shinigami scythe, the big-handed Undertaker Pyclo grinned, and then said quietly. However, Mr. Dracula still needs to make a trip to West Blue next. I heard that a killer organization called Shadow Stream has emerged in West Blue recently. He made quite a name for himself and even stole a lot of business from our funeral home. This is really a headache. Mr. Dracula, can you have a good talk with the leader of Shadow Stream for me? Let them join the harmonious and friendly family of the funeral home? Under the influence of Zed and Dazbonies, Shadow Stream has grown rapidly and has become the #1 killer organization in West Blue. There are a large number of idol killers, bounty hunters, and pirates who have joined Shadow Stream because of the terrifying strength that Shadow Stream has shown before. Of course, the secret support of Duke and the Valoran family is indispensable for this. I see. Dracula nodded. But what if they don't want to join? He. If you don't want to join us. Pycro's expression became extremely cold in an instant, and he said solemnly. Then please Mr. Dracula and kill them all. The Dark World only needs one funeral home. Every king of the Dark World has a relative monopoly on a Dark World business. Any organization or force that attempts to become bigger within the areas they control, they will all be annexed or destroyed by these kings of the Dark World. The Undertaker's house springs into action. In West Blue, the Sanbeo Navy, led by the White Owl Li Changfu, began to attack Valoran Island. There is the headquarters of House Valoran. There are no big waves in the waters of West Blue. Compared with the weather in Grand Line and New World, the weather in Sahai has always been relatively mild, and just on the boundless sea, dozens of pirate ships flying the flag of the Sambo Navy were riding the wind and waves. On the highest deck of the White Owl, Li Changfu was expressionless, staring at the vast sea with his eagle-like eyes. On the boundless sea, a black spot quietly appeared. Report to Lord Bai Xiao that a marine warship has been spotted ahead. The watchman said respectfully to Li Changfu. On the vast sea, sneak attacks don't make much sense. When you see others, others often see you. Report to General Galen that a pirate fleet has been spotted ahead. They are the 3 treasures navy of the Kingdom of Flowers. Do you want to avoid it? The marine lookout also asked Galen hurriedly at this time. Galen led them to defeat countless pirates and gained the trust and love of all the marine soldiers at the 86th branch base. But, this time is different. What they faced was one of the official naval forces of the Kingdom of Flowers. Marine usually turns a blind eye to the 8 official naval armies that plunder the Kingdom of Flowers. Especially after the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea system, they turned a deaf ear to anything done by the 8 naval forces in the Kingdom of Flowers. Can the world government recruit big pirates to plunder legally? There seems to be no problem for the 8 navy armies of the Flower Kingdom, the overlord of West Blue, to do whatever they want on West Blue. As for the towns and merchant ships that were plundered by the 7 warlords of the sea and the 8 naval armies of the Kingdom of Flowers, who cares? In this cruel sea, the cries of the weak are never heard. Since the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea system, many marines who once had a righteous mind have become deaf and blind. Of course, the most important thing is, as the backbone of the Sanbeo Navy, White Owl Li Changfu has a bounty of 410 million. For West Blue, such a bounty amount is enough to become a legend, frightening countless pirates and marines. The lookouts who reported the news did not think that they would be Bai Xiao's opponents, and they had no intention of fighting Bai Xiao. However, Galen didn't think so. Go up to them and defeat them. Galen stands firm. Kaido. Galen never backed down in the face of vicious pirates. Lord Galen, that is Bai Xiao, the 3 treasure navy. Next to Galen, Adjutant Groom, who had been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, advised, even if we defeat them with all our strength, the world government and naval headquarters will not give us awards. Lord Galen, such a battle is completely meaningless. Groom has always had justice in his heart, but he also did not suggest that Galen launch an attack on the Sanbeo Navy, even though the Sanbeo Navy was originally a pirate group with a bounty on their head. What is meaning? Does it only matter if the naval headquarters and the world government's commendation license are included? No, I think we should capture the White Owl pirates here. It is of great significance to every civilian and caravan that has been robbed and harmed by the White Owl pirates. When Galen said this, he raised his big sword high, his face was resolute, and his tone became higher and higher. I know that's Bai Xiao, and I also know that's Sanbeo Navy. But, so what? We have never become a marine for the so-called awards. But, for justice, be true to your beliefs and fight for those who cannot fight. Go forward, I will personally bring judgment to the White Owl pirates. Justice be with me. All the marines in the 86th branch base were silent for a moment, and then Groom immediately gave out excited cheers. Next, the excited cheers of Galen's battleship instantly resounded throughout the sea. At this moment, the marine soldiers at the 86th branch base found justice in their hearts. The vast majority of marine soldiers have a righteous heart when they become marines. How dare a mere warship come to seek death? Kill them. Bai Xiao Li Changfu looked at the lone marine warship rushing towards him, with disdain on his face, and said coldly, he doesn't like to cause trouble, but if trouble comes, he will never show weakness. Not all of his 410 million bounty came from looting towns and chambers of commerce. The marine who once died in his hands had not only 800 but also 1,000. The cannon roared, and countless shells hit Galen's warship, causing countless splashes on the sea around Galen's warship. Occasionally, the cannonballs that were about to hit were cut in half by Galen's sword. These days, Galen, who has been exercising like crazy and hunting pirates everywhere. The level has also been directly upgraded to level 9, and he has the combat power of the A-level Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. With the toughness passive, Garen can perform far more crazy exercises than other heroes. Galen's warships also began to fire cannons to counterattack. But in addition to making a few gaps in several Sanbeo Navy warships, apart from breaking a few masts, there was not much gained for a while. In the world of pirates, the power and accuracy of cannons on conventional ships are extremely limited. Most of the battles on the sea in the pirate world ultimately rely on hand-to-hand combat. For justice, Galen roared angrily, and charged directly towards Bai Xiao with a large sword in his hand. Behind him, countless inspired marine soldiers also tightened their weapons and launched a charge. With a stabbing sound, sparks flew everywhere, and Bai Xiao's pitch-black fist collided fiercely with Galen's big sword. A huge shockwave then swept across the deck of the White Owl, knocking countless weak Sanbeo naval minions to the ground. This power. Does the world government want to take direct action against the Kingdom of Flowers? Bai Xiao took a few steps back, feeling the terrifying strength displayed by Galen, and his face instantly became solemn. There shouldn't be such a powerful marine general in the West Blue branch. So, there is only one answer. This is all a conspiracy of the world government. More than 20 years ago, the strength of the Kingdom of Flowers at its peak made the world governments cautious. In order to prevent the Flower Country from unifying West Blue like Germa 66, and then challenge the hegemony of the world government. This encouraged naval headquarters to take action and let Garp smash the head of Qingjiao, the strongest naval force in the Kingdom of Flowers at the time. He killed many masters of the navy of the Kingdom of Flowers, severely weakening the strength of the Kingdom of Flowers. And in the more than 20 years since then, we have been encouraging and funding some West Blue countries, constantly challenging the dominance of West Blue in the Kingdom of Flowers, and continuously weakening the Kingdom of Flowers. But now, the world government may no longer be satisfied with encouraging other countries to weaken the Kingdom of Flowers. Instead, they secretly dispatched marine experts to break the tacit understanding between naval headquarters and the navy of the Flower Country, kill a few navy armies and directly weaken the strength of the Kingdom of Flowers. Unfortunately, Bai Xiao's Sanbeo Navy seems to have become the first target selected by the world government. Bai Xiao's face changed greatly and he hurriedly looked around the sea. After finding no other marine battleships, he said sadly, "Is it just you? What do you think I am? I'm Bai Xiao." Bai Xiao finished speaking fiercely, without any hesitation, directly transformed into the strongest harpy form. Using all his strength, He used his pitch-black claws to strike Galen's chest at an extremely fast speed. Steel Claw. Bai Xiao growled. It combines the ancestral steel fist of the Three Treasures Navy, plus the powerful physical fitness and agility increase brought by the Zaun bird fruit eagle owl form. Although Bai Xiao's steel claws are not as good as the cone dragon cone nails of Qingjiao, which was once the mainstay of the 8 Treasure Navy, but more than once, he tore the head of a great pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Facing the white owl's steel claws with both speed and strength, Galen's eyes were sharp, he did not dodge, and he secretly shouted, "Courage." Then, Galen suddenly swung his big sword, and while Bai Xiao was attacking him, he slashed at Bai Xiao hard. After several stabs, White Owl's steel claws tore through Galen's courage shield in the sparks. Then he broke through Galen's increasingly proficient armament haki, leaving several deep claw marks on Galen's chest. Blood flowed horizontally, and blood continued to drip from Galen's chest. Bai Xiao's chest also had a deep scar visible to the bone. Bai Xiao retreated suddenly, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible? There is something wrong with that sword. Bai Xiao could not have been injured so badly. As a strong man who is almost the same generation as Qingjiao, Baixiao's armament haki has long been mastered. Coupled with the powerful constitution increased by Zoan Devil Fruit, a casual attack would never leave the slightest wound on his body, but Galen's sword actually released a strange energy when it hit him. It instantly interfered with the flow of armament haki in his body, causing his defense to drop instantly. Is this why the world government only sent you here? This sea is really vast. Bai Xiao looked at the young Galen and said with emotion. He knew very well that he would not be Galen's opponent now. After barely breaking through the courage shield and Galen's armament haki, his steel claws only damaged a little of Galen's fur, and that bit of fur is still recovering rapidly. Galen did not answer, but just held the big sword in his hand tightly, intending to pursue the victory and kill Bai Xiao directly under the sword, etc. Bai Xiao looked at Galen who was about to rush over and said hurriedly, "There is no need to fight between us. If the world government wants to weaken the Kingdom of Flowers, our Sanbeo Navy is willing to cooperate with the world government to take action, even directly divide or subvert the flower country." Li Changfu has always wanted to overthrow the Kingdom of Flowers and restore the rule of the Li family, but he had never thought of using the power of world government before, because in front of the world government, the current Sanbeo Navy is just like the Bonanno family that he once supported. Even if the country is successfully restored in the end, no one can tell whether this country belongs to the world government or the Three Treasures Navy. But now, Li Changfu felt that he had no other choice. Galen gave him no other choice. "Sorry, I never said I was a subordinate of the world government. For justice." Galen launched a charge under Li Changfu's disbelieving eyes. After dozens of quick handovers, Li Changfu once again suffered several wounds on his body, and was about to escape through the air with the power of the eagle owl fruit. A huge golden sword fell from the sky and directly cut Li Changfu, who was flying in midair, into two halves together with the white owl. Bai Xiao died, and the Sanbeo Navy collapsed immediately. Countless Sanbeo sailors either ran for their lives or chose to surrender obediently. In the pirate world where strong men can destroy the world, the victory or defeat between the top strong men is often enough to determine the outcome of a war. On the second day, the news that Marine Branch Rear Admiral Galen killed Bai Xiao and destroyed the Sanbeo Navy shocked the entire sea. That guy Bai Xiao actually died in the hands of a Marine. Marine again. In addition to that guy Garp, Marine has another powerful newcomer. Really, those bastards Garp and Marine. I want to take revenge on my grandchildren. Qingjiao, the pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy near the Kingdom of Flowers, watched the news of Bai Xiao's death and roared angrily. His relationship with Bai Xiao is not considered friendly, but every time I think about my head being hammered flat by Garp, and the jade ice cap that I can only look at but never open again. Qingjiao's hatred towards Garp and Marine is endless. Dad, Marine broke the tacit understanding with us and killed Bai Xiaodongliang. Are we going to avenge him? Looking at the extremely angry Qingjiao, the relatively young Lao Cai touched his head and asked straightforwardly, "Revenge?" Qingjiao looked at Lao Cai who seemed to want to avenge Bai Xiao. The anger towards Marine in his heart suddenly turned into extremely melancholy, and then he stared deeply into Lao Cai's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Why should we avenge Bai Xiao? Why should we avenge Bai Xiao? That guy Bai Xiao, does he really think that no one knows about some of his thoughts and plans? Even if that Marine star didn't kill Bai Xiao, sooner or later, someone else will kill Bai Xiao. As my grandson and the pillar of the Babao Navy, please clear your mind." If he really wanted to take revenge on Marine, Qingjiao would have had his head crushed by Garp. When the Bayou ice cap can no longer be opened, Green Pepper can launch it against those Marines in West Blue. Green Pepper is not just one person. What he is thinking about now has never been about revenge for Bai Xiao. Rather, does Bai Xiao's death mean that the world government has begun to take direct action against the Kingdom of Flowers? Today's Babao Navy cannot do without the support of the flower country. Qingjiao looked a little sad, looking at the confused Lao Cai. I began to think about whether to marry Urbao Navy as soon as possible so that the two Navy forces can work together to resist the hostility of the world government. Among the world government, the 5 elders who learned the news that Marine Rising Star Galen had killed the White Owl of the Flower Country were also a little surprised at this time. Can a branch rear admiral kill a guy like Bai Xiao? It seems that another monster has appeared among the Marines. The blonde 5 elders said in admiration. The monster just killed Bai Xiao, but it is far from being called a monster. The bearded 5 elders looked contemptuous, and then said in a deep voice. However, that guy acted recklessly and killed Bai Xiao directly. Will it affect our layout of the Kingdom of Flowers? If the Kingdom of Flowers launches a rebellion with all its strength, the entire West Blue will be in chaos. As the Overlord Kingdom of West Blue, the Flower Kingdom has 7 other naval armies and a large number of directly governed kingdom troops even without the 3 Treasures Navy. In West Blue, almost no country can stop the army of the Kingdom of Flowers. Don't worry. Killing Bai Xiao will be enough to shock the Kingdom of Flowers. Curly hair 5 elders smiled Kaido. The current flower country is no longer the flower country it once was. They were no match for us more than 20 years ago, and they can't stir up any trouble now. He has absolute confidence in the strength of world government and naval headquarters. If the Kingdom of Flowers dares to launch a rebellion, then the Kingdom of Flowers will be completely wiped out. The bald 5 elders, who embraces first-generation kaititsu, are full of murderous intent. It is impossible for the Kingdom of Flowers to affect the balance of this sea. However, there is a new marine star like Galen among the Marines. Don't you think Marine's power is a bit too strong? The bald 5 elders did not pay attention to the Kingdom of Flowers, which had been weakened by the world government for decades. Instead, they set their sights directly on the naval headquarters. This year's military expenditures for naval headquarters should be appropriately reduced. There is no need for another hero like Garp in Marine. The bald 5 elders finished speaking quietly, and the other 5 elders nodded quickly. Subsequently, Galen's commendation appointment was unanimously approved. Reward for merit, this is the basic principle of Marine and world government. But there are too many ways to reward people. The world government needs the strong combat power of the naval headquarters, but it has never needed the naval headquarters to have too strong combat power. What they want is always to maintain the balance of this sea. And I never thought that naval headquarters would wipe out all the big pirates in the first half of the Grand Line and the New World. Without the wreaking havoc and threats of countless big pirates, how can the world government collect heavenly gold, and how can it continue to weaken the power of the countries that join the world government? Politics is a superb art. Promote Galen's rank from Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral, and appoint him as West Blue Marine Inspector, responsible for inspecting the major marine bases in West Blue. With a combat power like Galen's, shouldn't he be transferred directly to naval headquarters and then fight in the New World? What on earth were those 5 guys thinking? Inside naval headquarters Marineford, Sengoku looked at the world government's commendation order and growled in a low voice. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Age, countless pirates have gone to sea, and the strength of naval headquarters has also continued to expand. But compared to the countless pirates, the number of troops is still relatively scarce. Especially in New World. It is a paradise for pirates. The 4 emperors rule almost all the sea areas of New World. The naval headquarters sphere of influence in the New World only has a few marine bases that serve as nails. Sengoku and some righteous marine executives have always wanted to break into the New World, destroy the 4 emperors, and even completely end the era of great pirates. Executing Ace, and then attracting Whitebeard to siege and kill him, was an effort and trial made by Sengoku and others. For naval headquarters, every powerful combatant is precious. If you want to compete with monsters like the New World 4 emperors, only the same monsters can do it. In the world of pirates, only the top strong ones can decide everything. And Galen, who soon became a marine and was able to kill the White Owl on his own, undoubtedly has the potential to become the top powerhouse in the sea. But to fully realize your potential, you often need to go through constant battles with the strong. And put Galen in West Blue where there are only a few big pirates. Undoubtedly, it not only restricted Galen's further advancement in military rank, but also restricted Galen's further growth. However, it seems that the improvement of heroes' strength does not necessarily have to go through battles. They can also be upgraded through exercise. That's okay. No one can stop the growth of heroes. After Sengoku sulked at the 5 elders in the office, he finally reluctantly accepted the 5 elders' commendation appointment for Galen. Even though Sengoku is well aware that the 5 elders are intentionally limiting the growth of naval headquarters. But unless Sengoku and many marine executives completely give up their justice, sit back and watch the entire sea become chaotic. Otherwise, they will face the world government, which firmly controls all marine military expenditures. Sengoku has no countermeasures at all. Marine is also a human being and has to get paid to eat. Not to mention the various warships and weapons that are extremely important to Marine. These are all under the control of the world government. We can't let Marine bases all over the world raise their own military expenses, right? So what is the difference between Marine and pirate? Money is also an extremely powerful force in many cases. In the world of pirates, apart from the top powerhouses, the majority are often ordinary people. Bai Xiao died, Galen was promoted, and the Shishibukai looked at Marine with a new star. It was at this time that the 4 emperors of the New World noticed Galen in West Blue for the first time. That guy Bai Xiao died at the hands of a marine newcomer. On Ghost Island, Kaido of the Beasts burst into tears while drinking heavily after seeing the news of Bai Xiao's death. Kaido once invited Bai Xiao to join his Beasts pirates when he was young. Kaido has always had a soft spot for those Zoan fruit users above the sea. But the next second, Kaido drank all the wine in his gourd. The tears in his eyes disappeared instantly and turned into an incomparable chill, and he said coldly, What a waste. This sea can never tolerate any weak people. A dead Bai Xiao would not attract any interest from Kaido. A new star emerged from West Blue who is powerful enough to kill Bai Xiao. Marine's power has become stronger again. But who cares? Young ladies, there's a party. New World. On the Redfords, Red Hair threw aside the newsprint of Galen killing the White Owl and shouted loudly. Many cotters of the Red Hair pirates also immediately gave out banquet cheers. Just a marine star who killed White Owl is not enough for Red Hair pirates to take it seriously. They are the Four Emperors group, and they have reached the top of the entire New World. Did Bai Xiao actually die at the hands of a marine newcomer? We are all remnants of the old era. Whitebeard looked solemnly at the news of Bai Xiao's death. Neither White Owl nor Galen's power at this time was taken seriously by Whitebeard. Whitebeard doesn't care that Marine has one or two more rising marine stars. After all, as the world's strongest man and the leader of the world's strongest pirate group, Whitebeard's enemy has never been Marine. But, years. Whitebeard is old. But, before I send all my children safely to the new era, no one can defeat me. Ku la la la, Laozi is Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at the captains on the Moby DK who were laughing and laughing around him, with a satisfied smile on his face. Whitebeard's ambition was never to become the pirate king, nor was it to become the strongest man in the world. Being able to have a large family and live happily with them. For Whitebeard, that was enough. The red-haired Kaido and Whitebeard both had their eyes set on the rise of Galen, the rising marine star, and making friends with a large number of emperors of the Dark World, as the big mom with the strongest intelligence among the four emperors group. He just glanced at Galen's information and immediately forgot about it. Well, everyone, let's have a tea party. This way I can eat delicious mousse cake. Big Mom said, drooling like a child in anticipation. A rising marine star stuck in West Blue couldn't attract the attention of too many Big Moms. She has received information about Galen being honored by the world government. At this time in West Blue, they just learned that Galen was promoted to Vice Admiral of the branch. And Duke, who also serves as West Blue's patrol envoy, is full of surprises. He originally thought that after Galen killed Bai Xiao this time, he might be transferred to Naval Headquarters or New World. Unexpectedly, the world government actually kept Galen in West Blue. This is simply creating the best opportunity for Duke to monopolize the West Blue. As Marine Vice Admiral, Galen also killed the legendary White Owl of West Blue. Throughout West Blue, it has a great intimidating power. As the former savior of Vice Admiral Galen, the Valoran family corrected their evil ways and founded the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, dedicated to the welfare and development of all the people of West Blue. Galen Vice Admiral can't support it? And Galen Vice Admiral has fully supported it. What if those small countries or small forces in West Blue dare not to support it? That simply doesn't give Galen Vice Admiral face. Not giving face to Galen, Vice Admiral, is not giving face to Naval Headquarters and World Government. In the entire West Blue, which country dares not to give face to Naval Headquarters and World Government? The Flower Country said that they are still worried that Galen is a member of the World Government, and it is not too late to hide from Galen. The Valoran family's lottery business, as well as its monopoly plan on daily necessities such as water, electricity, and other daily necessities, began to advance smoothly in West Blue. Some originally wanted to pick the peaches of the Valoran family lottery business, or the aristocrats who open a lottery shop themselves. I also gave up the idea after thinking about it for a while. Marine Vice Admiral, even if it is just a branch Vice Admiral, there is no doubt that he stands at the top of the power in the entire sea. Some people say that the most profitable industry in the world is finance or banking, but Duke never thought so. The finance or banking industry has never been a producer of money, nor has it controlled the most critical means of production. Industries that involve basic necessities such as food, clothing, housing, transportation, and water, electricity, etc. are the real huge profits. Duke doesn't have much ambition and just wants to set a simple small goal first. For example, the water and electricity provided by the Valoran family can be used by more than 1 billion people in the entire West Blue. In the dark, the Valoran family, as well as Graves, Set, and others provide military deterrence. In the Ming Dynasty, Vice Admiral provides official support. The Valoran Chamber of Commerce founded by Duke began to develop rapidly in West Blue. At the same time, it has been almost a month since I came to West Blue. Bastia Rear Admiral, who has never been able to solve the ocean disaster Gangplank, can no longer hold back. Have you finally determined the whereabouts of that guy Plank? Charge over and defeat them, Bastia Rear Admiral said excitedly. However, we have not notified Galen Vice Admiral and completed the encirclement plan with Galen Vice Admiral. If we rush forward like this, Lieutenant Colonel Moore, Bastia's adjutant, reminded. As the great pirate ocean calamity Gangplank who caused a lot of trouble in West Blue, he is not necessarily easy to mess with. Who do you think I am? Just a pirate from West Blue. I can definitely take care of him by myself. Everyone, full speed ahead, Bastia Rear Admiral said firmly. When he first came to West Blue, he was a Rear Admiral, and Galen was still a Marine Colonel. But now, Galen has been promoted to Vice Admiral and became the West Blue Patrol Envoy. He's still just a Rear Admiral. If Gangplank is not killed and promoted to Vice Admiral, where will Bastia's reputation as Rear Admiral go? Bastia never felt that he needed Galen's assistance in dealing with Gangplank. He is about to be promoted to Naval Headquarters, Bastio the same blade. Rear Admiral? Then, we are about to be promoted. Bastiu Rear Admiral, who has Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral combat power, was beaten up by Gangplank? If Galen hadn't arrived in time to support him, and Gangplank had deliberately held back, the Shark Sword Bastiu God Rear Admiral will probably become the Dead Fish Sword Bastiu Rear Admiral. Gangplank easily defeated Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Bastiu. Then with the new Marine Branch Vice Admiral. After the news came out that the West Blue Inspector Galen and Vice Admiral fought without a winner for a day and a night, the reputation of Marine Calamity Gangplank and Marine Vice Admiral Galen once again spreads to West Blue. This wave is simply a win-win situation. Well, that means Galen and Gangplank each win once. Only Bastiu Rear Admiral is wounded in the world. Successfully achieved. Gangplank's reputation is so great that even when he arrives at some small West Blue countries, he doesn't need to plunder them at all. Those sensible nobles, wealthy businessmen, and even kings of small countries would immediately prepare a large amount of wealth and respectfully send Gangplank away. In addition to beating the pirate ship Plank one by one on the sea, they were either conquered or destroyed. For those aristocrats and wealthy businessmen, as long as they were willing to pay, Gangplank rarely went on a killing spree. After all, those wealthy merchants and nobles are resources for sustainable growth. It's okay to cut leaks occasionally, but how can we pursue a sustainable development path if we even dig out the roots? West Blue has been regarded by Duke as its base. Gangplank defeated Bastiu Rear Admiral easily, and the reward was increased accordingly, directly to 120 million. He has become one of the few supernovas in the pirate world who has quickly exceeded 100 million in bounty before entering the Grand Line. This time, Plank's reputation spread directly throughout the world. Morgan's News Corporation, which was afraid of chaos, even praised Plank, saying that it was expected to enter the New World and challenge the Four Emperors. Even the high-ranking Four Emperors of New World paid attention to Gangplank for the first time. Even if you look at the entire New World, the pirate with a bounty of over 100 million is considered a strong man. The captains of the more than 40 pirate groups under Whitebeard mostly have bounties of just over 100 million, and have the combat power of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral plus. Just this, plus the 16 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates headquarters. There is no doubt that the Whitebeard Pirates are the strongest pirate group in the world. In the entire pirate world, there are hardly more than 500 powerful men with Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral plus level or above. As for the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, the total number of pirate cotters with bounties over 100 million is less than 40. This was only the bounty that Gangplank had obtained shortly after he went to sea. If this trend continues, Plank may become a super pirate with a bounty of nearly 1 billion. The Four Emperors took a fancy to Plank's potential. But before Plank successfully entered the New World, the Four Emperors only paid attention to Gangplank and did not make any invitation. Plank does have great potential. But above the sea, the most indispensable thing is those short-lived geniuses. The strong reputation brought great convenience to Plank. But when Plank's name spread to the sea, it also meant that Naval Headquarters and the world government will also launch a more powerful encirclement and suppression of Plank. Only if Gangplank successfully survives the siege of Naval Headquarters and reaches the New World alive can he be qualified to face the Four Emperors. Not even Bastiu Rear Admiral is a match for Gangplank. Such a guy must not be allowed to continue to develop. He must be caught as soon as possible. Sengoku's face was heavy. He squeezed Gangplank's latest bounty order in his hand, and said solemnly, although Shirkakuzo Bastiu only has the rank of Rear Admiral now, Sengoku and other marine executives know it very well. After Bastiu's Rear Admiral successfully flew and slashed not long ago, he already has the combat power of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Dash. The capture of Gangplank was originally just to let Bastiu Rear Admiral go through the process, add some achievements, and then promote Bastiu Rear Admiral to the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. But Sengoku and others never expected that Bastiu Rear Admiral, who had mastered the flying slash, was no match for Gangplank. This undoubtedly made Sengoku and others pay more and more attention to Plank. If it weren't for fear of causing greater panic and fueling Gangplank's arrogance, Sengoku would have directly set Gangplank's bounty at 300 million. A big pirate with a bounty of around 200 million often has to be dispatched by the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral to have a chance to catch him. Let me go to West Blue. I will personally chop off Gangplank's head in the name of absolute justice. After Sengoku finished speaking, Buster Call Vice Admiral Doberman, who had several scars on his face, said coldly, as a hawk in the Naval Headquarters, Doberman Vice Admiral believes in absolute justice and will do whatever it takes to win. In the case where Admiral of Headquarters and alternate Admiral mostly need to be stationed in New World and Naval Headquarters, an elite Vice Admiral like Doberman is already the strongest combat force that Naval Headquarters can mobilize in a short period of time. If it's not enough, add Vice Admiral Maynard. Sengoku said quietly Kaido. In addition, for this arrest, it is best to work with Galen Vice Admiral. We must catch guys like Gangplank before they grow into evil enough to harm the world. Either don't do it, or do it absolutely. One Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral with A-level combat power, plus one Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral with A-level combat power, coupled with Galen, who is likely to also have Elite Vice Admiral combat power. 3 against 1, no matter how hard you think, you can't lose. Doberman Vice Admiral nodded seriously, and then rushed to West Blue with Maynard Vice Admiral, hoping to capture Plank as soon as possible. In the West Blue, Duke also had a slight headache at this time due to Gangplank's rapidly growing bounty and Naval Headquarters' vigorous pursuit of Gangplank. Gangplank's level has just been upgraded to level 14 at this time, and he only has the combat power of the A-level Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. If they really have to face the encirclement of Doberman Vice Admiral and Maynard Vice Admiral, they will have to expose Galen or let the Valoran family fully support Gangplank. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Plank to get any benefits at this time. Of course, what troubles Duke the most is that he has no money. That's right, the patriarch of the Valoran family, the president of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, and the behind-the-scenes controller of all lottery shop businesses in West Blue. Duke has no money now. Once completed, water, electricity and other factories can indeed bring a steady stream of terrifying profits to Duke. But before those water and electricity plants were built, the expenses were just as huge. Infrastructure is something that ordinary people cannot afford. Looks like it's time to play with the big pen. Duke's eyes gradually deepened. On the West Blue map in front of him, he directly marked 2 places with red dots. Mesenko Island is a supply point that must pass through for the heavenly gold collected by several kingdoms in West Blue. The 74th branch base of Naval Headquarters is stationed here, and the base director of the 74th branch base is the same as Galen. He also holds the rank of Vice Admiral of the branch, and he once personally captured several big pirates in the New World who had bounties of over 100 million. It is the Marine General specially sent by the world government to ensure the safety of Tianjin. He has a combat power comparable to the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. The officers of ordinary Shi'ai branch bases usually only have the rank of Rear Admiral, and their own combat power is often 2 or 3 levels lower than that of Naval Headquarters generals of the same level. Coupled with the powerful CP agents and Marine generals responsible for transporting the heavenly gold, and the crazy pursuit of the world government that they will inevitably face after plundering the heavenly gold. Countless people in the pirate world know that sky gold is a huge wealth, but there are only a few people who have the strength and courage to touch sky gold. Doflamingo dared to plunder the heavenly gold, but it was never his strength, but his background and the secrets he knew. When Doflamingo plundered the heavenly gold and became Shishibukai, it was far from the strength and power it has today. Most people don't dare to dream of gold in the sky, but Duke does. Anyway, it was Ocean Disaster Plank who started to plunder the gold from the sky. What does it have to do with Duke? As for the world government's crazy pursuit, Naval Headquarters now dispatched the elite Vice Admiral Doberman, plus the Headquarters Vice Admiral Maynard to hunt down Gangplank. It is only a matter of time before we send out alternate admirals or even admirals. Don't worry if you have too much debt. Lack of money will be Duke's biggest problem. After all, how can you become strong without spending money? As for the other red dot on the West Blue map, it is one of the biggest treasures known to Duke in the pirate world, the Bayo Navy's Bayou Ice Cap. Within the Bayou Ice Cap, there are countless treasures accumulated by the 8 Treasure Navy Army over hundreds of years. Only by mastering the supreme secret of the 8 Treasures Navy, the Cone Dragon Cone Nail can open the Bayou Ice Cap and then take out the hidden treasure. The Cone Dragon Cone Nail is the supreme secret of the 8 Treasures Navy that combines armament haki and bachonkan. The powerful secret of being able to concentrate all of one's power into one point, and then completely crush the enemy it attacks from the inside out. Comparable to the armed color emission that only S-level generals and emperors in the pirate world can successfully comprehend. The 10,000 years ice of Bayou Ice Cap, even with an ordinary A+ Shishabukai's combat power, is difficult to break without mastering its unique abilities. At least in his heyday, after Garp smashed his head and destroyed his Tyrannosaurus spike, Qingjiao broke his head, but failed to break the Jade Ice Cap. But Duke wanted to know whether the sharp axe of Naka's hand could break through the ice of 10,000 years. The hand of Naka's is invincible, especially when the S-level lottery held by Duke drew a Black Cutter. Black Cutter, S-level equipment? After equipped, it can increase the user's health, attack power, and mental activity, and it allows the user's attacks to continuously reduce the target's defense and increase his own movement speed. The Black Cleaver was directly equipped by Duke in the Hand of Naka's. The current Hand of Naka's was also in constant battle with Seti, Graves, and others during this period. The level has been upgraded to level 6, and he has the combat power of a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. A few years later, the reward was only 210 million. Lao Cai, who also had the combat power of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. After understanding the Cone Dragon Cone Nail, he can successfully open the Bayou Ice Cap. Now, Darius, the Hand of Naka's, who also has a combat power, holds the artifact Black Cutter. Duke feels that there is a high possibility that Darius will split the Bayou Ice Cap. If it doesn't work, just wait until Darius reaches level 9 before trying again. Anyway, it is relatively easy to level up the heroes in the early stage. The Hand of Naka's and Grigas, the wine barrel summoned by Duke before, took advantage of the night. Quietly left Valoran? When the wine barrel has written down most of the wine recipes he knows, it doesn't make much sense for the wine barrel to remain in the Valoran family. On the contrary, I am about to rob the heavenly gold. And Plank, who is destined to be chased by the world government, needs his help even more. Grigas and Hand of Naka's Darius. Duke never exposed them to the world. The Valoran family is already powerful enough now. Even with a few more powerful heroes, it will be difficult for the Valoran family to open up a new situation in West Blue. Before we prepare for a complete showdown with the world government, concealing the strength of many heroes. Scattering them among various sea areas and major forces is obviously more beneficial to Duke. Sooner or later, the power of the Duke heroes will cover the entire sea. But before that, Duke felt that he had to think of more ways to make some money. Duke has never thought of stopping at the water and electricity infrastructure factories all over West Blue. There is no way. In order to make more money, early investment is necessary. Infrastructure and farming have long been integrated into Duke's soul. 3 days later, Grugas successfully joined Gangplank's pirate fleet. And after beating up a large number of cotters of the Gangplank pirates, he successfully became a senior cotter of the Gangplank pirates. Grugas is very good at drinking and fighting. He was born to be a pirate, and successfully joined the Gangplank pirates in Grugas. The Hand of Noxus also quietly arrived at the Jade Ice Cap, and was about to do something big. A senior cotter of the funeral home, Blood Duke Dracula, was wearing a gorgeous noble uniform. His whole body was pale and smelled of strong blood. Already arrived at West Blue. Are you the leaders of Shadowstream? It's not easy to find you. Dracula casually threw aside the Shadowstream member in his hand, whose limbs had been broken off and whose blood had been sucked out. He said in a deep voice to Dazbones and the Lord of Shadowstream, Zed. In order to determine the whereabouts of Zed and Dazbones, Dracula tortured many members of the Shadowstream. Now, as a price for wasting a lot of my time, I'm only asking once. Are you willing to join the harmonious and friendly family of the funeral home? Blood Duke Dracula grinned and asked arrogantly in an aristocratic tone. Of course, the answer to him was Zed's shuriken, and Dazbones' quick slash. Zed's shuriken plunged directly into Dracula's chest. Dazbones' quick chop even cut Dracula into 2 pieces. Blood splashed everywhere, a large amount of blood spurted out. But the next second, all the blood spurting out instantly turned back, leaving Dracula unscathed. It seems you are planning to refuse. That's a shame. Dracula took off his top hat and gave a gentle aristocratic salute to Zed and Dazbones. There was a flash of blood in his eyes, and he said quietly, "Now, can you please die?" As a senior cotter of the funeral home with a reward of 320 million, Blood Duke Dracula is a user with the special Paramecia Blood Fruit ability. He can control blood at will, and even has weird defensive abilities comparable to those with Logia ability. Ordinary attacks are completely meaningless to Blood Duke Dracula. In other words, any Logia demon fruit power. In a world where strength is generally weak, it is difficult to find an opponent. Unfortunately, the enemy that Blood Duke Dracula faced was the one who controlled the power of Shadow, the Lord of Shadowstream. Is this what Devil Fruit is capable of? The Lord of Shadowstream, G, skillfully avoided a blood whip thrown by Dracula and said in a low voice, "What a familiar attack. But compared to him, your attack is too weak." A master of blood magic, Vladimir is also good at manipulating blood. Next to G, he was accidentally stained by a blood whip. Then a large amount of blood was sucked away in an instant. The pale face of Dazbones moved the corners of his mouth slightly, and finally silently chose to retreat. Compared with Zed and Blood Duke Dracula, who are powerful enough to dominate the new world, today's Dazbones is too weak. Rushing to join the battle will not only have no effect, but will become a drag on the calamity. But Dazbones was determined that this would be the last time. He still wants to go to the new world with Shadowstream and become a hero famous in the sea. A hero never tolerates failure or retreat. A faint black aura began to appear on Dazbones' hands. Duke never kept secrets about the training information of double-color Haki from the cotters and members of all forces under his command, including Capone. Big, who has always wanted to rise to the top. Duke was willing to give those cotters time to work hard and catch up until they could no longer see Duke's back. With the system in place, the future for Duke and the heroes is limitless. Dazbones wisely chose to withdraw from the battle. In a duel between strong men, if a weak one with insufficient strength rashly participates, it will only become a burden. This is also the main reason why most of the top experts in the pirate world choose to fight one-on-one. Too weak. I haven't heard anything like this for a long time. Blood Duke Dracula looked at the unharmed Zed in front of him, and his tone gradually turned cold. If your purpose is to piss me off, congratulations, you succeeded. Go to hell you scum. Blood River Impact. After Dracula finished speaking, countless blood spurted out from all over his body, like a rushing river, trying to completely submerge the disaster. True blood flows against the river. The river of blood rushed, trying to cleanse everything, but in front of the extremely swift G. Although the blood river was vast, it was too slow and could not catch up with G's extremely agile figure. Seeing that the blood river attack was ineffective, Dracula's eyes sternly raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The river of blood exploded instantly and turned into countless blood arrows, shooting toward G like they covered the sky and the sun. This time, let me see how you hide. Countless blood arrows fell from the sky, and G could not avoid them. Countless blood arrows directly penetrated G's body and pinned G to the ground. But the next second, the figure of G, who was pierced by thousands of arrows, turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the void. Behind Dracula, the sharp blade in Zed's hand had pierced Dracula's heart. It is the forbidden secret of robbery, the instant prison shadow killing formation. Those who can. But don't think that you can defeat me. His heart was pierced. Dracula looked surprised, but his body instantly turned to blood. He made a 180-degree turn, grabbed Zed's arm with both hands, and said with a sinister smile, "Got you. Go to hell, bloodsucker." No, I caught you. Dracula grabbed both hands, and saw that all the blood in his body was about to be completely sucked dry by Dracula. G, however, was not in a hurry, raised his head slightly, revealed his dark eyes, and said coldly, "The ignorant are doomed." After G finished speaking coldly, Dracula, who had not drawn any blood and sensed something was wrong, just wanted to withdraw. But in the next moment, a shuriken flashing with a strange black light was inserted directly into Dracula's chest. At the same time, Zed's shadow clone exploded instantly and turned into countless shadow shurikens, blasting Dracula's body full of holes. Dracula's blood fruit allows him to ignore most conventional damage. But faced with the extremely corrosive burst of shadow power and armament haki, Zed wrapped around his shuriken. Not to mention it's just a special paramecia blood fruit. Even the real Logia devil fruit cannot escape death. Dracula's remains collapsed to the ground, and in the distance, Zed's true figure quietly emerged from the shadows. My shadow is enough to defeat you. But don't worry, you won't be alone. Funeral home. On this seat, the killer organization only needs one. No one knows where Zed's true identity is. As someone with S+ potential and experienced a lot of fighting, now the level has been upgraded to level 10, with A+ regular Shishibukai level 1 combat power. G is now the most powerful hero under Duke. Zed plans to let Shadowstream enter the new world and begin to challenge the throne of the Killer King of the Dark World of the Funeral Home. In a slaughterhouse in New World, we just learned that Blood Duke Dracula's life paper was burned out. Pycro, the king of assassins who died at the hands of Shadowstream, was filled with sadness and tears could not stop flowing. My dearest Mr. Draghi left me like this. This is really true. What a waste. When Pycro said this, the tears in his eyes stopped instantly, and the expression on his face instantly changed from sadness to ruthless coldness. Mr. Freddy, you won't disappoint me like Mr. Dracula. Next to Pycro, the top official of the funeral home, the Black Swordsman Freddy, who had a bounty of 490 million, wiped the sword in his hand carefully and said coldly, "You can always trust me, just like I can always trust the sword in my hand. I told Dracula a long time ago that when facing a truly strong person, rely solely on Devil Fruit's ability. There's no way he's a match. Now, do you need me to go to West Blue in person to destroy the Shadow Stream?" With a scraping sound, Black Swordsman Freddy inserted the fast sword 21 Ghost Slash into the sheath and asked coldly. Compared with Blood Duke Dracula, a senior cotter who only relies on his own fruit ability, Black Swordsman Freddy is undoubtedly more powerful. Freddy is a famous swordsman in the New World. He. Of course not. Why are you in such a hurry? With a weird smile on his face, the king of killers, Pycro, rejected Black Swordsman Freddy's proposal. Although that guy Dracula is a loser, but it can kill Dracula without even having a chance to escape and seek help. That Shadow Stream is not that easy to deal with. Mr. Freddy, as a killer, intelligence work is very important. Pycro said to Freddy with concern. I have already lost Mr. Dracula, but I can't lose you again. Although the funeral home is the most powerful killer group in the Dark World. But in addition to Pycro, the cotter of the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral Combat Force, there were only 2 people under Pycro's command. The Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral's level 1 combat power is enough to be considered a top player in the entire pirate world. Because of the death of Blood Duke Dracula, the funeral parlor temporarily postponed its attack on Shadowstream and switched to a full-scale exploration. And because Shadowstream killed the Blood Duke, a senior official in the funeral home, his reputation began to spread rapidly in the Dark World. The Valoran family who unified the West Blue Underground World, Garen Vice Admiral, Ocean Calamity Gangplank, and the Shadowstream who killed the Blood Duke and challenged the funeral home. There's really a lot of big news happening in West Blue these days. Big News Morgans shook a glass of red wine in his hand, stared at some information about the Valoran family and Shadowstream, and said excitedly, "What big news will you bring to the world next? I love big news." No one currently knows the deep connection between Galen and Ocean Scourge Gangplank and the Valoran family. However, the close cooperation between the Valoran family and Shadowstream has never been hidden from the eyes of interested people. The establishment of a huge killer organization was something that not only Zed and Dazbonis could successfully establish. The Valoran family, which unified the West Blue Underground World, helped a lot with intelligence, middle-level personnel, venues, and even customer recruitment. Morgans looks forward to a greater conflict between Shadowstream and the Undertaker. The Shipping King Omit and the Lone Shark King Field are also looking forward to Petro's defeat. Among the kings of the Dark World, not many people liked Pycro who smelled of blood. Except Queen of the Pleasure District, CP0 Stussy, finally sat on the throne of the Dark World Emperor. And Stussy, who has placed many intelligence agents among the major dark forces. The most annoying thing is the new forces and new changes. Intelligence organizations and killer organizations are natural allies. World government has a lot of dirty work that is inconvenient to do, and sometimes it is outsourced to funeral homes and others through Stussy. Stussy and the world government behind it have always been eager to maintain the balance of the entire world. It would be best if the status of all classes and forces in the pirate world, including the world government, would never be shaken. The Valoran family's recent large investment in West Blue, as well as its connections with Galen's Vice Admiral and the funeral home, let the world government also want to appropriately weaken the power of the Valoran family. Mr. Pycro, You seem to have encountered a little trouble recently, do you need my help? Stussy covered her mouth and asked softly. The close connection between Shadowstream and the Valoran family is not a big secret. In other words, the Shadow Flow was originally predicted by Duke. In order to protect his money-making monopoly in West Blue, he specially displayed a sharp blade, clearly protected by Garen's Vice Admiral, and secretly threatened by the Shadowstream killer, coupled with the growing power of the Valoran family. After the Valoran family develops many businesses in West Blue, anyone who wants to pick peaches must carefully evaluate whether he or she is qualified. Does Shadowstream still have the Valoran family that has unified the underground forces in West Blue? What a troublesome combination. Pycro hung up the phone, scratched his head, tilted his head, and said to Black Swordsman Freddy, "He, Mr. Freddy. A lot of people are looking forward to us entering the West Blue and fighting desperately with Shadowstream and the Valoran family. But you wouldn't do that, would you?" Black Swordsman Freddy silently wiped the long sword in his hand while looking at Kaido coldly. As Pycro's newest and most powerful cotter, Black Swordsman Freddy knows Pietro. Pycro was never a murderous fool. If it were just a killer organization that could be easily crushed by a funeral home, Pycro would destroy it without hesitation. But facing an organization that is enough to truly challenge Pycro's status as the king of the killer field, Pycro will instead be extremely cautious. The most important thing is that at this time, the Funeral House and Shadowstream and the Valoran family are at full war in West Blue. Regardless of victory or defeat, the Funeral House will suffer heavy losses. The West Blue is the domain of House Valoran. But this world is very, very big. Grand Line and New World are our areas. Freddy smiled strangely at Kaido, but his tone was extremely sinister. Sooner or later the funeral home will bury those who try to offend us. But now, Mr. Freddy, it's time for our next mission. We can't keep our customers waiting impatiently. A few days later, a big pirate in the New World with a bounty of hundreds of millions was beheaded by the Black Swordsman Freddy. For a time, the forces in the Grand Line and New World who were waiting for the funeral home and Shadowstream were both harmed and were planning to take advantage, and all stopped their little actions. There was a strange calm temporarily between Shadowstream and the funeral home. But in West Blue, a huge storm has been directly ignited. Mesenko Island, outside the 74th Branch Base. Countless pirate ships covered the horizon, surrounding the 74th Branch Base and several marine warships loaded with gold from the sky. Yes, Ocean Calamity Plank's fleet. Are they trying to rob the heavenly gold? This is simply against the world. Countless Marines in the 74th Branch Base were horrified. The Vice Admiral Joseph of the branch and Viper Snape, the CP agent leader responsible for escorting the heavenly gold, were even more pale. The reputation of Ocean Calamity Gangplank has already become famous around the world after his defeat of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Bastille. But they never expected that this guy Plank would be so courageous that he dared to plunder the gold from the sky. A mere pirate dares to be the enemy of the world. This is simply asking for death. Joseph Vice Admiral drew his saber and pointed it at Plank, his words filled with seriousness. As Vice Admiral, a specially arranged branch of world government, Joseph believed in his own strength. What's more, he is not the only master present. Next to Joseph Vice Admiral, CP agent leader Snape's eyes had quietly turned into snake pupils, and his two fangs were dripping deadly venom outwards. The CP agent leader Snape is a Zoan Snake Fruit Viper ability user, possessing the combat power of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Adash. With the two of them working together, Joseph Vice Admiral believed that if not defeating Gangplank, it would be enough to hold him back. And as long as it takes 2 hours, with the support of countless marine bases around, they will continue to arrive and completely eliminate Plank, the ocean disaster. Unfortunately, they don't have that much time. Not a word is too much, and not a word is useless. The roaring and wailing are endless. The 74th Branch Base Fort and the Sky Gold Fleet, and Gangplank's pirate fleet, immediately started pouring artillery fire on each other. The 74th Branch Base is not like the one that was looted by Gangplank in the beginning and is in a state of decay. Strong forts, fierce artillery, and the firepower of the specially made Golden Fleet in the sky. For a moment, countless cannonballs stirred up countless waves on the sea, and also directly blasted a large number of Plank's pirate ships into pieces. However, the artillery fire of the 74th Branch Base is powerful, but the artillery fire of Gangplank's pirate fleet is even more powerful. The Abyss, whose hull was covered with countless runes, fired a large amount of artillery fire immediately, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and even 10th round without stopping. Coupled with the volley fired by a large number of attached pirate ships, for a moment, the entire sky seemed to be covered in pitch-black cannonballs. The shells were like raindrops, and the countless smoke was like thick fog, gradually covering the entire sea and the surrounding area of Mesenko Island. The sight of both sides was obscured by gunpowder smoke. But those shells that keep cutting through the smoke and roaring to bring death, as well as the flashes of fire from time to time in the thick fog, as well as the never-ending wailing, indicating that this battle is becoming more and more fierce. The shadows in the smoke continued to grow larger, and the roar of shells being loaded and fired became closer and closer. Even the cracking sounds of the deck cracking and the mast breaking became gradually more clearly audible. The Marines at the 74th Branch Base, as well as the CP agents responsible for escorting the Heavenly Gold, all tightened their weapons. They knew that a brutal hand-to-hand battle was about to begin. The next second, in the smoke, a hideous and terrifying giant ship instantly cut through the smoke and appeared in front of Joseph, Vice Admiral and Agent Snape. Young men, chop their bones into pieces and dye the sea red with their blood. I am the scourge of the ocean. On the bow of the abyss, Plank stood tall and proud, holding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, shouting loudly. Behind him, a large number of pirate ships carrying blood and fire were also jumping out of the smoke at this time. The pirates cheered loudly, and under the leadership of Gangplank, they rushed directly to the dock and the warships docked on the dock. Joseph, Vice Admiral, on the other hand, shouted that justice would prevail and faced Gangplank decisively. Several large warships loaded with gold from the sky were docked at the dock. Neither Joseph nor Snape could take a step back. Joseph waved his saber and struck Gangplank directly in the chest. Snape, on the other hand, said nothing and hid his figure among the crowd. Then while Joseph was attacking, like Lion Majesty, he suddenly stretched out his head and bit Gangplank's neck. Joseph's sharp saber flashed with black light, and Snape's curved fangs lurked deadly venom. With the two of them attacking, especially Snape's secret attack, an ordinary naval headquarters vice admiral might fall down with just one hit if he was careless. However, they met Gangplank, who was now level 13 and possessed the combat power of the naval headquarters elite vice admiral. Plank fired a special lead bullet directly into Joseph's heart. Before Joseph's saber hits Gangplank's chest, Gangplank's bullet will penetrate Joseph's heart first. Joseph hurriedly waved his sword to block it, and there was a ding sound. Gangplank's bullets hit a lot of sparks on Joseph's saber, and at the same time forced Joseph Vice Admiral to take a few steps back. Joseph Vice Admiral was knocked back by one of Gangplank's bullets, but Snape's snake head had already approached Gangplank's head. Seeing that the deadly fangs were about to pierce through Gangplank's neck, there was a flash of fire, and a scimitar with blazing flames directly jammed Snape's deadly fangs. The strange and hot flames began to spread along Snape's fangs towards Snape's head and body. Snape suddenly felt severe pain, but just as he was about to pull away, his fangs were stuck by the scimitar. For a moment, he found it difficult to move. Seeing that the strange flames were about to completely cover Snape's head, Snape's heart skipped a beat and his long head suddenly spun around. He directly broke off his two fangs, and then quickly retracted his head. The fangs fell to the ground, and the venom splashed out from the fangs corroded many holes on the hard deck. Plank didn't care, he just jumped over the potholes and waved the scimitar in his hand. He pointed directly at Snape, who was covering his mouth, with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, and his hair was burnt black, and said contemptuously, "Compared to that guy's venom, your venom is so bad." In Gangplank's memory, the venom of Cassiopeia, the snake's embrace, was undoubtedly more deadly than Snape's venom. Snape didn't reply, but looked coldly at Joseph, who was not far away with his snake eyes open, and said expressionlessly, "He's strong, we have to stop him here at all costs. God's treasure will never be allowed to fall into the hands of these untouchables." As the leader of the CP agents responsible for escorting the heavenly gold, Snape has already been completely brainwashed by the world government and celestial dragons. In his eyes, celestial dragons are the creators of this world and the living gods of this world, and the glory of God must never be blasphemed. Joseph nodded solemnly. Just one bullet made him understand the gap between him and Gangplank. But the heavenly gold of world government is right in front of him, and even if he dies, Joseph must keep these heavenly gold. The commands of the world government were absolute to a man like Joseph. But just when Joseph was about to desperately step forward to block Plank, a man with a round body, the fat man, who was holding the wine barrel and burping, stood directly in front of him. "Want a drink?" Of course Joseph didn't take the wine from Grga's. Just with a cold face, he swung the saber in his hand and slashed Grga's hard. He didn't have time to fool around with a drunk like Grga's. There was a flash of light and a bang. Grga's left hand holding the wine barrel forcefully blocked Joseph's saber. A little blood kept dripping, but Grga's calmly drank the glass of wine in his right hand without spilling a drop. "Don't waste the wine," hiccup. Grga's took a drink, and the wound on his left arm began to heal quickly. Grga's physique is different from ordinary people. For him, wine is the best healing medicine. Still drinking. "I'll see how you recover from this blow. Go to hell and decapitate me." Joseph looked at Grga's gradually healing arm, snorted coldly, and swung the knife again. This time, Joseph aimed at Grga's head. No matter how powerful Grga's is, Joseph didn't believe that Grga's head could heal after it fell off. Grga's head fell off and it was impossible to heal. But the premise is that Joseph must successfully chop off Grga's head. As the sword approached, Grga's fat figure disappeared without a trace in an instant. Grga's is a nimble fat man. The next second, a sandbag-sized fist mixed with the violent impact of Grga's round body hit Joseph's abdomen hard. "Meat bomb impact," Grga said drunkenly. Joseph's eyes widened in an instant, and his body became hunched, like a dehydrated shrimp, struggling constantly and being punched away by Grga's. Grga's, whose biggest hobby besides drinking and fighting, has been rising rapidly. Even if it is an ordinary naval headquarters vice admiral, Grga's may not be unable to fight it. And Joseph? Although he is the vice admiral of the marine branch deliberately selected by the world government, but the real strength is only slightly stronger than the ordinary rear admiral. It's fight time. Grga's narrowed his eyes and began to pursue the victory. Snape, who had originally expected to besiege Plank with Joseph, silently stood in front of Plank after cursing trash. As the CP agent responsible for escorting the heavenly gold, Snape had no way out. The battle is getting more intense. The Marine soldiers in the 74th branch base are well trained, and the CP agents responsible for escorting the Heavenly Gold are all elite. But the former captains and officers of the large number of West Blue pirates gathered by Gangplank are by no means ordinary minions. Suddenly, the dock of the 74th branch base was filled with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Blood covered the pier, and the sea gradually became blood-colored waves. But the brutal fighting continues. Snape had just managed to avoid Gangplank's scimitar through the paper art snake body, and the next moment, a powerful bullet hit his chest. If it weren't for Snape's simultaneous activation of Iron Body and Armament Haki, as well as the powerful vitality and recovery bonus brought by the Zaun fruit, Snape had already died from Gangplank's bullets and scimitar. Snape could no longer hold on for much longer. The injuries caused by being hit by a large number of bullets caused Snape's physical strength to continue to decline. Blood continued to spurt out, and Snape's eyes even began to have some afterimages due to the massive blood loss. But Snape remained expressionless, forcing himself to squeeze out the last bit of energy in his body. The 5 fingers were slightly bent together like a snake's kiss, and the arm twisted and turned rapidly like a snake's body, and stabbed Gangplank's heart fiercely. Finger pistol snake bite. The arms twist and thrust like lion majesty, coupled with the piercing of finger pistol. It was enough to dazzle an ordinary person, and then unknowingly be pierced directly to the heart by Snape's snake bite. In addition to being a viper fruit user, Snape is also a strong person in the 6 forms. But unfortunately, the huge gap in hard power. It is not possible to resist with some fancy 6 postures. Gangplank's scimitar accurately hit Snape's arm amid Snape's disbelieving eyes. It left a deep wound with bone visible on it, as well as a strange and blazing fire. Gangplank's scimitar is more deadly than his bullets? The fire continued to spread upwards along Snape's arm. Snape's eyes froze and he endured the severe pain. He groaned, pointed like a knife, and cut off his right arm. In the world of pirates, broken arms seem to have almost become a tradition. But Gangplank never thought of cutting off just one of Snape's arms. What he wanted was Snape's head. With a bang, not far away, Joseph Vice Admiral rolled his eyes and was punched into the sea by Grigas. The wounds caused by the bullets and the trauma of the broken arm made Snape's body start to tremble slightly. The defeat of Joseph Vice Admiral made Snape slightly absent-minded, and when he came back to his senses, a sharp sword light with blazing fire had already cut across his neck in an instant. Blood spurted out, the world spun, and Snape's head rolled to Gangplank's feet with several gurgling sounds. Then, he was crushed by Gangplank. The battles in the real pirate world can never be as innocent as in anime. Death and killing are the only truths in this cruel sea. Joseph Vice Admiral and the CP agent leader were defeated one after another, and the Marine soldiers in the 74th branch base were the first to collapse. And those elite CP agents responsible for escorting the Heavenly Gold put up a final resistance. Gangplank and countless pirates were all killed. Most CP agents are orphans adopted and brainwashed by the world government since childhood. The mission of celestial dragons and world government is absolute. The consequences of mission failure are even more terrifying to them than death. Half an hour later, Plank and others drove away in several marine warships that were still intact, loaded with gold from the sky, and in an icy wasteland near the West Blue Flower Country. Darius, the Noxian hand holding the black cleaver, looking coldly at the countless treasures buried under the ice of 10,000 years, he jumped up suddenly and struck hard at the thick ice cap under his feet. The treasure location of the 8 treasures navy in the Kingdom of Flowers is not as difficult to find as imagined. And with the protection of 10,000 years of ice, the Babeo Navy has never placed any treasure guards near the Bayou ice cap. It is impossible for ordinary pirates and thieves to break through the Jade ice cap. As for the strong man who can forcefully break through the Jade ice cap and take away the treasure, he will die if the 8 treasure navy comes. Those damn wastes actually let those lowly pirates take away the gold in the sky. This is simply a provocation to the world. I propose that the Admiral be dispatched immediately to execute the entire Gangplank pirates. In the Holy Land of Marijois, the blonde 5 elders roared angrily after learning that the heavenly gold of several kingdoms in West Blue had been stolen. Over the years, in addition to the long-ago rocks and the original celestial dragons, Doflamingo has looted celestial gold. Gangplank was the first pirate to dare and successfully rob the sky gold. Kizaru is responsible for managing the scientific force and protecting the Holy Land. Aokiji and Akaino are also busy suppressing the big pirates in the New World during this time. Those guys in the New World gutter have been in a bit of trouble lately. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to get out for a while. Curly hair 5 elders said in a low voice. Then don't care about that pirate. No matter what, we must respond to this matter as soon as possible. The majesty of world government must not be offended. God's order is absolute. The bearded 5 elders look cold and kill Kaido. It's just that some heavenly gold was robbed. This kind of thing can't shake God's order. Just raise the reward and let the naval headquarters and CP agents vigorously encircle and suppress it. The slightly bald 5 elders shook their heads and said in a deep voice. Compared to the pirate who dared to plunder the gold from the sky, those revolutionary troops are our biggest problem. They recently overthrew another kingdom. Another kingdom overthrown. The bald 5 elders, who was embracing first-generation Kaititsu, had a sharp light flashing in his eyes, with endless killing intent, and said coldly, "Those damn Ds. We should have killed them all in the past. The leader of the revolutionary army is Monkey D. Dragon. The D family has always been the natural enemy of God. The ocean disaster Gangplank's actions of looting gold from the sky soon shocked the whole world. Naval headquarters is also under the orders of the world government. In addition to the elite Vice Admiral Doberman and Maynard who were sent previously, he also quickly dispatched a backup Admiral T. Dolphin to pursue him. At the same time, Plank's bounty also soared to 470 million. Grgas, the Grgas, was also responsible for defeating the Vice Admiral of Joseph's branch. For the first time, the reward amount was directly increased to 130 million. The remaining cotters of the Gangplank pirates also received large increases in their bounties. Even before reaching the Grand Line, there was a bounty worth hundreds of millions. At this moment, Plank was no longer considered a so-called supernova, and has become a veritable big pirate. Of course, the premise is that he must survive the crazy siege by the world government and naval headquarters. Hey, loot the gold from the sky. The sea is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo laughed eerily at Dressrosa. He loves a chaotic world. Jinbei frowned slightly when he saw Gangplank's high reward. Gangplank wants to enter the new world, and the Fishmen Island is the only route that the Gangplank pirates must pass. It is undoubtedly very dangerous for a powerful pirate group to enter the Fishmen Island. His shadow will definitely add a powerful zombie to me. Kaido, wait for me until I gather a powerful zombie army. I will definitely take revenge on you. Gecko Moria in the terrifying sailboat squeezed Gangplank's latest bounty and roared in a low voice. Empress Hancock's eyes lit up slightly after seeing the news that Gangplank had plundered the heavenly gold, and then she directly threw Plank's reward order aside. Just robbing the sky gold will at best prevent Hancock from taking the initiative against Plank. Only by beating or killing celestial dragons can you gain a lot of favor from Hancock. The bear and the sand crocodile were busy with their own plans. After briefly glancing at Plank's intelligence, they threw it aside. As for my hawk, he never cared about the little things. How many times can the great pirate with a bounty of 470 million kill him? The bounties offered by the 7 warlords of the sea are never equal to their strength. Well, probably except for Moria, who was hit hard and turned into a weakling. Well, plunder the gold from the sky. What a bold newcomer, I like it. Big Mom said excitedly while eating the mousse cake. Go hand out tea party invitations to him, if he can become my family. That would be great. The wedding cake is going to be delicious. When Big Mom said this, he licked his tongue and saliva began to drip from the corners of his mouth. Big Mom wants to recruit the Gangplank pirates, and the other 4 emperors also expressed goodwill toward Gangplank. No 4 emperors would dislike having too many cotters under their command. The 4 emperors team also needs to constantly add new blood, especially super newcomers like Gangplank. As for the hostility of the world government caused by recruiting Plank, if they don't recruit Gangplank, wouldn't the world government be hostile to the 4 emperors group? The new world is not the domain of world government. Gangplank, who successfully robbed the sky gold, suddenly became the focus of the entire world. At this time in Valoran Island, Duke also looked at the skyrocketing wealth value on the system panel, his eyes shining. Recharge 44.2 billion wealth value. Host's current wealth value is 44.65 billion. Up to 20 billion wealth values can be consumed for SS level draws. SS level lottery, guaranteed to win S level prizes. Hey, we can do the SS level lottery now. But shouldn't the SS level lottery consume 10 billion worth of wealth? How did it become 20 billion? If the SS level lottery requires 20 billion wealth values, how much will the SSS level lottery cost? 200 billion? 400 billion? Or higher? Who can afford this? Duke looked at the prompts issued by the system, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Duke is now vigorously developing lottery stores and monopoly projects such as water and electricity, which can probably bring him billions of dollars in revenue every month. But this is just revenue, not net profit. It is impossible for Duke to use all the income to top up. The construction of the ever-expanding water and electricity factories and the wages of workers are all big expenses. Even Blue Star, which had a highly developed productivity in its previous life, had only a few companies in the world with a net profit of over 100 billion a year. And looking at the world of pirates, Duke is even more confident. Apart from the heavenly gold of the world government, the only one with an annual income of hundreds of billions is the Gold Emperor Tetsalo. After all, with the golden fruit and the lucky fruit, it's hard not to get rich. The total sky gold of the several kingdoms of West Blue that Gangplank robbed is only 14.3 billion, leaving a wealth value of nearly 30 billion. It all comes from hundreds of years of savings from the Babao Navy. Well, Babao Sailor is simply a good guy. Duke silently gave the Babao Navy a thumbs up. The Babao Marines are called Marines, but they are actually pirates. Duke doesn't have any psychological burden at all when he robs pirates of their money. The SS level lottery turned into 20 billion. Although Duke was slightly sad, he looked at the tens of billions of wealth in front of him. Duke pressed the lottery button without hesitation. Isn't it just 20 billion? System, pump it for me. Compared with ordinary A-level or S-level combat power, only the peak combat power of the 4 emperors is surpassed. Only then is it possible for Duke to truly defeat the world government and then monopolize the entire world. Consumption of 20 billion wealth value. Host's remaining wealth value is 24.65 billion. Congratulations to host for winning the SS prize, Gangplank's exclusive skin Ghost Captain. Skin Ghost Captain, Ocean Scourge Gangplank's exclusive skin. After equipped, Ocean Calamity Gangplank can control the power of ghosts, and his attributes and potential will be greatly improved. Note, multiple skin attributes cannot be superimposed. What? Can you still hit the skin? And the skin can make the hero stronger again. Duke looked at the skin of his own Gangplank's Ghost Captain and directly equipped Gangplank without saying a word. At this time, Gangplank, who had just conquered another pirate group in West Blue, a blue light flashed quietly in his eyes, and the entire abyss also flashed a deep blue light in an instant. Ocean Disaster Plank. Level 13. Strength S. Physique S. Agility S. Spirit S. Potential S+. Possess equipment, Skin Ghost Captain. Possess abilities, Ghost Power, Gunfire Negotiation, Cannon Barrage, etc. Overall evaluation S. Ghost Power, you can turn yourself and Gangplank's belongings into ghosts, ignore physical attacks, and can penetrate objects. At the same time, Ghost Power can directly damage the soul. Gangplank once relied on pistols, machetes, bullets, and sharp blades to become the recognized king of pirates. And now, having broken the boundary between life and death and controlling the power of ghosts, Gangplank is destined to dominate the entire ocean. The potential has been directly upgraded from S to S+, and the attributes have basically increased by 2 levels, coupled with the mysterious power of ghosts. In this wave, Gangplank directly strengthened to an epic level. Duke almost smiled from ear to ear. He was originally worried about how Gangplank would face the crazy pursuit of the world government and naval headquarters. After all, looting gold from the sky is no small matter. But now, Duke feels that it would be good to find the right opportunity to grab a few more waves of heavenly gold. As for what kind of ripples it will cause in the pirate world by constantly snatching gold from the sky, Duke said that Plank now has nothing to fear. Well, anyway, what does the gold in the sky that Plank grabbed have to do with me, Duke? I'm just the godfather of a small Valoran family in West Blue. The skin was drawn in the first SS level lottery, which gave Duke greater confidence in the future growth of heroes. After all, some heroes do have insufficient potential. But now, as long as you have money, you can take out skins like the God King Dark Star Source project. What are you afraid of if your potential is weak? If you don't have enough strength, you can use Krypton Gold to make up for it. Sorry, if you have money you can do whatever you want. Duke thought of this, rubbed his excited little hands, and pressed the lottery button again. System, give me another SS level lottery. Consumption of 20 billion wealth value, host's remaining wealth value is 4.65 billion. Congratulations to host for winning the SS prize, Janna, the hero of Storm Fury. Janna, Fury of the Storm. Grade 1. Strength, B+. Physique, B+. Agility, A. Spirit, A. Potential, SS. Equipment owned, none yet. Possess abilities, Follow the Wind, Howl the Hurricane, Protect the Wind, etc. Overall rating A. As the legendary storm spirit, Janna possesses unparalleled power. She is the personification of wind, the goddess of storms. But the long years have caused countless people to forget their faith in her, and her strength has also weakened. But even so, she went beyond the limits of what a mere mortal could achieve. As long as she gets enough power of faith, her strength will further grow. Janna the Fury of the Storm. Ha ha ha, SS has the potential and can further enhance its strength by collecting faith. This wave is simply taking off. Duke was so excited that he almost couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear, and then directly summoned Janna, the Fury of the Storm. Who wouldn't like a goddess who can make you so happy that you can't even breathe for just 998? Duke said he liked it anyway. Countless glimmers of light condensed, crystal white hair, cool clothes, and eyes as soft and clear as the breeze. Janna, the Fury of the Storm, quietly appeared in front of Duke's eyes. The incarnation of wind, at your disposal. Janna bowed slightly to Duke and said softly, "So Janna, are you interested in setting up a smooth sailing ship in this world?" Duke said quietly, "Kaido. Janna can protect countless ships from storms on the sea, and can also make ships sail faster on the sea. With this kind of ability, in the pirate world with abnormal climate and traffic congestion, if he doesn't open a shipping company, Duke feels that he is simply short of Janna's abilities. Of course, the most important thing is that the shipping company operates well and is very, very profitable. Omit, who only monopolizes part of the underground world's freight, is one of the kings of the dark world. Well, just now I was laughing at the fact that the funeral home was in West Blue, a deep current Omit who suffered a big loss from the newly emerged Shadow Stream organization. In a few days, I guess I won't be able to laugh anymore. Follow your will and I will follow the wind." Janna nodded slightly. Guarding those ships sailing on the sea is her job. Janna never leaves those who need her help. Of course, when facing those cunning thugs, Janna will also let them understand what the Fury of the Storm is. Duke and Janna briefly chatted about the development of downwind shipping, and then recovered their minds. Looking at the more than 4 billion worth of wealth lying quietly on his system panel, he pressed the lottery button heavily. The SS level lottery with 20 billion for one shot is really cool. The prizes are also very attractive. But Duke said that the S-level lottery of 1 billion shots seems to be good. It's definitely not because he, Duke, is poor now. System, give me 4 S-level draws right now. Duke roared lowly. Then, Duke looked at the 4 prizes lying quietly on the system panel, and his face burst into laughter. Did I win the hero gift pack? Consumption of 1 billion wealth values. Host received S-level prize, Hero Blood Harbor Ghost Pike. Consumption of 1 billion wealth values. Host receives S+ level prize, Hero Naka's lead Swain. Consumption of 1 billion wealth values. Host gets S-level prizes, Heroic Glory Executioner Draven. Consumption of 1 billion wealth values. Host receives an A-level prize and is equipped with a giant belt. 4 draws, 3 heroes, plus a piece of A-level equipment. Although the A-level prize giant belt was drawn in the S-level lottery, but Duke felt that this wave was a real gain. What's more, if the giant's belt and the crystal bracers Duke drew before are combined with a burning gem, maybe we can put together another fanatic armor system. Extract all heroes immediately, Duke said excitedly. The next second, 3 tall figures quietly appeared in front of Duke. Death spat me out again, and I will bring an abyss to this world. Blood Harbor Ghost Pike knelt on one knee and said to Duke in a deep voice. The ghost of Blood Harbor rose again from the deep sea and became a death killer that frightened countless people. But now, he will devote his eternal loyalty to Duke. Destiny is endless and is as perishable as ordinary people. But my lord, you and your country will last forever. Possessing endless wisdom, the leader of Noxus bowed his head to Duke and said respectfully. Beside him, Draven tossed the throwing axe in his hand, lowered his head and said, "The axe is in my hand, all I need is the prey. Do you need me to kill something for you? You don't need it now, but soon, the entire sea will become your hunting ground. Commander Swain, are you interested in rebuilding Noxus in this world?" Duke looked deeply at the Noxian leader Swain in front of him and said quietly. Swain, Draven, and Darius have all been summoned. Duke himself would find it unjustifiable if he did not rebuild a Noxus in the pirate world. Of course, the most important thing is that the 20-fold increase in wealth value in the SS level lottery makes Duke slightly worried. He also wants to draw out the star-casting Dragon King. SSS level lottery ghosts know how much wealth it costs. Duke wanted to know whether the country he founded and the currency he issued could also be recognized by the system. Duke decided to found a country and test a hypothesis. Follow your wishes, and you will be the supreme emperor of Noxus forever. Swain respects Kaido. As for how to build a country, Swain said that they have no problem with founding a country. He is the peerless, the resourceful general who single-handedly led Noxus from decline to strength, and is also the true founder of the powerful Noxus Empire. Swain and Draven quietly left Valoran under the cover of night. The pale crow that always hovers on his shoulder and the power of the devil can prevent him from anyone's detection. He will quietly meet Darius in the sea near the Kingdom of Flowers, then head to the first half of the Grand Line, where Noxus is rebuilt. As for Blood Harbor Ghost Pike, Duke thought for a moment. Let him quietly join Gangplank in the sea. Although Gangplank's power has been enhanced to an epic level by the Ghost Captain's skin, but after plundering the Heavenly Gold, Gangplank faced more than just 1 or 2 enemies. In addition to the 3 admirals, Naval Headquarters also has 2 alternate admirals, a marshal, a chief of staff, a general instructor, plus a hero Vice Admiral Garp. This does not include Kong, the commander-in-chief of the World Government Army, and the masters hidden in CP0, as well as the strong men who can be recruited through the world recruitment at any time. World government can firmly rule the entire world for 800 years. What we rely on is never the so-called benevolence and morality and the distorted and obliterated history, but it is real and powerful enough to defeat all those who resist. Plank needs help. Most of the 4 emperors have star disasters or something like that, so it's normal for Gangplank to have a few more powerful cotters under his command. It's hard to stay in West Blue Gangplank if you want to survive under the serious siege of the world government and the naval headquarters. Gangplank had no choice but to head to the New World as quickly as possible. New World is the real paradise for pirates. Blood Harbor Ghost Pike, Swain, and others all started taking action. Janna also turned into the breeze under Duke's instructions and quietly headed to the capital of 7 Waters. There she will start a group destined to crush all current shipping companies in the pirate world, Tailwind Shipping. But before establishing Tailwind Shipping, she needed a large number of seagoing ships. What is the most important thing in shipping? Is it the route? Is it the customers? Is it the relationship with the world government and the pirates? No, the most important thing is always the boat. In the world of pirates, only the city of 7 Waters has the potential to satisfy Janna's needs. As for where did the money for shipbuilding and the sailors come from? Janna said, naturally we have to rely on the endless specialties of the pirate world. Those pirates? Perhaps most pirates choose to go to sea because of life pressure or dreams. But when they actually went to sea, the harsh weather, cruel environment, shortage of food and fresh water. There are also psychological diseases that are easy to develop if you stay at the sea all year round. It can often easily turn most young men with dreams into real pirates who commit evil deeds. Most pirates deserve no sympathy at all. Of course, those corrupt kings, nobles, and celestial dragons who caused countless young people to be forced to go to sea are even less worthy of sympathy. Plank said that the king's nobles, including the Sky Gold, were the real targets worth plundering by the pirates, and the heads of the evil-doing pirates on the sea, as well as their wealth. Their ships, including those minions with bounties on their heads, will all make a huge contribution to the establishment of downwind shipping. This is called making the best use of everything, eating more than one fish. Janna can't just move the breeze. as Duke's most potential hero at present. At just level 1, she has a combat power comparable to that of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Given time, Janna's storm could even be enough to flood the entire world. But before Janna takes the world by storm, it's wise to make some money first. The Valoran family or the Chamber of Commerce, even with the secret intimidation of Galen Vice Admiral and Shadowstream. However, the development and expansion of power are almost entirely limited to West Blue. The establishment and development of those water and electricity plants also requires a lot of time and money. The world government cannot even accommodate a kingdom of Germa that unites North Blue, let alone a behemoth that spans the 4 seas. The Valoran family, or the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, controls the underground order of West Blue. At the same time, becoming the most powerful Chamber of Commerce in West Blue is the limit that the world government can tolerate. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Duke doesn't have many other things, but he has enough heroes. Summon heroes and let them bloom all over the world. Duke quietly acts as a behind-the-scenes boss, which seems to be quite good. Anyway, no one would think that I, the patriarch of a small West Blue Valoran family, have some friendship with Galen, Vice Admiral, and Shadowstream. Can you also directly control the world-famous great pirate Gangplank, as well as the soon-to-be-established Noxus Empire and the smooth sea transportation, right? Duke secretly thought that near the Kingdom of Flowers, Qingjiao, who had just discovered that the 8 Treasure Navy's centuries-old treasure had disappeared inexplicably, screamed at the top of her lungs. My treasure. It's over, it's all over. BD Garp, I'm going to hate you until my grandchildren. Since there was no one to take the blame for, it was natural that he could only pass the blame to Garp. What's more, if Garp hadn't knocked Qingjiao's head off, the treasure of the Babao Navy would not have been buried under the ice of 10,000 years. In the end, he was taken away by Darius, the Hand of Noxus. Garp picked his nose and lay down for no apparent reason. Grandpa, stealing such a huge treasure will definitely leave a lot of noise. I will definitely find the guy who stole the treasure and take back our treasure. Qingjiao knelt on the ground, dejected, while Lao Cai said angrily from the side. Treasures worth tens of billions will inevitably leave traces whether they are transported or used for cash. As long as you investigate carefully, you are likely to find some clues. But Qingjiao, who was kneeling on the ground and dejected, just glanced helplessly at the 10,000 years ice that was split into a canyon in front of him. He punched Lao Cai directly and punched a big bump on Lao Cai's head, and then said in pain, "No need to check. After some time, prepare to get engaged to Eliza, the daughter of Urbao Navy's pillar. It is impossible to conduct an in-depth investigation. Someone who can forcefully split the Bayou ice cap and steal the treasure that the 8 Treasure Navy has hidden for hundreds of years without anyone noticing is definitely not an enemy that the 8 Treasure Navy can face now." As a well-known strong man on the sea, Qingjiao knows very well how strong the top strong men are. Yamato is terrifying. If you can split the Bayou ice cap, you can directly destroy the current 8 Treasure Navy. Qingjiao made a painful and helpless decision. And when Lao Cai learned that he was going to be engaged to Urbao Navy Eliza, he immediately turned into a mask of pain. There are many beauties among pirates, but they are very muscular, with big shoulders and round waists, and their faces are full of flesh. Eliza, who also has a bunch of pretty boys, is definitely not a qualified marriage partner in the eyes of a normal man. Well, maybe Loki, the giant prince with unique taste, like Eliza's. Lao Cai was in great pain, but as the next generation of the Babao Navy, Lao Cai could not refuse his marriage to the Urbao Navy for the continuation and development of the Babao Navy. The current Babao Navy needs the support of the Urbao Navy. The 8 Navy armies in the Kingdom of Flowers are never monolithic. Rights and responsibilities are always relative. Time passed quietly, and the whole world seemed to be peaceful. The chaos in the New World quietly subsided after the Black Swordsman and Peercrow took action one after another, killing several pirates who wanted to challenge the funeral home with a bounty of over 100 million. Swain and the others had just arrived on the Grand Line and were still choosing a suitable kingdom to serve as the remnant of the Noxian Empire. Janna has just arrived in the Seven Waters capital and is placing a large number of ship orders to the Seven Waters capital. As for the Pluton drawings inside Frankie's body, Janna couldn't care less. She is the embodiment of wind, the goddess of storms. All the ships on the sea were meaningless in front of her. No ship can withstand the wrath of the storm goddess, not even the ancient weapon Pluton. Of course, the most important thing is that Duke knows that Pluton is now hiding in Wanakuni. Why grab the drawings when you don't have ready-made ones? If we really want to rebuild a Pluton based on the drawings, how much noise would there be and how much would it cost? Duke said that since he could spend money to create Pluton, he might as well find a way to draw more prizes. After extracting scientists like the great inventor and future guardian Victor, Duke might be able to build 2 battleships stronger than Pluton. This is definitely not because he has no money now, Duke thought with some sourness, and at the same time looked at the Grand Line in the distance. There are 2 huge treasures in the first half of the Grand Line. One is Captain John's treasure in the hands of Gecko Moria, and the other is the golden land of Sky Island. Well, Duke said, maybe it's time for Gangplank to stop by and visit Gecko Moria and Sky Island. If you don't pick up the treasure for free, you won't pick it up for free. That fat guy Gecko Moria, and the current god Enel, will definitely not be a match for Gangplank, who now has the combat power of S-Emperor and Deputy. Then, Gangplank led Grigas and Bloodport Ghost Pike. as well as a large fleet of 8,000 people under his command. They just arrived at Whiskey Peak in the first half of the Grand Line and were greeted by a warm welcome from the naval headquarters. As for the bounty hunters on Whiskey Peak who claimed to welcome pirates, after they learned that the pirate group that arrived at Whiskey Peak was the fleet of ocean disaster Gangplank, who had a bounty of 470 million. It was really full of singing and dancing, a great welcome, but it is a pity that whether it is Plank or the naval headquarters candidate admiral who is ready, as well as the elite Vice Admiral Doberman and Vice Admiral Maynard, they didn't care about the welcome of the bounty hunters. The battle started instantly, and Gangplank met the alternate Admiral T. Dolphin. Grugaz, the rapidly rising level, faced off against the scarred elite Vice Admiral Doberman. As for Vice Admiral Maynard, Blood Harbor Ghost Pike, who has just joined the Gangplank pirates, said he really wanted Maynard Vice Admiral to see what the real abyss was. The Vice Admiral level strongmen of the naval headquarters Crusade Force were completely blocked by Gangplank and others. Gangplank, who is about to reach level 14, even completely suppressed the current candidate Admiral T. Dolphin. Grugaz and Blood Harbor Ghost Pike are also at the upper hand in the battle. Then, the entire fleet of the Gangplank pirates collapsed. Gangplank and other heroes are indeed strong enough, but the strength of the captains and cotters of the pirate groups he conquered is really beyond recognition now. Most of the captains and cotters under Plank have bounties worth tens of millions or even tens of millions. For pirates who have just entered the first half of the Grand Line, such bounty and strength are not weak. Even against some of the naval headquarters officers, he could barely make a difference, and he might even be able to escape smoothly. Unfortunately, as soon as they followed Gangplank into the first half of the Grand Line, they faced an encirclement and suppression campaign by a large number of elite troops led by naval headquarters alternate admiral himself. Among the marine troops encircling Gangplank, in addition to the alternate admiral and the vice admiral, there are many rear admiral, commodore, and colonel. Plank's large fleet was completely defeated. If Plank hadn't upgraded to level 14 during the battle, then he severely injured the alternate Admiral T. Dolphin and forced a bloody path. Gangplank and Blood Harbor Ghost Pike may be able to escape smoothly by relying on their own strength and diving ability. The flexible fat man Grugaz might become a prisoner of naval headquarters, then either be imprisoned in Impel Down, or have a public execution in Marineford. The current Duke does not have the strength to attack Impel Down, or dare to have a summit war with naval headquarters like the Whitebeard pirates. Garp, Kizura, and others will not let the heroes of Duke go. Whiskey Peak was almost moved to the ground, and the bounty hunters also suffered heavy casualties. The news that Gangplank severely damaged the naval headquarters alternate admiral, forced out the elite Vice Admiral Doberman, and the headquarters Vice Admiral Maynard and others instantly caused a sensation throughout the ocean. The world was in an uproar. Big news, the ocean disaster Gangplank has powerfully defeated the Admiral Siege, and no one can stop it across the sea. Big news, go to sea for 3 months, defeat the Admiral, the ocean disaster Gangplank's future is limitless, and he is destined to seize the throne of the Pirate King. Big news, first seize the gold in the sky, and then defeat the Admiral Siege. The ocean disaster Gangplank has become the 5 emperors of the sea. Who else in the whole world can stop him? Big news. Above the sea, countless newsprints are scattered all over the world like snowflakes. The alternate Admiral is also an Admiral. Morgans only cares about attracting attention and making big news. He has no idea what kind of chaos those newsprints will bring to the world. Admiral is the world government and naval headquarters, deterring countless pirates in the pirate world and the highest combat power of the country. But now, Admiral has failed, defeated by a rookie pirate who has only been at sea for 3 months. Trash, all rubbish. In the holy land of Marijois, the 5 elders were livid, and threw the newsprint that Morgans had distributed in their hands heavily on the desk. Immediately send someone to warn that old bird, Morgans, if he dares to spread news that is detrimental to the world again. Then kill him. The blonde 5 elders said angrily. As the youngest member of the 5 elders, the blonde 5 elders have always had a hot temper. It is necessary to warn Morgans, but the most important issue now is that we must find a way to solve Plank's big trouble as soon as possible. No one expected that West Blue, a pirate who just appeared, would grow to such a point. It must be eradicated immediately. The balance of the world must not be shaken. The bearded 5 elders sighed and said in a deep voice, just looting a sum of heavenly gold is nothing, but the pirate who looted the heavenly gold still has the strength to defeat the candidate admiral. And it is famous all over the world, which makes the world government a little uncomfortable. Not only was that guy Plank okay when he looted the gold in the sky, but he also gradually became bigger and stronger. Maybe I can do the same as Plank in looting the gold in the sky. If this continues, as long as Gangplank lives in the pirate world, as long as he makes some big noise, Plank's looting of gold from the sky will be mentioned countless times. And every mention of it will impact and shake the rule of world government. Unless, Gangplank is killed as soon as possible, or Gangplank is directly incorporated. Glank is not so easy to eradicate now. Even if Admiral is dispatched, he may not be able to defeat him. Recruit him to become the 7 warlords of the sea. The curly-haired 5 elders wearing a hat thought for a moment and said calmly, as long as he becomes the 7 warlords of the sea, all his current fame will become the supreme glory that embellishes the authority of the world government. No matter what the 7 warlords of the sea think, in fact, All the pirates and kings on the sea naturally judged the 7 warlords of the sea as the lackeys of the world government. The world government has a mandatory summons to the 7 warlords of the sea. As for how to solve the problem that 7 warlords of the sea is now full, it seems normal to have 8 and 7 warlords of the sea. If that doesn't work, just pick a weak Shishibukai at random and eliminate it. No, let's just forget about that guy from Dover becoming the 7 warlords of the sea after plundering the heavenly gold. Recruit that guy Gangplank as a Shishibukai. Wouldn't robbing the heavenly gold become a shortcut to becoming a Shishibukai? If this continues, how many troops will we have to send to maintain the collection of gold in the sky? The world will be in chaos. The slightly bald 5 elders frowned and retorted. The world government recruits the 7 warlords of the sea to maintain the rule of the world government, not to bring greater trouble to the world government? Kill. Mobilize Marine Admiral, dispatch CP0. At any cost, kill Gangplank completely before he enters the new world. The bald 5 elders, who embraced first-generation Kaititsu, made the final decision with a solemn tone. Only with the blood of Plank can the scum of the sea understand that the majesty of the world government must not be challenged. God's order is absolute. After the bald 5 elders finished speaking, the other 5 elders nodded in agreement after a moment of silence. Soon, Gangplank, Grigas, Blood Harbor Ghost Pike and others, the latest bounty order was released. Inside naval headquarters, Admiral Aokiji, who was urgently transferred, also yawned and quietly left Marineford on his bicycle. For the world government, Plank must be killed quickly. But in fact, Gangplank never robbed civilians or ordinary merchant ships. Some generals in the naval headquarters did not want to really fight to the death with Gangplank, especially after even the alternate admiral was defeated by Gangplank. The justice of world government never represents the justice of naval headquarters. But alas, it is difficult for naval headquarters to disobey the orders of the world government, especially when the world government controls all naval headquarters' military expenditures. There are only a few Marines who really don't need a salary and risk their lives to carry out their own justice. Anyway, Kizaru definitely needs a salary. Well, did you repel the siege of Marine candidate Admiral T. Dolphins? I really like him more and more. Big Mom looked carefully at Plank's latest bounty order in his hand. The bounty of up to 850 million made Big Mom's eyes light up and he said happily, Baron Eggy, go and send him the invitation to the tea party in person. He can choose my daughter, and I will give him the position of a general. 2 of his cotters can also marry my daughter. Well, if he becomes my family, I might become the pirate king soon. Gangplank has a bounty of 850 million, Grigas also has a bounty of 350 million, plus Blood Harbor Ghost Pike has a bounty of 150 million. There are also many pirate captains who are strong after surviving bloody battles and offering bounties worth tens of millions. Although Gangplank's pirate fleet suffered heavy casualties, its overall strength was slightly improved. Most of the pirates and captains in West Blue are very weak, but as long as they survive countless bloody battles, they will soon become stronger. The weak have no hope of survival in this cruel sea. This is how pirates grow up. Big Mom was extremely excited and sent Baron Eggman to recruit Gangplank. As for whether Plank will reject his marriage, Big Mom never thought about it. The invitation to the tea party is an iron law that countless pirates on the sea cannot offend. Big Mom is the king of the sea who stands majestically at the pinnacle of the new world. There is a huge difference between defeating an alternate admiral and defeating a real admiral. Big Mom launched a solicitation for Plank. Kaido of the Beasts and others, after thinking for a moment, granted Gangplank a position on the big billboard. Jack hasn't become a drought yet, but it would be nice to have an ocean disaster in Beasts Pirates first. Kaido of the Beasts has always wanted to form a powerful pirate group composed of a large number of Zoan demon fruit powers. But this does not mean that non-demon fruit power cannot gain Kaido's favor. In other words, because of his personal personality and the lack of cotter combat capabilities of Beasts Pirates, Kaido of the Beasts has great interest in recruiting all-powerful people, whether it is some of the Red Scabbard 9 who have been imprisoned by Kaido, or the Supernovas APU and Hawkins who were later recruited by Kaido. They are not Zoan ability users. In the current 4 Emperors group, the backbone combat strength of Beasts Pirates has always been a big problem. There are 3 Disasters and 6 Linkongs, but none of them are full now. Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts successively launched recruitment campaigns for Gangplank. On Red Force, Ben Beckman looked at the slightly frowning red-haired man holding the Plank bounty, and asked with a smile, "Why don't you try to recruit him? To be able to defeat the alternate admiral is such an incredible newcomer." The red-haired Shanks looked at Ben Beckman, who was staring deeply at him, and was silent for a moment. Then he gently let go, letting Plank's bounty slip fall from his hand and move with the wind. That kind of guy is not easily recruited by others. What's more, can he really reach the new world smoothly? The world government and the naval headquarters will not let that guy continue to mess around on the sea. The red-haired Shanks knows the 5 elders very well. As the controllers of the entire world, the 5 elders will never allow anyone who might shake the order of God to exist. Plank may not be able to escape the pursuit of the world government and naval headquarters. But Whitebeard doesn't think so. Ku-la-la-la, what a great newcomer. A man on the sea will never fall easily. New World is that guy's real stage. The 5th Emperor. Whitebeard looked at the news about Plank's 5th Emperor in his hand and laughed loudly. I will be in New World, waiting for his arrival. I'm Whitebeard. Ku la la la. Dad is invincible. Whitebeard's laughter continued, and a large number of captains and crew members on the Moby DK also burst into cheerful laughter. The emergence of Plank really shocked the world. But no matter what, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates firmly believe that Whitebeard is invincible, except for Marco, whose smile was slightly forced. As the ship's doctor, he clearly knew that Whitebeard's physical fitness was declining bit by bit. The powerful shock fruit brought Whitebeard terrifying fighting power, but it also made Whitebeard's body. The repeated use of shock fruit has left behind dark wounds that are difficult to heal. Plank is famous all over the world, but Duke not only has no joy at all, but only endless melancholy. He originally thought that Gangplank could stop by Gecko Moria, the Fat Man's, and then go to Sky Island to collect Shandorla's treasure. As a result, as soon as he entered the Grand Line, he was surrounded and attacked by the T-Dolphins, Doberman, and others. It's okay to finally break out of the siege and deviate directly from Duke's planned route. Behind Gangplank, T-Dolphin, Vice Admiral Doberman and others were still chasing after him. This made Duke feel a little uncomfortable. The Grand Line's climate is so unusual that magnetic hands are required to carry out an almost completely fixed route from one island to the next. The first half of the Grand Line is also the area where countless pirates suffered the most casualties. Gangplank now has no time to seize Captain John and Sky Island's treasure. Even if Janna hadn't transformed into a breeze, secretly boosting the speed of Gangplank's fleet, there may not be a few people left in Gangplank's pirate group. Naval headquarters and world government can continuously add strength in the first half of the Grand Line to support the T-Dolphins and others. Gangplank now doesn't have much time to recruit a large number of powerful subordinates. He must reach the New World as soon as possible and escape from the encirclement and suppression by the naval headquarters and the world government. He can forcefully defeat the siege of the alternate admiral, but what if there is a siege led by Admiral or Garp himself? The power of naval headquarters cannot be underestimated. Sure enough, relying on pirates to make money through plunder is really high risk and low profit. If you really want to make big money, you have to rely on commercial monopoly, Duke said secretly. This month, proceeds from West Blue's ever-expanding lottery shop, as well as part of Shadowstream's bounty, even after deducting the production and construction expenses that need to be added to water and electricity plants. It also directly increased Duke's wealth by a total of 760 million. And this income will continue to grow as the water and electricity plant expands and slowly becomes profitable. The construction of water and electric power plants throughout the West Blue is the bulk of Duke's current financial expenditure. But Duke knows very well that all the efforts he makes now will bring him huge rewards in the future. If you want to make a lot of money, how can you do it without investing a little capital? Although the principal invested may be a little over 100 million. But I, Duke, have plenty of money. No matter how much money is spent on infrastructure and farming, Duke is willing to invest. Infrastructure farming will naturally make a lot of money in the end, but Captain John still has the treasure of Sky Island, and Duke has never thought of letting it go. The heroes under Duke's current command are inconvenient to take action, but the new heroes don't have this worry. Duke's success in the pirate world relies on nothing but having many heroes. System, give me a lottery draw. After taking a bath and burning incense, Duke pressed the lottery button. Consumption of 1 billion wealth value. Host's remaining wealth value is 410 million. Congratulations to host for winning the S+ level prize, Hero Scarlet Reaper Vladimir. Vladimir the Scarlet Reaper. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B+. Spirit, B+. Agility, B. Potential, S+. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, blood contract, blood transformation, blood tide, blood plague, etc. Overall rating, B+. An ancient master of forbidden sorcery, Vladimir is one of the Noxian Empire's oldest mysteries. Shaping flesh and blood, controlling blood, Vladimir gained immortality from the inheritance of ancient dark descendants. And the long time has also made his wisdom and strength continue to grow stronger. Vladimir will one day surpass the limits of mortals and even rival the legendary Darkin. My power will be at your disposal. Until this world becomes a river of blood. In the shadows, the pale Vladimir said respectfully to Duke. Ari, Zed, Swain, the upgraded Gangplank, and now Vladimir the Scarlet Reaper. A total of 5 heroes with 4 Emperors potential, plus 1 Storm Fury Janna with SS potential. If only they all reached the full level. Duke is planning to. Still stable for 2 more years? It's not that Duke doesn't want to take a walk around the Holy Land. Marie joys to see what Lord I'm looks like. By the way, we will also collect the people's fat and money collected by the world government over the years. That must be an unimaginable amount of wealth for Duke. But my strength doesn't allow it. The world government cannot be overthrown smoothly by 4 emperors and a sea overlord with SS combat power. Back then, Rox, with Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, John Akoka and young Kaido, thought they could overthrow the world government? Then, during the Battle of God's Island, I don't know what methods the world government used. Anyway, in the end, Rox, the only overlord of the sea who was enough to challenge the world government, was gone. The defeat of the Rox pirate in the Valley of the Gods battle was obviously not possible just through the joint efforts of Garp and Roger. Before Roger successfully arrived at the Island of Gods, the Island of Gods had already turned into ruins. This is why Roger was able to pick up 2 babies in the ruins of the Island of Gods after the war. I don't know the depth of it, and Imma, who has lived for hundreds of years, has obviously surpassed the limits of mortals. In addition, the strongest ancient weapon Uranus is enough to suppress Poseidon and Pluton. The world government has at least 2 SSS, even more powerful, and SS below, think Garp, Sengoku, Commander-in-Chief Kong. Take away the 3 admirals in naval headquarters who are almost as strong as 4 emperors. There are also CP0 strongest shields and strongest spears that are comparable to Admiral 4 emperors. Plus 5 elders who have scars all over their bodies and whose strength is unknown, but who are likely to be at least no weaker than ordinary Shishibukai, plus a top swordsman who can defeat first-generation Kaititsu. The combat power that world government can deploy with all its strength is enough to make any force in the pirate world despair. The reason why the 4 emperors and the new world can always exist has never been because the world government did not have the fighting power to destroy the 4 emperors. It's just that the world government is unwilling. After all, without the garbage dump of new world and the threat of big pirates like the 4 emperors, how can the world government use this as an excuse to collect heavenly gold from the whole world, and how can it firmly control the world for hundreds of years? The so-called Grand Line, perhaps from the beginning, was never great. At least, the Grand Line and New World have extremely dangerous routes and very weird environmental climates. Even the Red Line, which divides the entire world, is so unnatural. No one knows what kind of secrets are hidden in that lost 100 years of history. Well, Duke doesn't want to know such a secret. After all, no matter how cruel and bizarre the historical truth is, it is impossible to directly overthrow the world government just by relying on some words and the so-called Joey Boys' will. Revolution is never a treat, it requires bloodshed and sacrifice. It is a cruel movement that requires greater violence to overthrow another violent movement? Well, fortunately Duke thought, give him some time and money. It doesn't seem that difficult to have a violent group that surpasses the world government. After all, cheating means you can do whatever you want. Duke thought of this, silently retracted his thoughts, looked at the respectful Scarlet Reaper in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "A river of blood in this world means nothing to me. I would rather have mountains of treasure than rivers of blood. Would you be interested in obtaining a treasure for me? Of course, your will." Vladimir bent down and saluted, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The next day, Vladimir drove the boat and quietly sailed towards the Grand Line. His goal is to seize Captain John's armband from Gecko Moria and obtain Captain John's treasure at the same time. That would be a huge amount of wealth, no less than that accumulated by the Babao Navy Army over hundreds of years. Of course, before grabbing Captain John's armband, it is also necessary for Vladimir to kill some pirates in exchange for some bounties and upgrade at the same time. Although Gecko Moria is the weakest among the Shishibukai at this time, he still has combat power comparable to the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. It may even be stronger. After all, conventionally speaking, before others age, strength generally increases with the passage of time. But Gecko Moria is such a fat nerd. After losing to Kaido and all his companions died, he became addicted to creating an army of zombies. Gecko Moria, who intended to rely on external objects to defeat Kaido, ended up with his strength declining. I just don't know if Gecko Moria's strength has directly declined to its lowest point now. The strength of the A-level Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, who once dared to challenge Kaido of the Beasts. And for Gecko Moria, who survived successfully, this is almost the lowest point. Vladimir needs to reach level 9 and have A+ combat power before he can steadily suppress Gecko Moria. As for the treasures of Sky Island's Golden Land, unless the current Gangplank can be freed up, or a hero with at least S combat power appears under Duke's command. Otherwise, Enel, who had already eaten the Logia Thunder Fruit and ruled Sky Island, would not be that easy to deal with. Vladimir started from West Blue and continued to hunt pirates while moving towards the Grand Line. He soon became a well-known bounty hunter in West Blue. Then, because he drained a Marine branch colonel who was trying to withhold the bounty on the Vladimir pirates. Vladimir, who also looted the Marine branch base. From bounty hunter to pirate, there is a reward of 35 million. In this cruel sea, the identities of bounty hunters and pirates, and even merchant ships and pirate ships, can often be interchanged at any time. But many times, the countless pirates on this sea, from the beginning, they may not have wanted to become pirates. It's a cruel sea and a fed-up world. It is not only the world government's celestial dragons that are corrupt, but also the kings and nobles. And among the Marines, many served all over the world, such as Colonel Alton, Rear Admiral Mouse and other officials. The sea is calm and the climate is peaceful, and the world is firmly held in the hands of the world government. It has long since turned into a pool of stagnant water exuding a putrid smell. In the first half of the Grand Line, Plank and others, who had just passed the food city but had no time to taste the food. After repelling another siege by T-Dolphin and others, they began to quickly move towards the next island. The pursuit of the Gangplank pirates by the world government and naval headquarters is getting more and more intense. The world government does not want to see Plank successfully reach the new world. Inside Naval Headquarters Marineford, Marshal Sengoku was looking at the bounty orders in his hand, his face livid. The Gangplank pirates are getting stronger and stronger. That guy Kuzan, hasn't he caught up with Gangplank yet? He is going to deal with the Gangplank pirates, not on vacation. Sengoku angrily threw the several bounty orders of the Gangplank pirates in his hand onto the desk. Gangplank escaped the pursuit of the T-Dolphin and CP-01 after another, and also killed many CP agents, which made the 5 elders even more angry. While constantly increasing the combat power to hunt down the Gangplank pirates, they are also constantly putting greater pressure on Sengoku. For example, reduce military spending at naval headquarters. Martial Marine is not as good as he thought, especially when Sengoku was full of anger, sitting at his desk. There was also Garp, who looked like a hamster, with bulging cheeks and chewing senbei. Garp UBD, can you be more serious for me? Sengoku was furious and snatched the bag of senbei from Garp's hand. Then, looking at the empty bag, he became even more angry. A whole Garp, don't you even know to leave some for me? That bag of senbei is Sengoku's own collection. Cough cough cough. Garp swallowed all the senbei in his mouth with difficulty, then ignored Sengoku's rage and said seriously, the speed of the Gangplank pirate fleet is obviously abnormal. Kuzan didn't catch up with them in time, no wonder he. When it came to business, Sengoku suppressed his anger instantly and said in a deep voice, Kaido, I know. Forget about Plank's abyss, but other pirate ships in Plank's fleet also have amazing speeds. They always seem to have the wind with them. BD Garp, tell me, is he helping Gangplank secretly? Or is Gangplank a member of the Revolutionary Army? In the world of pirates, the only person known to be able to stir up strong winds and help a large number of pirate ships sail with the wind is Monkey D. Dragon. Sengoku said this and looked at Garp faintly. Garp touched his head awkwardly and said, haha, how could Plank be a revolutionary soldier? That's the great pirate known as the 5th Emperor. If he is a revolutionary army, wouldn't Shishibukai and the Admiral headquarters be both revolutionary armies? Sengoku glanced at Garp suspiciously, causing cold sweat to break out on Garp's face. Because no matter how you look at it, civilians and merchant ships are never robbed. Gangplank, who only wanted to deal with the king, nobles, and pirate ships, coupled with the extremely weird Plank fleet that always moves with the wind, it is really suspicious. Janna secretly helped Gangplank escape the pursuit of naval headquarters. Not the best. Sengoku looked at Garp, who was sweating coldly, snorted coldly, and roared in a low voice. But if he is really a revolutionary army, you know, the whole world is going to be in big trouble. World government doesn't care too much whether a new world is 4 emperors or 5 emperors. Pirates will never be the biggest threat to the world government. But if one of the 5 pirate emperors is actually a revolutionary army, with the strength and prestige of the 5th pirate emperor, coupled with the power and ideas of the revolutionary army, it is enough to pose a huge threat to the world government and even shake the balance of the entire world. Sengoku may not like 5 elders and celestial dragons that much, but he hopes that this world can maintain a relatively stable order forever. No matter how bad order is, it is better than complete chaos. This is the true justice of Sengoku. Is there any trouble in this world? Bigger than those guys? Garp looked at the serious Sengoku, remained silent for a moment, and then lowered his voice to Kaido. Compared to those guys, Glank and the Revolutionary Army are probably enough to be regarded as righteous. Compared to the endless ugliness of the Celestial Dragons, what do Gangplank and the Revolutionary Army mean? Garp has been unwilling to be promoted to Admiral, just because he is unwilling to wipe the of those Celestial Dragons. Enough. This is naval headquarters, not your home. Speak less. After Garp finished speaking, Sengoku quickly lowered his voice and said Kaido in a deep voice. Afterwards, the two looked at each other and fell into a long silence. Sengoku and Garp have a profound friendship, but their philosophies may not be exactly the same. After a long time, Sengoku casually put aside the reward orders of Gangplank and others, picked up the reward orders of Vladimir, sighed, and said in a deep voice, the blood fruit of Blood Duke Dracula in the funeral house seems to have been eaten by this guy. Another big, troublesome pirate. West Blue has been in so much trouble lately. Garp picked his nose and instantly entered a state of laziness. He flicked a booger directly on Vladimir's reward order and said nonchalantly, it's not that West Blue is in trouble, it's the marine branches of West Blue that have problems. If that BD hadn't tried to embezzle the bounty, this guy wouldn't have become a pirate at all. In my opinion, the entire marine world needs to be vigorously rectified. Those marines in the Sahai branch really need to be rectified. Sengoku shouted angrily. But Garp, you BD, how many times have I told you not to play boogers for me? Also, I haven't even asked you to settle the account for eating all my senbei. In the naval headquarters office, Sengoku and Garp resumed their noisy routine again. Time flies by, and a large number of elites in naval headquarters are encircling and suppressing the Gangplank pirates. Vladimir went on a rampage in West Blue. After incidentally looting 2 more marine branch bases where corruption was rampant, Vladimir rushed directly into the Grand Line and started the first half of the Grand Line. A happy life of killing pirates and selecting the right marine base to loot. Endless blood is Vladimir's favorite. The powerful human quality of the pirate world provides Vladimir with a lot of delicious blood. Swain, Noxus, and others also arrived at the first half of the Grand Line. During this time, he also chose his goal of rebuilding the Noxus Empire. The first half of the Grand Line, one near Calm Belt. On weekdays, there are not many pirates visiting the poor and backward non-world government countries. Kingdom of Columbus? Swain and others protected the civilians by fighting pirates and quickly became the heroes of the Kingdom of Garen. The next step is to completely rule the kingdom. The shipyards in the 7 Water City are working hard to build the ships Janna needs. Plank and others are also moving quickly towards the Sabayati archipelago. As long as you arrive at the Sabayati archipelago and complete the coding, you can dive into the seabed, pass by the Fishmen Island, and reach the New World. The bottom of the sea and the New World are not territories where the world government and the naval headquarters can continue to pursue them wantonly. But before entering the New World, in the Sabayati archipelago, Gangplank and others had to face a fierce duel. Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, as well as a large number of world government and naval headquarters elites, are already near the Sabayati archipelago and are ready. Naval headquarters warships were unable to catch up with Gangplank's fleet, which was secretly assisted by Janna. But they can stay near the Sabayati archipelago and wait. This will be a bloody battle. Before the bloody battle, Duke felt that maybe it was time for another round of draws. The pirate bounties that Vladimir obtained along the way, as well as all the property plundered from the Marine branch base, which was heavily corrupt. Duke's current wealth has directly increased to 3.13 billion. System, just give me 3 S-level draws. Duke took a bath and burned incense, washed his hands carefully, and then pressed the lottery button. Then, looking at the system prizes drawn, Duke's face burst into laughter. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the S-level prize. The hero summons Nami. Tide Summoner Nami. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B. Spirit, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, Walk on the Waves, Prison of Blue Waves, Tide of Impact, etc. Overall rating, B. As a member of the Vastaya Sea tribe, Nami was born to be the darling of the sea. The waves dance for her, the sea water creates a prison for her, and when she is angry, the huge waves will crush everything that dares to stand in front of her. She is the daughter of the sea and also the queen of the sea. A hero with S-level potential is not enough to surprise Duke. But in the world of pirates, Nami, who can control the sea at will, is even more powerful than a hero with S+ potential. Stronger than 4 emperors. Big Mom can only passively wait for death after falling into the sea. For ordinary demon fruit power, sea water is a natural enemy that they absolutely cannot compete with. And even if it is a person without abilities, who can defeat Nami who has S-level potential in sea water? At least except for the mysterious Im-sama, Duke could not imagine Nami who would fully realize her potential. Who in the sea is worthy of being her enemy? Nami is destined to become the true king of the sea. Nami was chosen in the first S-level lottery. Duke's face burst into laughter, and then he looked directly at the next prize. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the A-level prize and equipping it with burning gems. Burning gem, when equipped, it can add a small amount of health and mental activity to the host. I won another A-level equipment in the S-level lottery. The smile on Duke's face froze instantly. He felt that he had been happy too early, but the next moment, Duke immediately came back to his senses and stared at the burning gem he had drawn. Wiping his eyes, he looked at the giant belt and crystal bracers he owned, and a bright smile filled his face again. Spending 1 billion to draw only 1 burning gem is indeed a bit of a loss. But if this burning gem is the last piece of equipment Duke needs to synthesize another outlaw armor, then this will be so worth it. Rounding it all off, this is a fanatic armor drawn directly, although, the final synthesis of the equipment still requires 100 million of Duke's wealth. But it's only 100 million, and Duke doesn't care at all. The second piece of fanatic armor owned by Duke was newly released. Duke was not in a hurry to distribute it for the time being. Instead, he stared at the results of the last lottery with his eyes wide open. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the S-Prize hero Blade Shadow Tai Lung. Blade Shadow Talon. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B. Spirit, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, End of the Blade, Cutting the Grass, Shadow Strike, etc. Overall rating, B. As one of Naka's deadliest assassins, Talon is the horn of Shinigami, the sharp blade in the shadows, the deepest darkness before dawn. Because of him, too many people will never see the dawn again. He is a born assassin. It's so exciting to draw another hero, Duke said with satisfaction when he saw Talon who was drawn. For Duke, winning any hero is a gratifying prize. After all, the weakest hero also has the potential of being the first lieutenant. After 3 S-level draws, plus a synthesis fee of 100 million wealth points, Duke's wealth value was reduced to only 30 million in an instant. But looking at the 2 heroes standing respectfully in front of him, there was also another fanatic armor in the system space. Duke only felt that the money was well spent. The sea is calling me, and the waves will serve you. Tide Caller Sameji gently swung her fishtail and lowered her head towards Duke. Live by the sword, die by the sword. My blade will plunge into the throats of all your enemies. In the shadows, Tai Lung, who was wearing a hood, said respectfully. Duke looked at Tide Caller Nami and Tai Lung, nodded slightly, and then said in a deep voice, "Then, please do it next." After Tai Lung thought about it for a moment, Duke sent him directly to Shadow Stream. Swain, Darius, and others are now enough to rebuild Nakas, but Shadow Stream needs some heroes to join. The funeral home did not directly engage in an open war with Yingliu, but Yingliu's business. But the funeral home, which has been entrenched in the dark corners of the world for many years and has a large number of mid to high level killers, suppresses West Blue. It is impossible for Zed and Dazbonis to complete all the advanced tasks of Shadow Stream. Shadowstream needs more combat power. Talon went to Shadowstream and became an assassin in the darkness of Shadowstream. And Nami went straight into the deep sea and headed straight for the Grand Line. Her stage is never on land, the sea is her home field. At the same time, compared to the famous Shadowstream in West Blue, today's Gangplank pirates may need the help of Nami, the summoner of the waves. In addition, Duke also wants to know when a mermaid who is so powerful that he can make waves and drown everything returns to the Fishmen Island. What changes can it bring to the Fishmen Island? In this cruel world, Duke never forgets. The prerequisite for having countless wealth is to have enough power. Boxing is power, and power is also money. 5 million murlocs may be nothing in the eyes of the world government, but in Duke's eyes, they are undoubtedly an extremely powerful force. No matter how bad it is, using these 5 million fishmen to salvage sunken ships and raise seafood will definitely make a dead profit. The fat man Neptune sits on the throne of the Fishmen Island. Isn't it possible that Nami, the Tide Summoner, can't sit on it? Nami and Tai Lung both started their own actions, and after Duke thought for a moment, he directly equipped the second fanatic armor on Gangplank. Compared with other heroes, Gangplank, who has become a thorn in the side of the world government and naval headquarters, needs this equipment even more. Only when you are alive can you have output and can you upgrade and grow. After acquiring the outlaw armor, Gangplank, who was far away in the first half of the Grand Line, quietly flashed a light in his eyes, and his face became more and more rosy in an instant. You guys, let's go. Nothing can stand in our way. No matter the fire or the deep sea, they can't take my life. Target, New World. Gangplank shouted loudly, and then countless pirates roared with excitement. Gangplank's pirate fleet set sail again, leaving a large number of pursuing marine fleets far behind. With just one more island they can reach the Sabayati archipelago, then dive into the sea, from the Fishmen Island, into the New World. New World is the real paradise for pirates. In the first half of the Grand Line, a pirate ship is burning. Why, you are obviously a pirate too, why are you attacking us? Lovis, the leader of the Hammer Pirates, looked at Vladimir in front of him and asked desperately. Around him, a large number of members of the Hammer Pirates turned into mummies one after another. Next, it was his turn. Pirate. No, I have never been the same as you. Vladimir turned his fingers gracefully, and a large mass of scarlet blood exuded a charming fragrance between his fingers. You are just prey. The most important thing is that in his country, there will be no need for pirates in the future. After Vladimir finished speaking coldly, he moved his fingers slightly, and a large amount of blood flowed out of Lovis' body instantly. The heavy hammer Lovis, who had a bounty of 23 million, died silently on the sea together with his pirate group. Lovis sacked a town 3 days ago, killed everyone, and turned the town into ruins. Then they met Vladimir. From hunter to prey in an instant. Duke doesn't like those pirates who wantonly and loot like crazy. Only a peaceful and tranquil environment can ensure the stable development of business. Pirates are destroyers, plunderers, and reapers, but they are not producers. In this world, Duke felt that he alone was enough to be the real reaper. All the rest of the pirates must either become producers obediently, or they must follow his order and become tourists in the sea. All the heroes under Duke's command, including Gangplank, have been fighting against the pirates who were plundering crazily. Vladimir is heading towards the thriller bark. The Gangplank pirates are about to land on the Sabayati archipelago. But just before the Gangplank pirates were about to land on the Sabayati archipelago, a pirate ship flying the Big Mom flag quietly approached Gangplank's fleet. Ocean Disaster Lord Gangplank. Big Mom asked me to say hello to you. Baron Eggman said politely to Gangplank. Just saying hello. Gangplank stared at Baron Eggman and smiled faintly. As the scheming and ruthless pirate king of Valoran, Gangplank has been constantly learning about the combat power and intelligence of the New World 4 Emperors. Especially 4 Emperors Big Mom. After gaining the power of ghosts, Plank immediately set his sights on Big Mom. The task Duke gave to Gangplank was to wipe out and conquer the remaining pirate groups as much as possible while providing him with a large amount of wealth. And in the New World, what is more worthy of conquering than the 4 Emperors group, and what is easier to obtain a large amount of wealth than the 4 Emperors group? Of course it's not just about saying hello. This is an invitation to Mom's tea party. Mom hopes to see you at the tea party in 2 months. At the same time, Mother hopes to marry you. The daughters of the Charlotte family will be your choice. Mom hopes you can join the Charlotte family. Baron Eggy looked at the bearded man in front of him with cold eyes, and directly stated his intention without any nonsense. Marine and world government are vigorously pursuing the Plank fleet. If it weren't for the world-class intelligence capabilities of the Big Mom pirates, Baron Eggman had no chance to stop the Gangplank pirates before they landed on the Sabayati archipelago. Join the Charlotte family. What if I say no? Plank said in a deep voice. Behind him, Blood Harbor Ghost Pike and Wine Barrel Grugas also quietly appeared. On this sea, no one can refuse Mom. Baron Eggman glanced at Gangplank and the others, who gave him a strong sense of danger, and continued to speak politely, neither humble nor overbearing. As long as you join the Charlotte family, Mom is willing to make you the 4th general of the Big Mom pirate group. At the same time, in this sea, only Mother can save you now. A large number of naval headquarters elites are ambushed in the waters near Sabayati archipelago, and the admiral may even be dispatched. If you continue sailing, you will definitely die. The young snag has not yet become the 4th general, and the general is undoubtedly the highest-ranking member of the Big Mom pirate group besides Big Mom. The fact that the world government and naval headquarters dispatched a large number of troops to set up an ambush in the Sabayati archipelago cannot be concealed from the intelligence organization of the Big Mom pirates. In addition to being an extremely powerful army under Big Mom, the countless homies in the Big Mom pirate group are also. You can also become the ears and eyes of the Big Mom pirates all over the world. Baron Eggman doesn't think Gangplank can stand up to the Admiral. Gangplank now joins the Big Mom pirates, and then rides on the Big Mom pirates' unique Hummit's submarine. Avoiding the ambush at naval headquarters is the only way for the Gangplank pirates to survive. Avoiding an ambush at naval headquarters in a submarine looks like a great choice. Plank looked at a submarine floating quietly not far away and said with a chuckle, "But, this submarine cannot accommodate my pirate fleet." Baron Dandan lowered his head slightly and said in a gentle gentlemanly voice, "There is no way a large number of submarines can avoid the eyes of naval headquarters and world governments. As long as you and the gangsters of the Gangplank pirates are still there, minions will be everywhere. Mother will give you a lot of powerful home-eyes soldiers. Besides, we need them to continue sailing towards the Sabayati archipelago and attract the attention of naval headquarters. Believe me, this is the best way." Baron Eggy calmly gave reasonable suggestions. As for the number of casualties among the pirates who served as bait, who cares? On this cruel sea, the lives of ordinary minions are not worth mentioning at all. Are you asking me to give up my men? Who do you think I am? I am Plank, the disaster of the ocean. No one in this world can stop my progress, and no one can take my life. Gangplank stared into Baron Eggman's eyes, and then shouted loudly, "I have a better way. That is, break through the siege of those marines and fight your way out. Young ones, are you willing to join me and teach those scum who tried to ambush us a lesson? Reputation is extremely important in this sea. A captain who abandons his subordinates will never be able to become a true overlord of the sea." Baron Eggman's proposal is never the best method, but it is definitely the most beneficial method for the Big Mom pirates. The strength and potential shown by Plank are too strong. Even Big Mom has to find ways to limit Plank's future. After all, Plank is not a member of the Charlotte family. Even if Plank successfully marries Big Mom's daughter, Gangplank will never become the captain of the Big Mom pirates. The Big Mom pirates are formed with blood as the link. Bloodline has also become the biggest constraint for the ordinary crew members of the Big Mom pirates. For example, even though Baron Eggman is far more powerful than most children of the Charlotte family, but he is still just a knight of all nations, and can never become a minister of the governing party of all nations. All the ministers of all nations are the children of Big Mom. Fight a bloody path from the front. Are you crazy? The true strength of Admiral is far beyond your imagination. Every Admiral is an unimaginable monster, and they are definitely not comparable to the candidate Admirals you defeated. Baron Eggman is still trying to persuade Gangplank. Recruiting Gangplank was a task assigned to him by Big Mom, and he did not want the task to fail. In Wonguo, the price of mission failure is too high. Big Mom is a moody tyrant. Even her children are likely to take their lives directly after being disgusted by her. So what? I am Gangplank, Plank, the scourge of the ocean. Gangplank stared firmly into Baron Eggman's eyes, said with determination and righteousness, "I will go to Big Mom's tea party, and I will arrive at New World smoothly. But it's definitely not like giving up all your subordinates and running away in panic. We can fight to the death, but we will never surrender. Little ones, let's set sail. Towards the Marine Admiral, towards the New World, towards death." Gangplank shouted loudly, and then, a large number of pirates who learned about all the decisions made by Gangplank immediately launched an earth-shattering shout. This is in the world of pirates. Countless pirates are already prepared to be buried in the sea the moment they choose to go to sea. And following a captain like Gangplank, he died at the hands of the Admiral of Headquarters. This ending seems pretty good. Most importantly, they believed in Plank. Gangplank always leads them to victory one after another. Even with the Admiral of Headquarters, they may not lose. Gangplank's pirate fleet began to move forward amidst the cheers of countless pirate minions. Baron Eggman's lonely pirate ship and submarine looked so small and ridiculous at this moment. Madman, simply a madman. Such a guy is really willing to join the Big Mom pirates. Can Mom really conquer him? Baron Eggman had some doubts in his heart, and then after remembering the terrifying strength of Big Mom, he instantly shuddered and said firmly, "Mom is invincible. On this sea, no one can refuse Mom. Even he can't be an exception." In the Big Mom pirate group, almost all members have a heartfelt fear of Big Mom. On the bow of the abyss, Gangplank looked at the large number of pirates around him who were looking at him with admiring eyes, with a mysterious smile on his face. As a once ruthless and scheming pirate king, Gangplank certainly cannot be as upright as he has shown before. If you really face an enemy that is difficult to contend with, you must give up the pirate minions under your command. Gangplank would say nothing and could even personally send all the minions under his command on their way. However, that was when facing an enemy that he was absolutely unable to contend with. A siege led by an Admiral of Headquarters. Today's Plank may not be able to defeat it smoothly. In the first half of the Grand Line, after experiencing an elite battle with the alternate Admiral T. Dolphin and a large number of naval headquarters and world government, Today, Gangplank's level has been successfully upgraded to level 15, and he officially has Admiral of Headquarters level combat power. Coupled with the breeze that has been secretly helping Plank's fleet, there is also the mysterious support from the sea. Gangplank really couldn't think of any reason why he couldn't break through the siege of an Admiral of Headquarters. In the world of Valoran, Gangplank once ruled his kingdom and fleet with fear. Then came betrayal and failure. In the pirate world, Gangplank wanted to change his way of life. For example, use loyalty and fame to control the sea. First of all, it is undoubtedly very important to establish yourself as a good captain who will never abandon his subordinates easily. As for how many casualties those minions will suffer when they break through the encirclement of the Admiral of Headquarters, who cares? Only those who have survived countless brutal battles are the elites that Gangplank really needs. Gangplank's pirate fleet is heading towards the Sabayati archipelago, and inside Naval Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku was looking at the latest information sent by the world government, frowned, and directly dialed Aokiji's phone number. Bruh. On an ordinary warship in the waters near the Sabayati archipelago, Aokiji, who was lazily basking in the sun while wearing an eye patch, answered the phone. The Sabayati archipelago ambush plan has been leaked. The Big Mom pirates intend to marry Gangplank and have already dispatched a submarine, intending to carry Gangplank and some of the cotters of the Gangplank pirates directly into the New World. The remaining Plank fleet heading straight for the Sabayati archipelago is most likely just a decoy. Aokiji looked like Sengoku's phone bug in front of him, frowning and speaking quickly. The Big Mom pirates were able to rely on their world-class intelligence organization to detect the news that the naval headquarters and the world government were planning to ambush the Plank fleet near the Sabayati archipelago. CP0 Stussy, who has a good relationship with Big Mom, can also learn from the Big Mom pirates about the Big Mom pirates' plan to marry the Gangplank pirates. A marriage between the Gangplank pirates and the Big Mom pirates. That's a big problem. But, bait. That's not necessarily the case. Aokiji looked far into the distance. In the distance, a strange-looking pirate ship was riding the wind and waves towards the Sabayati archipelago. On the bow of the ship, a tall figure holding a machete and a pistol stood tall, looking directly at Aokiji coldly. Naval Headquarters' ambush plan is simple. Send Aokiji Admiral on an ordinary warship to cruise near the Sabayati archipelago. When you discover the Gangplank pirate fleet, take it down or hold it back. Within half an hour, a large number of them wandered around the periphery of the Sabayati archipelago, avoiding the pursuit fleets of the naval headquarters and the world government, which caused the Gangplank pirates to alert and flee. Can surround the Sabayati archipelago, make it impossible for the Gangplank pirates to escape. The plan was perfect, but the only fatal flaw was Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, can he really win or stop the Gangplank fleet for half an hour? Sengoku and the top leaders of the world government have full confidence in Aokiji. After all, the Admiral of Headquarters is the highest combat power of the world government, and it is the card of the world government that can suppress the world. Every Admiral of Headquarters is a real monster, especially the current 3 admirals are the best among all admirals in the past. Each of them, even if they fight head-on against the 4 emperors, will not be at a disadvantage in a short period of time. Every admiral possesses peak S-level combat power. But now, Aokiji looked at the distance and was sailing very fast, having successfully entered the Plank fleet of Sabayati archipelago. Thinking of the cold eyes of the man who looked at me from a distance, I somehow lost confidence in myself. Aokiji sensed a long-lost danger in Plank. It seems that even if we don't marry the Big Mom pirates, the Gangplank pirates have become a big trouble. What a headache. Aokiji's originally lazy expression suddenly became solemn, and then he said seriously to the phone caller in front of him who had not hung up yet. Plank has led the Plank fleet into the Sabayati archipelago successfully. The plan worked, but the battle has just begun. After Aokiji finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Everything that happens next is not determined by the plan. As Aokiji said, the battle has just begun. The seemingly ordinary marine warship Aokiji boarded was closely following the extremely fast Plank fleet. Not long after the Gangplank pirate fleet landed on the Sabayati archipelago, it also landed on the Sabayati archipelago. At this time, in the 36th dock of the Sabayati archipelago, countless boatmen are under the treasure and sharp blades of the Gangplank pirates. Quickly coat every pirate ship in the Gangplank fleet. When Gangplank set out from West Blue, he led a large pirate fleet of nearly 100 pirate ships and 8,000 people. After experiencing successive bloody battles, there are only 23 pirate ships and 3,000 elite pirates left. But in order to successfully complete the coating of these 23 pirate ships, even if there are a large number of skilled boat workers working frantically, it will still take at least nearly an hour. Quick, we must complete the coating of all ships within half an hour. We must not let those marine bastards surround us all here. A large number of ordinary officers and minions of the Gangplank pirate ship loudly urged the coated shipwrights. They believe in Plank, and they are not afraid of death. But if possible, no one wants to confront the Admiral of Headquarters and countless elites of the naval headquarters. It would be great if we could successfully complete the coating and reach the new world without a bloody battle. It's a pity that all these are just extravagant hopes. Oh, it's really troublesome. If possible, could you please surrender? Aokiji's tall figure quietly appeared outside the 36th dock. At the same time, a large number of marine soldiers are also rushing towards this dock. Big Admiral. Admiral is really out. Some of the minions in Plank's fleet looked at the marine admiral that quietly appeared in front of them, with great horror. What about Admiral? We are under the command of Master Plank, the calamity of the ocean. Don't think that sending out Admiral can stop Lord Gangplank. Master Gangplank, he will definitely become the pirate king. The two captains and officers under Gangplank, who had a bounty of about 50 million, looked at each other. Then he took the initiative to face Aokiji with determination and no fear. In the world of pirates, there are a large number of extremely vicious pirates. There are also many heroes who are willing to sacrifice their lives for loyalty and their captain. Human dreams will never end. They know they can't become the pirate king. But when Plank did not abandon the ordinary crew and enter the new world directly through the submarine, he has pinned all his dreams on Plank. They firmly believe that Gangplank will become the pirate king. Aokiji looked at the two pirates who took the initiative to greet him and sighed softly. Then, the figure moved instantly, and at the moment when the two cotters had no time to react, they were turned into ice sculptures with a single tap. The countless remaining pirates and officers looked at the two people who were instantly turned into ice sculptures by Aokiji. Their eyes widened and they were about to rush forward. A cold air suddenly approaches, and the biting ice is quickly spreading towards the dock following Aokiji's footsteps. Aokiji wanted to freeze the entire dock, as well as all the pirates of Plank's fleet in the dock, with one blow. The ice was approaching, and many of the pirates who tried to charge immediately solidified into statues one after another when they came into contact with the ice. The pirate minions are retreating steadily, and the ice of Aokiji is about to freeze the dock and even the sea surface, destroying the coating operations of all pirate ships. An extremely hot sword energy, with raging fire, blocked the spreading ice. My subordinates are really indebted to you. But now, your enemy is me. Gangplank held a scimitar burning with strange fire in one hand and a hex pistol in the other, looking directly at Aokiji coldly. Behind Gangplank, the drunken Grgas and the taciturn ghost Pike of Blood Harbor, who exuded an aura of death, also quietly appeared. Captain Plank, it's Captain Plank. Captain Plank is invincible, nothing can stop Master Plank. With the appearance of Gangplank, countless pirate minions instantly found their backbone and began to cheer continuously. Alas, there is a bounty of 850 million for the ocean disaster Gangplank, and a bounty of 350 million for the wine barrel Grgas. Coupled with the fact that Blood Harbor Ghost Pike has a bounty of 150 million, it's really troublesome. Are you really not considering surrendering? Aokiji sighed again, stared at Ocean Calamity Plank, and said in a deep voice, "You have no chance of winning. You can only know the odds of winning by playing against them." Plank grinned and said, "Want to give it a try? Of course, my duty is here. Arrest you all." Aokiji is serious about Kaido, and his originally lazy eyes instantly became extremely solemn. "If you can do it, then go ahead. Boys, plate our ships and wait for me to fight off this guy. Let's go to the new world together." Plank shouted. Then, a bullet wrapped around armament Haki hit Aokiji directly. The battle begins. Aokiji and Gangplank fought and retreated, deliberately avoiding shipyards and places where people gathered. Just the aftermath of a battle between top powerhouses may cause countless innocent casualties. Outside the 36th dock, a large number of marine soldiers burned the mountain at the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, and under the leadership of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Stirs, they approached the Plank fleet. On the seemingly ordinary marine warship where Aokiji stayed, it was obviously impossible for Aokiji to be alone. In order to destroy the Gangplank pirates, coupled with the ambush force, Naval Headquarters even dispatched a combat force that exceeded Buster Call. Beryl faced the elite Vice Admiral Washington, and Pike faced the Vice Admiral Stiers. For a moment, it was difficult for the four of them to decide the winner. The remaining Naval Headquarters generals led a large number of elites from the headquarters and rushed directly towards the remaining pirates of Plank's fleet. But this time, the pirate cotters and minions under Gangplank were not defeated. Each of these 3,000 pirates who survived a lot of bloody battles is the best among the best. Admiral and Vice Admiral have Captain Gangplank and senior officers to deal with. Then these marines are our enemies. All shipwrights, follow Captain Plank's instructions and coat at full speed. No one can stop you until we are all dead. Captain Gangplank, you can definitely become the pirate king. Several mid-level officers in the Plank fleet shouted loudly, and then bravely faced the marine commanders. A series of bloody battles enhanced their strength. Gangplank never abandoned his men's charm and armed their will. Those once weak West Blue pirates have long been reborn. The fierce battle began, and among the boatmen who were working hard on coating, an old boatman with gray hair and glasses silently looked at everything in front of him and sped up the coating action in his hands again. What an outstanding pirate group. I hope they can reach New World smoothly. Pluton Rayleigh, who transformed into a coated boatman, thought to himself. Blood is flowing and fire is burning, but no matter whether it was gunfire or sharp blades, nothing could break through the solid defense line formed by the pirates under Gangplank. The pirate ships of Plank's fleet are being coated rapidly. But the Marines who were fighting a bloody battle with the Gangplank pirates were not panicked. A large number of Marine ambush troops are continuously gathering from the surrounding waters towards the Sabayati archipelago. Within half an hour, a large number of Marine warships were enough to surround dockyard number 36. Then they attacked from both sides and completely annihilated the Gangplank pirates. But before that, these marine elites who are fighting bloody battles with the pirates under Gangplank only need to do one thing. That is to bite the Gangplank pirates and delay time. But unfortunately, it seems difficult for them to even do this. The battle between the elite officers of naval headquarters and the completely reborn pirates under Gangplank is hard to tell. But the elite Vice Admiral Hwashaeshin, especially the Vice Admiral Stiers, was completely at a disadvantage at this time. Grugaz, the wine barrel, relied on his special vitality constitution to exchange injuries with the Fire Mountain Vice Admiral. When he had several scars on his body, the righteous cloak of Vice Admiral of the Fire Mountain was also blown to pieces by Grugaz's unique explosive barrel. Hwashaeshin Vice Admiral gasped for air, and after enduring the impact of Grugaz's several flesh bombs, let Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral feel that his breath smells like blood. Grugaz's powerful attack caused Hwashaeshin Vice Admiral to suffer serious internal injuries. But he still carried his katana nonchalantly and continued to confront Grugaz. As a marine, getting injured has become a habit. What's more, if he doesn't block Plank's senior Cotter Keg here, then who can block him? Huo Shaoshan didn't want to cause a big trouble for Aokiji and the marine soldiers under his command. He has always been a strong and gentle man. However, he can still continue to confront Grugaz. Vice Admiral Stiere, the Vice Admiral who followed him into the battle, could no longer hold on. Blood Harbor Ghost Pike has S-level potential, although his level has not caught up with the wine barrel. However, after he entered the first half of the Grand Line, his own combat power quickly approached Grugaz in the fierce battle. Even as time goes by, it is only a matter of time before Grugaz becomes the strongest combat force under Gangplank. Some people are born stronger than others. This is the cruel and realistic world. Just when Stier's Vice Admiral barely managed to avoid Pike's suddenly extending bone-penetrating spikes, the ghostly figure of Pike in Blood Harbor disappeared instantly. Then, before Vice Admiral Stiers had time to react, Pike's bone-piercing spike fell from the sky. First, he directly cut off the saber in the hand of Vice Admiral Stiers, and then left an X-shaped wound on the chest of Vice Admiral Stiers with bone visible. If not for the obstruction by the saber, and at the last moment, Stiere Vice Admiral urged Armament Haki to defend. Stiere Vice Admiral probably not only left 2 X-shaped wounds on his chest with bone visible. Instead, it will be divided into 4 sections directly. Vice Admiral was seriously injured and fell to the ground. The large amount of blood flowing out made the land even more red. But the fall of Stier's Vice Admiral was just the beginning. The moment Stier's Vice Admiral fell, the figure of Bloodport Ghost Pike mysteriously disappeared again. The next second, Pike's bone-penetrating spike had been driven hard into the heart of Hwashaeshin Vice Admiral. One-on-one, Hwashaeshin Vice Admiral can barely hold on for a while, but 1 against 2, Hwashaeshin Vice Admiral could be defeated at any time. Even if Pike doesn't take action, just standing near the wine barrel Grugaz is enough to directly reduce the strength of Vice Admiral of Fire Mountain by half. No one can face an assassin who may attack him at any time and still devote himself to dealing with the enemy in front of him. The Burning Mountain Vice Admiral fought back Grugaz with a single blow just before the bone-piercing spike was about to pierce his heart. Then he pulled away suddenly, avoiding the fatal blow, but directly added a long and narrow wound on his body. The jagged wounds left by the bone-piercing spikes caused Hwashaeshin Vice Admiral's blood to flow rapidly, and the pain continued to come from his body. It also made Hwashaeshin Vice Admiral clearly understand that he could no longer hold on for much longer. But at this moment, there are still 10 minutes before the expected arrival of the Marine Ambush Force. These last 10 minutes will determine the outcome of everything. Hey, it looks like your subordinates can't hold on much longer. Wouldn't it be better to just be obedient and let us leave like this? I don't remember any deep grudge between you and me. You should know that I keep my hands off many Marines. Gangplank's long beard was covered with ice shards, and the scimitar in his hand was originally burning with fire. Like a candle in the wind, it seems likely to be extinguished at any time. But Plank's eyes are still extremely bright. With a stabbing sound, Gangplank's scimitar collided fiercely with the ice sword in Aokiji's hand. A powerful shock wave erupted instantly, causing the ground beneath their feet to crack. It also made the tall mangrove trees nearby sway slightly. Countless bubbles unique to Sabayati Archipelago were instantly blown away or shattered by the shock wave. A gorgeous scenery forms above the Sabayati Archipelago, but under this gorgeous scenery, there are 2 powerful men who can be called the top of the sea, fighting to the death. If I let you go like this, I can't explain it. Besides, how long can you hold on? The moment Aokiji and Gangplank exchanged blows, a large amount of ice began to spread around Gangplank along Gangplank's scimitar. The strange fire on Gangplank's scimitar also stretched along Aokiji's ice sword like a tangled thread. Fire burned in the ice, Gangplank's strange fire and Aokiji's bone-chilling ice, for a moment, strangely coexisted. With a bang, the scimitar and the ice sword suddenly separated. There were more ice residues on Gangplank's beard again, and Aokiji's body that seemed to be made of ice also inexplicably became a little more translucent. Even Logia can't avoid Gangplank's strange flames. I can last a whole year, but they can't hold on anymore. Gangplank grinned. He had just reached level 15, but compared with the peak S-level beings like Aokiji, there was still a slight gap. But if we really have to keep fighting with Aokiji, Plank feels. The one standing at the end may not be Aokiji. The outlaw armor on Gangplank not only provided him with a lot of vitality and physical strength, but also continuously restored his strength. In the distance, Huashaishan Vice Admiral, who had several wounds on his body, was already staggering and was about to fall to the ground with serious injuries. But until now, on the vast sea, the naval headquarters ambush fleet that should have arrived on time has still not been seen. In the waters near Sabayati Archipelago, a large number of naval headquarters ambush fleets have gathered together and are quickly rushing to the 36th dock of Sabayati Archipelago. There, the blocking force composed of elites from the headquarters such as Aokiji Admiral and Huashaishan Vice Admiral are fighting a bloody battle with the Gangplank fleet. Quick! Stiere Vice Admiral suffered a heavy blow and was defeated. Aokiji Admiral and Gangplank were unable to decide the winner for a while. The Gangplank pirates have become a pirate group powerful enough to threaten the world. They must be completely annihilated in the Sabayati Archipelago. On the ambush warship, the Marine generals, who had just learned that the Sabayati Archipelago Marine blocking force was in a bitter battle, were extremely anxious, even after going through a series of battles with the Gangplank pirates. But after dispatching Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, they feel that their so-called ambush fleet only needs to do one thing. That is to receive prisoners, and at the same time surround Gangplank's pirate fleet, check for leaks and make up for them. Some of the pirate ships that avoided Plank's fleet escaped from their pursuit again by relying on their weird speed, but they never expected that even if they dispatched the Admiral of Headquarters, they still couldn't take down the Gangplank pirates. On the contrary, those elite marines who blocked it seemed to be at a disadvantage. Gangplank's pirate fleet is working overtime to perform coding. They really have to dispatch the Marine Admiral. With a large number of elites still in the headquarters, let the Gangplank pirates fight their way out and successfully reach the New World. The entire naval headquarters, as well as world government, including this so-called ambush plan, will be completely reduced to a laughingstock. It even shakes the authority of naval headquarters and world government in the entire world. Admiral is the highest combat power of the world government and naval headquarters to deter the world. No matter what, Admiral should not be defeated and cannot be defeated. At least, he shouldn't be defeated by a rookie pirate. The alternate Admiral and some world government officials are anxious and want to rush to the Sabayati Archipelago as soon as possible to encircle and annihilate the Gangplank pirates. But at this moment, the originally sunny weather suddenly became extremely weird. The wind began to howl and the sea began to surge. The terrifying hurricane broke the masts of many marine warships, and the raging waves made it difficult for the ambush fleet at naval headquarters to move forward. And amidst the strong wind and huge waves, a small blue bird and an extremely beautiful mermaid were swimming around. Janna and Nami worked together to become the nemesis of almost all fleets on this vast sea. Storm. Damn, why is there a storm at this time? Is God also protecting that damn pirate group? Go forward, nothing can stop Marine's justice. For justice, justice must prevail. Doberman and other marine generals had livid faces and kept waving their sharp blades to cut through the wind and waves. I have always been extremely lazy, like a street kid's candidate Admiral T. Dolphin. At this time, with a solemn expression, he cooperated with Doberman and others to defeat the storm. On this cruel sea, the weak succumb to the storm, but the truly strong ones rise to the challenge and defeat the storm. If the mast is broken, use manpower to support it. If the sail is cracked, repair it quickly. Even without sails, a large number of naval headquarters elites were rowing the oars and kept moving forward. There are a large number of strong men in the naval headquarters ambush force. Janna and Nami continue to create storms, but because their levels are still low, and in order to prevent himself from being directly exposed in front of the T-Dolphins and others, he did not use all his strength to stop the advance of the ambush troops. But if those ambush troops wanted to successfully arrive at the Sabayati Archipelago within half an hour as planned and complete the encirclement and suppression of the Gangplank pirates, it was undoubtedly a fantasy. Time is ticking by. The Vice Admiral of Fire Mountain had just struggled to avoid a bone-piercing spike from Pike, and the fat body of Grugas, the wine barrel. But it was like a mountain bearing down on top, rushing towards him. Fire Mountain Vice Admiral was about to dodge again, but he knew exactly how terrifying the collision of Grugas was. With his internal organs damaged and massive blood loss, he could no longer withstand any heavy blows. But just when he was about to turn around and dodge, the massive blood loss and intense physical exertion caused his eyes to darken slightly, and his figure paused for a moment. Then, the moment he came to his senses, a huge force hit his body hard. Huo Xiaoshan was directly knocked away by the impact of Grugas' flesh bombs. The violent impact made Huo Xiaoshan Vice Admiral in midair, and his muscles and face were constantly trembling and twisting. Then, with a loud bang, he fell heavily to the ground and lost all consciousness. The last drink before closing, next time. The wine barrel was covered in wounds, but most of them had begun to heal. Grugas took out a glass of wine from there. Watching Huo Xiaoshan lying on the ground, Vice Admiral drank it all in one gulp. All the Vice Admirals of the headquarters were defeated, and the blocking force that was originally in a stalemate with the pirates under Gangplank's command. Also because of the defeat of Huashaishan Vice Admiral and Shitier's Vice Admiral, their morale dropped drastically. Not only did they fail to successfully push the front into dock number 36, but they began to retreat steadily. If it weren't for the sound of Aokiji and Gangplank fighting in the distance, this group of marine blocking troops has been completely defeated. In a local battlefield with thousands of people, one or two powerful combatants who can free up their hands can completely dominate the battle situation. The world of pirates has never been about a world where more people have greater power. Those top combat forces standing at the pinnacle of the sea are the real key to dominating this world. Hey, they can't hold on any longer. Do you want to continue with me? Gangplank grinned, and with the hex pistol in his hand, he also aimed at Aokiji's chest and fired a bullet that entangled armament Haki. Gangplank's bullets pose no threat to Aokiji. Before the bullet hits Aokiji, Aokiji will leave a hole in his chest in advance for Gangplank's bullet to pass through. Gangplank's previous bullets could only distract Aokiji's attention and delay Aokiji's attack. But this time, Aokiji didn't get distracted and dodge, but instead stepped forward with all his strength. The bullet that entangled armament Haki left a blood flower on Aokiji's left shoulder, but Aokiji's right hand also instantly touched Gangplank's right hand holding the gun. Freeze moment. A large amount of cold air gathered all over Gangplank's body when he was caught off guard, and a large number of ice cubes suddenly appeared around Gangplank. But before being completely frozen by Aokiji, the scimitar burning with strange flames in Gangplank's left hand trembled slightly, instantly shattered the ice around him, and then hurriedly retreated. It was just that he was hit by a lot of cold air. Even if he was not directly frozen into an ice sculpture, it still made Gangplank shiver several times and his body became much slower. Seeing Gangplank retreat in time, Aokiji did not pursue the victory. Facing enemies of the same level, if you can't seize the opportunity, you can win with one move. What follows is nothing more than a war of attrition that wastes a lot of time. Without a 3-day and 3-night battle, Aokiji wouldn't be sure to take down Gangplank. However, the Huashaishan Vice Admiral, the Stier's Vice Admiral, and those marine blocking troops do not have 3 days and 3 nights left. Fortunately, Plank and others also ran out of time. Half an hour and it's already here? Aokiji's figure moved instantly, and he entered the dock directly before Gangplank could stop him. Then, he stretched out his hand suddenly, and a lot of cold air continued to spread on the sea. The next moment, the blue sea near the entire dock suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. Ice Age! Aokiji roared, and the wound left by the Gangplank bullet on his left shoulder was dripping with blood, which looked so dazzling on the white ice. But Aokiji feels that he has already won. His mission has been completed. This time, the Plank fleet was unable to escape. But in the distance, on the vast sea, the marine ambush force that should have arrived in time was nowhere to be seen. Aokiji looked at the sea without a trace, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He just wanted to help Marine ambush the troops and defeat the pirates of Gangplank's fleet. The next second, Aokiji frowned tightly. Gangplank, who was supposed to be affected by a lot of cold air and moved slowly, now had a rosy face and stood coldly behind the marine blocking force. The hex pistol and scimitar in his hands were already pointed at his feet, and he had lost all consciousness. Only Stiers and Huashaishan Vice Admiral were still alive, with their chests still rising slightly, proving that they were still alive. Gangplank ate a few bloody oranges to relieve himself of the cold. Now, can we leave? Gangplank grinned, revealing his dense white fang, and said solemnly to Aokiji. The abyss, which had just completed coating in the dock, automatically extended a large number of cannons at this time, ready to bomb everything in front of it. Aokiji didn't answer immediately. He just looked at the pirate ships in the dock that had mostly been coated with a grimace. Then, he looked at the sea in the distance. The wind is blowing, the waves are surging. But on the horizontal line where the sea and the sky meet, Aokiji did not see any marine ambush fleet that should have arrived long ago. The ambush fleet didn't arrive in time, so there seems to be no way for the pirates to escape. It's really troublesome. Aokiji scratched his head, his whole body instantly became lazy, and he said lazily, as long as Aokiji is willing, he can completely destroy all the pirate ships in the dock. Including the pirates and coating workers on the ship, all were frozen. But what's the cost? Huashaishan Vice Admiral, Stier's Vice Admiral, and the marine soldiers who bravely fought with him, and even the countless civilians of the Sabayati archipelago. They are very likely to die in the next decisive battle between the Gangplank pirates. The pirate who has lost all means of retreat will turn into the craziest beast and destroy everything in front of him. The most important thing is that even if all pirate ships in the dock are frozen, if we can't defeat Plank, then everything is meaningless. A captain who loses his entire crew is insane and deadly. Especially when the captain still possesses admiral combat power, it is undoubtedly more dangerous. Aokiji now has no chance of keeping Gangplank. The wound on his left shoulder was still slowly dripping blood, and Plank's breath. But strangely enough, it was recovering at an unimaginable speed. The passive of the outlaw armor begins to take effect. As long as Gangplank cannot be defeated directly at once, Gangplank with the outlaw armor will. The recovery ability will be even more terrifying than that of Luffy, the king who does sit UPS repeatedly when playing Kaido in the future. Aokiji has no point in continuing to fight Gangplank. This battle ends here. Enough blood has been shed. Aokiji's figure moved instantly and stood lazily in front of Gangplank. Then, the thick ice in the sea that had been frozen by Aokiji began to melt slowly. After Aokiji finished speaking, a naval headquarters commodore who had several wounds on his body and was covered in blood wanted to retort. But after looking at the bleeding wound on Aokiji's left shoulder and looking at the countless severely injured marine elites on the battlefield, The Naval Headquarters Commodore sighed deeply, then silently put away his weapon and began to rescue the wounded. Only by living can we have the value of realizing justice. What's more, even Admiral was injured. Even if they fight to the death next, what will happen? This battle had already failed before the ambush troops arrived in time. The battle was suspended, and the pirates under Gangplank, who were already desperate because of the freezing sea. He looked blankly at the wound on Aokiji's left shoulder and the melting ice. Then he looked at Plank, who had a rosy face and seemed to be unscathed. A moment later, there was an earth-shattering cry. "Win, we beat Admiral. Master Plank is invincible, nothing can stop Master Plank. Lord Gangplank, you will definitely become the Pirate King." The more than 2,000 elite pirates who survived under Gangplank's command were extremely firm in their faith at this moment. They firmly believed that Gangplank can become the Pirate King. After cheering, the pirates also began to rescue the wounded quickly. Among the coding boatmen who were about to complete their work, the gray-haired Pluton Rayleigh pushed up his glasses at this time, and a light flashed quietly in his eyes. What an outstanding pirate group. But it's too early, too early. Will he be the one the captain is waiting for? At the end of the Grand Line, in Raftel, there are secrets about Joy Boy and the new era buried? But the time of prophecy is far from coming. Luffy is the one Roger is really waiting for. In him, Joey Boy and all the expectations of the new era are also placed on him. But there's a new era of so-called Joey Boy. Who cares? Plank doesn't care, and neither does Duke. Because they all know it very well. When Duke came to this world, the era of Duke and the heroes had already begun. Gangplank let go of the two important bargaining chips in his hands, Steers and Vice Admiral of Huashaishan, and allowed them to be hurriedly carried away for treatment by Marine's medical staff. Then he put away his weapons and, together with Gragas and Pike, said boldly to Aokiji, "Hey, if you don't want to be a Marine that day, are you interested in becoming a pirate with me? I have a big plan. Maybe I can save a little blood in this sea." Duke once said to all his heroes. Marine may not be their real enemy. Naval headquarters and world government are by no means one and the same. Being a pirate with you. Aokiji glanced at the man in front of him strangely, shook his head and said lazily, "I don't want to be chased by other Marines all day long. Also, I am also an admiral after all, so don't underestimate the justice in my heart." Aokiji's justice is lazy justice, or confused justice. After following the orders of the world government, killing his friends, and watching O'Hara being completely destroyed, Aokiji is confused about the justice in his heart, or the justice in the world government. Who is the real justice? What is true justice? Aokiji didn't find the answer, but at least, he doesn't feel now that what Plank has done will be the justice he wants. Gangplank conquered and incorporated the pirate group along the way, only plundering the king's nobles, not civilian merchant ships, and at the same time, he basically did not take the initiative to attack marine soldiers. This is another reason why Aokiji is willing to let go of the Gangplank pirates in the Sabayati archipelago. Ha ha ha, justice. Maybe one day, I can represent true justice. Plank grinned, and then, looking at the pirate ship that had almost been completely coated, he shouted loudly, "Boys, let's go. Target, New World. Target, New World, let's go." Countless pirates raised their heads and cheered. At this time, they are worthy of pride and cheer. Not all pirate groups can successfully repel the siege of the Admiral of Headquarters. Aokiji also has a large number of marine elites, watching helplessly as the coated pirate ship slowly dives into the deep sea. In the distance, on the horizontal line where the sea and the sky meet, a large number of ragged marines ambushed the fleet, and then slowly arrived. But it has no meaning anymore. They came too late. Trash, all rubbish. In the holy land of Marie-Joys, the blonde five elders who had just learned that the Gangplank pirates had successfully completed the coating and dived into the deep sea cursed fiercely. There's no point in blaming those guys. Being able to injure Admiral, the strength of the Gangplank pirates has exceeded our expectations. There is nothing you can do about the failure of your plan. Curly hair five elders said calmly. Anger and scolding cannot solve any problem. Then let Gangplank enter the new world without hesitation. That guy will definitely cause an uproar in the whole world. The bearded five elders narrowed their eyes and said coldly, "We must not let that guy go. As long as he is alive, he will be a shame to our world government. Order Kaiksia Jinbei to intercept the Gangplank pirates with all his strength. In the deep sea, even Plank may not be his opponent." The bald five elders said solemnly, "Not enough. Kaiksia Jinbei may not be able to successfully intercept the Gangplank pirates." The bald five elders, who embraces the nonsense of first generation, have an extremely cold tone. Even Admiral Aokiji failed to stop the Gangplank pirates. A Shishibukai, even a fishman, has absolutely no hope of successfully intercepting the Gangplank pirates. Then significantly increase Plank's bounty and promote Plank's threat and strength. Didn't that old man Morgans call him the fifth emperor of the sea? I want to see if the current new world can accommodate a fifth sea emperor. The bald five elders said quietly. Most of the new world sea areas have been ruled and divided by the four emperors. The Gangplank pirates, including most of the rookie pirates, have to gain a foothold after entering the new world. Or, you can only join the Four Emperors group and become a member of the Four Emperors group. Or, you can only find ways to challenge the Four Emperors, pull the old Four Emperors off the throne, and let yourself be successfully crowned. And can Gangplank, who is promoted as the 5th emperor, join the rest of the 4 emperors? The 5 elders don't think that the current Gangplank pirates have the strength to challenge the 4 emperors. Every 4 emperors group is a gathering place for monsters. In addition to the 4 emperors themselves, the cotters under their command should not be underestimated. After receiving the order from the world government, Kaido Jinbei slowly searched for traces of the Gangplank pirates in the deep sea. Watching the Gangplank pirates go directly into the new world, the Shishibukai have never been loyal lackeys of the world government. Jinbei also doesn't want to offend the terrifying Gangplank pirates because of the world government's orders. He has already learned the news that the Gangplank pirates successfully repelled the siege of Admiral Aokiji. The next day, with the news that Gangplank defeated Admiral Aokiji, the Gangplank pirates' latest bounty order was released. The whole world was completely boiling. Big news, big news. 5 Emperors Gangplank defeated the Admiral of Headquarters in the Sabayati Archipelago and officially entered the New World. Who will be defeated next? Big news, big news. 5 Emperors Gangplank has defeated the Admiral of Headquarters and threatens to become the Pirate King. Gangplank's era is about to come. Big news, big news. Gangplank has secured the throne of the Pirate King and wants to defeat the Whitebeard pirates and create his own era. Big news, big news. Countless newsbirds spread a large amount of news throughout the sea, advocating Gangplank and provoking the other 4 emperors groups. The 7 warlords of the sea watched the news that Gangplank had defeated the Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. Except for Mihawk, the others fell silent. Except for Mihawk, the strongest combat power among the Shishibukai, there is undoubtedly a slight gap between the other Shishibukai and Admiral. The Admiral and the 4 Emperors are extremely powerful monsters for most Shishibukai, but monsters also have strengths and weaknesses. Well, can that guy Plank do this? Baron Eggman, are you sure he will come to my tea party? Big Mom looked at Plank's 1.85 billion bounty in his hand, opened his big mouth, and asked Baron Dandan quietly. Of course Mom, he said he would come to Mom's tea party. Cold sweat broke out on Baron Dandan's forehead, and he hurriedly Kaido. Well, that's really great. After Big Mom got the exact news from Baron Dandan, his face was filled with a brilliant smile for a moment, but in the next second, it turned into a cruel and violent smile inexplicably. But why didn't you bring him directly to Cake Island? Baron Eggy, your mission failed. Mother. Baron Eggman's whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. In the Big Mom Pirates, the consequences of failing a mission can range from being deprived of part of your lifespan, or worse, immediate death. On this Cake Island, no one is afraid of the moody, cruel, and tyrannical Big Mom. But I forgive you. Well, if we can successfully marry him, I can definitely become the Pirate King. At that time, everyone on this sea can happily sit together and eat cake. That's great. When Big Mom said this, his eyes shone with hope, and his face had an innocent and bright smile like a child. Big Mom's biggest ideal is to build a country where all races and things in the world live together regardless of high or low. She hopes that everyone can become a family. Although Big Mom is also cruel and tyrannical towards his family, she once killed her own children with her own hands. Baron Eggy didn't have to be punished, so he was extremely happy and hurriedly complimented him. Of course, Mom is invincible. On this sea, no one can refuse Mom. The only one who can become the Pirate King is my mother. Next to Big Mom, Katakuri, who was half leaning on the pillar, had a cold light flashing in his eyes. He believes in the power of Big Mom, but does not think that Gangplank, who was able to defeat the ocean disaster of the Admiral of Headquarters, would join the Big Mom pirate group so easily. With the spread of countless newsprints from world government, even in the New World, some pirates really recognized the strength and status of the 5 Emperors of Gangplank. At least, they believe that Plank is definitely a strong candidate to challenge 4 Emperors. Would such a guy be willing to succumb to the other 4 Emperors? Oh, hey, 5 Emperors. What a boring provocation. Real pirates don't just play house. I will wait for him here and tell that guy what a real pirate is. On the island of ghosts, Kaido of the Beasts casually scattered Gangplank's newsprint in his hand on the ground and started drinking wine. Among the scattered newsprint, the bounty on Grigaz was directly raised to 500 million belly, and the bounty on Ghost Pike of Blood Harbor was also raised to 430 million. The world government promotes Plank and at the same time drives a wedge between Plank and the other 4 emperors. You can't hide Kaido of the Beasts, who looks reckless and bold on the outside, but is actually sinister and vicious on the inside. Kaido of the Beasts may seem silly, but in most cases, they are actually quite clever. At least, he won't be as naive as Big Mom. Gangplank, who can defeat the Admiral of Headquarters, will easily join any 4 Emperors group. Kaido of the Beasts has given up on recruiting Gangplank directly. As for the red-haired Shanks on the Redverse, Shanks had never thought of recruiting Gangplank. His identity is destined to make Shanks seem to be the freest man in the pirate world, but in fact, it is also the least free existence in the pirate world. The Roger Pirates took away 2 babies from the Island of Gods. One of them is the red-haired Shanks. In other words, celestial dragons, Figalan Saint Shanks. Young ladies, let's have a party. Shanks was silent for a moment, then ignored the newsprint from Plank and others, put a gentle smile on his face again, and said loudly. The Redverse was filled with laughter and joy. The Red Hair Pirates are the pirate group that likes to hold parties the most. Happy banquets always make Shanks look so free and happy. Shanks has already bet everything on the Chosen One, the new era. He and Luffy also had an agreement to fight. As for Gangplank, who is not from the D family and cannot be Joyboy, who cares? This era is called Whitebeard. The only one who can become the Pirate King is you, Dad. On the Moby DK, many captains of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the newsprint in their hands advocating for Gangplank and were very angry. It's not that they don't know that this may be the instigation of the world government, but their respect and love for Whitebeard still made them extremely angry. They believe from the bottom of their hearts that Whitebeard is the one who should become the Pirate King. Moreover, the conflict between the Gangplank pirates and the 4 emperors. Unless Gangplank joins the rest of the 4 emperors. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to avoid it. World government uses conspiracy. Kula la la. I don't care about things like Pirate King, because I have obtained the most precious treasure in the world. Whitebeard looked at his children softly, laughed and said, don't fall for the tricks of the world government. But if that guy Plank really wants to challenge me, I'll make him understand that I'm Whitebeard. Kula la la. Whitebeard's laughter spread across the ocean, and Whitebeard's reputation has already spread throughout the world. At least, until Whitebeard ages completely. He deserves to be the strongest in the world. But Duke doesn't care. He only cares that the Whitebeard pirates are poor people. It is the one with the least challenging value among all the 4 emperors groups. He neither explodes equipment nor gold coins. He is extremely powerful and has a bunch of powerful cotters under his command. Gangplank never thought about causing trouble for the Whitebeard pirates. Gangplank promised Baron Eggy that he would attend the tea party of the Big Mom pirates. Now, there is still 1 month left until the Big Mom tea party is held. In the new world, Plank is already planning how to give Big Mom an unforgettable gift at the tea party. In the Grand Line, the Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters under the sea, also welcomed a strange mermaid at this time, Tide summoning Sharame Nami. Hey, young mermaid, this is not the place you should be. At the entrance of the poor and chaotic Fishman Street, several Fishman gangsters stared at the beautiful Tide caller Sameheim Nami and said a warning. Fishman Street is the poorest and most chaotic place on the Fishman Island. Most of the Fishmen have been persecuted by humans. This is a real lawless zone. Even Neptune, the king of the Fishman Island, seems to have abandoned this place intentionally. There are 100,000 fishmen living in Fishman Street. The total number of residents of the Fishman Island is only 5 million. 1/50th of the population. The Fishman Island King Neptune is completely invisible. No one will believe it. It's just that those 100,000 citizens, composed of orphans, refugees, and gangsters, have no meaning for Neptune to rule at all. Fishman Street is a garbage dump left intentionally by Neptune. But what Nami wants is this garbage dump. No one wants to live in darkness forever, and no one wants to be a member of the garbage heap forever. Have you ever heard the singing of the sea? Nami said softly, and several water prisons appeared quietly as she spoke, tightly restraining the gangsters from Fishman Street. Ruling and transforming Fishman Street is Nami's first step to becoming the queen of the Fishman Island. That day, countless waves rolled up in Fishman Street. You're just a mermaid, what do you want to do? This is Fishman Street, not Fishman Bay, nor Dragon Palace City. You are not welcome here. He assassinated Princess Otohim a few years ago, stole a large amount of poison, and gained great fame in Fishman Street. Hody Jones, who is also the leader of the gangsters in Fishman Street, said fiercely to Nami, the Tide Caller Charmaid? Mermen are a noble race even in the Fishman Island. In the Fishman Island, the more powerful the people, the higher they live and the closer they are to the sun. And Fishman Street is almost at the bottom of the Fishman Island. Here, you can't see any sunshine all year round. This is the place that was neglected and abandoned by the Dragon Palace Kingdom. No, I hear people here crying. They need me. Nami still had a soft smile on her face and said firmly, want to come join me? I will lead all fishmen to a bright future. Around Nami, a large number of fishmen gangsters who tried to drive Nami away were knocked to the ground by the turbulent water. Bright future. Are you trying to coexist with humans like that naive and stupid person like Princess Otohim? Are you kidding me? Why do you think there are so many fishmen here? Most of the fishmen here have been persecuted by humans and became orphans. Hody Jones opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp fangs. With incomparable hatred in his eyes, he roared angrily. We are the future chosen by God and given power in order to punish mankind. After Hody Jones finished speaking, he directly stuffed a poison into his mouth. Then, together with the gangster leader Dosan, Gou, and others who followed behind him, they rushed towards Nami, the Tide Caller Shark Princess. Hody Jones and others, while hating human beings, will never show mercy to their compatriots. This is Fishman Street, where there is no sunshine all year round. Fishman Street without any law and order. Then, an extremely turbulent tide swept away all the evil in Fishman Street without mercy. The tide dissipated, and countless murlocs were scattered all over the place due to the impact of the angry waves. Nami stood silently in front of Hody Jones and others, and said in a deep voice, it seems that your power is not enough to become the future. However, I have never thought of letting go of those pirates who wantonly catch fishermen on the Fishman Island. Want to come join me? First, maybe we can try to overthrow the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Then, revolutionize the Fishman Island. Tide Summoner Nami extended her right hand to Hody Jones and others. Want to overthrow the Ryogo Kingdom and take charge of the Fishman Island. Tide caller Sherakim Nami needs the power of other fishmen. A king who is not recognized by his people has no meaning. Fishman Street, the garbage dump that King Neptune intentionally left alone, will become the first base for Tide caller Nami to rule the Fishman Island. These fishmen who live in the darkness, while they hate humans. I have never had a good impression of Neptune, the aloof king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Ryago Castle is located at the top of the Fishman Island. It is built with large coral reefs and shellfish. It enjoys the warmth of the sun all year round. The only problem is that Dragon Palace City is too high. It's so high that it's completely separated from all the Murloc cities. Does the high-ranking king in Dragon Palace City really care about the lives of the fish people at the bottom? No one knows the answer. After Hody Jones and others were easily knocked down by Nami, their eyes widened when they heard Nami's words, and then they lowered their heads silently. What young Hody Jones thinks about most now is revenge on mankind. As for overthrowing the Dragon Palace Kingdom and ruling the Fishman Island, the current Hody Jones is far from having such ambitions. He is too weak now. In other words, while the Fishman tribe's natural wrist strength is 10 times higher than that of ordinary humans, maybe it's limited by population size, maybe it's limited by body genes. The probability of the emergence of a top powerhouse is much lower than that of humans. Young Hody Jones once worshipped the strong fishmen such as the dragon and Jinbei, and surrendering to a powerful mermaid who has the ambition to overthrow the Dragon Palace Kingdom and completely change the Fishman Island is not completely difficult to accept. Fishman Street, which has been in darkness all year round, seemed to have a real dawn at this moment. But Tide caller Sherakim Nami knows very well that in order to truly overthrow the Ryago Kingdom and seize the hegemony of the Fishman Island, just controlling the Fishman Street is not enough. She needs enough achievements and fame, and she must find a way to gain the support of Jinbei, the strongest man in the Fishman Island today. Jinbei, the sea hero, has a huge reputation in the Fishman Island. Nami is on the move. In the kingdom of Grendel in the first half of the Grand Line, Swain, Darius, and others also started taking action on how to become the king of a country in the world of pirates. Doflamingo and crocodiles stealing the country gave Duke, Swain, and others the best theoretical guidance. Well, the main thing is that it has to be strong enough. In the royal palace of Grendel, Darius, the hand of Noxus, opened the palace door with an axe. Behind Darius, the flying axe in Draven's hand was constantly spinning, ready to take off the enemy's head at any time. Swain limped and walked into the main hall of the royal palace of Grendel step by step, then stretched out the devil's hand. He directly pulled the fat king of Grendel, who was slumped on the throne, right in front of him. What are you going to do? I am the king of Columbia. The king of Grendel continued to struggle in Swain's hands, while trying to threaten Swain and others. In the world of pirates, kings and nobles are aloof, and even the most vicious pirates rarely attack the king directly. After all, maintaining the sacred authority and inviolability of the king is the common obligation of all feudal monarchies. Then, with a click, Swain broke the neck of the king of Grendel. You don't deserve to sit on that throne at all. You are not worthy of being a king at all. Swain said coldly. There will only be one king in this world, and the whole world will be his kingdom. Swain threw away the body of King Grendel, and then placed it under the throne. Using his demonic power, he directly condensed a bloody throne. From this moment on, the Noxus Empire was quietly established in the world of One Piece. Swain is the apparent ruler of the Noxus Empire, the first consul of the Noxus Empire. Well, the other pirates might care about the reaction of the other kingdoms after directly killing the king of Gondo, but Swain and others never cared. Because, they are Noxus. Since its establishment, Noxus has been directly opposed to almost all kingdoms. Noxus is unrivaled, and its conquests and expansion will never stop. Of course, the main reason is that the Kingdom of Columbia is not a member of the world government. Directly overthrowing a world government member country is not as easy as imagined. Swain and others are not celestial dragons, nor do they have the time to plan and instigate the citizens to rebel as long as crocodile. The destruction of countries that are not members of the world government and the death of their kings are what the world government is happy to see. Without highlighting the dangers of non-world government member countries on this sea, how can world government firmly control the other world government member countries? Why do we continue to collect heavenly gold from other world government member countries and constantly weaken the national power of other kingdoms? Happiness depends on comparison. As for the reaction of the civilian nobles of the Kingdom of Columbia after killing the King of Columbia, sorry, there are no so-called nobles in the Kingdom of Columbus now. Almost all the nobles followed King Grendel into hell, and all the wealth they have, except for leaving part of it to fund the development of the Noxus Empire. The rest of the wealth was dedicated to Duke. And civilians? The reputation of Swain and others as heroes during this period was not for nothing. The common people of the Kingdom of Columbia have long been tired of the corrupt rule of the King of Columbia. As a non-world government country with an extremely remote geographical location and few pirate invasions, the civilians of the Kingdom of Columbia do not live any more comfortably than the civilians of those countries that are members of the world government. Human greed is never satisfied by giving enough. If there is no heavenly gold, there will be earthly gold, king's gold and other exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes. In the pirate world where personal force can destroy the world, the lives of ordinary civilians are often more painful and desperate, because they have no ability to resist the rulers who control powerful force. Most of the kings and rulers in the pirate world are bastards who rely on their own power to do whatever they want. But now, the Noxian Empire is established? There is no fundamental difference between the Noxian Empire and the other kingdoms. It's all about power. In other words, in this world, there is never absolute equality, especially in the world of pirates where individual combat power is extremely disparate. But at least, in Noxus, there are two supreme iron rules that treat all citizens equally. First, all citizens must abide by the laws of the Noxus Empire. Anyone who violates the laws will be severely punished. Second, everyone, regardless of status, background, race, or gender, the capable will be on top, the weak will be on the bottom, strength and merit determine everything, military merit will be knighted. Strict laws gave Noxus the peace and dignity of all citizens. Noxus, where ability is paramount, gives everyone a relatively fair and just starting point. The most important thing is that the Noxus Empire, for the first time in the pirate world, faced everyone in the pirate world and released a big killer like the military lord. As long as you are willing to join the Noxus Empire and make meritorious service to the Noxus Empire, you will be able to get everything you deserve. This is true fairness and justice. Justice is just a concept, and fair interests that treat everyone equally are the real reality. The Noxian Empire was destined to rise. At this time, Duke looked at the sudden increase in wealth in the system panel, and his face burst into laughter. What is true happiness? Duke said that when people sit at home and money comes from the sky, this is real happiness. The King of Columbus and countless nobles directly added up to 22.1 billion worth of wealth to Duke. Although the Kingdom of Columbus is poor and backward, it still has a vast territory and a population of millions. Let the kings and nobles draw enough blood from the common people. In the first half of the Grand Line, there is a superpower like Alabasta with a population of nearly 100 million and a standing army of 600,000. But most of the countries in One Piece are relatively limited in terms of land and population. Duke washed his hands carefully, and then after sacrificing the dead king of Grendel and the nobles, he pressed the lottery button heavily. System, give me 3 S-level draws first. The kingdom of Grendel has increased Duke's wealth by 22.1 billion, but coupled with the wealth that Duke's other heroes and industries continue to provide him, Duke's current wealth exceeds 23 billion. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning an S-level prize and equipment redemption. Consumption of 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the A-level prize and equipping the Thorns Vest. Consumption of 1 billion wealth points, congratulations to host for winning the S-level prize and equipping the Banshee Veil. It's all equipment, not a single hero. Is there another A-level equipment? What's the draw here? This King of Columbus is completely incompetent. Duke frowned slightly as he looked at the 3 prizes he had drawn. He suddenly realized a problem. That is, the number of heroes in the Alliance seems to be limited. Moreover, many heroes may require SS level or higher level draws to be possible. However, Duke seems to be able to directly hold an SS level lottery now. Moreover, as the heroes under his command develop and grow, will he gain more and more wealth? That's no problem. If you don't hit once, won't it be over if you draw a few more times? If you have money, you will be willful. Thinking of this, Duke calmly washed his hands again, and then directly pressed the lottery button. System, give me an SS level lottery directly. Consuming 20 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the S+ level prize, Hero Future Guardian Jace. Future Guardian Jace. Grade 1. Strength, B+. Physique, B+. Agility, B. Spirit B. Potential, S+. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, Hextech Capacitor, Sky Leap, Electric Shock, Mercury Cannon, Mercury Hammer, etc. Overall rating, B+. As a genius inventor from Piltover, Jess possesses unimaginable wisdom and talent. He is the source of all Hextech, the discoverer of Hextech, and the creator of Hextech. His inventions and creations are destined to lead the future. Future Guardian Jace, and Hex Technology. Duke looked at Jace, who had been drawn, and his eyes shone slightly. Winning the S+ prize in the SS level lottery did not disappoint Duke, but made him even more excited. In other words, in Duke's eyes, Jace is even more important than an ordinary hero with SS level potential. The Noxian Empire was successfully established. But Duke relied on his plan to print and issue his own currency after the establishment of the Noxus Empire, and then directly recharge the system. It succeeded, but it also failed. After the Noxian Empire was established, Duke hurriedly asked Swain and others to issue Nodan dollars in the Noxus Empire, equal to Bailey's. Then, they rushed to make a batch of tens of billions, hundreds of billions, and trillions of yuan in denominations, hoping to recharge the system. Well, although banknotes with denominations of tens of billions, trillions, and trillions may be a slight exaggeration. But, anyway, we are trying to pluck out the wool of the system. You can't always be careful when dreaming, right? The denomination of TND Bank is often in the trillions. If he really wanted to win over the system, Duke wouldn't mind at all if the Imperial Bank of Noxus directly competed with the Bank of Heaven and Earth and specially printed some trillion-dollar banknotes for recharge. Then, I woke up from the dream. Small denominations can be officially endorsed by the Noxus Empire. At the same time, compared with Bailey, yuan can buy the daily necessities that residents want at the same price, and the system recognizes its value. As for those yuan with denominations of tens of billions, trillions, and trillions, the system said that their wool does not seem to be so easy to collect. Only items of sufficient value, or banknotes that can purchase enough production materials, are the wealth recognized by the system. All money, even gold, is just a general equivalent agreed upon by people. Real wealth, real value, never lies in those paper money and gold. It is about those means of production that are difficult to obtain or non-renewable, as well as the countless real materials created due to the growth of productivity. This is the essence of wealth. It is also a wealth truly recognized by the system. And want to get huge wealth? Technology is the primary productive force. Every improvement in productivity represents an exponential increase in wealth. Duke made a small mistake earlier. The establishment of a large number of water, electricity, and other factories will indeed bring a steady stream of wealth to Duke in the future. The large amount of money spent every month to invest in those water and electricity plants is completely worth it to Duke. But the problem is that Duke didn't think of it. The ordinary people in the pirate world are really, really poor. Many places are so poor that even though Duke worked hard to invest in water and electricity factories, they brought them convenient and fast water and electricity. But in order to save hundreds or even thousands of Baileys every month, many poor civilians, I would rather fetch water, burn firewood, and go to bed early at night than use more water and electricity. Well, it's almost the same as Duke's previous life in the 1970s and 1980s, not even as good as Duke's previous life in the 1970s and 1980s. There is electricity and gas, so if you don't use it, just play. This made Duke feel a little uncomfortable. He built water and electricity plants all over West Blue to make money, not to let them gather dust and rust locally. However, ordinary people in West Blue really have no money. It's not that they don't want to use convenient and fast water and electricity, but that civilians in some places, they are so poor that they can only choose to risk their lives by going out to sea as pirates. You still ask them to pay extra for water and electricity? Duke's farming career in West Blue has been a bit bumpy. Well, the Valoran lottery and the wine made based on the wine recipe provided by Grigas are selling very well. But how does the money from selling liquor and lottery tickets compare with selling water, electricity, and other livelihood industries? Although it is all money, there is no distinction between high and low. But what Duke wanted was never just money. Otherwise, send all the heroes to plunder the world. Duke's current wealth can at least be multiplied several times. Duke doesn't like fishing for nothing. Life is hard enough for ordinary people in the pirate world. This is not Duke's fault. But at least Duke doesn't want to bring more disasters to ordinary people. If possible, Duke wants to be a good person. The lottery industry and the alcohol industry, to a certain extent, do not have much significance for the growth of social wealth. They do not produce wealth, they are just transporters of wealth. Duke wants to make money and gain more wealth. But I don't want to completely abandon my morals and beliefs in order to gain wealth. Well, except for life and death situations. So, in order to find ways to make more money and collect more wealth, even if we work hard to build water and electricity factories in various places, we must still find ways to increase productivity. Let the common people of the entire West Blue achieve common prosperity, or at least some people become rich first. Are there such good capitalists in this world? The saint almost cried when he heard this. Duke wanted to cry but had no tears, but in order to earn more wealth in the future, Duke felt that it would not be a bad thing to first find a way to slightly increase the productivity of the pirate world. Only if industry still has productivity can it truly bring wealth to the entire world. If possible, Duke wouldn't mind slightly transforming this deformed world. Technology is enough to change the world. Behind Duke, future Guardian Jace bowed his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "For a better tomorrow. Tomorrow may be wonderful. But Duke is short of money today." All the wealth collected from the kingdom of Grendel turned into 3 pieces of equipment and Jace. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, Duke thought about it and directly equipped Nami, the auxiliary equipment of redemption. The auxiliary equipment is for the auxiliary, there is nothing wrong with it. As for the Thorn's Vest, Duke directly equipped it on Gangplank. I've all been equipped with a piece of fanatic armor, and I'll get a giant belt from now on. There seems to be no problem if Gangplank is given an anti-armor directly. After all, in the real world, staying alive is far more important than output. Duke naturally had no other choice but to install the Banshee Veil, an anti-sneak attack weapon, on himself. In the world of pirates, Devil Fruit has all kinds of strange abilities, and Duke doesn't want to fall into an ability that can be called a bug like the childlike fruit. The creation of West Blue's numerous water and electricity plants, as well as the creation of other businesses, required a large investment of money. The money earned from Valoran Lottery and Valoran Drinks, after deducting operating expenses and support for factory construction, there is not much wealth left every month. If Plank, Zed, and others hadn't contributed some wealth to Duke from time to time, Duke felt that he might have become the world's poorest behind-the-scenes controller. Duke, the High King of the Noxus Empire, the mastermind behind the Gangplank pirates, the master of Shadowstream, the chairman of Shunfang Shipping, the future protector of the Fishman Island, the godfather of the Valoran family, is looking for someone to pay. Of course no one will pay for the money. Duke could only slightly urge Vladimir to improve his strength as soon as possible. Then go find Gecko Moria, the fat guy, and seize Captain John's treasure. Today, Vladimir has become a blood demon in the first half of the Grand Line, with a bounty of up to 180 million. And the A-level combat power is comparable to the naval headquarters elite vice admiral. known as another West Blue supernova after Planck? Of course, no one really thinks that. The blood demon Vladimir can become a world-shaking pirate like Gangplank. Vladimir will not trouble Gecko Moria until he reaches level 9 and has the combat power of a plus normal Shishibukai level 1. And Jace began to give full play to his intelligence under Duke's command. Hex flying doors, hex firearms, etc. are enough to change the world. But Duke doesn't need any of these now. Duke has no shortage of weapons now. And with the current strength of the Valoran family, once the hex flying gate is built, the world government and the celestial dragons will probably have to find a way to annex the Valoran family immediately. He firmly controls Hex's flying door technology in his hands. The technology of the pirate world is actually not backward. In some aspects, it is extremely powerful. However, the world government has actually been deliberately suppressing the technological development of the pirate world. World government does not need those countries with advanced technology and powerful strength. The countries that join the world government are all powerful and have convenient transportation, so they can easily exchange supplies. So how can the world government protect you? How else to collect a lot of heavenly gold? Vegapunk, the strongest scientist in the pirate world, is nominally strictly protected by the world government. In fact, what is the difference between it and imprisonment? In short, the technology of the pirate world can be developed, but it must be technology that belongs to the world government. Of course, the most important reason is that it would be nice to modify some hex guns, but building a pair of hex flying doors is really expensive. The construction cost of a pair of hex flying doors is conservatively estimated at 200 billion. Well, it's not much more expensive than some of the large cross-sea bridges built by Blue Star in its previous life. Technology is the primary productive force, but many technologies cost money. Is it worth it? Definitely worth it. After all, rapid transmission across space is priceless in terms of both commercial and strategic value. Made? Hehe. Duke decisively gave up the idea of building the hex flying gate. There are really 200 billion. I will directly come to the SS level lottery 10 times. Isn't it delicious? What kind of Hextech flying door are you building? Hex technology is too high-end and too expensive. Duke is not needed at the moment, but those seemingly ordinary high-efficiency cement, high-efficiency fertilizers, and various living factory technologies. Duke felt that Jace should work harder in these areas. If you want to be rich, you must build roads first. If you want to be stable, you must farm. Grab it with both hands, use both hands hard. Duke feels that there are great opportunities to make money in the future. As for the initial investment, Duke said that everything is for a better tomorrow. Only by giving up can you gain. The Valoran family's business in West Blue is expanding, and the number of employees attached to the Valoran family, or the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, is also increasing. The construction and maintenance of water and electricity plants require a large number of workers, and the construction of cement plants, fertilizer plants, and other factory roads requires even more workers. Most of the profits from the Valoran lottery, Valoran wine, and other industries of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce are invested in these factories. But the entire West Blue has also become somewhat prosperous because of the establishment of these factories. At least, with the Valoran Chamber of Commerce providing a large number of jobs for countless civilians in West Blue, the number of pirates going to sea in West Blue has inexplicably decreased a lot. How many people are willing to risk encountering waves, ferocious beasts, and marine pursuits at any time to become pirates if they can live a stable life? In the world of One Piece, there are only a very small number of people who truly dream of becoming the Pirate King. Dreams are important, but having enough food is the real reality. The influence of the Valoran family in West Blue is gradually expanding, and many local chambers of commerce in West Blue have been greatly affected by the expansion of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. Especially the West Blue local chamber of commerce, which is involved in the shipping industry and the beverage industry. No one in West Blue dares to intercept the ships raiding the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. As for the local wines in West Blue, none of them can compare with the countless wines provided by Grigas. West Blue, in a mansion, a large number of chamber presidents who were impacted by the Valoran Chamber of Commerce gathered together. This can't go on like this. If this continues, we will all go bankrupt. With a fat belly and a fat head, Jim Volt, the president of West Blue's largest liquor merchant association, said angrily, "The Valoran Chamber of Commerce must be sanctioned. West Blue's beverage industry is the industry most affected by the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, and as the countless fine wines of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce are gradually fermented and brewed, most of West Blue's original wine companies must die. If it tastes good, it tastes good. If it doesn't taste good, it doesn't taste good. The qualitative difference is difficult to make up for through other means. Yes, the Valoran Chamber of Commerce must be sanctioned." After Jim Volt finished speaking, the presidents of other large chambers of commerce who had been impacted by the Valoran Chamber of Commerce also nodded. The small chambers of commerce are afraid of the Valoran family behind the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, but the large chamber of commerce, which has been rooted in West Blue for decades or hundreds of years, will not be too afraid of the Valoran family. West Blue was once full of Mafia. But the real rulers of West Blue have never been the Mafia. Behind every big chamber of commerce, there are many connections with the kings and nobles of West Blue and even senior officials of the world government. But, how to sanction it? The patriarch of the Valoran family once saved the life of Vice Admiral Galen. That's West Blue Inspector, Marine Vice Admiral Galen. Jaime Larry, the Chamber of Commerce president of Jaime Freight, looked at the many Chamber of Commerce presidents present who seemed to be filled with indignation, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said in a deep voice, "The emergence of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce has impacted many local chambers of commerce in West Blue, but thanks to the increasingly stable underground order after the Valoran family unified the West Blue underground world. Also, because of the Valoran family and the Gangplank pirates raids, many pirates were reduced. Those shipping chambers in West Blue have lost a lot of business. However, overall profits and the industry environment have improved. After all, every shipping trip in the world of One Piece must be prepared for the risk of being plundered by pirates. There are too many pirates in the pirate world." After Jaime Larry, the president of the Jaime Chamber of Commerce, finished speaking, most of the chamber presidents present fell into silence. A Marine Vice Admiral is no one to be trifled with. The apparent relationship between Duke and Galen is that Duke once saved Galen's life. And Galen, or a prestigious Marine Vice Admiral, is almost enough to stand at the top of power, let alone West Blue, even if he looks at the entire world. The entire Marine, all headquarters Vice Admirals and branch Vice Admirals combined, will never exceed 100. What about Marine Vice Admiral? This is West Blue, not Marineford. It is absolutely impossible for the world government and the kings of various countries to sit back and watch any Vice Admiral interfere in the local affairs of the major kingdoms. The president of West Blue's largest wine merchant association, Jim Volt, looked gloomy and said with a sinister smile, "Besides, we are not pirates. We are just making some corresponding boycotts against the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. Refuse to sell some goods to the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, and advise countless civilians in West Blue not to join the Mafia. This won't offend Galen Vice Admiral, right? Naval headquarters is the world government's strongest force to suppress countless alliance countries around the world. It has countless elites and marine bases all over the world. The power of naval headquarters is extremely powerful. But because of this, the world government and the kings of various countries will never allow the naval headquarters' power to grow further. In particular, the naval headquarters will never be allowed to interfere with the internal affairs of the major kingdoms. Marine, always be Marine. After all, if the naval headquarters controls not only the military power, but also the power and economy of various countries. So, in this pirate world, what does the world government do? Why do we need franchise countries all over the world? Once an opening is opened, the unlimited growth of power will sooner or later make naval headquarters completely out of control. This is why Jim Volt dared to target the Valoran Chamber of Commerce even though he knew that Galen had a tacit understanding with the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. After all, as Marine Vice Admiral, it's impossible for Galen to take action against Jim Volt and others just because they are targeting the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, right? Good guys deserve to be pointed at a gun? At Jim Volt's suggestion, a large number of local Chamber of Commerce presidents in West Blue, after thinking for a moment, joined the anti-Valoran Chamber of Commerce alliance formed by Jim Volt, except the president of the Jaime Chamber of Commerce, Jaime Larry. For a time, there was a boycott by a large number of chambers of commerce in West Blue. What is it about slandering the Valoran Chamber of Commerce that there is something wrong with the drinks? The Valoran Chamber of Commerce's lottery tickets are all fraudulent. What is it about refusing to provide raw materials to the Valoran Chamber of Commerce? Why is the Valoran Chamber of Commerce originally a mafia, and the factories that join the Valoran Chamber of Commerce are joining the mafia, etc.? There are a series of rumors. Bring some unfashionable little tricks. It successfully reduced the revenue of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce by 10%, and also hindered Duke's business of opening factories and farming all over the West Blue. Then, Duke got angry. Are you kidding? You can call him Duke, you can assassinate him or start a war. But Duke really couldn't stand it if it hindered Duke's money-making business. Besides, except that the Valoran Chamber of Commerce is indeed the Valoran family. Regarding the Valoran lottery tickets, drinks, and products from the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, Duke can guarantee that they are all genuine. Duke is not going far enough to cheat on this. After all, the lottery and alcohol industry are really profitable enough. Really, why do they think I'm so easy to bully when I do good business with them? Do good people deserve to be pointed at a gun? Sorry, I never thought I was really a good person. Duke looked coldly at the information sent by the Valoran Chamber of Commerce in various parts of West Blue, and said to Graves Set, Capone Beeg, and others in front of him, I hope you haven't forgotten what kind of existence the Valoran family is. Go and let those chambers of commerce understand. West Blue is the West Blue of Valoran. As you command, my godfather. Graves, Seti, and the others nodded slightly, while Capone Beeg bowed deeply and spoke respectfully. Capone Beeg has always had the ambition to assassinate Duke, rule the West Blue underground world, and then march into the New World to seize greater power and fame. However, after joining the Valoran family and seeing the strength of Graves, Set, and others, well, mainly after being beaten many times by Seti in the name of exercise, Capone Beeg feels that it would be nice to stay in the Valoran family forever. This is not because he is cowardly, just because he likes the harmonious and loving atmosphere of the Valoran family. After all, after Duke unified the underground order of West Blue, the Valoran family can definitely be regarded as the most powerful mafia family that is not considered a mafia. Which mafia family is busy selling lottery tickets, wine, and opening factories all day long when they have nothing to do? Some sporadic battles were still to suppress the pirates who tried to buy for 0 yuan. This made some of the disciples in the Valoran family who were accustomed to fighting and killing not used to it at all. But now, the time to fight seems to have finally arrived. Jim Volt and others still look at mafias like the Valoran family with the same eyes as before. But what kind of power does the Valoran family, which has unified the entire West Blue underground world, have? By no means is the president of a small West Blue local chamber of commerce really able to see clearly. A bunch of idiots. Seahorse Larry, the president of the Seahorse Chamber of Commerce, casually threw aside the news about the victory of the anti-Valoran Chamber of Commerce alliance and cursed with disdain. Father, didn't President Volt and the others successfully suppress the Valoran Chamber of Commerce? Beside Jaime Larry, his daughter Jaime Avril opened her big round eyes with confusion on her face. Seahorse Larry patted Avril's head lovingly, and then said in a deep voice, "What's the point of suppressing the Valoran Chamber of Commerce? Those guys have never figured out who their real enemies are. When the kings and nobles behind them didn't take action directly against the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, they would have already lost." Avril was still a little confused and tilted her head, her little head full of doubts. Kaiba Larry smiled, then looked deeply into Avril's eyes and said seriously, "Avril, this sea is huge and cruel at the same time. Do you know what our Jaime Chamber of Commerce has been able to survive in West Blue for more than 100 years? The thing is, we never make money beyond our capabilities. In this sea, strength is the key to everything. In terms of business methods and rumor transmission, as well as the intricate relationships and influence of major chambers of commerce in various parts of West Blue, the Valoran family, which has just unified the West Blue underground world, is certainly not as good as those old merchant guilds that have united. But, why does Duke fight with those anti-Valoran Chamber of Commerce alliances for business methods and spread rumors? Sorry, I don't pretend anymore, I show my cards." Duke flipped the table directly. "It may be troublesome to solve those business problems, but solving those who cause problems for the WA Lola Chamber of Commerce, Duke thinks, is very simple. The Valoran family, which unified the West Blue underworld, under Duke's orders. For the first time, he showed his extremely sharp fangs to the whole world. Jim Volt, right. Godfather Duke asked me to say hello to you on his behalf." In Jim Volt's luxurious manner, Capone Beeg threw the bloody head of Jim Volt's dog in front of Jim Volt's eyes. Behind Capone Beeg, the bodyguard carefully hired by Jim Volt fell to the ground. "This is just a warning. Next time, you will never see the sun tomorrow." In the ruins of the Brando Chamber of Commerce, Graves walked out of the chamber with his own double-barreled shotgun. Set directly destroyed President Rum's castle with a charged punch. Countless disciples of the Valoran family were sharpening their swords. It also made those usually aloof and superior Chamber of Commerce presidents understand what it means to wipe out an enemy's country within 10 steps. And, this sea is truly cruel. Only strength is real power. What kind of Chamber of Commerce and what kind of wealth are nothing in the face of real power? Damn it, damn it. Go and notify those Marines. Let them issue a reward to apprehend those criminals. There is also Galen Vice Admiral. Galen Vice Admiral must also give us an explanation." Jim Volt, who was bruised and swollen, roared with anger in front of a large number of Chamber of Commerce presidents who were also bruised and swollen. "Explain. What do you want to explain?" Seahorse Larry said with a sneer. "Marine has no way to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom, and it also cannot control some threats and intimidation on land." After Larry Kaiba said this, some of the Chamber of Commerce presidents who had originally thought of asking Marine to arrest the Valoran family were suddenly dumbfounded. Some cases within the One Piece Kingdom, including bandits, robbers, and mafia, will basically be handled by the major kingdoms themselves. It is true that Naval Headquarters has bases all over the world. But Naval Headquarters has absolutely no law enforcement and administrative power within the major kingdoms of the world. In other words, the kings from all over the world are not stupid enough to completely replace the soldiers of their own kingdoms with soldiers from Naval Headquarters. If Marine can't control it, then ask the kings to arrest the Valoran family. Jim Volt covered his swollen cheek and said with pain on his face, "The humiliation and threats we have suffered must not be let go like this. Arrest the Valoran family. Haha, don't forget, they are the Mafia. And it's also the Mafia family that unified the entire West Blue underground world." Seahorse Larry sneered again. "What's more, let them send out their troops and directly confront the powerful Valoran family regardless of Galen's friendship with the Vice Admiral. Just because you were threatened and beaten by the Valoran family. Do you really have such a big face? The most important thing is, do you really think? Can a few kings touch the current Valoran family?" After the Valoran family unified the underground world of West Blue, the number of disciples of the entire Valoran family has exceeded 100,000. Coupled with cotters such as Seti Graves and Capone Beeg, it can be said that throughout the entire West Blue, except for a few kingdoms, the strength may be slightly stronger than that of the Valoran family. The Valoran family has become the true overlord of the West Blue underground world. Although Duke likes and needs a lot of money, but he has never been stingy with the property that his disciples should have. There are many Valoran lottery shops all over West Blue, as well as a large number of sales staff in the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. A large part of them are disciples of the Valoran family. Work, for whom? Besides, not all disciples in the Valoran family are really eager to fight and kill. Most of the people in the pirate world are just ordinary people. Not many people are willing to become pirates if they can live peacefully, and not many people are really willing to fight to the death to become a mafia. President Larry, do you know what the hell you're talking about? I asked you to join us in targeting the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. It's okay if you refuse. And now you're still here saying this. Do you want us to target you too? If we can't deal with the Valoran family, how can we not deal with a mere seahorse Chamber of Commerce? Jim Volt squinted his eyes, trying to use his swollen eyes to release the endless chill, and said threateningly. Well, Larry definitely felt the threat to Kaiba. But the chill released by Jim Volt? Seahorse Larry looked at Jim Volt's head that was swollen into a pig's head and just felt like laughing. Then, Larry the seahorse really laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Sorry, President Jim, I just thought of something very funny. Seahorse Larry pretended to apologize, and then said in a deep voice. Also, I forgot to tell you that I joined the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce yesterday. From now on, the Valoran Chamber of Commerce will reach in-depth cooperation with the Seahorse Chamber of Commerce and work together to build a beautiful West Blue. If you are also willing to join, please do it as soon as possible. After all, West Blue is big, West Blue is also small. Many sea areas can only accommodate one Chamber of Commerce. After finishing speaking, Haima Larry walked away. The Haima Chamber of Commerce can continue to exist in West Blue for hundreds of years and continue to grow and develop. In addition to always only making money within its own capabilities, there is another thing to rely on, that is, when it is time to gamble, you must gamble. If he only made money within his ability, the first-generation president of the Haima Chamber of Commerce, that fisherman, would never be able to establish the Haima Chamber of Commerce today. Larry Haima walked away. In the banquet hall, a large number of presidents of the Chamber of Commerce with bruises also left the banquet with various excuses after a moment of silence. Then, he quickly started to contact him on how to join the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce. The businessman is very profitable. After seeing that the Valoran family has the ability to directly flip the table, those chambers of commerce that don't want to die or be squeezed into bankruptcy by the Valoran Chamber of Commerce naturally have no choice but to join. It makes sense to join if you can't beat them. As for being threatened with a beating, being beaten up in order to earn money and survive is not shabby at all. The chambers of commerce in the West Blue Anti-Valoran Chamber of Commerce Alliance rebelled one after another and began to think of ways to join the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce. Only a few presidents of large chambers of commerce, including Jim Volt, were left, looking at each other with tears in their eyes. It's not that they don't want to join the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce, but no matter what they think, as the leader of the Anti-Varoland Chamber of Commerce Alliance, it is really difficult to say that they will not die. What's more, if they don't die, how can the Valoran Chamber of Commerce and those presidents who have just joined the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce feel at ease? When a whale falls, all things come into being, and it is necessary to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Jim Volt and others are a little desperate. Don't think we're going to give in like this. After thinking for a long time, Jim Volt, Brando, President Rum, and others looked at each other and made up their minds. High-end business wars often require only the simplest approach. Duke taught them a good lesson, and they also planned to unite and give Duke a big gift in return. On the other side, Duke looked at the large number of bruised presidents who kept complimenting him with flattering smiles on their faces, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The establishment of the Anti-Valoran Chamber of Commerce Alliance also made Duke aware of a problem. That is, how can the great and noble cause of developing and building West Blue and making countless civilians in West Blue prosperous and powerful be allowed to Duke alone? Establishing a joint chamber of commerce, pooling funds, and working together for common development is the way to go. Well, Duke could obviously just grab it, and he was also willing to let the chambers of commerce participate by raising funds and buying shares. This is simply the conscience of West Blue. Of course, Duke doesn't think that those West Blue chambers of commerce will really lose money. After all, infrastructure farming is the eternal god. You can never make enough money. Duke's money is never enough, and unite a large number of local chambers of commerce in West Blue, and then concentrate their efforts to do big things, and make the entire West Blue cake bigger and stronger together. It will be much faster than Duke making the cake slowly by himself. When the cake grows bigger and stronger, even just a small piece is enough to satisfy all the local chambers of commerce in West Blue. This wave is simply a win-win situation. Well, referring to Duke winning twice. After all, the person responsible for sharing the cake in the end will only be Duke. Moreover, there are a series of high technologies invented by Jace, including the people's livelihood industries that are firmly controlled by Duke, as well as the most important means of production. The money earned by those chambers of commerce will eventually be spent in Duke's hands. Technology is the primary productive force. The Valoran United Chamber of Commerce begins to expand, like a herd effect. The more presidents join the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce, the more presidents are eager to join the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce. No one wants to be left alone, and no one wants to face the terrifying Valoran Chamber of Commerce alone in the end. With the participation of a large number of West Blue local chambers of commerce, the Valoran family's revenue, which had declined due to rumors and boycotts, instantly skyrocketed. When those chambers of commerce joined the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, in addition to bringing money, they also brought a large number of marketing channels. Even the construction costs and revenue issues of West Blue's large number of factories and infrastructure, which Duke has been worried about, have been easily solved due to the participation of a large number of chambers of commerce. After all, in order to better sell the products of major chambers of commerce, it is reasonable for everyone to jointly spend money to build roads, right? The Valoran Chamber of Commerce has quick-drying cement. There is no problem in buying their own quick-drying cement for road construction, right? And those cement plants and fertilizer plants require a lot of electricity, so there seems to be no problem if a power plant is opened nearby. Self-produced, self-sold, and takeaway gradually formed a positive benefit chain. Quick-drying cement, high-efficiency fertilizers, and a series of powerful products that seem to have never appeared in the pirate world. Instantly, some of Duke's factories began to make a lot of profits, and a large number of workers who have gained jobs and income are gradually beginning to be willing to spend money. At least, they are willing to use some basic water and electricity. All reluctance comes from the comparison between income and time and energy. The reason why many West Blue civilians are willing to spend a lot of time and energy to carry water, chop firewood, and rest early is just because, in the past, the income they earned from the time they spent fetching water and cutting firewood may not even be comparable to the expenses for water, electricity, and water. The time and energy of most civilians in the pirate world are worthless until they have their first decent job. The Valoran United Chamber of Commerce is rapidly expanding in West Blue, and Duke's originally meager monthly income has begun to skyrocket. In addition, a large number of anti-Valoran Chamber of Commerce presidents had sincerely sent me their apology. On Duke's system panel, the wealth value suddenly increased to 3 billion. With money, of course a draw is needed. Duke washed his hands carefully and then offered incense to Jim Volt, Brando, President Rum, and others. After sacrificing their luck, they pressed the lottery button. Well, President Volt and others are not finished yet. But with Duke Xiang already on board, are those guys still far away from being completely finished? Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to the host for winning the S-level prize and equipping it with the tribute of Lord Dominic. Lord Dominic's regards. When equipped, it can increase a medium amount of attack power, a small amount of critical hit chance, and a medium amount of armor penetration. At the same time, the attack has a giant killer effect, causing extra damage to enemy heroes whose maximum health is higher than yours. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to the host for winning the S-level prize and a mortal reminder of the equipment. Mortal reminder, after equipped, it increases medium attack power, attack speed, critical hit chance and movement speed. At the same time, the attack has a septic effect, which greatly reduces the efficiency of life and physical recovery. Consumption of 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning S-level prize, Heroic Bounty Hunter Miss Fortune Sarah. Miss Fortune Sarah. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B. Spirit, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none. Have the ability. Overall rating, B. Possess abilities, blessed by misfortune, meteor with stride, rain of bullets, etc. As the only daughter of a famous gunmaker, she grew up with a variety of powerful and magical firearms. She is familiar with almost all firearms. Gunfire is her weapon, more like her arm. She is the most famous and deadliest bounty hunter in the world of Valoran. Of course, as deadly as her guns are, there is also her beauty. Well, 2 pieces of armor. The giant killer carries sepsis. Judging from the per capita blood count and super resilient physique of the pirate world, these 2 pieces of equipment are simply artifacts. Hehe, I like it. Duke looked at the 2 pieces of tank buster equipment he had drawn and was extremely satisfied. Then, looking at the heroic Miss Fortune who was finally pulled out again, her face was filled with a smile. System, summon Miss Fortune immediately. Duke wanted to know just how deadly Miss Fortune's beauty, no, her twin guns, could be. Good luck does not favor fools. But my master will always look after me. The figure of Miss Fortune Sarah quietly emerged, with long wavy hair and 3 important elements, and an extremely charming voice. Duke instantly realized that Miss Fortune Sarah was indeed deadly. Of course, Miss Sarah's fatal beauty cannot make Duke lose his composure. In the world of pirates, beauty is not uncommon, and strength is the only capital worthy of exaggeration. Compared with Miss Sarah's deadly beauty, Duke prefers her deadly double guns. The world is full of prey, but it lacks some deadly hunters. Are you interested in making your name famous in this world again? Duke said seriously to Miss Fortune Sarah. The pirate world has countless pirates, but the countless bounty hunters in the pirate world are completely scattered. Duke thought this was unusual. So, he decided to add some deadly hunters to the world. Of course, Duke said that he was definitely not greedy for the bounties carried by the countless pirates on the sea, nor the wealth they possessed. He just wants to eliminate harm for the people and restore peace to the sea. Duke doesn't like pirates. Of course, leave it to me. Miss Fortune Sarah used the gun in her hand to brush her long hair and said lazily, I love hunting. If there is no prey, what's the reward? Miss Fortune quietly left West Blue alone and headed straight for South Blue. Her goal is simple, create a bounty guild in South Blue, and then hunt pirates all over the world. As for why not create a bounty guild directly in West Blue, Duke said West Blue has had enough big news. News can't always be gathered in one place, and Duke's power cannot be limited to West Blue. The whole world is the stage for Duke's heroes. Miss Fortune Sarah takes action. As for the 2 pieces of tank-busting equipment that Duke drew, Duke directly equipped Gangplank after thinking for a moment. Duke originally thought about equipping Gangplank with some meaty suits. After all, in the real world, staying alive is the most important thing. However, the tank buster has been drawn out, so it would be really rude to leave it unequipped. What's more, Gangplank now needs these 2 deadly weapons. New world, Gangplank feels that his strength has inexplicably increased a little. Looking at his pistol and machete, a bright smile appeared on his face. Now, he feels that the gift he prepared for Big Mom will be something that Big Mom will never forget. Now, there are only 15 days left before the Big Mom tea party. And Jim Volt, Brando, President Rum, and others also finally found a return gift for Duke in these days. They may not be able to solve the problem of the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce's impact on their Chamber of Commerce, but they can also find a way to solve the problem of the people who raise problems for them. Money can also be transformed into power in many cases. Ha 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 ha. A bounty of 3 billion Baileys, plus a lot of intelligence and personnel support. It's really exciting. New World, the controller of the funeral home, the big-handed Undertaker Pycro looked at the huge assassination order that West Blue Jim Volt and others jointly put together, and the corners of his mouth went straight to his ears. Drago died in West Blue because of a bounty of 1 billion belly. Black Swordsman Freddy wiped the long sword in his hand expressionlessly, without looking at the terrifying and huge assassination order in Pycro's hand, and said coldly, "The most important thing is that they can't provide any useful intelligence at all." In terms of intelligence, how could the intelligence of Jim Volt and others compare to the information provided by Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy for the funeral home, and the so-called huge assassination order of up to 3 billion Baileys? This wealth is a huge amount of wealth for ordinary people or most pirates in the pirate world. But for the King of Killers Pietro and the Black Swordsman Freddy, it is difficult to completely impress them with money alone. No one among the New World 4 emperors has a bounty lower than 3 billion, but who can really get this huge bounty? Marine Vice Admiral, the Shadow Stream Killer, and the Mafia that unified the West Blue underground world, as well as the Valoran Chamber of Commerce alliance that integrated a large number of West Blue chambers of commerce. The most important thing is those powerful cotters whose strength is unknown. He, our mission target is really a big shot. Pycro was like a clown, with a funny and weird smile on his face, and he tore into pieces the huge assassination order that Volt and others had put together with a smile. Big shot. Big men bleed and die just the same. The situation in New World has stabilized, and we have a thorough understanding of the intelligence sent by Stussy, plus the guys we have recruited during this time. It's time for those naive guys in West Blue to know what real death is. Black Swordsman Freddy continued to gently wipe the long sword in his hand. Kaido did not even raise his head. All life will be worthless when it dies. Black Swordsman Freddy killed many so-called big shots with his sword. Freddy was already tired of the familiar cries and wails of those big men before they died. During this period of time, the funeral home was ready to enter West Blue and destroy the Shadow Stream. The killer realm of the pirate world can only have room for one true king. Death is the final destination of all living things. However, in many cases, we need to help those lost guests find their own graves in advance. Pycro then said with a smile. But now is not the time. Big Mom's tea party will be coming soon. If I don't go, she will be angry. Let our guests live a little longer. By the way, let those idiots who smell the smell of blood also become our messenger of death before we completely bury Shadowstream and the Valoran family. Big Mom's tea party is not to be refused. Even if he is the king of the dark world, he is likely to encounter unexpected events if he casually refuses Big Mom's tea party invitation. The king of the dark world is just the king of the dark world, and the 4 emperors. But it is the emperor of the sea who stands at the top of the sea in the entire pirate world. Pycro doesn't want to and doesn't dare to offend Big Mom. At the same time, before the funeral home entered West Blue with all its strength to destroy the Shadow Stream, Pycro doesn't mind using that huge bounty of 3 billion belly to disrupt the entire West Blue. At the same time, let those killers and pirates who are crazy for money take a good look at the strength of the Valoran family and Duke. Although the information given by Stussy was detailed enough, it still did not have the specific strength of those Valoran family cotters. The funeral home needs more detailed information. The most important thing for a killer, besides his own strength, is always intelligence. The terrifying assassination order of up to 3 billion Baileys put together by Jim Volt and others, and deliberately spread by Pycro and others, instantly spread to all the dark corners of the pirate world. Countless killers, countless pirates, countless bounty hunters, even some marine officials and kings of some small countries began to feel excited. 3 billion Baileys is nothing to the king of the dark world or some people who stand at the top of the pirate world, but for 99% of the people in the pirate world, this is a fortune that is enough to drive them crazy. The vast majority of pirates, killers, and bounty hunters work desperately on the sea, definitely not for the so-called ambitions and dreams. They just do it for money. And now, this wealth, which is enough for them to live a luxurious life, is right in front of them. All they need to do is kill one person. Kill the leader of the West Blue Valoran family, Valoran Duke. That money must be mine. Countless killer pirates from all over the world, the Grand Line, and even the New World began to try their best to swarm into West Blue with the intention of taking Duke's head. As for what kind of strength the Valoran family and Duke have, Who cares? In the traffic-blocked pirate world, there are many pirates and killers from all over the world. But you would think that you can rush into the new world with just the numbers, and you can kill the 4 emperors directly with the help of cannons and gunpowder? Greed often makes people lose their minds. And only blood can make those ignorant people understand what reality is. Duke frowned slightly as he looked at his terrifying assassination order of 3 billion belly. Duke is not sad that he has a bounty of up to 3 billion belly. After all, since the Great Pirate Age was established, no pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions has finally fallen into the hands of a bounty hunter. Those bounty hunters in the pirate world are fine hunting some weaker pirates in the 4 Seas or Grand Line. I really want to hunt those top strong men. That's not hunting, it's asking for death. What Duke is sad about is 3 billion. A full 3 billion Baileys. If Duke had this kind of money, he could do 3 more S-level draws. Now, those idiot Chamber of Commerce presidents who Duke had planned to slowly concoct actually used the money to put a bounty on Duke's head. This made Duke completely intolerable. If you have this money, send it directly to Duke to apologize. What Duke didn't say was that he would definitely let them go. After all, Duke is not a devil. If he takes the money, he will do what needs to be done. In Duke's eyes, money is more important than the lives of President Volta and others. But now, Duke felt, fools, especially fools who wasted money, deserve to die. Their Chamber of Commerce, Duke will want. Duke will never let go of their money or lives. Countless killers and pirates in the pirate world start taking action, and West Blue's killers in Shadowstream also made moves. Late at night, Jim Volt is still dreaming about countless killers killing Duke, the Valoran family falling apart, and his own Gym Chamber of Commerce standing on the corpse of the Valoran family to expand. Although the funeral home did not directly send out top killers to kill Duke quietly, but the Undertaker's house brought the horrific assassination order of up to 3 billion Baileys to the attention of the world, attracting countless killer pirates to flock to West Blue. On the contrary, Jim Volt and others felt that this wave was absolutely stable. Compared with the Funeral House, a killer organization that was driven out of West Blue by Shadowstream, Jim Volt and others believe even more in the power of countless killer pirates throughout the world. Those wine recipes from the Valoran Chamber of Commerce will eventually be mine. No, except for those wine recipes. The factories of the Valoran family and the entire Valoran Chamber of Commerce, I want to eat them too. Jim Volt took a sip of saliva and said greedily. After annexing the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, my Gym Chamber of Commerce will become the largest Chamber of Commerce in West Blue. Maybe by then, it won't be impossible for me to become a great noble or even a king. Then, Jim Volt suddenly became extremely quiet in the manner, and there was still the slightest smell of blood, which made Jim Volt's eyes suddenly widen. He finally noticed something strange. Then, before he could say anything, a hidden sword had already cut his throat from behind. The blood flowed uncontrollably. Jim Volt clutched his throat in despair and made a roaring sound. In his gradually dimming eyes, the disappearing figure of Blade Shadow Talon was reflected. Assassination after assassination, it makes sense. The next day, the bodies of many killers and pirates who were fascinated by the bounty were thrown out from the Valoran family's manor. The bodies of Jim Volt and others were also discovered. However, no one cares about how Jim Volt and others died. Because now, the entire West Blue is in chaos. The influx of countless killers and pirates caused West Blue, which had been increasingly stable due to the existence of the Valoran family and Galen, to instantly riot. The great secret treasure of One Piece is out of reach for countless pirates. But the bounty bonus, which is actually worth up to 3 billion Baileys, can be obtained smoothly by going to West Blue and killing the godfather of a mafia family. This made countless pirates and killers even more crazy. Every day, a large number of killers and pirates, and even some corrupted marines pretending to be pirates, openly attack the Valoran family manor late at night or even during the day. Then, they all mysteriously disappeared into Valoran Manor, with no one alive or dead. After killing many endless killers and pirates, Duke felt that it was really a waste. Life is very precious, especially the kind of life that is hardworking and can work 24 hours a day. Duke feels that it is even more precious. The construction of those factories and roads requires a large number of workers. As for the killers and pirates who dare to assassinate Duke, there is no doubt that they are all extremely strong workers. Duke was not evil either, and gave a chance to those who dared to assassinate him. As long as they work hard for Duke for 20 years, Duke will set them free and give them a salary for their retirement. This is much more merciful than killing them directly. There is no way, who makes Duke kind-hearted. Capone. Big, my safety during this period of time depends entirely on you. Duke had just finished doing 10,000 weight-bearing push UPS. He looked quite weak and said to Capone. Big, who had been standing in front of him. Capone. Big looked at Duke, who looked extremely weak. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and then said with great loyalty. Not a single idiot will bother the Godfather until I fall. What a joke. After joining the Valoran family for so long, doesn't Capone Big still know the terrifying resilience of the man in front of him? 1 second he looked weak, and within a few minutes he was doing 10,000 weight-bearing squats. Capone Big felt that before he found Duke's real weakness. Capone Big, is Duke's most loyal lackey. Anyone who intends to harm Duke's godfather will receive his merciless beating. Anyway, those idiots who can't even defeat him, no matter how hard they think, they can't hurt or force out Duke's weaknesses. At this time, there are countless idiots imprisoned in Capone Beeg's body. Time passed quietly, and Valoran Manor was like a terrifying beast hidden in the black mist, ruthlessly devouring any enemy who dared to spy. The invisible terror gradually spreads in West Blue and the entire world. A large number of ordinary killers and pirates were dazzled by the huge bounty of up to 3 billion belly. I gradually came back to my senses because of this invisible terror. The number of killers and pirates who dared to attack Valoran Manor directly began to decrease. But those truly powerful killers and pirates have just begun to take action. It takes a certain amount of time to get to West Blue from Grand Line and New World. The development of the Baroque Works Society is a bit too slow. Are you deliberately perfunctory with me? Nicole Robin. In Alabasta's Rain Feast, Crocodile was holding a cigar, his face looming in the thick smoke. We lack experts and funds, and we can't directly put your name out there. The stronghold that we worked so hard to establish at Whiskey Peak was destroyed due to the battle between the Gangplank pirates and the Marine candidate Admiral T. Dolphin. The development of Baroque Working Group is slow, and there is no way around it. Nicole Robin covered her mouth, with a playful smile on her face, and said tentatively. However, there is big news in the underground world recently. The funeral home issued an assassination order with a bounty of 3 billion baileys. If we can win this bounty, we will have the development funds and reputation of the Baroque Working Society. Of course Nicole Robin knows that these 3 billion baileys are not easy to get. Nicole Robin, who is constantly reincarnated in betrayal and counter-betrayal, is no longer the simple and innocent girl she once was. Nico Robin knew the horror of the funeral home, as well as the power of the Valoran family and Shadow Stream that could vaguely contend with it. However, it's not like you do it yourself. If you encourage the crocodile, Nicole Robin will definitely make a profit. Crocodile takes action, and Nico Robin can use this to test the strength of Crocodile and the Valoran family. Nicole Robin has always known that when she completes Crocodile's mission, it will be the day she breaks up with Crocodile. But it doesn't matter, Nicole Robin is already used to betrayal. At the same time, she is also very interested in the Valoran family, which has unified the underground world of West Blue and brought great changes to West Blue. Nicole Robin was born in West Blue. If Crocodile doesn't take action, the blame for the slow development of Baroque Works can also be passed on to Crocodile, the boss behind the scenes. In this round, Nicole and Robin simply win-win. Well, I mean win twice. An assassination order for 3 billion baileys. Because of this bounty, countless hyenas from the underworld flocked to West Blue like crazy. Then, they all turned into dead dogs. Crocodile took a deep breath from the cigar, and then exhaled a large amount of smoke, making Crocodile's expression even more mysterious and profound. That BD Pycro who smells like blood will not give away his money to others in vain. The Valoran family and Shadowstream are not easy to deal with. There is no need for us to go into this muddy water. Don't forget our true goal, Nicole Robin. Crocodile said in a deep voice, hiding all the guilt in his eyes in the smoke. Since the challenge, Whitebeard had an arm cut off and his internal organs were damaged by the force of the shock. And after his faith was directly shattered because of Whitebeard's power. The current Crocodile is far less powerful than it once was. To put it simply, Crocodile doesn't want to cause trouble and affect his search for Pluton. This is definitely not because he is a little timid now. Crocodile has now pinned all his hopes on ancient weapon Pluton. I see. Nicole Robin smiled and nodded. Although he failed to use the godfather of the Valoran family to test Crocodile's true strength. However, Crocodile's current performance has shown everything. How powerful is the mysterious Valoran family? Even the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile are unwilling to take action. Or is it that the current sand crocodile is far less powerful than it was back then? Nicole Robin sighed secretly. The former sand crocodile was now on par with Douglas Bullet, the top warrior in the ocean who dared to challenge the pinnacle Whitebeard. But now the sand crocodile, well, it's just a little BCH. Under the stability of Crocodile, Baroque Works did not rush into West Blue and kill people. But the well-known killers from the New World Meguro Kingdom, the Galaifanku brothers, who are now in their 30s, rushed to West Blue in a hurry. He wants to take Duke's head and get the bounty of up to 3 billion baileys. Guy Lee Vanku is a user with the Jacket Fruit ability and has extremely strong fighting ability. Pirates with tens of millions of bounties on their heads are no match for Guy Lee Vanku. But the biggest advantage they have is that they have almost never fought since they were young, but they are born with extremely strong physiques and are able to physically resist Armament Haki's younger brother Bobby. Once the two of them combine using the Jacket Fruit, they will be able to defeat the great pirate who has a bounty of hundreds of millions. Brothers Galai and Fanku have a dream of getting rich. And on an unknown island in the first half of the Grand Line, a tall and strong man holding a big knife. He was as naive as a chicken, following a short and thin woman. Mom, are we leaving here? If we leave here, we won't be able to eat meat every day. Whitebeard too, Edward Vabel asked reluctantly. He lived very happily on this island. There were many big beasts on this island. Their meat is plentiful and delicious. Stupid son, as long as we kill that guy, we will have endless amounts of meat in our lives. Miss B.A. Jin's eyes shone brightly and he said with great greed. The top strong men on the sea are often unwilling to act as killers for the 3 billion baileys, and are involved in the Shadow Stream, the Valoran family, and Uzumaki in the funeral home. But, Miss B.A. Jin and his silly son are absolutely exceptions. Before Whitebeard died, he did not dare to go to the New World easily. At the same time, he once cut off one of Zephyr's arms when Zephyr had an asthma attack. Edward Vabel and Miss B.A. Jin, who killed many Zephyr students, could only hide in the first half of the Grand Line. Miss B.A. Jin has had enough of such days. She desires a lot of wealth and a luxurious life. And enter West Blue, cut off Duke's head, and win the bounty of up to 3 billion Baileys. This is the first step for Miss B.A. Jin to realize his wish. As for how powerful the Valoran family is it easy to get Duke's head? Miss B.A. Jin never cares. Edward Vabel never asked how strong the enemy was, only where he was. Edward Vabel, the second Whitebeard, is a fool with terrifying power. Edward Vabel and Miss Bajin also began to move towards West Blue. In the first half of the Grand Line, there were many powerful pirates and killers from New World who also rushed towards West Blue. With a bounty of up to 3 billion Baileys, and a little-known mission goal, the West Blue Mafia Godfather is enough to impress even a big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. In addition to the Galifanku brothers and Whitebeard too, the New World's great pirate Blood Wolf Hog, who has a bounty of 290 million, also set sail for West Blue. AFK New World, AFK 4 Emperors. Monsters, all monsters. When I take that guy's head, I will take this money and retire in peace to become a rich man. Blood Wolf Hog was lucky enough to see Kaido of the Beasts and red-haired Shanks meet not long ago. Then, the sky cracked, and Blood Wolf Hog's original ambition to challenge the 4 Emperors also shattered into pieces. When the 4 Emperors meet, they will hit the sky with a blow. It is purely a meeting gift. But such a greeting gift is enough to shock countless people. Blood Wolf Hog was one of those who was hit. Countless powerful people from the Grand Line and New World began to pour into West Blue. In the Holy Land of Marijois, the 5 elders who had received countless messages of help and protest from the King of West Blue also frowned slightly. The funeral home did not quietly weaken the strength of the Valoran family and shadow stream in the darkness as we expected. Now, the entire West Blue is in chaos because of the high reward that was revealed. West Blue, no chaos. The 5 elders don't care too much about some unrest in the New World or the Grand Line. Grand Line and New World were originally their chosen dumping grounds. However, Sahai cannot. Sahai has nearly 80% of the pirate world's population and economy. It is also the most important foundation for the world government to rule the pirate world for hundreds of years. The 3 marine admirals, as well as countless marine elites and world government soldiers, were all born in the 4 seas. Tell Marine to dispatch troops to West Blue to suppress those damn scum. In addition, it can also cause some trouble for that Galen Vice Admiral. He is the inspector of West Blue. West Blue is in such big trouble, and he has nothing to do with it. The bearded 5 elders said quietly. Sengoku has always wanted to transfer Galen to naval headquarters for further training. As for the relationship between Galen and Duke, the 5 elders, Sengoku, and others all saw it. However, Galen never helped Duke do anything that violated laws and disciplines to seek power for personal gain. And the personal relationship with Duke was nothing at all. Garp was secretly friends with Roger, and even adopted Roger's posthumous son. They're just some scum that's been blinded by a bounty of 3 billion. They can't shake the balance of West Blue. But if a large number of Marines are deployed, Sengoku will find a reason to expand Marine forces. Curly hair 5 elders frowned slightly. Marines' power is already strong enough. If we continue to expand, I'm afraid it will affect the balance of the entire world. The world government, which has a reputation for justice in the pirate world, can launch a world conscription at any time. And a world conscription directly recruited 2 admiral-level masters, Fujitora Yuxiao and Green Bull Araki, and the elites below admiral level were even more difficult to count. In other words, as long as the world government is willing, it can launch a wave of world conscription at any time before the Summit War breaks out. Then easily defeat the Whitebeard pirates, and then wipe out the New World. Sengoku Garp, Zephyr Fujitora and other 6 strong admiral-level players faced off against the remaining 3-4 emperors groups, and there was no way they would lose no matter how hard they thought. It's just that compared to pacifying the New World and ending the age of great pirates, the world government values the balance of the ocean more. Yes, we can't let Marine's power continue to expand. The unrest in West Blue is only temporary, but if Marine's power continues to expand, it will shake the entire world. The blonde 5 elders nodded in agreement. However, the unrest in West Blue cannot be ignored. We have just collected gold from heaven. If we ignore the protests of those kings, the next time the heavenly gold will not be so easy to collect. The bearded 5 elders said with concern. Then find a way to resolve the turmoil in West Blue as quickly as possible. The bald 5 elders holding first-generation Kaititsu said murderously. Send CP0 to directly kill the godfather of the Valoran family. Without the reward, naturally there won't be so many idiots flocking to West Blue. That guy's hand is stretched too long. Isn't it good to just live in the gutter all the time? Why do you have to stand in the sun and try to gain power that you don't deserve? After the bald 5 elders finished speaking, the other 5 elders nodded repeatedly after thinking for a moment. Killing Duke directly and taking the bounty is undoubtedly one of the fastest ways to end the chaos in West Blue. From the Valoran family to the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce, Duke's expanding power and influence in West Blue gradually made the 5 elders feel wary. There is no need for another force like Germa 66 to appear in the world. CP0 number 18, wearing a strange mask, took action. CP0 is the strongest guarding force of the world government or celestial dragons and Cypherpole. There are always only 100 people. They often don't have names, just numbers. The higher the number, the stronger the strength. Each of the top 20 personnel in the CP0 number has a combat power at least comparable to that of the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. And CP0, who has the title of strongest shield and strongest spear at the top of the number, is no weaker than Admiral or 4 Emperors. Except for the fact that the top combat power and grassroots combat power are not as good as Naval Headquarters, CP0 has almost assembled the backbone of the world government drawn from various organizations under his command. Especially some powerful CP0s who appear suddenly and wear masks all year round. No one knows where they come from. CP0, Whitebeard 2, the great pirate blood wolf hog with a bounty of 290 million. Bringing in a large number of powerful killers and pirates like the Galifanku brothers, a large number of powerful people are eyeing Duke's head. At this time, Duke also began to feel troubled by the large number of people who were eyeing him. He wasn't worried about his safety. He is worried about the same as the 5 elders. West Blue cannot be messed up. West Blue is the headquarters of the Valoran family. Duke has prepared numerous enterprises in West Blue. The Valoran United Chamber of Commerce is also expanding and is waiting to make a lot of money. And now, a large number of powerful people who like $0 purchases have suddenly poured into West Blue. This will undoubtedly have an extremely serious impact on Duke's money-making plans. It is far easier to destroy than to build. So, this farce must be resolved as soon as possible, Duke murmured. He also thought of a way to solve West Blue's troubles as soon as possible. That is, it's time to kill the funeral home? In addition to Duke's death, the killer pirates have lost their mission goal and can end the turmoil in West Blue as soon as possible. Without the agency issuing bounties, the turmoil in West Blue can be calmed down in an instant? Duke agreed with Pycro's point of view. That is, in this world, only one killer organization is enough. The Lord of the Shadow Stream, Ji, and the Blade Shadow Tai Long were already thirsty for the sharp blades in their hands. Zed, Tai Long, and others, with the secret help of Janna, quickly rushed to the New World. In the pirate world, as long as you have the ability to pass through the Com Belt, you can enter the New World directly from West Blue and North Blue. The world government and naval headquarters control the technology across the Com Belt. Steam-powered warships also have sea stones inlaid on the bottom of the ship, which is enough for those warships to not rely on the wind and not be bothered by the Sea Kings. There is no wind in the Com Belt. But Janna is the embodiment of wind. Time passed quietly, and both Shadow Stream and the funeral home began to take action. The time for the Big Mom tea party is getting closer and closer. Plank began to carefully plan his next gift. At this time, Whitebeard 2 Edward Vabel and Miss B.A. Jin also. From the first half of the Grand Line, we entered West Blue smoothly. Whitebeard 2 Edward Vabel appears in West Blue. Did he finally show up for that reward? Sengoku, let me go to West Blue and kill that BD. Inside Naval Headquarters Marineford, Garp looked at the latest intelligence received by Naval Headquarters, changed his usual incoherence, and said solemnly, Edward Vabel chopped off one of Zephyr's arms, killed a large number of Zephyr's students, and made Zephyr resign from his position as Chief Instructor of Naval Headquarters? Garp, who had a good relationship with Zephyr, has never forgotten this grudge. Cannot go. Sengoku loosened his collar and let himself breathe a little. After a moment of silence, he said firmly, Big Mom's tea party is about to be held, and troublesome guys like Ocean Disaster Gangplank will also attend, and they seem to be interested in joining the 10 nations. Once a guy like that joins the 10,000 nations, the situation in the entire new world will probably change dramatically. We must gather enough strength to face a world that may change drastically. Then let that BD go like this. Garp gritted his teeth and said a little disappointed. Garp may not want to fight for the celestial dragons, but he also has justice in his heart. He's always been a marine. Compared with avenging Zephyr, it is undoubtedly more important to be alert to the possible big changes in the New World Big Mom pirate group. Once the Big Mom pirates and the Gangplank pirates merge, they will undoubtedly become the strongest pirate group in the world, posing a huge threat to the entire world. The Whitebeard pirates also don't have 2 admirals or above. As long as we determine his whereabouts, sooner or later we will make that guy pay the price. Sengoku lowered his eyebrows and said coldly, What's more, the reward that Edward Vabel is eyeing is not that easy to get. Maybe the Valoran family will give us a surprise. The news that the Valoran family founded the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce in West Blue and its power continues to expand has never been a secret. But, Sengoku doesn't care. He's not a 5 elders, he just knows. After the Valoran family unified the West Blue underground world and formed the Valoran Chamber of Commerce Alliance, the number of pirates in West Blue has decreased, and many civilians in West Blue have gained a better life. For Sengoku, that's enough. The needs of naval headquarters and world government have never been completely consistent. Family Valoran. I see. Garp nodded, and then said in a deep voice. By the way, don't tell Zephyr about the whereabouts of Edward Vabel discovered in West Blue. Zephyr has not yet been equipped with a crusher, and due to his age and asthma, he may not be Edward Vabel's opponent now. I have blocked this news a long time ago. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Garp angrily and answered Kaido. As contemporaries, the relationship between Sengoku and Zephyr is also very good. In other words, Zephyr, who is the unkillable admiral and the chief instructor of the naval headquarters, has a pretty good relationship with most of the marine elites in the naval headquarters. Zephyr is a very special existence among naval headquarters. Sengoku and others gather their strength to prepare for the changes in the new world. In West Blue, before the Valoran family could give Sengoku and others a surprise, Galen Vice Admiral, the inspector of West Blue. But after learning the whereabouts of Edward Vabel, he took the initiative to find him. It's natural for Marine to fight pirates. Of course, after defeating Edward Vabel, you can gain a lot of favorability and influence in the Marines. It was also the key to Galen directly finding Edward Vabel. Defeating an Edward Vabel may increase the favorability of Marine more than defeating a 4 emperors. Galen, who was summoned at the same time as Plank, had not experienced countless bloody battles like Plank. But Galen, who has killed and captured countless West Blue pirates, and can exercise crazily for a long time with his tough passive, is definitely not low in level and strength. At least, against a guy like Whitebeard 2 Edward Vabel who has at least A+ combat power, Galen is confident and will not lose. The battle started instantly after Galen caught up with Edward Vabel on a small island. Miss Jin originally thought that Edward Vabel could easily cut Galen and those annoying Marines in half with one knife. But with a loud bang, the cracked earth and the shockwave that swept through countless plants around, and Galen who never took a step back, Miss Jin instantly understood. Now, we are in big trouble? Hey, this kind of combat power is not like that of West Blue's Marine. Are you the Marine Vice Admiral who killed Bai Xiao? What a great newcomer. Miss Jin had a sullen face and looked around with glistening eyes. After seeing no more figures of Marine Vice Admiral or even Admiral, then he temporarily calmed down and ordered to Edward Vabel, "Son, get rid of that guy quickly. I don't want to be surrounded by a lot of Marines." Miss Jin was worried that he would be besieged by a large number of Marine elites. Edward Vabel is thick-skinned and might not care much about the attacks of ordinary Marine soldiers. In other words, ordinary Marine soldiers are simply not qualified to participate in the battle between Galen and Edward Vabel. However, Miss Jin, who has become old and frail and has seriously reduced his combat power, cannot withstand too many attacks from Marine soldiers. She was never a combatant. Got it, Mom. Edward Vabel sniffed his nose and said angrily, "I'll cut him in half right now." Edward Vabel became serious. Possessing the power of Whitebeard in his youth, Edward Weeble is undoubtedly a monster. However, Galen was fighting monsters. If you can do it, come on. Galen clenched the sword in his hand and said firmly, "The evil and calamity will not be pardoned." Not long after Edward Vabel entered West Blue, he destroyed 10 merchant ships and 2 small towns. Thousands of people died because of him. In the eyes of Edward Vabel, life is meaningless. In other words, he never understood the weight of life. He is a fool, or a naughty kid. But many times, the atrocities those children can do are even more cruel and terrifying. Being a naughty child is definitely no reason why Edward Vabel can escape punishment. The sword in Galen's hand quietly flashed with light, and then he charged forward bravely and fearlessly. For justice? Accept the sanction. Galen jumped up in the air, brandished his sword, and slashed towards Edward Vabel. The sword in Edward Vabel's hand was infected with the dark armament haki, and he fought back without flinching. Edward Vabel may not be very mentally sound, but this does not affect his ability to be a master of two-color haki. There was a loud noise, sparks flying, and a powerful impact that caused Miss Jin, who was hiding aside, to twist his face slightly. After the impact, Miss Jin suddenly widened his eyes. Because in her impression, Edward Vabel, who almost never retreated when facing someone head-on, actually took several steps back at this moment. Edward Vabel took a few steps back and looked at a small notch on his sword in confusion. He touched his head naively, smoothly activated armament haki, and after completely covering his sword again, he happily rushed towards Galen again. Just now, at the moment when Galen and Edward Vabel were fighting, an inexplicable energy instantly interfered with the flow of haki in Edward Vabel's body. In the middle of the fight, he suddenly fell at a disadvantage. But after being able to activate armament haki smoothly again, Edward Vabel rushed forward with confidence. With strong fighting instincts and extreme strength, he clearly knew that, in terms of strength alone, Galen is no match for him like the enemies he cut in half before. And as long as he can't compete with him in terms of strength, all that's left is just a matter of how much time it takes to chop him into pieces. The most powerful thing about Edward Vabel has never just inherited the terrifying power of Whitebeard when he was young. In other words, the monster-like physique inherited from Whitebeard is the real reason why he can possess such terrifying power. Ordinary people can only fight for 1 or 2 hours at most if they use armament haki with all their strength. Luffy also needs a certain amount of time to rest as he keeps doing sit UPS. But Edward Vabel said he can push armament haki full force and play for several days. Then, not long after, armament haki was inexplicably interrupted by Galen's strange attack. Edward Vabel, looking at the small gap in the big knife in his hand, his face was full of grievance. He could still fight Galen for several days, but it felt like the big knife in his hand couldn't last long. Edward Vabel noticed something was wrong, and Miss Jin, who had been watching the battle quietly from the side, had cold sweat covering his forehead. In terms of strength, Miss Jin is certainly not as good as Edward Vabel, but in terms of knowledge, Miss Jin can surpass Edward Vabel by several blocks. Miss Jin once stayed in the same boat as Whitebeard. In other words, when Miss Jin was young, he was once the only overlord of the sea at that time, a crew member of Rox. Of course, she's just a ship's doctor on Rox's ship. She sensed great danger during the battle between Edward Vabel and Galen. Galen and Edward Vabel fought with all their strength for a long time, although they were often forced back by the serious Edward Vabel. But Miss Jin carefully observed Galen's expression. He found that, like Edward Vabel, there was not even a drop of sweat on Galen's forehead. Another monster on the sea with an innate physique, like Whitebeard or Kaido. Monsters are not unusual. After all, if he can fight to such an extent with the son she carefully cultivated like Edward Vabel, of course he will also be a monster. After all, only monsters can defeat monsters. But what really made Miss Jin feel dangerous was that she noticed. During the all-out battle with Edward Vabel, the aura on Galen's body continued to grow stronger. The battles with strong men allowed Galen to continuously unleash his potential. Simply put, experience points are constantly increasing and upgrades are in sight. What kind of potential does that guy have? Could it be that he has greater potential than Whitebeard too, whom I carefully cultivated? Miss Jin looked at Galen who was getting stronger with some horror, his eyes rolling. Just as he was about to ask Edward Vabel to take her with him, he immediately ran away. The next second, behind her, Galen's adjutant, Marine Colonel Groom, led a small number of Marine elites and quietly appeared. Galen Vice Admiral said this is not a fight we should get involved in. I also know that we are weak. Grum lowered his head and held the saber in his right hand tightly. The joints looked particularly pale due to excessive exertion. But, we are also Marines. Is it because we are weak that we have to watch our coach and the enemies fight alone? Stop dreaming, Miss Jin. Don't even want to sneak attack Lord Galen. Your enemy is us. We want to knock you down. When Groom said this, his head was held high and his face was full of determination. The few Marine elites behind him were also prepared to die. Miss Jin does not have a bounty on his back, but as the mother of the powerful Whitebeard too, no one would think that Miss Jin would be a weakling. Groom and others also wanted to reduce the number of enemies for Galen as much as possible. Miss Jin, who was about to call Whitebeard too to run away, looked at Grum and others who were rushing towards him with determination on their faces. The corners of their mouths kept twitching, and their faces were speechless. What's the situation? I didn't want to attack Galen, I just wanted to run away. Miss Jin is certainly not a weakling. After all, he has been in the same boat as Whitebeard. But to say she is a strong person? Then, haha. After carefully nurturing Edward Vabel, she had not fought for a long time. In other words, after she pinned all her future hopes on Edward Vabel, she was no longer the Miss Jin she once was. A strong person in the world of pirates needs to have a firm belief. Spirit is an extremely powerful force. Today, Miss Jin is just an old and frail old woman, barely possessing a combat power close to that of a B-Naval headquarters colonel. And under Galen's careful teachings and constant bloody battles with pirates, Groom, and a few other elites. Compared with the elite naval headquarters at the same level, there is not much difference. The most important thing is, facing a cruel pirate like Miss Jin who may be extremely powerful. Of course Groom and others chose to besiege. Marine fights pirates, but he never talks about morality. With faces full of determination, Grum and others launched a desperate charge against Miss Jin. Then, under the siege of Grum and others, Miss Jin jumped up and down and fled in confusion. Son, save me. Miss Jin, who had dodged several bullets in great embarrassment, hurriedly called Edward Vabel for rescue. And Edward Vabel, who was wondering why he couldn't kill the enemy in front of him, but was getting harder and harder to fight. After hearing Miss Jin's cry for help, he suddenly became anxious, abandoned Galen in a panic, and ran towards Miss Jin. Galen looked at Edward Vabel who was retreating in panic. He did not take the opportunity to make a sneak attack, but a glimmer of light quietly flashed above the sword in his hand. Then, at a speed far faster than Vabel, he directly blocked Edward Vabel's eyes. This road is blocked. Galen held the sword with a solemn expression. Come and fight. Justice be with me. Behind Galen, Groom, and the others, who finally succeeded in capturing Miss Jin, looked confused. Whitebeard's possible woman, the mother of the formidable Edward Weeble. Result, that's it? Let go of my mother. I'm going to chop you all into pieces. Seeing Miss Jin being captured by Groom and others in a state of embarrassment, Edward Vabel instantly turned red-eyed. Then he used all his strength to activate Haki in his body and slashed towards Galen. Then, this time Edward Vabel, who exploded to the limit, did not retreat. However, there was another gap in the big knife in Edward Vabel's hand. Galen's fatal blow has been awaited for a long time. Edward Vabel failed to score a single blow, but he was not discouraged. He was like a wild beast, with red eyes and no longer worried about the sword in his hand. No longer worried about whether he would be injured, he just swung the sword over and over again regardless of it, vowing to break through Galen's interception and save Miss Jin. Although Edward Vabel was a fool who regarded other people's lives as trivial, Miss Jin was the whole world to him. The rumbling sound is endless, and the squeaking sound of weapons clashing is even more constant. Sparks flew everywhere, the earth cracked, and even the clouds in the sky were directly dispersed due to the continuous extreme battle between Galen and Edward Vabel. Groom and the others, whose hair was messy and even their hats flew away, were swept away by the shock wave from the confrontation between Galen and Edward Vabel. Looking stupidly at the broken earth and clear sky in front of me, Then, he glanced with admiration at Galen, who was fighting with Edward Vabel not far away. Miss B.A. Jin, who was as smooth as a pig with his hands and feet chained and his mouth covered, ran away decisively. After slipping away, this was indeed not a battlefield they should get involved in. But this time, they actually captured Miss B.A. Jin. They still played a big role. At least, Galen Vice Admiral was not held back. Groom and others comforted themselves. Although they all understand that with the strength of the Miss B.A. Jin they have captured, it seems that it will have little effect whether they appear or not. They couldn't get involved in Galen and Edward Vabel's shopping spree. Could it be that Miss B.A. Jin, a weakling, could get involved? And when Galen defeats Edward Vabel, where else can a weakling like Miss Bajin go? She couldn't just run away without her own son? Miss B.A. Jin, whose hands and feet were locked and his mouth was covered, arched his body and let out a little whimper in despair. She had really thought before that if something bad happened, she would escape first. But now, it's all over. She never regarded Edward Vabel as her real son. Edward Vabel is not the result of the love between Miss B.A. Jin and Whitebeard. It's just a tool that Miss B.A. Jin tried his best to cultivate using Whitebeard's genes. Grum and others took Miss Bajin and fled away, but even on the warship far away from the island, Groom and others can still feel the violent vibrations of the earth and ocean, as well as the constant roar. The battle lasted for a whole day. With his eyes red and red, Edward Vabel lost all control and only focused on attacking with all his strength. Only half of the sword in his hand was left, and there were a lot of wounds left on his body. Edward Vabel lost half of his crescent-shaped beard, and also lost one of his right eyes. Blood covered his whole body, and even the big hand holding the knife began to tremble slightly. But Edward Vabel still kept muttering "Mom, Mom," stupidly. Then, again and again, he launched desperate attacks against Galen, who only had 2 wounds on his body that were gradually healing. Galen looked at Edward Vabel who was constantly attacking him, with neither joy nor sadness in his eyes, just silently feeling that not only was his physical strength not depleted, but instead increased again due to the upgrade. He said firmly, "For justice." The next second, a huge and gorgeous golden sword quietly covered the sky and covered the island. Then, like an asteroid hitting the earth, the sharp sword tip cut through the void, and the resistance of the atmosphere gradually turned the sword tip red. Even before it landed, the terrifying pressure of the gorgeous giant sword had already caused an ever-expanding pit to appear on the ground. In the center of the deep pit, there was Edward Vabel, who had been locked by the gorgeous giant sword and was covered in blood. Edward Vabel looked up stupidly, looking at the gorgeous golden giant sword that was constantly attacking him, without fear or retreat. He just held the incomplete sword in his hand in vain, tried hard to move his body towards Galen, and muttered, "Mommy, mommy. Mom is still waiting for me to save her." Then, under the crushing force of the gorgeous giant sword, half of the island was shattered into pieces. Bury all the filth and sin deeply into the sea. The ruthless sea can always tolerate all ugliness and evil without discrimination. Give them the final salvation. Grum and the others, who were letting the warship sway under the waves in the distance, stared at half of the island disappearing directly under the gorgeous sword, their eyes widened in confusion. They knew that Galen was very strong, but they never expected that Galen would be so strong. And Miss B.A. Jin, who was still locked up like a pig but still didn't give up his struggle, looking at half of the island disappearing in the distance, and the familiar aura that also disappeared in her perception. Mo closed his eyes and stopped struggling. Edward Vabel was just a tool she carefully cultivated. But when this tool disappears, why, Miss B.A. Jin still feels that his heart suddenly becomes empty. Is wealth really that important? Miss B.A. Jin fell into silence. Wealth certainly matters, especially to Duke. After learning that Whitebeard too was directly killed by Galen, Duke felt a little regretful. After all, Whitebeard II's head is worth 480 million. But if Marine kills the pirates, he won't be able to collect the reward. Marine fights pirates, that's his duty. However, compared to a head worth 480 million, Duke cares more about Galen's safety and future development. Although he has great confidence in Galen, if Whitebeard too is like King Luffy, with just a few hits, the combat power of the Shishibukai instantly rises to that of the 4 emperors. That would be difficult to handle. Duke sent Seti to support him nearby, ready in case Galen was defeated or Miss Bajin suddenly burst out with terrifying strength. Let Seti and Garen carry out a righteous siege together, or let Seti kill Miss Bajin, an old woman. After all, when dealing with women, whether they are young women or old women, Seti will always have a bonus. Under the strong hand and splitting the skull, all living beings are equal. Then, Seti made a splash, and Whitebeard too was successfully killed by Galen. Sure enough, not everyone in this world can be like King Luffy, who can break through and become stronger quickly. Well, except for the heroes, who can level up. After Galen upgraded, he directly killed Whitebeard too without any damage. In naval headquarters, Sengoku is still in turmoil due to the possible recruitment of Gangplank by Big Mom and the influx of a large number of powerful figures from West Blue. After learning that Galen had directly killed Edward Vabel, he sprayed Garp in front of him with a sip of tea. Garp was confused and shot innocently. Then, before Garp had time to settle the score with Sengoku, after seeing the latest information in Sengoku's hand, Garp's expression suddenly became dull. They have always wanted to avenge Zephyr, but they have never found the chance. As for Galen, his favorability among the senior management of naval headquarters instantly increased. Sengoku Garpaku is Zephyr's friend. The 3 admirals and most of the naval headquarters are all Zephyr's apprentices. Zephyr may not be the strongest admiral, but with his skills as a disciple and his connections in the Marines, he is definitely top-notch. Now Galen's future in naval headquarters is absolutely unlimited. Duke actually didn't think much about it, he just wanted Galen to be a marshal or admiral if possible. Is that guy actually dead? Zephyr will definitely feel much better if he learns this news. The death of those students was not his fault, Garp said sadly with a rare solemn look on his face. His wife and children were killed by pirates, and he did not directly defeat the Admiral Black Arm Zephyr who refused to kill him. But in front of him, a large number of Marine students who had placed their deep feelings and high hopes on him. After his arm was cut off due to an asthma attack to protect him, and he was seriously injured and chopped into pieces one by Edward Vabel, once the Admiral was not killed, the Black Arm Zephyr was completely dead. He told me before that he wanted to transform his broken arm and form a pirate guerrilla team to avenge the pirates. I have no reason to stop him, Sengoku also said with a deep expression. But now, maybe we can persuade him to come back. He will always be our best Marine instructor. Zephyr's broken arm, age, and everything he has experienced have severely reduced Zephyr's strength today. Add to that the possibility of an asthma attack at any time. The Marine instructor is more suitable for Zephyr than the captain of the pirate guerrilla team, and is safer. Then try to persuade Zephyr to come back. If he comes back, Marineford is much more lively. Garp picked his nose, his face once again changed into a familiar indifferent expression, and then he said carelessly, "That guy Galen actually killed Whitebeard too. It's such a waste to put it in West Blue. Now, those 5 old guys don't have enough reasons to block Galen's transfer. Even if the 5 elders want to interfere with the normal transfer of naval headquarters, they need to have a suitable reason. Naval headquarters and New World are Galen's real stages." Sengoku smiled and nodded slightly. At least, in case the Big Mom pirates and the Gangplank pirates really merge, we also have enough combat power to suppress them. In Marineford, a large number of Marine generals were surprised and happy after learning the news that Galen had killed Whitebeard too. In the Holy Land of Marijoys, most of the 5 elders had complicated expressions after learning that Galen could directly kill Whitebeard too. They originally wanted to restrict Galen to West Blue, suppress Galen's growth, and suppress the strength of naval headquarters. But I never expected that even in West Blue, Galen would still grow to such a point in a short period of time. A combat power that is enough to kill Whitebeard too is no longer something that can be suppressed just by trying to suppress it. Agree to Sengoku's order. Once the Big Mom pirates and the Gangplank pirates merge, it will indeed be a big trouble. The bearded 5 elders sighed and dropped the transfer order that Sengoku had just sent to transfer Galen to the naval headquarters vice admiral on the desk. Sengoku and others can basically decide on their own regarding the transfer of officers below the rank of general in naval headquarters. However, most jobs above the general level need to be approved by the world government. Privately mobilizing a large number of elite combat forces is a taboo no matter which kingdom or government it is. There is no point in trying to suppress him now. Transferring him to naval headquarters will better weaken the Valoran family's influence in West Blue. The other 5 elders also nodded. A mere naval headquarters vice admiral cannot shake the balance of the world. On the contrary, it is the vice admirals who collude with local forces in the local waters and are the major concern of the world government. The news of Galen's powerful killing of Whitebeard too gradually spread throughout the world. Among West Blue, there are countless powerful pirates and killers who have just entered West Blue and are preparing to do whatever they want in West Blue. After learning that even Whitebeard too, who had a bounty of 480 million, died at the hands of Galen, they all put their tail between their legs and started to keep a low profile. They came to West Blue to seize Duke's head and earn the 3 billion Bailey bounty wealth, not to fight with Marine at West Blue. The most important thing is that it seems that I can't beat it even if I try my best. The turmoil in West Blue suddenly subsided a little, but the assassination of Duke never stopped. In the manner of the Valoran family, a special guest was welcomed not long after the death of Whitebeard too. "Hey, this is not a place for you to hang out. Have you thought about what kind of job you will do in the next 20 years? Capone." Beeg held a cigar in his mouth and slowly walked out from behind a strange blue statue in Valoran manner. At the window where the fortress fruit protrudes from the body, countless guns are aimed at Capone. In front of Beeg is the mysterious man wearing a strange mask. Capone. Beeg is responsible for guarding Duke's safety, and also cleans up and recruits countless killers and pirates for Duke. At least, for a long time, some of the most dangerous jobs in West Blue were done by people. But this time, Capone. Beeg finally encountered an opponent that was difficult to resist. CP0 number 18 did not speak, just raised his hand gently, and the next second, an extremely sharp flying finger pistol shot directly into Capone. Beeg's chest. Then, with a bang, Capone. Beeg's chest spattered with blood and he fell heavily to the ground. Today's Capone. Beeg, although he has been trained for a long time by SETI and the mail gun, but relying on the fruits of the fortified city, it is okay to deal with ordinary naval headquarters colonels. Facing a strong man like CP0 number 18, who has A-level combat power and is comparable to the elite vice admiral of naval headquarters, he is far from a match. Capone. Beeg was seriously injured and fell to the ground, but he still retained some consciousness thanks to the powerful defensive capabilities of the fortress fruit. Then came the firing of guns and cannons. Countless disciples in Capone, Beeg's body were ready to launch an attack on CP0 number 18. The sound of gunfire and rumbling continued, but CP0 number 18 only roared. Iron body, steel. Despite countless gunfire hitting countless sparks on CP0 number 18, he still remained unscathed. Then, he gently raised his leg and made a powerful slash like a crescent moon. It left a deep scratch on the ground of the manor. After breaking through the hail of bullets, it slashed hard at Capone. Beeg. Tempest kick broken steel. CP0-18's Tempest kick is comparable to a swordsman's flying slash, and is enough to cut through steel with ease. Seeing that Capone, Beeg was about to be completely overwhelmed by CP0-18's slashing blow, the strange blue statue in front of Capone, Beeg, which was originally motionless. Suddenly he stretched out his heavy hands and directly blocked CP0-18's Tempest kick. It is the blue carved golem that has been placed in the manor as a statue since it was extracted by Duke. Commonly known as Blue Buff. The blue glyph golem is not famous for its combat effectiveness, even though it was one of the first prizes summoned by Duke. With the current strength of the blue demonic pattern statue, the most it can do is defeat Capone, Beeg. But although it is not strong enough, it is hard and meaty enough. The sudden aid from the blue glyph golem startled Capone Beeg, who was already a little desperate. Afterwards, his face was full of surprise and fright after the disaster. He never expected that a statue randomly placed in Valoran Manor would seem to be stronger than him. How strong will the senior officials of the Valoran family and Duke, the patriarch of the Valoran family, be? Capone. Beeg feels that his plan to become a leader is far away and his future is unclear. CP0 number 18 looked at the blue sculptured golem that had received his Tempest kick's broken steel, but there were only 2 not-so-deep scratches on his arms. He frowned slightly and was about to take some time to chop the golem and Capone, Beeg into pieces. The next second, Hauser's figure with clenched fists quietly appeared. Hey, you can't kill that big guy. If you want to fight, why don't you come to me? The blue buff adds the effect of the Crown of Insight to Sediduk or Graves every day. It would be really embarrassing if one's own blue buff was really killed by the enemy. Valoran Manor is Duke's own jungle area. Senior Cotter of the Valoran family, Hand Hauser. CP0 number 18 looked at the sudden appearance of Wrist Hauser, with a solemn expression, and then said mechanically like a machine, "My target is not you. Let me kill the godfather of the Valoran family, and you can directly become the new patriarch of the Valoran family." CP0-18's combat intuition honed in countless brutal battles allowed him to sense the long-lost danger in Seti. As a fighting king who has S-level potential and is either fighting or on the road to fighting every day, now he has an A+ combat power comparable to that of an ordinary Shishibukai. To put it simply, if Jinbei were on land, Seti could at least be on par with Jinbei now, even if it weren't for the fact that the higher the level, the more experience is required. At the same time, the environment of West Blue makes it difficult for Seti to provide a large number of powerful enemies for combat. Seti, who fights every day, might be even stronger now. After all, pirates in the real world are not like Canyon soldiers who can automatically upgrade over time and continue to provide a lot of experience. There are relatively powerful pirates in the real world, but every one of them is a special NPC that will never be refreshed after death. CP0 number 18 didn't want to fight a bloody battle with Seti, but Seti never thought of letting go of this rare experience monster in front of him. Seti's hands were itching unbearably now. Without saying anything, Seti stepped forward and struck CP0-18 in the head with a heavy punch. As for letting CP0-18 kill Duke and become the patriarch of the Valoran family, no joke, all heroes have already been engraved with eternal loyalty to Duke when they are summoned. Without Duke, they wouldn't be where they are now. Seti punched hard, and the terrifying wind of the punch caused many plants behind CP0 number 18 to begin to sway violently. But just when Seti's heavy punch was about to hit CP0-18's head, CP0-18's body instantly became like a fluttering white paper. Following Seti's fist wind, he kept moving. Without delay, he successfully avoided Seti's heavy punch. But after avoiding this punch, there was another punch. Seti was so excited that he alternated his hands and punched continuously, while CP0 number 18 seemed to be dancing on the tip of a knife. Under Seti's fists, he trembled and dodged wildly. Then, with a bang, CP0-18's body was like a rag, after breaking several thick walls. Then it stuck to a wall and finally stopped. CP0 number 18 was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and there were several gaps in the strange mask on his face. He forcefully pulled out his body from the cracked wall. Then, the battered wall collapsed instantly. Behind the wall, he was preparing to see from a distance who the Duke was who could break through Capone, Beeg's guards and even required Seti to take action himself. And CP0 number 18 looked at each other. Repairing the manor is very troublesome. Duke scratched his head, looked at the hole that CP0 number 18 had hit all the way, and murmured. As for his own safety, Duke never cared. Are you kidding me? I have the outlaw armor, the banshee veil, and the hex demon drinking knife. Is there anyone in the pirate world who can defeat me? Duke is full of confidence in his ability to survive. Of course, what gave Duke the greatest confidence was, it was still the beautiful figure beside Duke holding a magnificent orb in his hand, swaying gracefully. Nine-Tails Demon Fox Ari is the first hero summoned by Duke with S+ potential, and has been responsible for personally guarding Duke's safety. No one knows how strong Ari is now. CP0 number 18 looked at Duke, who suddenly appeared in front of him. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and he was about to take off Duke's head with all his strength. Seti's figure has appeared again. Hey, you are my opponent. I haven't had enough of it yet. Seti stopped in front of CP0 number 18 and said provocatively. Can you still catch the next punch? CP0 number 18 didn't say anything. He just stared at Duke, who had been watching the battle from afar after Seti appeared, and was ready to fight hard. No one would die if they could. But in the face of God's will, even if it means death, it must be completed. God's command is absolute. Seti leaned back slightly, placed his right fist across his waist, and struck CP0 number 18 with a charged punch. The expression under CP0 no 18's mask suddenly became extremely fanatical, and then faced Seti's heavy punch. Instead of dodging, he turned around and faced Seti's heavy punch directly at a strange angle. Iron body arm steel. Shaving Kai arm stainless steel charge. CP0 number 18 roared secretly, and armament Haki immediately covered his body, intending to receive Seti's charged punch. But, it's no use. With a bang, the armament Haki on CP0 was instantly broken through by Seti's heavy punch, and the iron body stainless steel used afterwards could not prevent Seti's charged punch at all. Countless ripples appeared on the chest where CP0 number 18 was hit. The powerful impact made CP0 no 18's whole body begin to twist and tremble continuously. The clothes on his back were torn directly, and a huge, purple, and bloody fist mark appeared instantly. CP0 number 18 vomited blood, and his body was hit hard by Seti's charged punch. But on the face of CP0 number 18, who was shot away, there was no pain or loneliness of failure and serious injury, but only an extremely cold killing intent. He indeed failed to block Seti's punch, but he also succeeded in achieving his plan. The direction in which he was knocked away and the shave he used when he was hit was exactly where Duke was. With just one blow, CP0 number 18 believed that he could successfully take Duke's life and complete God's mission. Most of the agents in CP0 are dead soldiers trained and brainwashed by the world government since childhood. Life returned. Life explodes. CP0 no 18's body that was shot away gradually approached Duke, and then, when it was about to approach Duke, CP0 no 18's broken body, covered with wounds, instantly stopped bleeding. The damaged internal organs and broken bones and muscles were also temporarily forcibly adhered to each other under the influence of life-returning force. Then, CP0 no 18's whole body suddenly erupted with a burst of blood mist. The internal organs, bones and muscles that had been forcibly adhered to each other were completely shattered due to the forcible explosion. Such an injury, even with the monster-like physique and recovery ability of the average person in the pirate world. CP0 number 18 is also an afterthought and will undoubtedly die. But before CP0 number 18 died, it was enough for him to deliver a fatal blow to Duke. Flying finger pistol, broken jade. Then, just before CP0's flying finger pistol was about to hit Duke, a magnificent orb emerged quietly, instantly crushing the broken jade of Fey finger pistol, and at the same time penetrated the heart of CP0 number 18. In the distance, Capone, Big, who had just arrived despite his injuries, was completely dumbfounded. Why, is there anyone in this manor who is better than me? Ari's usual identity is the headmaid of Valoran Manor, but who says the headmaid can't be a top-notch strong person? CP0 number 18 was easily killed by Ari, who was usually quiet, and Capone. Big was so frightened that he shuddered. I once again have a somewhat clear understanding of the mysterious power of the Valoran family and Valoran Manor. He didn't forget. In the manor, except for those powerful people who have been exposed so far, Duke can continue to perform high-intensity training every day that is difficult for ordinary people to understand, and there is no way he is a weakling. In Capone, Big's eyes, Duke is the real monster. At least, he had never heard of anyone with such perfect physical strength. Fanatic armor, the eternal god. After Capone, Big was surprised. He began to recuperate silently, and the blue carved golem also returned to its original fountain and quietly acted as a statue. It's just that when Capone, Big patrols Valoran Manor in the future, he will never dare to despise any item in Valoran Manor, even if it's just a statue, or a strange-looking tree in the nearby forest. Com returned to Valoran Manor once again. Only Duke looked at the corpse of CP0 number 18 and frowned silently. Why did CP0 come to mess with me? I remember that I didn't offend the world government during this time. Duke is in West Blue, but he is a good and law-abiding person. Duke silently remembered world government's small book in his mind, and planned to find something to do for world government when he had the opportunity, so that world government would not cause trouble for him all day long. In the Holy Land Marijoys, the 5 elders who had just learned that the paper of life on CP018 had been burned had gloomy expressions on their faces. Pirates and members of organized forces in the 4 seas have almost never heard of or rarely use such things as life paper. But for the world government elite CP0, life paper is obviously standard for them. I just received news that there was quite a commotion in Valoran Manor, and the time when the commotion subsided was basically the same as the time of CP0's death on the 18th. It seems that the Valoran family of West Blue really gave us a big surprise. The blonde 5 elders said he was surprised, but there was no hint of joy on his face. Even if all CP0 is just a tool used by the world government to maintain the order of God, but a good tool is suddenly destroyed, it still makes the 5 elders feel a little angry. The combat power of Vice Admiral, the elite of this department, can definitely be regarded as the elite of any force or organization in the pirate world. Even the world government's elite Vice Admiral combat power that can be mobilized at will is extremely limited. Some of the elite Vice Admirals in the naval headquarters may not obey all orders from the world government. Or even if Ming Ming's resistance is not enough, if it is to fish and swim, the world government really has no good way to use the high-level combat power of the naval headquarters. The family that dares to support the Shadow Stream and the funeral home will certainly not be weak. Longbeard 5 Elders calm Kaido. But the question now is, should we send a stronger CP0 to kill that guy and end the turmoil in West Blue? If we want to ensure that we can kill that guy successfully, we may have to mobilize at least the first 6. But number 6 is performing a mission in New World. Should number 5 or number 4 be dispatched? There are only 100 CP0s, and the combat power of the top 20 numbered ones is far greater than the others. The combat power of the top 10 and the top 6 is even more powerful. As the king of the dark world, queen of the pleasure district Stussy, who can instantly kill the lone shark king with one flying finger pistol, is the number 6 in CP0. There's no need. The curly-haired 5 elders shook his head slightly, frowned and said, according to the intelligence we received before, CP018 should be enough to complete our mission. But now, he only made a little noise within the Valoran family, and then he died there. Will number 4 or number 5 definitely be able to complete the mission? If you lose CP0 number 18, we can quickly replace it. Once number 4 or number 5 is lost, it will be very troublesome to find a suitable member. Even for the world government, it is difficult to recruit a large number of top powerful people in a short period of time. Then let that guy go like this. The bald 5 elders are holding first-generation Kaiditsu with murderous intent. Our goal right now has never been to just kill the guy. Galen killed Whitebeard too, and the unrest in West Blue has temporarily subsided. There is no need for us to continue to intervene in the battle between the funeral home and the Valoran family. Let those guys kill each other. We only need to control the balance of this sea, and that will be enough. Some bald 5 elders are also opposed to continuing to attack Duke. The Big Mom pirates are very likely to merge with the Gangplank pirates. This is the big trouble we need to consider. Once they complete their merger, it will be enough to shake the balance of the entire world. Big Mom's upcoming tea party is the focus of the 5 elders. There cannot be another Rocks pirate in this ocean. CP018, who possesses the elite Vice Admiral combat power of the headquarters and once assassinated a pirate with a bounty of 400 million, disappeared silently into the sea, as if he had never existed. And just entering the first half of the Grand Line, there is the great pirate Blood Wolf Hog with a bounty of 290 million, as well as the powerful New World killer pirates such as the brothers Galai and Fanku. Still dreaming of winning the 3 billion Bailey bounty? It takes a lot of time to reach West Blue from New World. Not everyone has the ability to cross the Com Belt, and not all pirate groups can be like Red Hair. It takes 2 days to get directly to naval headquarters from New World. The only way for most pirates to return to the first half of the Grand Line from the New World is to return the same way they came. And just before they could enter West Blue, Lord Zed of Shadow Stream and Tai Lung and others have successfully crossed the Com Belt with the help of Janna. On a small island, he quietly intercepted the King of Killers, the big-handed Undertaker Pycro, who was on his way to Big Mom's tea party. Janna is the embodiment of wind, and wind can also become Janna's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Freddy, it seems that we are really underestimated. Pycro looked at the Shadow Stream Lord G and others who suddenly appeared in front of him. He grinned from the corner of his mouth to his ears, revealing the dense white fang. In a clown-like tone, he said with an exaggerated smile, "Are you here to die?" Pycro was already prepared. After attending Big Mom's tea party, he would enter West Blue and destroy the entire Shadow Stream. But now, they haven't waited for them to successfully attack Shadow Stream. G and others have already taken the lead and come to the door. No one can escape their shadow. Are you ready to fall into eternity? The Lord of the Shadow Stream, G Sushin, said. Behind him the Blade Shadow Tai Lung and Dazbonis and others, their eyes were full of murderous intent. It's time to end the feud between Undertaker and Shadow Stream. After today, the Shadow Flow will definitely dominate the darkness. Without saying anything, behind Pycro, the shadow of Zed quietly appeared, and the invisible blade in his hand stabbed directly into Pycro's heart. And Tai Lung also disappeared in an instant after leaving behind countless blades. The next second, the hidden sword and countless blades in Tyrone's hand had already hit the Black Swordsman Freddy. Dazbonis led a small number of elite assassins from the Shadow Stream, and faced off against several ordinary cotters and assassins of the funeral home. Just going to Big Mom's Camellia party, of course Pycro could not bring all the elites under his command. With the Dice fruit as an Iron Man, Dazbonis can basically ignore their attacks when facing enemies without armament haki or who are not swordsmen. But even if it is just a few ordinary cotters in the funeral home, most of their weapons have a little black color. Haki is very common in the New World. As the masters of the killer field in the Dark World, most of the ordinary cotters of the funeral home have basically mastered Haki. However, the Dazbonis of today is no longer the Dazbonis of the past. After experiencing the crushing of Blood Duke Dracula, he saw the vastness of the world, and initially awakened armament Haki. Today's Dazbonis is even more powerful than it was 3 years later in the original time and space. Dazbonis once swore that he would never be as powerless as before. The Dice Fruit Iron Man, coupled with the skilled armament Haki, allowed Dasbonies to never fall behind even if there were more than one enemy. But Dasbonies knew very well that the key to victory or defeat was never with him. With his strength, he is still far from the true peak of this sea. The invisible blade of the Lord of Shadowstream stabbed Pycro from behind to his heart, and then pierced directly. But there was no joy of success on Zed's face. Instead, his figure moved instantly and instantly exchanged places with the shadow behind Pycro. Then the next second, Pycro, whose heart was pierced, brandished the extremely sharp Shinigami sickle and suddenly attacked, directly cutting Zed's shadow into two halves. He, are you able to dodge my attack? You are qualified to be the 467th. Pietro chuckled strangely. The number 466 was clearly visible on the clothes on his chest. Every time Pycro kills a powerful enemy, a number will be added to his chest. But as his strength grows, there are fewer and fewer enemies who are qualified to be the number on his chest. 5 years later, when Luffy went on a rampage on Cake Island, the number on his chest had only grown to 499. Ignore normal attacks. Zed didn't reply, just silently thinking about how to kill the enemy in front of him. As one of the most powerful emperors in the Dark World, Pycro, the king of assassins and the big-handed mortician, undoubtedly possesses the combat power of an S-Emperor deputy level. As a killer, without excellent strength, he would have died in the hands of the enemy long ago. I am the incarnation of death. How can someone who is already dead be killed again? Pycro smiled ferociously, his five-pointed star-like eyes flashing with a strange red light. Pycro, the king of killers, once took the Paramecian Necronomicon fruit, which allowed him to transform himself into a dead spirit and ignore conventional attacks. Pycro and Zed tested each other's moves, and then started fighting crazily. Pycro and Zed's figures kept intertwining, like the best dancers in the world, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. The battle between Black Swordsman Freddy and Blade Shadow Talon is not so weird and changeable. Just the constant collision between the blade and the blade. Zed has the power of shadow, and Pycro has taken the fruit of death. As for Black Swordsman Freddy and Blade Shadow Talon, they only rely on the sharp blades in their hands. Black Swordsman Freddy kept swinging the big sword demon slash in his hand, slashing out 1,000 blades of light, while Tai Lung's figure kept flashing around Black Swordsman Freddy. While avoiding Freddy's sword light, he used the hidden sword in his hand again and again. It stabbed Freddy's vital part at an angle that ordinary people could hardly guard against. But every time, Freddy, who possessed pure observation Haki, successfully blocked it with his sword. Freddy, who is famous all over the world just by relying on the sword in his hand without taking any devil fruit, is undoubtedly a good Haki player. The sharp hidden sword constantly collided fiercely with the big sword demon slash, spattering countless sparks. But every time the sword blades collide, Tai Lung, who was originally like the wind, will continue to retreat. Black Swordsman Freddy has an A-level combat power comparable to the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, coupled with the proficient two-color Haki. In an instant, Tai Lung, who was still at a low level, was completely suppressed. But for some reason, every time Freddy's blade is about to hit Talon, the shadow of the blade, there is always a strange shield, quietly hindering Black Swordsman Freddy's attack, preventing him from severely damaging Blade Shadow Talon. On the contrary, in the constant confrontation with Tai Lung, waves of strange and incomparable energy seem to be continuously superimposed and gathered in his body. The edge of a knife can sometimes be enough to kill someone. In the void, an almost transparent cyan bird was quietly flapping its wings, always paying attention to the battlefield. Janna, the Fury of the Storm, never left after assisting Lord Zed of Shadowstream and others in finding Pycro and others. Black Swordsman Freddy and Blade Shadow Talon were in a stalemate, and it was hard to tell the winner. As for the battle between Zed, the Lord of Shadowstream, and Pycro, the battle situation was strange and changeable, and it was completely impossible to tell who had the upper hand. But on the other side, Dasbonies led a small number of elite killers from the Shadowstream, and he had already secured victory. Faced with a powerful blow from an ordinary cotter of the funeral home, which beheaded Cook, Dasbonies did not dodge. He just silently activated armament Haki and Dice Fruit to transform into an armed steel body. He allowed the sword that beheaded Cook to stab countless sparks in his neck. Then he stretched out his hand and slashed horizontally, decapitating Cook. His head suddenly flew into the sky, spurting out a large amount of blood. Is this what it feels like to be beheaded? The decapitated Cook's head rolled to the side, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Cook, the funeral home cotter who had beheaded countless people, finally had his head beheaded this time. Decapitating Cook's death is just the beginning. With the terrifying defense ability brought by armament Haki superimposed on Dice Fruit, when Dasbonies faced the enemy, he did not dodge at all. Even if he withstood hundreds of blows from the enemy, he would still leave a shallow wound on the enemy's body. Soon, the other two ordinary cotters who followed Pycro to Cake Island were also forcibly killed by Dasbonies. And the remaining elite killers are not worth mentioning. Dasbonies deals with masters of powerful armament Haki, or Haki masters who are good enough to use emission. With his current level of armament and the tempering of Dice Fruit, he can't resist it at all. But facing those soldiers who didn't break through their defenses, Dasbonies didn't even need to activate his weapon color. He was enough to kill them randomly. When it comes to food abuse, Dasbonies is a professional. Seeing that 3 ordinary cotters and a large number of elite killers were killed one after another, Freddy and Tyrone could not tell the winner for a while. Pycro, who originally wanted to find a good opportunity to kill with one strike, could no longer hold back. After a ferocious smile flashed across his face, he actually took the initiative to meet the sharp blade in Zed's hand, and when he was pierced by the sharp blade, the Shinigami sickle in his hand instantly turned pitch black and slashed hard at Zed's head. Pycro wanted to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. If all the ordinary cotters and minions were dead, Pycro wouldn't want to sail with Freddy to attend Big Mom's banquet. But just when Pycro's Shinigami scythe was about to hit Zed, Zed suddenly raised his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then under the blade, his body instantly turned into a shadow and rushed towards Pycro. Pycro wanted to resolve the battle as soon as possible, and Zed had been waiting for an opportunity to kill with one strike. I have seen through your ability. Forbidden secret, instant prison shadow killing formation. Zed roared, turned into a shadow, and the sword in his hand also turned into a shadow. Together with his shadow clone, it left countless scars on Pycro's body. The power of shadow mixed with armament haki continued to cut and crush Pycro's body, but Pycro still had a sneer on his face. I am death, I am immortal. Pycro said ferociously, his eyes were scarlet, and his whole body revealed an aura of death, decay, and decay. When Pycro activates his fruit power, he is no different from a real undead. The dead will not die unless Pycro's undead body is completely reduced to pieces. Otherwise, most of the attacks that would be fatal to ordinary people would be meaningless to Pycro. Pycro suddenly stretched out his pale left hand and grabbed Zed's arm. The Shinigami scythe in his right hand was turned upside down and swung violently, piercing through both the Calamity and his own body at the same time. Caught you. Relying on the immortality brought by the undead fruit, Pycro had killed many enemies who were slightly stronger than him. The sharp blade of the death scythe mercilessly penetrated the bodies of Zed and Pycro, but there was no trace of bloodline on G, who was pierced by the death scythe. Only a slight sneer flashed across his face. Then, it instantly turned into a black mist and slowly dissipated into the void. Do you think you can catch the shadow? Behind Pycro, Zed's deep voice came quietly, and then he jumped back suddenly, avoiding another horizontal slash after Pycro pulled out the death scythe. He. What a magical ability. Is it the higher level fruit of the shadow fruit? Pycro said with a smile, but his face no longer had the calmness it once had. What a troublesome enemy. Do you want to stop here? I'm still busy going to a party. The vast sea may be able to accommodate 2 powerful killer organizations at the same time. Pycro saw that he could not win for a while, and the fight between Black Swordsman Freddy and Tyrone also reached a stalemate, hoping to end the battle temporarily. Of course, the so-called sea can accommodate 2 powerful killers at the same time, which is just fart. As the king of the killer field in the dark world, Pycro never thought of sharing the glory of the king of killers with others. All he wants is to delay time. Then, together with Happy Street and more people, completely destroy the Shadow Stream. The Funeral Home and Happy Street have reached an alliance not long ago, and will jointly destroy the Shadow Stream after Big Mom's tea party. After learning about the powerful combat power that Shadow Stream now possesses, Pycro felt that if he had to pay a little more, it seems good to include some other people in the plan to annihilate the Shadow Stream. Luffield, the king of loan sharks, has always been coveting the powerful combat power of the Funeral Home. Loan sharking requires a large number of powerful thugs or killers to use coercion, inducement, and violent collection, but unfortunately, he ran out of time. Zed looked at Pycro, who had issued an invitation for a truce, but did not reply. He just turned around silently and began to slowly walk towards the battlefield where Freddy and Tyrone were. The next second, accompanied by the whisper of the wind, Pycro's body returned from the undead state to the normal state. Countless shadow powers instantly erupted from Pycro's body. Before Pycro had time to react, his entire body exploded into a ball of blood mist. The ignorant are doomed. The remaining limbs were flying, and Pycro's bloody head was rolling. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The undead fruit can turn itself into a dead body, ignoring almost all conventional fatal injuries. Then after transforming into a human body, the damage sustained when the undead body was in the body will be quickly recovered or even disappear. But there is only one weakness. If you remain in the state of the undead body for a long time, it will be continuously eroded by the power of the undead. It will no longer be able to be transformed into a living body, and can only remain in the state of an undead forever. No one wants to lose all sense of touch, gradually decay, and become a real walking zombie. Pycro died, and after seeing Pycro's blood-covered head, Black Swordsman Freddy slashed violently, forcing Talon back, temporarily stopping the battle. Dracula is like this, are you like this too? Fruit power is never omnipotent, why did you also make this mistake? Black Swordsman Freddy had no expression on his face. He just held the big sword Demon Slayer tightly in his hand and said coldly, "Sure enough, in this sea, there are truly trustworthy people. You will always only have the sword in your hand." After Black Swordsman Freddy finished speaking, he remained silent for a moment. He looked at the Blade Shadow Tai Lung and the Shadow Stream Lord Zed who were gradually surrounding them. With a scrape, he returned the sword to its sheath. Then he looked directly into G's eyes and said in a deep voice, "We have no reason to continue fighting. The title of King of Killers is yours. And as the new king of the dark world, maybe you will need my sword." Black Swordsman Freddy is willing to follow Pietro just because Pietro can satisfy Black Swordsman Freddy's bloodthirsty desire to kill. When Pietro was still alive, Freddy was the sharpest blade in Pietro's hands. But now, Pietro is dead. Black Swordsman Freddy felt that maybe it was time to find a new leader for himself. The new king of killers, Lord Zed of Shadowstream, who can kill Pietro, seems to be very good. Killers in the dark have no so-called loyalty. Most of them just take money to do things. Well, welcome aboard, True Shadow. Zed thought for a moment and said in a low voice. Tai Lung, Dazbonis, and others put away the sharp blades in their hands. In the void, a green transparent bird slowly melted into the wind. Facing the powerful combat power of Black Swordsman Freddy, Zed had no reason to refuse. Shadowstream is just a killer organization. The killer organization always needs a large number of powerful killers to complete simple or difficult tasks one after another. Zed, Tai Lung, and Dazbonis are too busy. Of course, the most important thing is that Zed needs the Black Swordsman Freddy to assist him and take over the entire funeral home. As the most powerful killer organization in the pirate world, the Undertaker has killers and cotters all over the sea. The killers and cotters who died on this unknown island with Pietro today are only a very small part. Time passed quietly, and laughter continued on Cake Island, just like a paradise in a dream, with endless food and a river that always flows with milk. For ordinary people, Cake Island is simply the legendary Promised Land. If they don't know, this is actually the territory of the most moody and cruel 4 emperors Big Mom. A grand banquet is about to be held. Hasn't that guy Pietro arrived yet? Really, it's not polite at all to make a lady wait. Stussy covered her mouth and snickered, but a hint of doubt quietly flashed in her eyes. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Pietro to have not arrived at Cake Island by now. Who cares about the guy in charge of the funeral? Maybe it would be better if he didn't come. The king of loan sharks, Fusion Lefield, said greedily. He is the one with almost the most wealth among all the kings of the dark world present. The massive loan sharking allowed him to harvest countless bloody wealth. But at the same time, he can only focus on the way some weak businessmen or civilians lend money. Field. The strength of his subordinates is also the weakest. He lacks top-level combat power, and those powerful pirates or forces never think of paying back the money they borrow based on their ability. He has always longed to enter the realm of killers in the dark world, firmly control a large number of top killers, and then make his money empire stronger and stronger. If Pietro offended Big Mom because he was late, then, this might be his opportunity to enter the killer field. This is big news. It would be such a shame if he doesn't come. Press giant Morgans was looking around and taking pictures, searching for traces of the Gangplank pirates. This is not big news in the underground world. There is no value in moving at all. But that guy Pietro should be on my ship. Shipping King Omit said impatiently. At least, deep ocean currents are never late. The news that the Big Mom pirates will marry and merge with the Gangplank pirates is not a big secret in the underground world. The warehouse king Giberson, who is also one of the kings of the dark world, did not complain and just kept pouring wine into his stomach. As the oldest king in the dark world, the reason why Jibatson's warehousing business can always exist in the dark world is, the key is to drink more, talk less, and meddle less. Pietro was nowhere to be seen at the port of Cake Island, and the face of Perospero, the minister of confectionery in charge of reception, gradually became gloomy. Big Mom hates being late. Even the king of the dark world must pay a price for his rash absence from Big Mom's tea party. But at this moment, the gloom on Painsperot's face quietly dissipated and turned into a bright smile. In the distance, Pietro's ship has appeared. But before Perospero was ready to meet Pietro, looking at the figures coming out of Pietro's boat, Perospero, Stussy, and others suddenly opened their eyes in shock, and the expressions on their faces began to change. Big news, ha ha ha, this is really big news. Morgans kept taking pictures of Zed. When Zed appeared from Pietro's ship, it already represented the earth-shaking of the world of killers in the dark world. This is undoubtedly big news. Stussy covered her mouth with a soft smile on her face, keeping her inner surprise and hostility towards Zed and others firmly hidden in her heart, and said softly to Zed, "If you need information, just come to me. I will definitely give you the best deal." The funeral home is over, and establishing a good relationship with Shadowstream will help Stussy obtain more information. Stussy and the world government are very curious, how strong are Shadowstream and the Valoran family? Are you the new king? Today seems to be a really good day. Shipping King Umit glanced at warehouse King Giberson in a vague way, and expressed his goodwill to Zed. Umit has no intention of intervening in the killer realm of the dark world. If possible, he has always wanted to annex all the storage terminals in Gibson. The combination of deep current shipping and hidden docks with old warehouses all over the world is a force that can truly influence the entire world. It's a pity that Umit never found a suitable opportunity. The warehouse king, Giberson, smiled drunkenly at Zed, and then continued to drink wine. Expressing goodwill prematurely has no meaning. The one who truly survives to the end is the king. Giberson is solid. However, after a flash of greed flashed in the eyes of the lone shark King Lufield, he began to attack G directly. Pietro's death created an excellent opportunity for him to enter the realm of killers. The premise is to suppress the sudden shadow flow. Hey, they are not invited to this party. Kill the guests invited by the master and dare to come directly to the banquet. The master may not welcome it. Lufield began to act strangely, trying to provoke a conflict between the Big Mom pirates and Zed, or at least prevent Shadowstream from attending Big Mom's tea party. Big Mom's tea party invited a large number of prominent New World figures. Not attending Big Mom's tea party is undoubtedly very dangerous, but attending Big Mom's tea party also has a lot of gains. The connections and recognition of a large number of forces in New World are very important to the killer industry. Some relatively secretive things can only be done by the most reliable organizations. But Perospero did not show any hostility towards Zed and others who came to the banquet after killing Pycro. Instead, with a bright smile, he welcomed Zed and the others who came out of Pycro's ship with great welcome. Mom would be very happy if she knew you were coming to her tea party. What Perospero welcomes and awaits is the identity of the Assassin King of the Dark World and the power behind this identity, rather than a specific person. We are also very honored to be able to participate in 4 Emperors Big Mom's tea party. Especially, this one. Zed's dull voice revealed incomprehensible information through the mask. The Emperors of the Dark World present also had mysterious smiles on their faces at this time, including the Queen of the Pleasure District, who had originally made an appointment to destroy the Shadowstream together with the funeral home. This is a feast destined to be famous all over the world. And the real protagonist slowly appears at this time. At the end of the sea, a huge and ferocious pirate ship suddenly jumped out of the sea level. And behind it, a large number of battle-hardened and weathered pirate ships followed, immediately covering the entire ocean. The legendary pirate ocean calamity Gangplank, who had a bounty of 1.85 billion, showed up boldly with his fleet, which had expanded to 5,000 people. In the world of pirates, strong strength and reputation can always allow those big pirates to easily recruit a large number of subordinates. He, what a spectacular pirate fleet. If I get his permission, Mom will definitely become the pirate king. Perospero stuck out his long tongue, licked the lollipop cane in his hand, and said excitedly, the Big Mom pirate group, which has already confirmed several merger plans with the Gangplank pirate group, does not think that Gangplank will be their enemy. Especially, this is Cake Island, the home base of 4 Emperors Big Mom. It is simply impossible for a pirate fleet of only 5,000 people to challenge directly the tens of thousands of Cake Island's Hamit's core and the large number of cotters of the Big Mom pirate group. Of course, although I don't think Gangplank would be bold enough to attack Cake Island directly, but just in case, the Big Mom pirates sent a large number of soldiers and cotters to station at the port, waiting for the arrival of the Gangplank pirates. Fortunately, everything seemed so normal. Gangplank led the Grigas of Grigas and the Ghost of Blood Harbor Pike, and they followed Perospero quickly to the banquet hall. The rest of the cotters and subordinates did not go ashore at all. Under the watchful eye of a large number of Big Mom pirate group cotters and elite soldiers, they were minding their own business and held a banquet on the ship. There are a total of 5,000 elite members of the remaining pirate groups. No matter how confident Big Mom is, he will never dare to put them all into Cake Island rashly. They may not be the opponents of the Hamit's Legion on Cake Island, but they really have to attend the banquet together, just in case something unexpected happens. The entire Cake Island is very likely to be destroyed. Katakuri looked at the pirates under Gangplank, who were happily holding a banquet at the port in a very disciplined manner, frowned slightly, and said solemnly, does a guy like Plank really want to join Mom? Owen and Defu, take care of these pirates. I want to go to my mother. I always feel like something is wrong. Katakuri quickly turned around to attend the banquet, and at the port of Cake Island, Owen and Deifuku are the backbone of the Big Mom pirate group, leading a large number of Hamit's soldiers. He and the pirates under Gangplank maintained a superficial peace while being wary of each other. In the Cake Castle, the banquet has officially begun. Well, have you ever thought about marrying that daughter of mine? All my daughters are yours to choose from. Big Mom said excitedly to Gangplank, Beryl Grigas, Pike, and others beside him. Glank, come, become my vice captain, become my family, and become one with my nations. As long as you join me, I will definitely become the pirate king. At that time, everyone in the world can sit together and eat cake as equals. Just thinking about it makes me really happy. Sister, my sister, do you see that too? When Big Mom said this, she put her hands together and leaned on her cheeks, staring at the photo of the Carmelite nun on her dining table with great admiration like a little girl, and said in anticipation, Sister Carmelite is the most special existence for Big Mom. Big news, the Gangplank pirates and the Big Mom pirates have merged into one. The most terrifying pirate group in the world is about to be born. Near the dining table, Big News Morgans kept taking photos, and Stussy and other emperors of the Dark World were also waiting for Gangplank's answer. This will be a marriage that can affect the entire world. From the position of general to deputy captain directly, Grigas and Pike can also marry the daughter of Big Mom. I have to say, this is indeed a good condition. At least Big Mom really wants to marry the Gangplank pirates this time, rather than treating the clone army of Germa 66, which intends to directly annex the kingdom of Germa. But if you can be the captain, who would want to be the deputy captain? Gangplank quietly glanced at the picture of Sister Carmel, and at the same time glanced at Katakuri next to Big Mom. A glimmer of light quietly flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Of course, we are here to become one with all nations. However, I never thought about becoming someone else's vice captain. After Gangplank finished speaking, under Katakuri's sudden expression, the loaded pistol in his hand exploded instantly. A fatal bullet hit the photo of the Carmelite nun? How do you know? Katakuri's face changed drastically, and a jelly bean in his hand was shot out at the same time as the bullet in Gangplank's hand, intending to stop Gangplank from taking action. Sister Carmelite is the most special to Big Mom, and is also the most fatal weakness. When Sister Carmelite's photo is destroyed, Big Mom will lose consciousness and howl in pain. At the same time, even the terrifying defense power that she is most proud of will be greatly reduced in an instant. Big Mom is born with the terrifying defense power of a steel balloon. Ever since he went to sea, he has never left any scars on his body no matter what opponents he faces for decades. Her children have never seen Big Mom injured. Of course, with 2 armor-breaking artifacts and Gangplank, who has a strange fire that can directly burn life, he doesn't actually care too much about how strong other people's defenses are. Even if he goes head-to-head with Big Mom, Gangplank, who is equipped with 3 pieces of ready-made equipment and a thorn vest, may not lose to Big Mom. However, if you can obviously take advantage of the enemy's weaknesses and win easily, why do you have to challenge yourself head-on to make it more difficult? Gangplank is a scheming and ruthless pirate king, not a righteous knight who advocates fairness and justice. Gangplank may be able to fight Big Mom alone, but Gruggas, Blood Harbor Ghost Pike, and the Ocean Disaster Fleet cannot deal with the entire Big Mom pirate group. The bullet came out of the chamber, gunfire exploded, and the bullet that was spiraling in the air suddenly collided with the jelly beans shot by Katakuri. Then, in front of the rotating and burning fatal bullets, the jelly beans instantly deformed, melted, and even completely shattered. Compared to Gangplank, who was definitely considered the strongest among the admirals at this time, Katakuri's hastily thrown jelly beans were too weak. Being able to predict the future does not necessarily mean that you can change the future. The bullet continued to advance, but Katakuri, who wanted to stop the bullet again, didn't have time to take action. Grugga's body bomb impact and Blood Harbor Ghost Pike's bone-penetrating spikes are already close at hand. Mom, be careful. Katakuri hurriedly warned, and at the same time, his hands instantly became extremely dark, and he crossed them in front of his chest, directly blocking the impact of Grugga's flesh bullets. Blood Harbor Ghost Pike's bone-penetrating spikes penetrated directly through Katakuri's chest, which had become hollow in advance. Katakuri, who possesses the observation haki to foresee the future, may not have the best attack and defense power among the lieutenants, but as long as he can't find a way to crack his observation haki, which can predict the future, even if there are several Imperial lieutenants with the same level of combat power as him. For a while, it was difficult to leave any scars on his body. Katakuri's dodge was almost fully activated, but while Big Mom's defense was fully activated, his reaction was relatively sluggish. In other words, the terrifying defensive power of the innate steel balloon allows her to face attacks from most people in the pirate world. There is no need to dodge or react quickly. One blow after another, she would often remain unscathed, while the enemy would be killed immediately. But at this moment, Big Mom's reaction ability, which she never paid much attention to, became her first step towards failure. The extremely sharp warhead, after smashing the blocking jelly beans, deformed slightly, and then directly pierced the forehead of the Carmelite nun in the photo. Then, with a click, countless cracks quickly expanded from Carmelo's forehead to the entire photo. The smile on Carmelite's face was shattered and scattered all over the place at this moment. On the side, the Dark Emperors, who were originally preparing to witness the merger of the Gangplank pirates and the Big Mom pirates, were filled with astonishment. Big Mom, on the other hand, after watching Sister Carmelite being torn apart before her eyes, her whole body trembled and her eyes instantly turned white. Then, a terrifying scream suddenly resounded throughout the entire banquet. The terrifying screams mixed with Big Mom's subconscious release of Conqueror's haki immediately swept the entire banquet hall. The dining table was overturned, and countless delicacies with souls trembled under the screams of Big Mom. After losing all consciousness, they were scattered on the ground. But at this time, no one cares about those delicious food, because under Big Mom's terrifying screams, there were countless weaker guests who lost consciousness along with the Homai's food. The weak guests fainted and fell to the ground. The powerful Cotters and the Emperors of the Dark World also hurriedly covered their ears because of Big Mom's terrifying scream. However, the battle did not stop because of Big Mom's terrifying screams. Instead, it just started. Amid Katakuri's angry and anxious roar, the scimitar in Gangplank's hand had pierced Big Mom's heart. No, Mom. The heart was pierced, and Big Mom's terrifying scream stopped instantly. Big Mom's children and Cotters finally came to their senses from the screams of Big Mom. As well as the Emperors of the Dark World, they all looked at this scene in disbelief. Big news, big news. This is really big news that can shock the world. Morgans was extremely excited to take photos, and the other Emperors of the Dark World also had weird smiles on their faces when they looked at the Cotters of the Big Mom pirates. If Big Mom is really killed directly by Gangplank, then, the entire Cake Island and even all nations will undoubtedly become a big fat piece of new world. How is it possible? Mom is invincible. The Emperors of the Dark World began to make their own plans silently in their hearts, and many lived under the fear of Big Mom all year round. At the same time, the children who have early established the belief that Big Mom is invincible in their hearts, When he watched Plank insert the scimitar in his hand into Big Mom's heart, his belief suddenly collapsed and he collapsed to the ground helplessly. However, any of the children of Big Mom can fall, but Katakuri can never fall. In order to protect his family, Katakuri's heart has long been as hard as iron. Everyone, get up, kill those intruders, and avenge Mother. Katakuri dodged to avoid the siege of Grigas and Pike, and roared angrily. His suspicions about Plank came true, but unfortunately, he had no ability to prevent it. Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, also came to his senses amidst Katakuri's roar. He tightened his grip on the candy cane in his hand, stared at Gangplank and the others, and shouted loudly, "Kill them, kill everyone in the Gangplank pirates." The battle started again, and a large number of Big Mom's children and cotters rushed towards Gangplank and others. However, just when many children and cotters of the Big Mom pirates were extremely sad and angry, a hint of surprise quietly flashed across Katakuri's face. Mother. The next second, his eyes turned white, and Big Mom, who had lost all consciousness, regained consciousness due to severe pain. He made a fist with his right hand and hit Gangplank in front of him with great force. When the heavy punch came, Gangplank frowned slightly and turned and pulled the scimitar in his hand. Before Big Mom's heavy punch came, with the flesh and blood of countless Big Mom, he retreated instantly. When he retreated violently, the pistol in Gangplank's hand did not forget to shoot a fatal bullet into the horrific wound he left on Big Mom's chest. The strange fire on Plank's scimitar continued to burn all the internal organs in Big Mom's body. The scorched and damaged heart that had been pierced by the scimitar had stopped beating. Big Mom's chest was filled with blood, and dark blood was constantly seeping out of her 7 orifices. But even so, Big Mom is still not dead. A strong man in the world of pirates, a monster with an average physique, especially for a monster among monsters like the 4 emperors. Injuries that would have been fatal to ordinary people could not send them to hell in a short while. During the Summit War, Whitebeard was able to receive a blow from the filial sword first, and then was attacked by numerous bullets, artillery shells, and swords. Even when Akina's lava burned a big hole in his chest and burned off half of his head, he was still able to blast Blackbeard before finally dying. A monster like Big Mom who is born with extraordinary physique can still live for at least a few more minutes even if he loses his heart. And these few minutes are enough for the world to understand what the real 4 emperors are. The real 4 emperors are not so easily defeated. Big Mom endured the severe pain, suddenly pinched a large piece of soul from his body, stuffed it into his mouth, and then said angrily to Gangplank, "Don't even think about defeating me like this. None, my none, you damn BD, I'm going to tear you to pieces." The soul is life force, and Big Mom consumes its own life force. You can quickly recover from your injuries and even enhance your strength. 5 years later, in the decisive battle on Ghost Island, Big Mom only consumed 1 year of his lifespan, and his strength increased greatly, and he beat Kid and Luo to the ground. But this time, she spent 5 years of her life just to recover from her injuries. Big Mom was able to reach the top of the 4 emperors, in addition to her terrifying innate physique. The powerful devil fruit, soul fruit, also helped a lot. The soul fruit is definitely one of the most powerful devil fruits in the pirate world. After his soul entered his body, Big Mom's horrific injuries began to recover quickly. Countless granules are growing in tangles, and the muscles are also squirming crazily. With a clanking sound, the bullet that Plank shot into Big Mom's body was squeezed to the ground by the squirming muscles. The hideous and terrifying wound on Big Mom's chest healed slowly. Even the blackened and damaged heart in the body gradually regained its color and began to beat slowly and powerfully. Katakuri and other Big Mom's children who wanted to avenge Big Mom saw the rapid recovery of Big Mom's injuries, and the grief and anger on their faces instantly turned into surprise. Mom is invincible. No one can beat Mom. Just as the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group firmly believe that Whitebeard is always invincible, the members of the 4 emperors group often have invincible confidence in their captains. The children and cotters of Big Mom firmly believe that no one in this sea can really defeat Big Mom. Even though Big Mom was stabbed hard in the heart by Plank just now, and a bullet was added. The children of Big Mom were extremely excited, and their eyes looking at Gangplank and others were filled with murderous intent. And those dark emperors who originally wanted to bite a big piece of fat in the world after Big Mom died. The weird smile on his face instantly dissipated and turned into the usual respect and friendliness towards Big Mom. But just when the many children of Big Mom were extremely excited, Katakuri's expression turned solemn again. Having the ability to see the future may not be a blessing in many cases. Katakuri's expression suddenly changed, and Big Mom, who was recovering from his injuries, spat out a large mouthful of blood. In Big Mom's body, the strange fire on Plank's scimitar has been quietly extinguished after burning a large amount of Big Mom's soul and vitality. But a strange and incomparable force is still entrenched in Big Mom's body, hindering the recovery of Big Mom's injuries. That's sepsis. After Plank was equipped with Mortal Reminder, his attacks can severely damage the enemy's healing effect and recovery ability. Even though Big Mom has spent 5 years of his life recovering from his injuries, but only half of the vitality can truly exert a therapeutic effect. The wound on Big Mom's chest that had been gradually healing was torn again, and the heart was severely damaged and could only beat weakly. Coupled with the damaged internal organs, all of a sudden, Big Mom's eyes turned dark, and even his brain began to feel dizzy due to severe ischemia. Big Mom realized the seriousness of the problem and just wanted to spend a few more years of his life to completely recover from his injuries regardless of the cost. But in the next second, Gangplank's scimitar, wrapped in strange fire, was already attacking her again with a bullet. It's too late to recover from the injury. Big Mom endured the pain, drew out the Emperor's sword Napoleon, and slashed at Gangplank in front of him. As for the bullet, Big Mom, who is conscious and has recovered from the steel balloon, is not afraid of bullets, even powerful cannonballs. Then, a blood flower splashed out from Big Mom's chest again. Big Mom's tall body. At the moment of extreme confrontation between the Emperor's sword Napoleon and the scimitar in Gangplank's hands, he kept retreating. In addition to the mortal reminder, Gangplank is also equipped with the Dominic Lord's Salute, an armor-piercing artifact. What he likes to deal with the most is those enemies who think they are tough enough. And Big Mom, which was hit hard, has lost the combat power it had in its heyday. Seeing Big Mom retreating under Gangplank's attack, with blood splattering from time to time, countless people present suddenly widened their eyes. They were able to cope with being severely injured by a sneak attack, but directly suppressing one of the 4 emperors in a head-on battle. Even the injured 4 emperors still shocked countless people. Is a new king of the sea about to be born? This is really big news. Morgans was extremely excited, while the other Dark Emperors watched the showdown between Gangplank and Big Mom without any intention of intervening. They are just Big Mom's guests, not Big Mom's thugs. What's more, taking action hastily before determining who is the real winner is undoubtedly causing huge trouble for oneself. Even if the battle between the top powerhouses in the sea can determine the outcome, it is generally difficult to completely determine life and death. Unless he can't run away or has a reason to fight to the death, if the top player in the pirate world who can do several sit UPS per person really wants to run away, it will be difficult for a strong player at the same level to stop him. The Dark Emperors can stand by and watch, but Big Mom's children cannot sit back and watch Big Mom fall behind. This is Cake Island, the base camp of the Big Mom pirates. Hurry up and help Mom. After Katakuri finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the jet black wave of glutinous rice immediately rushed towards Gangplank. Behind him, Perospero, Baron Smoothie and other powerful members of the Big Mom pirates also rushed towards Gangplank. There are so many ants that they can kill an elephant. I really want Katakuri, Smoothie, and other strong men to swarm them. Give Big Mom a chance to fully recover from her injuries. This battle may become extremely difficult. But, Big Mom has his children and cotters. Gangplank also has the help of Grugas and Bloodport Haunted Pike, as well as his ship. At the port of Cake Island, we still don't know what happened to Cake Castle. The 5,000 pirates of the Gangplank pirates are confronting Cracker, one of the 3 desert generals, and a large number of Hamit's soldiers led by Owen Deifuku. It was extremely surprising to find that Plank's battleship Abyss quietly stretched out all its cannons. Then, they continued to pour out artillery fire crazily in the direction of the Cake Castle. It's time to flatten the barrel. With a loud bang, Grugas threw the wine barrel that he almost never left his body with force. The huge shock wave blew up the Big Mom children who rushed forward. Grugas carefully prepared wine. After the barrel exploded, a raging sea of fire rose up, blocking the way of Big Mom's many children. The figure of Blood Harbor Ghost Pike quietly disappeared into the void when the wine barrel exploded, but the children of Big Mom who tried to cross the sea of fire from the air would always be pulled back to the ground by the bone-penetrating spikes that suddenly stretched out when they were about to cross the sea of fire. You guys go around and help Mom. I'll deal with them. Katakuri said coldly, then jumped up suddenly, and after avoiding the bone-piercing spikes that quietly protruded from the void, he landed directly in front of Grugas. Want a drink? Grugas, the wine barrel, burped, held the last glass of wine in his hand, and raised the glass to Katakuri. After you die, I will definitely drink to your heart's content. Now, go to hell. With a cold face, Katakuri flipped it over and took out his trident, Earth Dragon. Then, without saying a word, he directly waved the Earth Dragon in his hand and stabbed Grugas hard. Grugas' left hand instantly turned black, and he punched Katakuri's Earth Dragon fiercely, leaving a deep wound. He drank the glass of wine in his right hand without any care. Don't let the last glass go to waste. Grugas burped, and the wound on his left hand began to heal quickly. As far as armament haki is concerned, Grugas is still no match for Katakuri. But when it comes to recovery ability, Grugas, who has a special bloodline, is comparable to the 4 emperors in the world of pirates. Katakuri looked at Grugas' rapidly recovering arm, his eyes turned cold, and he swung the Earth Dragon in his hand, directly stabbing Grugas' heart. He did not believe that after his heart was pierced, Grugas could still recover like his mother. The trident's blade carried a fatal danger, flashing with dark light, and stabbed Grugas' heart heavily. But just when he was about to hit Grugas' chest, Katakuri directly retracted the Earth Dragon and swung it to the right. With a stabbing sound, the trident Earth Dragon in Katakuri's hand and the bone-penetrating spike in the hand of Blood Harbor Ghost Pike collided with countless sparks. Grugas never fights alone. In the firelight, behind Grugas, the figure of Blood Harbor Ghost Pike slowly emerged in the void. On the other side, Perospero, Smoothie, and others have led many cotters of the Big Mom pirates to bypass the Sea of Fire. But just when they wanted to assist Big Mom in attacking Gangplank, countless shells, like raindrops, instantly covered the sky. Take a bath in the shells. In the blood and fire, Gangplank laughed wildly, with the pistol and scimitar in his hands, never stopping for a moment. The septic bullets spattered little sparks on Big Mom's body from time to time, and the scimitar wrapped with faint blue flames. Moreover, every time it collides with the Napoleon piece in Big Mom's hand, Napoleon and Big Mom will let out painful wails from time to time. Plank's body instantly turned into a deep blue ghost in the rain of artillery fire. After obtaining the ghost captain's skin, this was the first time that Gangplank fully used the mysterious power that the ghost skin brought to him. The power of the ghost and the power of the soul fruit collide with each other. Every time they fight, the souls of Big Mom and Napoleon gradually disappeared like smoke. Big Mom continued to retreat under the full force of Gangplank's scimitar. Although the cannonballs raining down could not cause much damage to Big Mom, but it made Big Mom's injuries, which he had never recovered from, become even more serious. Even her attacks and footsteps began to slow down under the bombardment of countless cannonballs. But with his ghostly body, Gangplank's attacks became faster and more powerful, despite being able to ignore artillery fire. If this continues, Big Mom's defeat is certain. Smoothie, Perospero, and others were extremely anxious and wanted to rush forward to attack Gangplank, at least to buy some time for Big Mom to recover. But in the continuous fierce artillery fire, except for Smoothie and Perospero, there are very few capable cotters who can continue to move forward with the fierce artillery fire. A large number of Big Mom's weak children and ordinary cotters could only flee in confusion amid the rain of steel dropped by countless shells. Big Mom's injuries became more serious, and her expression became more ferocious. Her soul continued to escape under the power of Gangplank's ghost. Let her sanity and lifespan continue to disappear. Gangplank's ghost power can directly attack the soul. But Big Mom never thought of giving in like this. Big Mom's wide eyes were flashing with a strange red light, and his bloody mouth covered with thick lipstick was also howling with great rage. How can it be? There cannot be two devil fruits with the same abilities in this world. I am the Queen of Souls. Life or stay. One of Big Mom's special moves, the soul spell, begins to activate. It has appeared. Anti-soul spell can make the soul face the fear of death. As long as there is the slightest fear of anti in the heart, the soul will be taken away directly. But, facing a guy like that, can the soul spell really work? Morgans faced the sparse artillery fire at the edge and kept pressing the camera phone in his hand. As the king of paparazzi, he is professional when it comes to making news. Paparazzi are never afraid of danger. Do not make jokes. Do you think I'd be afraid of losers? Laozi is Plank, the ocean disaster Plank. Faced with Big Mom's soul spell, Gangplank showed no fear. His increasingly powerful pistol and machete have already told Big Mom the answer. The soul spell was useless. Big Mom's soul continued to escape, his eyes were blood red, and his expression became more and more ferocious. Under Plank's series of attacks, he was retreating steadily. Not to mention consuming his own soul to heal his injuries, even using the soul spell again, or even activating the Napoleon in his hand, gradually became weak. The prerequisite for the soul fruit to play a huge role is that it must have enough souls. But now, Big Mom's soul is running out. And at this moment, Smoothie, Perospero, Baron Eggman, and Snag, who had not yet become generals at this time, but already possessed extraordinary strength. Finally resisting the falling artillery fire, we successfully arrived at the battlefield of Big Mom and Gangplank. Mom, let's help you. This is the most top-notch battle on the sea. However, Smoothie and others, who have at least the combat power of the elite vice admiral of the headquarters, are barely qualified to participate in the battle. Become a mummy for me. Smoothie swung an extremely sharp sword energy at Gangplank. Wherever the sword energy passed, even the cannonballs falling from the sky were struck. Some of the molten iron was also squeezed out by Smoothie's sword energy, and it became much shriveled. Smoothie is a true juicer. Whether it is lava or pig iron, she can squeeze it until it dries up and withers. It is even easier to exploit people. Smoothie took the lead, followed closely by Perospero and others. The huge golden iron maiden keeps moving forward, intending to engulf Plank directly. The big knife in Snag's hand and Baron Eggman's legs flying like windmills followed closely behind, hitting Gangplank's head hard. 4 cotters of the Big Mom pirates teamed up to attack Gangplank. The Shadow Stream Lords Ji and Tai Lung, who were watching the battle in the distance, quietly grasped the sharp blades in their hands, ready to rescue at any time. A transparent blue bird in the void was also gently fluttering its wings at this time, always ready to let the world see the power of the storm. But, no need. This is a showdown between the overlords of the sea. This battle will determine the birth of a new king of the sea. Plank didn't need Zed and others to expose themselves and intervene. After draining countless cannonballs, Smoothie's terrifying sword energy is about to come. Perospero's Candy Virgin, which is also carrying a large number of cannonballs, has opened its huge mouth full of spikes. Snag's broadsword flashed with sharp cold light, and dark light flowed on Baron Eggman's legs. But at this moment, a terrifying shock wave suddenly spread out from Plank's body. Gangplank's Conqueror's Haki, which was almost comparable to 4 Emperors, exploded violently, instantly disrupting the joint attack plan of Smoothie and others. As a former pirate king, Gangplank now possesses S-level combat power. After learning the principle of Conqueror's Haki, there's no reason why Conqueror's Haki can't be awakened. In fact, the growth limit of his Conqueror's Haki may exceed that of 4 Emperors. In the world of Valoran, he is the only pirate king. Gangplank's Conqueror's Haki broke out, and countless ordinary guests at the cake castle who had fainted because of Big Mom's terrifying screams. It was not easy to wake up in a daze due to the fierce battle. As a result, the next second after enduring Gangplank's Conqueror's Haki, he collapsed instantly. They are tragic. Many weak guests have been directly killed by the aftermath of the battle while they were sleeping. Big Mom's tea party was a journey from hell. For those ordinary guests, Big Mom and Gangplank are hell. Conqueror's Haki erupted, Smoothie and the others were slightly startled, and then Gangplank's eyes flashed. He turned slightly sideways and directly avoided Smoothie's sword energy. With another blow, Prospero's Candy Virgin was cut in half, leaving it to gradually melt in the flames and gunfire. Faced with Snag's sword and Baron Eggman's kicking skills, Gangplank did not dodge. Just by moving himself forward into Ghost Hollow, he directly ignored the attacks of Snag and Baron Egg. Then he fired 2 shots at random, leaving a bloody hole in Snag's body and directly beating Baron Eggy into an egg yolk form. Baron Eggman, Snag, even Smoothie, Prospero and others are all unworthy of being Gangplank's enemies. Plank always has only one enemy. That is, 4 emperors, Big Mom. Easily solving the siege of Smoothie and others, Gangplank also took advantage of the moment when Smoothie and others were temporarily distracted due to Conqueror's Haki. He suddenly waved the scimitar in his hand, with strange fire and profound ghost power, and slashed hard at Big Mom's head. It was already difficult for Big Mom to take the blow from Plank, but at this moment, due to the siege by Smoothie and others, Big Mom finally got a chance to breathe. A strange cold light appeared in his eyes for no reason. He opened his bloody mouth and shouted out the soul spell again. Life or stay. Only this time, the target of Big Mom's soul spell is no longer Gangplank, but all the creatures in the entire cake castle. I am the queen of all souls. What's mine? It's all mine. All souls are mine. Big Mom yelled crazily, and in the cake castle, countless people who were afraid of Big Mom. Immediately, his soul continued to escape outwards and merged into Big Mom's body. Among them, the ones with the most souls escaping turned out to be the children of Big Mom and the Cotters. On the contrary, the ordinary guests who fainted due to Big Mom's terrifying screams and Gangplank's previous Conqueror's Haki were extremely lucky to escape Big Mom's soul spell at this time. They are tragic and lucky at the same time. Mom, what on earth are you doing? Katakuri, who was confronting Pike and Gragas, was trembling all over and extremely angry. In him, a little soul is also slowly escaping outward. Everyone in the Big Mom pirate group has a heartfelt fear of Big Mom, even Katakuri is no exception. But when looking at the souls that are constantly overflowing from the large number of Charlotte family children, as well as the frightened and desperate expressions, Katakuri's love for the Charlotte family instantly exceeded his fear of Big Mom. At this moment, Katakuri finally got rid of his fear of Big Mom. Mom, what on earth are you doing? Stop it immediately. Katakuri roared crazily at Big Mom, intending to wake up Big Mom at this time. But the lack of a large number of his own souls, and the pleasure of integrating countless external souls into his body, made Big Mom completely lose his mind at this time. In other words, it originates from the soul of Big Mom and inherits the selfish cruelty and tyranny of the Carmelite nun. In an instant, it occupied Big Mom's soul. Although Big Mom was able to kill a giant directly when he was 6 years old, and he could kill a violent bear with just one punch, but the former Big Mom was indeed a lovely and obedient child. After Wanakuni lost his memory, Big Mom also showed his innocent and kind side. Until Big Mom swallowed Sister Carmel because she was too hungry, and also swallowed Sister Carmel's soul. From then on, the simple and kind-hearted Charlotte Linlin gradually became cruel and violent under the influence of the soul of the Carmelite nun, and step by step, she became the Emperor of the Sea. Big Mom ignored Katakuri's roar. She was affected by the remaining soul of the Carmelite nun. At this time, she just wanted to live, no matter what. The souls taken from her children and subordinates still have lifespan, and are constantly recovering from her own injuries, and inject new energy into Napoleon, who has become dilapidated and languid in her hands. The root of the soul fruit is countless souls. Big Mom, who had recovered from his injuries due to the integration of a large number of souls, before Gangplank's scimitar hit his head. He turned his head suddenly and allowed Gangplank's scimitar to cut a deep wound on his shoulder. The strange fire and profound ghost power caused Big Mom's flesh, blood, and soul to continue to burn and consume. But the countless souls that were still being integrated into Big Mom soon made the flames and ghosts injected into Big Mom's body stop burning. The power of the soul. There are so many Big Moms nowadays. Big news, big news. Big Mom is going to destroy the entire Big Mom pirate group with his own hands. No, are you going to kill everyone who came to the banquet this time? This is huge news. Morgan's eyes shone brightly, and he kept taking pictures. Then, he suddenly stopped, jumped high on the spot, and said in horror, "No, I seem to be a guest at this banquet too. Big Mom." At this time, the soul of Morgan's was slowly escaping out. In other words, among all the people who are still awake in the cake castle, except Katakuri, Stussy, Zed, Pike, and Beryl, even the shipping king Omid and the warehouse king Jibatsun, who are also the kings of the dark world, as well as the king of loan sharks, Fukushin Lefield, and others, they are all constantly releasing their souls to the outside world. The soul spell may not work for those who are not afraid of Big Mom. But for those strong people, even those who are at the disaster general level, once they are afraid of Big Mom, their souls will be easily taken away by Big Mom. Stussy is CP0, and behind her is the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years? Compared with God, Big Mom's terror seems so small and fragile. Stussy has never had a heartfelt fear of Big Mom. On the contrary, those dark kings who know the terrifying power of Big Mom because they often deal with Big Mom. Even if you are extremely powerful, you still have some fear in your heart. Big Mom. Sea Transport King Wumit gritted his teeth and glanced coldly at the soulless Stussy NG. His face was ashen and he walked straight towards Big Mom. At this time, the warehousing King G Bosun also drank all the wine in his hand, and then threw away the bottle. His eyes that were a little cloudy due to long-term drinking suddenly became clear, and he followed the Sea Transport King Wumit without saying a word. They need to ask Big Mom for an explanation. Either stop absorbing their souls, or let Big Mom die. After all, they are also the kings of the dark world. Even if there is a fear of Big Mom hidden in their hearts, this does not mean that they have to wait for death. Hey, you are not afraid of Big Mom, so can I ask you to take action and wake me up or kill Big Mom? I have money, and I'm willing to pay a big price. The loss of the soul of the lone shark King Lufield is far more serious than that of Umit and others. However, due to his lack of strength, he did not directly follow the footsteps of Shipping King Umit and others. Instead, they huddled in front of Stussy and Zed, trying to use big offers to encourage Stussy and Zed to take action. He. Stussy covered her mouth and chuckled. She glanced solemnly at Zed beside her, who was not afraid of Big Mom, and said tentatively, I don't dare to face Linlin, but our new friend is the world's top killer. I just don't know how much it will cost to hire him. I am not afraid of Big Mom because I have the world government behind me, so what is the reason for Shadowstream's calamity? Is it because I don't know Big Mom, or is it because I am strong enough? In other words, will the Valoran family behind Shadowstream be more terrifying than Big Mom? The lone shark King Lufield looked at the expressionless Zed, and began to think about what kind of big price he should pay to lure the Zed who had just been offended by him, and face the 4 emperors. On the other side, Katakuri saw that Big Mom never stopped devouring the souls of his children, and looked at the countless Charlotte family members wailing and screaming. Finally, he couldn't restrain the anger in his heart, and threw away the pike and the wine barrel. He grabbed the trident in his hand and hit Big Mom hard. Mom, I'm going to wake you up. Stop it. The Abyss has stopped attacking after continuously firing a large amount of artillery fire, but the castle on Cake Island has become riddled with holes and filled with gunpowder smoke. In the smoke, the extremely sharp trident earth dragon in Katakuri's hand had bitten Big Mom's back hard. There was a shallow wound on Big Mom's back. The back was injured, and the pain made Big Mom look back angrily, showing a ferocious expression, and a bloody mouth dripping with saliva. Big Mom's eyes were strangely glowing red, and he suddenly swung the Emperor's sword Napoleon in his hand, slashing at Katakuri without any hesitation. Katakuri frowned and avoided Big Mom's attack in time. Just looking at Big Mom, who was completely crazy, his mood froze and he suddenly sank to the bottom. Mom, what on earth are you doing? Let us go. At this time, Pero and the others, whose souls were still escaping from their bodies, were pleading to Big Mom in fear. First, the nun's photo was shattered, then her heart was broken, and at the same time, many of Big Mom's souls were annihilated by Gangplank's ghost power. With his mind, body, and soul being hit hard one after another, he was completely crazy at this time. It's useless. She is no longer our mother. Katakuri looked at the wailing brothers and sisters, lowered his head slightly, then looked directly into Big Mom's eyes that were emitting a strange red light, and said firmly, We have to be here, stop her. At all costs. After Katakuri finished speaking, he ignored Gangplank who was not far away, waved the trident in his hand again, and attacked Big Mom hard. Only this time, Katakuri no longer just aimed at Big Mom's back, but directly aimed at Big Mom's heart. Big Mom is now the biggest enemy of the Charlotte family. The weaker children of the Charlotte family can no longer hold on for long. If Big Mom is not stopped, the Charlotte family will be completely destroyed under Big Mom's soul spell. Katakuri directly attacked Big Mom. Shipping King Umit and Warehouse King Jabatsun also saw Big Mom going completely crazy. No words, just silently urging Armament Haki to attack Big Mom with all his strength. The children of the Charlotte family can't hold on for long, and neither can they hold on for long. Big Mom must be defeated as soon as possible. Katakuri, Umit, and others worked together to attack Big Mom, Pero and Smoothie. After looking at each other, he gritted his teeth and launched an attack on Big Mom. The trident earth dragon in Katakuri's hand kept waving, and the attacks of Shipping King Umit and Warehouse King Kaibatsun were even more merciless, attacking Big Mom's vital points again and again. In any case, after they took the initiative to take action against Big Mom, regardless of whether Big Mom could finally regain consciousness, they had already offended Big Mom. For them, finding a way to solve Big Mom directly here is the best choice. For a moment, Katakuri and the others were fighting with Big Mom, while Gangplank could watch the battle quietly. But Plank did not choose to sit idly by. Even if Big Mom were allowed to continue, he could directly destroy almost all members of the Charlotte family. Katakuri, Sea Transport King Omit and others join forces and can indeed leave a lot of scars on Big Mom, who is completely crazy at this time. Big Mom who loses his mind is much easier to deal with than Big Mom who is awake. But if you want to completely kill Big Mom, even if Katakuri and others were given 10 days, they would not be able to do it. Their attacks are too weak for Big Mom who has steel balloons. What's more, they don't have 10 days left. In 10 minutes at most, in the Cake Castle, everyone who is afraid of Big Mom must die. Gangplank grinned, and the scimitar in his hand ignited strange fire again, and then directly joined the battle group, leaving a deep scar on Big Mom's body that could be seen on the bone. At the same time, the power of ghosts was continuously injected into Big Mom's body from his scimitar. Gangplank never thought about completely killing everyone in the Big Mom pirate group. If you want to become a true 4 emperors, you can't just rely on 2 or 3 people. In other words, Plank never thought of becoming one of the 4 emperors like Shanks who constantly wandered the sea. Plank said that he came to integrate into all nations. However, he never wanted to be someone else's first officer. He wanted to personally steer the ship of all nations. Everything is in his plan. All the weaknesses of Big Mom were already known to Plank after being informed by Duke. Strange fire burns flesh and blood, and ghostly power drives away souls. With Plank's ghost power continuously injected into Big Mom's body, a large number of Big Mom's souls were sucked from other people. It began to escape from the wound left by Plank on Big Mom. And when a large number of souls began to escape, Big Mom's terrifying aura gradually began to weaken. The souls that had been sucked away began to return. The eyes of Sea Transport King Omit and others shone brightly, and their attacks became harder and harder. Big Mom kept screaming in pain under Gangplank's attack. Katakuri, Perospero, and the others looked unbearable, but their attacks never stopped. While the souls in Big Mom's body are constantly escaping, due to the fear in the hearts of everyone in the Cake Castle, a large number of souls are still flowing to Big Mom. This is a race of life and death. The only way to stop this cruel competition is life or death. Obviously, Katakuri and others chose their life and Big Mom's death. They have no better choice. At this time, Gangplank was looking at the many Katakuri and others who were attacking Big Mom with all their strength, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Their best choice was never Plank's best choice. Katakuri and others attacked harder and harder, and even after realizing that only Gangplank could bring enough damage to Big Mom, they even started to cooperate with Gangplank's attacks. Katakuri's glutinous rice fruit and Perospero's candy fruit may be lacking in attack power, but the ability to suppress and restrain is definitely top-notch. Finally, Katakuri used all her strength to stir up the glutinous rice wave, which bound Big Mom's legs. When Perospero stirred up the syrup and tied Big Mom's hands, Gangplank flew directly over. The scimitar in his hand instantly turned blue and translucent, and he inserted it hard into Big Mom's head. This is the final blow. The power of countless ghosts was instantly poured into Big Mom's mind. Big Mom also let out the most miserable scream and fell to the ground helplessly. With a thud, Big Mom's tall body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up dust. At this time, Cake Castle has become devastated, with corpses everywhere. The gorgeous dining table became dilapidated, and the delicious food was stained with countless dust and bloodline. Morgans, who narrowly escaped death, touched his head, then his eyes lit up and he started taking photos again. Everything that happened today is undoubtedly enough to shock the world, and it is also the big news that Morgans is most looking forward to. In the photo, the Cake Castle is in a dilapidated state. 4 Emperors Big Mom is lying on the ground covered in blood, and the 2 figures are in an extreme confrontation. After Big Mom fell, the biggest enemy of Katakuri and others instantly became the target they were still trying to cooperate with just now, the ocean disaster Gangplank. And when the outcome between Plank and Big Mom has been decided, Shipping King Omit, Warehouse King Kiberson, and even the Loan Shark King Lu, Field and Stussy, who just arrived and were lucky enough to escape, they all stood faintly behind Gangplank. They are always on the side of the winner. After Big Mom fell, Katakuri and others could not be Gangplank's opponents. The 2 sides are at war with each other, and a fierce battle may break out again at any time. But at this moment, Plank put away the pistol and scimitar in his hands, laughed at Katakuri and others, and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. Why so serious? I said, I came to merge with all nations. Everything here is in my hands now. I declare that all nations will be renamed Bilgewater, and I am the king of Bilgewater. How about it? Do you want to join me?" After Gangplank finished speaking, Katakuri and others' faces were livid, and Perospero was immediately angry. "Kaido, you killed your mother, and you still want to seize all the kingdoms and make us your subordinates. What do you think we are? After my mother dies, I will be the new king of all nations, and we will defeat you. Revitalize the Charlotte family pirates." Perospero has always had the ambition to take over all nations after Big Mom's death. "Knock me down. Are you kidding me?" After Perospero finished speaking, Gangplank's smile that was laughing stopped instantly, and the terrifying conqueror's haki violently erupted. Then, his figure moved instantly and pinched out Perospero's neck. At this time, Katakuri's careful warning had just ended. Seeing the future never means being able to change the future. Perospero was strangled by the neck, and struggled with both hands, but could not break free. Just when Katakuri was about to step forward to rescue him, Gangplank threw Perospero aside and said coldly, "What do you think you are? Are you just some losers? Surrender or die? Is this choice difficult? After Gangplank finished speaking, the faces of Katakuri and others became more and more ugly. See Transport King Omit and even Stussy and others. At this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on his face towards Perospero and the others. They don't mind helping Plank completely clean out the Charlotte family at this time. Big Mom has fallen, and it is also very important for them to have a good relationship with the new 4 emperors. The 4 emperors also have basic unspoken rules. Under normal circumstances, they will not take the initiative to attack the subordinates or partners of other 4 emperors. They are willing to have a good relationship with Big Mom in order to avoid being attacked by the other 4 emperors. There is undoubtedly a huge gap between these kings of the Dark World and the real 4 emperors. Gangplank's newly exploded strength can easily kill Perospero, as well as anyone present except Katakuri. Also, Big Mom is not dead yet. Katakuri, you don't want your mother and your brothers and sisters to all die in front of your eyes, right? Gangplank stared into Katakuri's eyes and said seriously, "Come, join me and be my right arm. You will carry my flag and lead the Charlotte family to gallop freely on this sea. And I will also promise you that you will have the power to challenge me at any time. If you can defeat me that day, all of Bilgewater, and everything I own, will be your treasure. Come, choose, be my right arm. Or die right here, together with everyone in the Charlotte family." Among all the children of the Charlotte family, only Katakuri deserves the most attention. At the same time, once Katakuri is conquered, it means that most of the children of the entire Charlotte family will also surrender to Gangplank. Big Mom needs to be defeated, and Gangplank also wants the power of the Charlotte family. At the port of Cake Island, the 5,000 pirates were defeated steadily by Cracker and Owen Dafel led by a large number of Hamit's soldiers. They wanted to cry without tears. From the beginning, they were just used as bait to contain the large number of Big Mom pirates. The ruthless and scheming Gangplank never cared about the casualties suffered by ordinary pirates. And those pirates that he really trusted and followed him from West Blue to New World. He had already quietly arranged behind the large number of pirate minions he recruited from New World. Anyway, until all the pirates recruited from the New World die, those pirates valued by Gangplank will not suffer too many casualties. Of course, Plank never told anyone except Gurgaz and Pike about Plank's plan to actively attack Big Mom. If any secret is known to more than 2 people, there is a 50% chance of it being leaked. And if all the minions under Gangplank know about it, then there is no doubt that the entire pirate world will know about it. Among the minions under Plank, there must be spies from the big forces hidden. After Gangplank finished speaking, Katakuri looked solemn, while Shipping King Omit and Warehouse King Kaibutson had cold eyes. Perospero and the others hurriedly gathered around Big Mom, whose chest was still rising slightly. If Big Mom is not dead yet, there is still hope for the Charlotte family. No matter how cruel Big Mom is, once Big Mom can regain consciousness, then Big Mom can still become the pillar of the Charlotte family. The cruelty of Big Mom is too insignificant compared to the cruelty of the pirate world. Why did you let Mom go? Katakuri looked into Gangplank's eyes and asked in a deep voice. It was puzzling to him that no one would leave himself a powerful enemy. What's more, as long as Big Mom is still alive, it is impossible for all nations and the Charlotte family to truly surrender to Gangplank. Of course it's because I've never looked down on Big Mom. The current Big Mom will never be my opponent. Plank laughed and said. What's more, if I kill Big Mom, will you still be willing to be my right arm? Ha 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 ha. After Plank finished speaking, Big Mom, whose chest was rising slightly, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of innocence and confusion. Big Mom is dead, but he is still alive now. Just a child named Charlotte. Linlin, whose mind will always only be a few years old. Although Gangplank's ghost machete that penetrated Big Mom's head did not directly kill Big Mom, it also erased a large number of Big Mom's souls. Letting Big Mom live like this is the best choice for Plank or Duke. Duke needs the power of Big Mom's soul fruit. After Big Mom dies, the ghost knows when the soul fruit will be reborn in that corner. It's such a waste to just use soul fruit for fighting, or to make a large amount of food into Hamitz. Duke felt that Hamitz, who never needed a break and had a mind of his own that could work on his own, was simply the best worker in the world. Hey, if you are interested in this factory, you can do the work yourself, okay? Really, a fully automatic factory. Capitalists no longer have to worry about their profits. Then, I understand, before I have the power to defeat you, you shall be king of all nations, nay, Bilgewater. Katakuri glanced expressionlessly at the confused Big Mom in front of him, as well as the Charlotte family members who were gradually gathering around him in a state of embarrassment. He lowered his head to Plank and said firmly, but one day, I will pull you off the throne and take back everything the Charlotte family has. And until then, let me be your right arm, my captain. Katakuri has no better choice. The rest of the Charlotte family also had no better choice after Perospero was grabbed by the neck as easily as a chicken by Gangplank and tossed aside. This is an extremely cruel world. Without Big Mom, just the members of the Charlotte family, even if they are lucky enough to escape from Gangplank, it is impossible for them to have enough power to still hold Big Mom's territory at this time. In the New World, there are too many pirates who covet the throne and territory of the 4 emperors. Katakuri bowed his head, and the other members of the Charlotte family silently chose to become members of Gangplank. Well, at least no matter what, the Big Mom Pirates and the Gangplank Pirates have successfully merged this time. The merged Big Mom Pirates and Gangplank Pirates will surely shock the whole world. Although, Big Mom, who led this behemoth from the beginning, became Plank. But didn't Plank leave a chance for Katakuri? Give Katakuri time, he will definitely be able to defeat Gangplank and regain everything the Charlotte family has lost. He is the best. A large number of Charlotte family children comforted themselves. They have strong faith in Katakuri. Even though they knew very well in their hearts, Katakuri was still far, far away from the real four emperors. But, it's hard not to tear it down. As a human being, you still have to have dreams. It's impossible to really challenge Gangplank. Would you rather die than surrender? Who is willing to die if he can live? Big news, big news. Ha ha ha, this is really big news. Is a new overlord of the sea about to be born? What kind of future will Bilgewater bring to the world, which combines the Big Mom Pirates and the Gangplank Pirates? Plank, are you really going to start a new era? Morgans looked at Katakuri and others who chose to surrender, and kept taking photos with great excitement. The dilapidated cake castle, the dejected Charlotte family, the guests who were unconscious like corpses all over the floor, and the Big Mom who collapsed on the ground like an 800-pound baby. All in all, Gangplank successfully defeated one of the four emperors today and crowned himself king. The new world, the era of Bilgewater and Gangplank, has officially arrived. At the port of Cake Island, the pirates who were still being beaten up by Cracker and Owen Dafu said, hee hee. Of course, their beating was definitely not in vain. Everything that happened in the Cake Castle was quickly conveyed to the port. Cracker, Owen Dafuku, and others quickly stopped beating the pirates newly recruited by Gangplank. Then he was very brave and refused to admit defeat and chose to challenge Gangplank. They did not witness Plank's power. Then, they were also beaten up by Gangplank. In this wave, the limits are exchanged for one, and the minions are exchanged for general stars. It is a real profit. After Big Mom turned into an 800-pound baby, Katakuri chose to surrender, and Gangplank defeated all the remaining Cotters of the Big Mom pirate group. The unrest on Cake Island, was renamed Bilgewater, quickly subsided. Even in the dilapidated ruins, Plank was very friendly and invited the guests who woke up from the coma to participate in the next banquet hosted by Plank. Of course, all supplies are generously sponsored by the Charlotte family. The gifts have been accepted, but the food still needs to be eaten. After the battle was over, it was natural to continue playing music and then dancing. As for those guests who were accidentally affected by the battle and died while in a coma, who cares? A weakling who can't even endure Conqueror's haki will die if he dies. The weak never have a say in the world of pirates. The next day, Gangplank defeated four emperors Big Mom and incorporated the Big Mom pirate group. The big news of renaming all nations to Bilgewater and proclaiming himself king of Bilgewater immediately shocked the world. Kula la la. Did Linlin fail too? What an amazing brat. Will he become the pirate king and start a new era? Whitebeard looked at the photo of Big Mom collapsed on the ground and Plank unscathed on the newsprint in his hand, and was amazed. No, this era is called Whitebeard. Dad, you are the strongest. Whether it's Big Mom or some ocean disaster, in front of Dad, it's nothing. The only one who can become the pirate king is you, Dad. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates said firmly. It's not that they don't know that Big Mom and Gangplank are powerful enough to defeat Big Mom, but they always firmly believe that Whitebeard is the strongest. Looking at the squad leaders who had full confidence in him, Whitebeard smiled happily, but there was a hint of worry hidden in his generous smile. Big Mom has fallen. Who will be the next four emperors to fall? Whitebeard knows very well that he is really old. Maybe it's time to consider training a new captain. At least, take my silly sons and arrive safely in the new era. Whitebeard thought to himself, and then looked at Marco who was careless and still drinking and playing with the captains, and suddenly became very angry. Other novice pirates have defeated Big Mom to reach the top of four emperors, but my stupid son only knows how to drink and brag about treating himself. Why do I feel that I have lost this wave? Linlin, how could you be defeated so easily? I still owe you a favor that I haven't repaid yet. In Onigashima, Kaido, who had just learned that Big Mom had been defeated, was filled with grief and anger, and burst into tears. This is really, really sad. When Kaido said this, the tears in his eyes stopped instantly, and his expression of grief and anger suddenly turned into coldness, and he said solemnly, "But that's okay. I will avenge you. Of course, the price is, let me take over your kingdoms and pirate group." Oh. On the Ghost Island, a huge green dragon instantly flew away in the clouds and missed. The Beasts Pirates, who have been working hard on Wanakuni, are the pirate group with the least high-level combat power among all the four emperors groups. Except for the three big names, Fei Liubeo and Jenda, who have not yet been assembled, are basically not on the stage. In Wanakuni, Ashura Daji, Denjiro and other Red Scabbard 9 heroes are still waiting for the so-called 20-year prophecy as they watch the declining Wanakuni. Kaido of the Beasts started heading straight to Cake Island, and on the Red Foss. The red-haired Shanks, after watching the news that Gangplank defeated Big Mom, incorporated the Big Mom pirate group, and climbed to the top of the four emperors. His face was solemn and he said in a deep voice, "Is the sea going to be in turmoil again?" Shanks frowned slightly, and Ben Beckman, who also saw the newsprint, walked over and said meaningfully, "But, what does this have to do with us? We are the Red Hair Pirates, the freest pirate group on the sea. After Ben Beckman finished speaking, Shanks's frown instantly relaxed and he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, let those old guys worry about the balance of the sea. Young ladies, let's have a party for the birth of the new 4 emperors." There was a sudden burst of joy and laughter on the Red Firth. In the holy land of Marijoys, the expressions of the 5 elders were extremely complicated. 5 elders originally expected that the Gangplank pirates would merge with the Big Mom pirates, and that the Big Mom pirates, whose strength would greatly increase, would inevitably charge towards the throne of the Pirate King, disrupting the balance of the world. But they never expected that the Gangplank pirates and the Big Mom pirates would successfully merge. However, it was not the marriage and merger that they originally expected, but Gangplank directly defeated Big Mom, and then forcibly annexed the Big Mom pirate group. Although compared to the 2 pirate groups they expected to merge normally, Bilgewater now lacks the powerful combat power of Big Mom. But no matter how you think about it, Gangplank, who is now showing amazing strength, is more dangerous than the 4 emperors Big Mom. Plank has now become the new 4 emperors, and the next new world will inevitably be chaotic. Should we find a way to kill Gangplank? He's too dangerous. The blonde 5 elders said solemnly. When the new 4 emperors take the throne, they will inevitably face challenges from a large number of pirates. This is a chance for those big pirates, and it's also a testament to the new 4 emperors. The 5 elders don't care about ordinary pirates. Even the 4 emperors, the 5 elders at most pay a little attention to them. But Plank was different. He once plundered the gold from the sky and took control of all nations, renaming them Bilgewater. Gangplank, who has proclaimed himself king, is far more dangerous than the other 4 emperors. The pirates and the 5 elders don't care, but the king, the 5 elders have to pay attention. Big Mom, who only knows how to eat desserts and have children, forces her subordinates to control the island and pay for desserts every month. A king who surrenders 2 months of his life to the people under his command cannot be considered a real king at all. It's hard. The bearded 5 elders shook their heads slightly. Unless we are ready to start a new era, recruit all the elite naval headquarters and Shishibukai, and then allocate some CP0, and start the war with the 4 emperors group at the same time. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to kill that guy in a short time. He's in the New World now. New World is the territory of pirates. The naval headquarters alone, with 2 or 3 admirals and a large number of elites, is enough to fight against today's Bilgewater. However, if the elite of the naval headquarters enter the New World in large numbers, all the pirates in the New World and even the 4 emperors, they will subconsciously unite to fight against the invasion of the world government. No matter how cold the lips are, none of the great pirates in the New World is a fool. It's okay for pirates to fight each other to death, but if naval headquarters or the world government wants to interfere, there's no way. With the strength of naval headquarters, there are only a few marine bases in the New World. And those marines in Marine Base, in the cruel and depressing environment of the New World, look more like pirates than marine soldiers. The mobilization of a small number of elites can be hidden from the rest of the forces, but the mobilization of a large number of elites is almost always a bright spot in the strange magnetic field route of the pirate world. Then just leave that guy alone. The bald 5 elders, who embraced first-generation Kaititsu, solemnly said, "Don't forget, he plundered gold from the sky. As long as that guy is alive for one day, it will be a provocation to the order of God." Plank once looted gold from the sky. However, after plundering the heavenly gold, he did not receive any punishment, but instead became bigger and stronger. This will undoubtedly arouse countless pirates' desire for gold in the sky. Sky gold is an important means by which the world government can continuously absorb the blood of the pirate world's countries, weaken the national power of the other kingdoms, and then firmly control the pirate world. It must not be shaken or destroyed. It doesn't matter much. Gangplank directly defeated the Big Mom pirates and climbed to the top of the 4 emperors. This may be good news for us. The somewhat bald 5 elders looked complicated and said quietly, "At least, this will let those stupid scum in the sea know that not everyone is qualified to win the attention of heavenly gold. If ordinary pirates dare to rob the sky gold, they must be guilty of a heinous crime. Even if Admiral is sent out, he must be severely punished. But what if the 4 emperors plundered the heavenly gold? Oh, 4 emperors grabbed it, so it's okay. The reputation of the 4 emperors is well known even to the pirates in the 4 seas, and they clearly know how powerful they are. Yamato is terrifying. Let's put aside the countermeasures against Plank for now. The latest information, Kaido has rushed to Cake Island. Maybe Kaido can help us solve a big problem without us taking action." The curly-haired 5 elders looked at the stack of information in his hands and said in a deep voice, "Compared with the turmoil in New World, maybe we should pay more attention to Shiai and the first half of the Grand Line. These places haven't been very peaceful recently." The breeze blew, and the stack of information in the hands of the curly-haired 5 elders flipped gently. The photos of Swain, Vladimir, Bounty Hunter Sarah and others were clearly visible. The remaining heroes under Duke's command are growing in strength. Of course, the one who gained the most was Duke. Killed Pycro, defeated Big Mom, and at the same time incorporated Duke, the 2 behemoths of the funeral home and the 10,000 kingdoms. In this wave, you will make a lot of money directly. Ask, how much money does an organization that almost monopolizes the killer field in the pirate underworld have? Ask, how much wealth does one of the 4 emperors of the New World have? Of course, it is impossible to give all the wealth of the funeral home and the Big Mom pirates to Duke. It takes a lot of money to recruit and appease the funeral home strongholds and killers all over the world. And the wealth owned by all nations cannot be completely monopolized by Plank. The maintenance and development of any force cannot be separated from a large amount of money. But even after deducting the development funds intercepted by Shadowstream and Bilgewater, Duke's wealth has also skyrocketed. It's time for a big draw. 580 billion. A total of 50.8 billion. Duke looked at the terrifying wealth value in the system panel. His excited eyes almost turned into the shape of money. Of the more than 50 billion in wealth, more than 30 billion comes from the wealth of funeral homes. However, the total wealth that all nations can mobilize is less than 20 billion. The dignified 4 emperors are not as rich as a king of the Dark World. It's a bit embarrassing to say it, but when I think of the island protected by Big Mom's flag, the tribute he paid was desert. In the sea area directly controlled by his subordinates, the tax paid by residents is based on their lifespan. Thinking about it this way, it seems very reasonable. At least Big Mom is richer than Whitebeard. Duke comforted himself. Whitebeard controls a large amount of sea area in New World, sheltering countless islands. Most of the islands are like the Fishmen Island, with free flag sponsorship. No wonder Whitebeard has the largest territory and the most famous reputation in the New World. Who wouldn't like a boss who works to prevent disasters for free? But, among the 4 emperors, Big Mom is still the richest, right? Duke's face changed slightly when he thought of this. Whitebeard couldn't explain anything, and the red-haired Shanks wandered around the sea all day long and held banquets. The territory was small, the crew was small, and he didn't look like he was rich. Teacher Kaido, who is deeply involved in Wano-kuni, can earn at least hundreds of billions from the seastone mines he mines every year. But the problem is, Mr. Guy has been obsessed with building a zoo in the past few years. Basically all the proceeds from selling seastones were exchanged for artificial devil fruit. Even the poor ones, after Luffy came down from Sky Island, as soon as he heard that Sky Island really existed and determined the coordinates, he ran directly to Sky Island to rob the Golden Land. The dignified 4 emperors are flying to Sky Island to rob themselves? If it weren't for lack of money, would Teacher Guy be able to do this? Think so? Big Mom, who usually collects desserts and souls without spending much money, could actually be the richest? In this 4 emperors group, the effort and benefits are completely out of proportion. Duke sighed deeply and lost all interest in finding ways to aid Gangplank, kill the remaining 4 emperors, and control the entire New World. Grand Line and New World only occupy a small part of the pirate world. 80% of the entire pirate world's wealth and population are concentrated in the 4 seas. Although the poverty of the 4 emperors group made Duke slightly disappointed. But when the wealth worth more than 50 billion was placed in front of Duke's eyes, Duke instantly became extremely excited. I bathed and burned incense very carefully, washing my whole body, especially my hands, until they turned white. By the way, I gave a stick of incense to Big Mom, who had turned into a baby weighing 800 pounds, and sacrificed a wave of 4 emperors' luck. Duke pressed the lottery button hard. System, give me an SS level lottery first. Come out, star casting Dragon King. Duke prayed. Then, Duke looked at the prize drawn by the system and smiled broadly. Consuming 20 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the SS level prize, the hero, Soraka, son of the stars. Soraka. Grade 1. Strength, B+. Physique, A. Agility, A. Spirit, A. Potential, SS-SS+. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, Meteor Fall, Star Infusion, Astral Barrier, Prayer, etc. Overall rating, A. As an immortal star spirit, Soraka is the daughter of the stars and the incarnation of the stars. She was born immortal, but in order to save the suffering and pain of mortals, she was willing to give up her immortal godhead, put on the coat of flesh and blood, and came to the world as a mortal. But, one day, when she fulfilled her long-cherished wish and regained her true power, the stars will shine for her, and the true son of the stars will return again. Nanny, no, Soraka the Star Child. Although she only has SS potential now, it seems that as long as she fulfills her long-cherished wish, she can instantly increase her SS potential to SS plus potential. This wave, take off directly. Ha ha ha, with 2 SS potential heroes in hand, as long as we pick out 1 SS level potential hero, and wait until they all reach full level, wouldn't it be possible to directly overthrow the world government? System, give me another SS level lottery. No need to come to the Dragon King, just give me another Dark Descendant Ascended Star Spirit and it will be. Duke was extremely excited and pressed the lottery button again. The strongest trump card of the world government is that I'm, who has lived for hundreds of years and has obviously surpassed the 4 emperors with SS combat power. And the specific combat power is unknown, but as the strongest ancient weapon, Uranus is likely to have SS level destructive power. In other words, as long as there is 1 SS level, 1 SS hero, we can at least divide the world equally with the world government. With the combat power of any more SS-, it would be enough to surpass the world government, and they could directly surround and kill I'm, or contain the power of Uranus, and finally completely control the entire world. The opportunity to control the entire world is just around the corner. Duke's eyes are shining, and even his hands are trembling slightly. Then, Duke looked at the lottery prizes displayed on the system panel, and the light in his eyes instantly dissipated, and his face fell. Consuming 20 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the S-level prize, the heroic German manager. How should I put it? General Manager Deben, who has S-level potential, is not weak among heroes. And now the Valoran Manor really needs a good guard. That guy Capone. Big can deal with some weak chickens now, but if he really faces some strong enemies, he will only lose his life. Duke was very comfortable using this large self-propelled humanoid locker and prison, but he didn't want him to die inexplicably at someone else's hands that day. But the problem is, I spent 20 billion belly, and you drew me an S-level hero. Duke had a curse word in his mind that he didn't know whether to say or not. Of course, as a good young man, it is impossible to say dirty words. If you say it and the system can't hear it, why bother? So, Duke silently and cordially greeted Big Mom's mother. Everything is the fault of Big Mom, the weakling 4 emperors. Duke came back to his senses, looked at the last 10.8 billion wealth value lying on the system panel, and washed his hands again. After washing his hands until they were white and rosy, he pressed the lottery button again. System, give me 10 S-level draws directly. This time, I'm going to fight 10. One draw might make me look bad, but if I draw 10 times, I can't look bad every time, right? Of course, the main reason why Duke directly came to the S-level lottery 10 times is that, in addition to the SS-level combat power that can truly establish the ultimate hegemony in this world, Duke needs more heroes to make him more money. The world of pirates is so big that just a few heroes can't be busy at all. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to the host for winning the S-level prize, the heroic Gale swordsman. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the A-level prize and equipping the giant belt. Consumption of 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to the host for winning the S+ prize, the heroic and unparalleled swordswoman. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the A-level prize and equipping Caulfield's Warhammer. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning S-level prizes and ability transfer. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for getting. A series of system prompts appeared in front of Duke's eyes. 3 heroes, 3 small pieces of equipment, 3 pieces of complete equipment, plus 1 ability. Can teleportation be drawn? Duke's eyes are a little bright, and he can teleport, so it is naturally possible to flash. Is it possible that the summoner's ability before the revision can be reborn? Rebirth is a life. Duke was slightly looking forward to it. Then, the giant's belt was directly combined with Gangplank's Thorn's vest to upgrade it to anti-armor. Then he directly equipped Gangplank with the S-level prize inspiring armor he won. The Madman's anti-armor plus inspiration, plus 2 pieces of armor-piercing armor. Gangplank's attack is simply both meaty and output. Even if his level is not yet 18, Duke no longer has to worry about being defeated by the other 4 emperors. Any new 4 emperors who wants to completely occupy a foothold in the new world must. It's basically impossible without getting rid of a large number of big pirates who are ready to move and having a few fights with the other 4 emperors. Gangplank was basically armed to the teeth, and Duke himself used Caulfield's Warhammer and the Hex Demon drinking knife that he had previously equipped, and successfully synthesized the Bite of Mamo to use. A fanatic, a banshee, and the Bite of Mamo to use. Duke didn't believe that anyone else could kill him instantly under the protection of a large number of heroes. He still has the ability to teleport. As for the other 2 pieces of ready-made equipment drawn, there is also a small piece of equipment called Tiamat. One of the ready-made equipment, the water staff, was ready to be installed directly on Sorica after Duke thought about it for a moment. Auxiliary equipment for support, no problem. Demigod, that is also an auxiliary. And the other piece of clothing, Ginsa's Furious Blade. After hesitating, Duke made up his mind and prepared to give it and Tiamat to the peerless swordswoman Fiona. Duke originally wanted to equip himself with this powerful piece of equipment. But when I think about it, I don't seem to need to fight at all. Equipping a combat outfit is of little use. It is better to give it to heroes so that they can grow faster on this sea. The equipment was quickly distributed by Duke, and then came the real highlight. There are 5 heroes, the demigod Sorica, the German steward Xianzhao, the swift swordsman Yasuo, the peerless swordswoman Fiona, and the alchemist Singed who Duke pays great attention to. Jason Singed. Now, technology and hard work come together. Alchemist Singed. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B. Spirit, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, poisonous traces, strong glue, crazy potions, etc. Overall rating, B. As a well-known madman in Zaun, the alchemist Singed devoted everything he had to crazy biochemical research. Poison and glue are just his small means, but what is really enough to shock the whole world is the glimmer of light that is enough to bring drastic changes to the whole world. Glimmer potion can restore injuries, strengthen physical fitness, stimulate potential, and enhance combat power according to the dosage. But taking it in large quantities will cause the user's flesh and blood to become distorted and even lose their mind, leading them to fall into complete madness. Technology is the power that can change the world. The side effects of incomplete body shimmer may cause flesh and blood distortion, and if the shimmer medicine is thoroughly studied, so is it possible that shimmer will become the perfect human genetic enhancement agent. Duke was thinking about it, and then summoned the 5 heroes one by one. The perfect human genetic enhancement potion is still far away, but in the pirate world, creating another Zaun seems to be pretty good. In addition, Duke also wants to know, is Singed's shimmering potion alchemy more terrifying, or is Germa 60 SIXS blood factor cloning technology more terrifying? North Blue has been quiet for too long, and Duke feels that North Blue needs to inject a new powerful force. Of course, the main reason is that these days, the arms business is also very profitable. The light flickered, and 5 figures slowly emerged in front of Duke. Soraka, who had upright little horns and lilac-colored skin, exuded an inexplicable depth and compassion. Holding the star and moon scepter, she bowed gently to Duke and said softly, "As long as I'm alive, no one will suffer." Soraka came to Earth to save the world from suffering. The pain in this world needs you to save it. Duke nodded seriously to Soraka. Duke had great respect for any devotee of a high faith. Not all gods are willing to give up their immortal godhood and fall into the mortal world to save those fragile and dirty humans in the eyes of the gods. Only the innocent can sleep peacefully. Can I sleep peacefully in this world? The swift swordsman Yasuo bowed his head to Duke, and then leaned against a pillar quietly, his face full of melancholy. Yasuo was already tired of everything he had experienced. In this new world, you will have a completely different life. Want to give it a try? Duke smiled Kaido. Although all heroes are engraved with eternal loyalty to Duke when they are summoned. But this does not mean that they do not have their own personalities and hobbies. When they are summoned, they are no longer dull and cold game characters, but flesh and blood, living people. No one can break through my gun range. Xian Zhao, the German general manager, knelt down on one knee and offered his loyalty to Duke. Then, my safety is up to you, Duke said Kaido in a deep voice, and then general manager Zhao Xian silently stood behind Duke, like a statue, solid and tough. I never back down. Laurent's name will surely be in my hands and will glorify the world. Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, said proudly, her eyes extremely sharp. Fiona is the best swordsman in the world. No matter what kind of opponent she faces, she would never back down from betting on the honor of the Laron family, and she would never lose. Of course, I believe that your name, Laron, will shine brightly in this world. This may not be perfect enough, but it's definitely the best. Singed shook the tube of reagent in his hand at Duke enthusiastically. He was full of hope for his invention. In this world, Hex technology is not the only one who can change the future. His biochemical research can also change everything. Duke strongly agreed with this. Technology is the primary productive force. But before technology can be fully transformed into productivity, Duke discovered that it seems like he has no money again. But fortunately, another huge fortune is just around the corner. In the first half of the Grand Line, Scarlet Baron Vladimir, who has killed many pirates, looted several marine bases, and gained the title of Blood Demon, has begun to land in the thriller bark. In Gecko Moria's hand, there is an armband that points directly to Captain John's treasure. Is it Vladimir, the Blood Demon with a bounty of 110 million? Why would he come to this place? It's useless, it's useless. No one can fight against the terrifying 7 warlords of the sea. He will eventually become a wretch in the darkness just like us. Hehehe, it seems we have new companions to join. In the thriller bark, a large number of pirates who had taken away their shadows from Gecko Moria and could only live in darkness from now on looked at Vladimir, who swaggered in from a distance, with strange smiles on their faces and whispers. None of them warned Vladimir to leave as soon as possible. Instead, because of their dark thoughts after their shadows were taken away, longing for more poor people to have their shadow taken away from them like them, they are all weak. Of course, one can imagine the strength of a person who can be easily reduced by Gecko Moria. Vladimir ignored the whispers of those poor people in the shadows. He came to Thriller Bark for only one purpose. That is, to obtain Captain John's armband and obtain Captain John's treasure for Duke. During this period, anyone who dares to hinder him will die. Vladimir swaggered directly to the castle in the Thriller Bark. Inside the castle was the base camp of Gecko Moria. Before he could reach the castle, a large number of zombies had quietly emerged from every corner, surrounding Vladimir. Vladimir looked at the large number of zombies surrounding him without any nervousness or fear. He just continued to move forward step by step with an expressionless face. A large number of zombies swarmed forward, intending to engulf Vladimir completely, but it was in vain. Like spring water seeping out from the rock wall bit by bit, Vladimir's whole body turned into scarlet blood, and he escaped bit by bit from the wall of corpses composed of countless zombies. Moreover, after Vladimir's blood passed through those zombies, those already decayed zombies all seemed to have been washed away by endless time in an instant. It seemed as if it had been directly soaked in strong acid, and strangely, it slowly melted into rancid corpse water. As a master of blood magic who inherited the terrifying legacy of Darkin, the ordinary zombies under Gecko Moria's command that even Haki could not activate could not possibly be Vladimir's opponent. Vladimir continued to move forward, maybe because of the melting of a large number of zombies, maybe because of the inexplicable instructions. All the zombie soldiers trying to block Vladimir should disperse. But after the tide of corpses dissipated, what stood in front of Vladimir was the tall figure of Gecko Moria. Hehehehe, are you the big pirate blood demon with a bounty of 110 million? How disgusting, how dare you destroy so many of my zombie soldiers? Gecko Moria had a big belly, looked coldly at Vladimir in front of him, and said with an evil smile. But it doesn't matter, just use your shadow to repay my zombie soldiers. Shadow box. As soon as Gecko Moria finished speaking, countless shadows flew out of Gecko Moria's body and instantly turned into a huge black box, trapping Vladimir. In order to capture the shadow, Gecko Moria usually does not kill the enemies in the thriller bark. But the next second, the extremely hard black box trembled crazily, and a large amount of blood began to saturate Gecko Moria's shadow box. Then, with a bang, Gecko Moria's shadow box, which used to be invincible against those little pirates, instantly exploded into countless pieces. He, the shadow box can't trap you. He is indeed a supernova who has made a name for himself in the first half of the Grand Line. I like it, but your journey ends here. Shadow Revolution. Gecko Moria looked at Vladimir, who was easily out of trouble. There was no trace of worry on his face, but he became more and more excited. The stronger the master is, the stronger the zombies can be. Gecko Moria has a large number of top-level zombies in his hands, but he lacks some powerful shadows. After Gecko Moria finished speaking excitedly, the shadow under Vladimir's feet opened his mouth in a weird moment, and then suddenly reached out and grabbed his neck, twisting it hard. Vladimir's shadow's head was instantly turned more than 90 degrees, Vladimir's body. In an instant, it was like a shadow controlled by Gecko Moria, with his head deflected to a strange angle. Even if the average person in the pirate world is extremely strong, such an injury is enough to make most people in the pirate world fall into coma in an instant. Your shadow is mine. Gecko Moria looked at Vladimir, whose head was tilted strangely to one side and seemed to have fallen into a coma. He just wanted to wave the scissors in his hand and cut off Vladimir's shadow, but at this moment, Vladimir's head, which was originally lowered on one side, slowly lifted up. Then, Vladimir stretched out his hands, held his head, and turned it back for nearly 3 seconds bit by bit. Beidou. He made a circle and straightened his head. Nice shadow magic. But, your strength is really too weak. Shadow Revolution can control other people's shadows and then directly change other people's bodies. There is no doubt that this ability is extremely powerful. But unfortunately, Gecko Moria, who pinned all his hopes on zombies, did not use the power of the shadow fruit to the ultimate. If used properly, this will be a powerful devil fruit that is not weaker than Kaido's blue dragon fruit. Vladimir frowned and glanced contemptuously at Gecko Moria in front of him. His words were extremely cold. Really, if I had known you were so weak, I shouldn't have wasted so much time. It is uncertain whether Gecko Moria at this time will be reduced to a dead fat otaku and its strength will be extremely weak as it was 3 years later. For the sake of safety, Vladimir deliberately upgraded to level 9 in the first half of the Grand Line. After possessing a plus combat power, we headed to the thriller bark. But after experiencing the strength of Gecko Moria personally, at the same time, I looked at Gecko Moria, whose entire body had become very round, with no chin at all, and her belly was as round as a ball. Vladimir only thinks that the 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria, who are famous and have a bounty of 320 million, is this. This makes Vladimir very disappointed. Vladimir was disappointed, and Gecko Moria became very hurt. In Gecko Moria's disbelieving eyes, Vladimir raised his hand, and behind him, a boundless sea of blood suddenly rose. Then, it rolled forward, trying to swallow everything. How could such a guy appear in this place? Shouldn't this kind of guy go to the New World? Gecko Moria's eyes widened when he saw the sticky sea of blood that was pouring in and everything was decaying. But then, he shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me, kid? I am Gecko Moria, and I am a man who wants to take revenge on that guy. Don't even think about defeating me so easily." Then, after the raging sea of blood easily swallowed up Gecko Moria's countless flying bats, Shadow Mage, and Shadow Horn gun, directly drowning the horrified Gecko Moria in one fell swoop. Hoop. Not far away, Gecko Moria looked at Vladimir standing coldly in the sea of blood, like the Emperor of Blood, breathing heavily. If it weren't for the critical moment, Gecko Moria hurriedly used the Shadow Double to switch places with the Shadow Mage he had quietly released before. Now, he may have fallen directly into the sea of blood. What a nasty little brat. But don't think about defeating me so easily. Let that guy see my true power. General zombies, and special zombies, all are dispatched. Leave it to you, Gecko Moria said with a sinister smile, and then, a large number of zombie generals who had been collected by Gecko Moria to deal with Kaido, as well as special zombies, Majin Oz. From all over the castle, they quietly emerged, blocking Vladimir's face. It is impossible to win by yourself. Gecko Moria is now very confident about his own strength. Besides, isn't the zombies' power the same as his Gecko Moria's power? Gecko Moria hid behind a large number of general zombies and looked at Vladimir coldly. He no longer imagined that he could successfully cut off Vladimir's shadow, but it would be great if he could add a powerful fresh zombie corpse to himself again. A large number of zombie generals and the demon Oz were all dispatched, and then, Gecko Moria's originally expectant eyes slowly became extremely dull. No use. Even though those zombie generals were all world-famous legendary figures during their lifetimes, they were limited by the decay of their bodies and the weakness of the shadows stuffed into the zombies. Most of the zombie generals were so powerful in life that even Haki couldn't activate them, and being unable to activate Haki's attack is completely meaningless to Vladimir, the master of blood magic. Vladimir's body, like Lokia, can perform special blood transformation at any time, ignoring ordinary attacks. Poor flesh manipulation skills. These powerful materials have become what they are today. What a waste. Vladimir said coldly, letting the attacks of countless zombie generals penetrate his body, and then waved his hand gently. Countless tentacles suddenly stretched out from the sea of blood, binding the bodies of zombie generals to death. These precious materials will usher in a new life in Vladimir's hands. Vladimir once used forbidden witchcraft to transform and resurrect the undead god of war, Thane. For Vladimir, playing with flesh and life is his specialty. A large number of general zombies are firmly bound by Vladimir. Even the demon Oz, who Gecko Moria has high hopes for. Also involved in the climb of countless sticky blood, after roaring several times, he was helplessly submerged in the sea of blood. The zombie army that Gecko Moria had high hopes for, now in addition to Ryoma who has Brook's shadow, still struggling in front of Vladimir's sea of blood, struggling to cut off one blood tentacle after another trying to control him, the zombie army was wiped out in an instant. A mighty warrior. It's a pity that the long years have completely decomposed his body. Vladimir looked at the zombie dragon and horse struggling in front of countless blood tentacles and sighed regretfully. Then, the sea of blood surged again. In the zombie Ryoma's dull eyes, a tsunami-like wave of blood immediately covered the faint light in the sky, completely engulfing Ryoma. To deal with the weak zombie army under Gecko Moria, Vladimir said, "Don't take it easy at all." Gecko Moria watched helplessly as the zombie army he had placed high hopes on was quickly destroyed. His eyes gradually became dim as the zombie army was destroyed. After being defeated miserably by Kaido and losing all his companions, he pinned all his hopes for revenge on the zombie army. But now, just a supernova who has just debuted has easily destroyed his own zombie army. So, how could these zombie legions be able to fight against the terrifying four emperors Kaido? Gecko Moria felt desperate, and his soul seemed to have sunk into the endless deep sea, being squeezed and eroded by the cold sea water. The whole body even began to tremble slightly, and even Vladimir, who was already close in front of him, didn't care. Gecko Moria's eyes are now filled with darkness. The remaining will seem to collapse instantly due to the easy destruction of the zombie army. But just as Vladimir slowly approached Gecko Moria, Vladimir's body was cut in half by an inexplicable force. At the same time, several negative ghosts suddenly penetrated Vladimir's body. Success. As long as we are here, don't even think about harming Lord Moria. Under Gecko Moria's command, among the three monsters, Absalom, the transparent fruit user, and Perona, the ghost princess, directly stood in front of Gecko Moria. Even Dr. Hogback, who loves money more than life and is extremely weak, has no idea how to run away with the treasure at this moment. Instead, he hurriedly shook the absent-minded Gecko Moria, intending to cheer up Gecko Moria. Today's Gecko Moria may indeed be a dead fat nerd, and firmly believes in the concept that because you are alive, you will lose, but a dead zombie will never be lost. But after putting aside the zombie army under Gecko Moria attaches great importance to each of his only three cotters. Peros Rona is like Gecko Moria's daughter, raised by him since childhood. Gecko Moria was once a hero of West Blue, or he has always been a good captain who valued his partners extremely. The reason why he became a fat otaku and what he is now is all because Kaido took away all his former friends. Absalom and Perona were still chuckling over the success of their sneak attack, but the next moment, Vladimir, whose body was cut in half, quickly recovered. And the negative ghost that was supposed to be invincible did not have the slightest effect after penetrating Vladimir's body. Recovered. Then I'll kill you again. Absalom opened his eyes wide, activated the ability of the transparent fruit, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next second, as Vladimir suddenly stretched out his hand towards an open space, his neck was already strangled by Vladimir. In addition to seeing things with your eyes, you can also use your heart. Vladimir said coldly, and then ignored several negative ghosts that penetrated him again. Yuyu looked at Perona, who was trembling all over, with tears in her eyes, suppressing fear. Nice mental attack. The power of devil fruit is indeed a miracle. It's a pity that no matter how magical the power is, it still needs to be activated by people. Compared with today's Vladimir, Perona's strength is really far behind. The power of devil fruit is never absolute. Luo's op fruit cannot easily transfer the body of Big Mom, who is armed and powerful. Absalom's body continued to struggle in Vladimir's hands like a dying fish. A large amount of blood is flowing down Vladimir's right hand and into Vladimir's body. His breath is getting weaker and his face is getting paler. Because of fear, Perona finally couldn't stop the tears in her eyes and began to flow down. Hogback's legs were weak and his whole body was shaking, but he still persisted in trying to wake up Gecko Moria. But from beginning to end, they never thought about abandoning their captain who had become a fat man. And just when Absalom was about to die, perhaps it was because of Absalom's struggle, or perhaps because of the shouts of Hogbark and Perona, Gecko Moria's consciousness finally returned from the deep sea, and then roared with great anger. Let go of my partner. Don't even think about hurting them again. Shadow gathering place. Countless shadows began to gather into Gecko Moria's body. Gecko Moria's body continued to grow larger, and her aura became stronger and stronger. Then, before Gecko Moria could absorb enough shadows, a spear made of blood has directly penetrated Gecko Moria's body, nailing him to the ground. Are you kidding? Why wait for the boss to transform when you can directly interrupt the casting? Gecko Moria was nailed to the ground with a spear of blood. Countless shadows escaped from his body. Blood began to flow out from the corners of Gecko Moria's mouth. However, looking at Absalom struggling in Vladimir's hands, and Hogubuk trying to treat his wounds in a hurry, and Perona, who was shedding tears because of fear, in an instant, Gecko Moria felt as if infinite power was emerging from his body. The blood was boiling and the will was burning. Gecko Moria held the blood spear on his chest expressionlessly, using force in his hand, and then pulled it out bit by bit. With a clang, the blood spear was thrown aside by Gecko Moria, and then slowly turned into a pool of dirty blood. The blood spear was pulled out directly by Gecko Moria, leaving a big blood hole on his round body. The blood continued to flow, but Gecko Moria seemed to feel no pain and was not injured at all. After throwing away the blood spear, the tall and round body jumped up like a cheetah in an instant, and pounced towards Vladimir at an extremely fast speed. "Let go of my companion," Gecko Moria shouted loudly. Then, when Gecko Moria was about to approach Vladimir, a wave of blood behind Vladimir instantly drowned him. The huge gap in strength cannot be caught up directly by a sudden burst of seeds. Not everyone in the world of pirates can be like King Luffy, who can directly burst into flames and soar in strength in times of crisis. The next day, Gecko Moria woke up from the endless darkness and looked at the unharmed Perona, Absalom, and others surrounding him. He touched his round belly in surprise. After not touching any wounds, he was stunned for a moment, and then calmly showed a soft smile. He thought that he, Perona and others were all dead. Until, he saw Vladimir sitting on a chair not far away, playing with an armband. "I'm not dead. It's great that you guys are okay too." After chatting with Perona and Absalom, I learned that Vladimir finally let them go and cured all their injuries directly. Gecko Moria walked up to Vladimir with a complicated expression and asked directly, "Why? In battles between pirates, the winner is usually not kind enough to treat the loser. All I want is your treasure, never your lives." Vladimir put away his armbands, stood up and looked directly into Gecko Moria's eyes. "Besides, I'm very interested in your fruit ability. Do you want to join my army? The shadow fruit is paired with Vladimir's flesh and blood transformation. What kind of garbage zombie army is there? It is clearly the best army of workers that does not need rest or wages. Hehehehe, I have never thought about joining others." Gecko Moria refused. Even if he is not Vladimir's opponent, as a former West Blue hero, Gecko Moria will never succumb to others easily. "Then, don't you want to seek revenge from Kaido?" Vladimir said quietly, his words reaching Gecko Moria's weak point. "You should know that with your strength, you can never get revenge." Revenge against Kaido was Gecko Moria's biggest wish in his life after all his friends died trying to save him. And Gecko Moria, who has been idle for many years and is now 45 years old, even if he starts to work hard from now on, it will never be possible to catch up with Kaido, who has now become the 4 emperors of the sea. In the world of pirates, a person's best growth period is often before the age of 30 or 40. From now on, it would be gratifying to be able to barely maintain one's strength without declining. Time is like a knife, killing countless heroes of the sea. Speaking of revenge against Kaido, Gecko Moria's eyes suddenly froze and darkened. "Kaido, by joining you, can you avenge me? That's the 4 emperors, Kaido of the beasts. With your current strength, you're still far behind. Do you know how long it took from the time I went to sea to defeat you? 4 emperors? Kaido of the beasts. Is it strong?" Vladimir said calmly, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. As a master of blood magic who inherited the terrifying heritage of the Dark Descendants, Vladimir is only one step away from breaking through the boundaries between humans and gods. The so-called Kaido of the beasts, in Vladimir's eyes, given him time, he is enough to surpass. What's more, if he really can't do it, isn't there Duke behind him? It's just a 4 emperors Kaido, it's not challenging at all. Vladimir was full of confidence, but at this time, the celestial phenomena in the Sea of Nations, which was renamed Bilgewater, suddenly changed. A huge dark cloud, mixed with storm and lightning, headed straight for Cake Island. Glank the imp. "Hand over all the nations to me." Among the dark clouds, Kaido revealed his terrifying dragon head. "The territory Linlin left behind is all mine." Hot breath. Terrifying flames spurted out from Kaido's mouth, turning into a pillar of flame that could burn everything. Wherever the hot breath touched, the vegetation instantly withered and burned, and even the tall and solid castle instantly turned into flowing lava. But just when Kaido's hot breath was about to burn the cake castle to ashes, a pitch-black wave of glutinous rice surged upwards, blocking Kaido's hot breath. "Kaido, this is not your territory." The glutinous rice cake burned by the flames exudes an attractive burnt aroma, and behind the black wave, Katakuri's forehead was dripping with sweat due to the heat wave, but he never took a step back. Beside Katakuri, Perospero, and the others looked puzzled. The next second, Kaido, who was breathing hot breath, suddenly closed his mouth and used his extremely sharp teeth to. He bit down on a bullet that was shining with dark light and spinning continuously, trying to shoot into Kaido's throat. "This is my territory. If you want, just come." In the flames, Gangplank's figure, clutching a scimitar and a pistol, slowly emerged. Sparks flew everywhere, and the bullet fired by Gangplank was bitten into pieces by Kaido's sharp fangs. Then the dark clouds that obscured the entire Cake Island and the giant dragon hovering in the sky disappeared in an instant. The next second, Kaido had transformed into a human form, descended from the sky, picked up the mace wrapped around Conqueror's haki, and hit Gangplank hard. Thunder 8 trigrams. With a stabbing sound, the mace wrapped around Conqueror's haki collided fiercely with the scimitar burning with strange fire in Gangplank's hand. At the moment when the scimitar and the mace collided violently, two extremely terrifying Conqueror's haki were released in all directions at the same time. The sky suddenly cracked, and even the entire Cake Island began to tremble slightly at the moment when Gangplank and Kaido Ultimate collided. Many houses that were originally extremely strong actually suffered from cracks due to the fierce collision. When the four emperors meet, it's polite to start a fight. Extreme confrontation, the terrifying Conqueror's haki made many weak minions on Cake Island collapse to the ground. Only Katakuri, Pike, Grugas and other Bilgewater Cotters are left, and they can stay aside and watch the battle silently. Gangplank took a few steps back under Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams. Even with the blessing of several pieces of equipment, Gangplank is still weaker than Kaido of the beasts in terms of pure strength. But it doesn't matter. Plank's ability to become the new four emperors has never been based on pure strength. The strange fire continued to climb up along Kaido's mace. Then, just when Kaido's arm was about to be burned, Kaido activated Conqueror's haki to wrap around him, and he swung the mace violently, forcibly annihilating it. Oh. Is this how you defeated Linlin? Linlin has really become weak. Kaido stared at the scimitar in Gangplank's hand, laughed and said, "Come, join me. I give you permission to be my first officer. Otherwise, just die here. This sea is not something that a guy like you can sail through." Kaido felt that he had seen through Plank's strength, and generously extended an olive branch to Plank. The only thing that responded to him was Gangplank's machete and bullets. How I defeated Big Mom. You'll know if you try it. Gangplank gave Kaido a cold shoulder, then directly faced Kaido. The fighting resumed, and the entire Cake Island continued to tremble in the confrontation between Gangplank and Kaido. The sea turned into waves, and the sky was torn open one after another from time to time. In every confrontation between Gangplank and Kaido, he would retreat slightly due to lack of strength. But after every retreat, Plank always stepped forward again. The roar was endless, the sparks were endless, and in the constant confrontation between Gangplank and Kaido, Perospero led several Cotters of the Charlotte family and quietly arrived in front of Katakuri, who was watching the battle. Hehehe. Katakuri, now is the best time for us to take back all nations. While Gangplank and Kaido are fighting, let's go get Mom back. Just cure Mom. The Charlotte family can stand on this sea again. This sea area is called 10,000 Kingdoms, not Bilgewater. Perospero said in a low voice to Katakuri. As the eldest son of the Charlotte family, even if Big Mom is defeated, the Charlotte family has now chosen to surrender. But in Perospero's heart, there is still the ambition to control the entire world, and even reach the top of the four emperors. No, I refuse. Katakuri ignored Perospero's encouragement, just stared into Perospero's eyes and said in a deep voice, "It never matters what this sea area is called. What's important is that the Charlotte family can continue to exist on this sea. Don't you understand yet? Mom has failed. Even if she is cured, she will still be a failure. And a loser cannot protect the Charlotte family." After Katakuri said this, he was silent for a moment, then looked at the disapproving expressions of Perospero and others, and then said, "Maybe, just letting Mom be like this forever is not necessarily a good choice. The time for mothers has passed. Compared to the cruel, violent, and moody mother she once had, Katakuri likes her current mother on Cake Island more like a little girl who thinks about eating and playing all day long. At least Katakuri no longer has to worry about his brothers and sisters, for some inexplicable reason. Or maybe it was just that my mother had a seizure and lost her life. Katakuri, do you want to betray Mother? Betrayal of the entire Charlotte family." Perospero looked at Katakuri, who refused sternly. His face instantly turned livid, and he said angrily, "Betray? I said, Mother's time has passed. Also, Perospero, you don't represent the entire Charlotte family at all." Katakuri took a step forward and looked directly at Perospero. His whole body began to exude a terrifying aura. "Stop talking. I won't let you take Mom away. And remember, I am now a member of Bilgewater and Captain Plank's right arm. Before I defeat him, I will not allow anyone to destroy the entire Bilgewater. Do you understand?" Perospero looked at Katakuri, who exuded a terrifying aura, and couldn't help but take a half step back, and then, without saying a word, he just silently looked at Gangplank, who was fighting Kaido not far away, with a glint in his eyes. In the Cake Island castle, Big Mom, who was eating and drinking with Barrel Grigas, listened to the loud noises coming from outside the Cake Island castle and didn't take it seriously at all. In her world today, nothing is more important than having endless food every day. In order to ensure the normal operation of Bilgewater and countless homies in the future, today's Big Mom is like sugar, with Grigas in the barrel guarding it all year round. The battle on Cake Island lasted for a whole day and night. A large number of buildings on Cake Island were all torn to pieces due to the aftermath of the battle between Gangplank and Kaido. Even the huge Cake Island was shattered into pieces due to an extreme confrontation between Kaido and Gangplank. If Katakuri, Pike, and others hadn't already evacuated the crowd, and took action from time to time to resist some of the escaping aftermath, the entire Cake Island will probably be torn apart in the all-out battle between Gangplank and Kaido. The battle is still going on. Perospero and others have been trying to take advantage of the fierce battle between Kaido and Gangplank to sneak attack on Gangplank. Helplessly looking at Gangplank, who was getting more energetic as he fought, and Kaido, who was beginning to become inexplicably weak. They looked at each other. Strange fire wrapped around Kaido's body from time to time, and the jet black bullets shot from time to time could only leave a few minor wounds on Kaido's body. However, the serious injury effects carried by these bullets reduced Kaido's recovery ability by nearly half. In addition, every time he clashes with Gangplank, he will always suffer some damage caused by the rebound of power. The injuries continued to accumulate, and then, in another confrontation with Gangplank, Kaido was actually forced back a few steps by Gangplank and spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh, hey, such a weird power. Is this how you defeated Linlin? Kaido wiped away the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth, stared solemnly at Gangplank who peeled an orange and ate it in front of him, and said sternly, "But don't think about defeating me so easily. I am Kaido of the Beasts. Great Weed Thunder 8 trigrams." Kaido instantly transformed into his strongest half-dragon form, held the mace in both hands, wrapped all of his conqueror's haki around it, and then rushed towards Gangplank again. Kaido started to get serious. Then, after another day and night, Kaido had several scars on his chest. He squealed and turned into a giant dragon, forced himself away from Pike's bone-piercing spikes, and left Cake Island in a state of embarrassment. If it weren't for Kaido's ability to fly, Pike's current strength would still be somewhat lacking. Kaido of the Beasts will probably become a dead fish Kaido directly on Cake Island. Gangplank, who works hard, equipped with the Zealot anti-armor, and can stuff oranges into his mouth from time to time, is worthy of anyone in the pirate world. The two powerful armor-piercing suits made Gangplank the nemesis of the human shields in the pirate world. Kaido escaped from Cake Island in embarrassment. Perospero and others, who originally had some small thoughts, instantly turned into obedient and well-behaved babies under Gangplank. Even many in New World took advantage of Big Mom's defeat, and Gangplank had just reached the top of 4 emperors, the great pirates who plan to annex some territories from all nations and test Gangplank's strength. At the same time, it also ceased its activities and quietly hid itself in the shadow of New World again. New World is the new world of 4 emperors. Gangplank proved his strength as 4 emperors by defeating Big Mom and repelling Kaido. The situation in New World is gradually stabilizing. At this time, the big news that Supernova Vladimir defeated the 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria once again detonated the sea. Big news, big news. 4 Emperors Ocean Disaster Gangplank defeated Big Mom, incorporated all nations, and his strength increased greatly. And the 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria were directly defeated by Supernova Vladimir. Can the 7 warlords of the sea, who maintain one of the balances of the entire world, still be trustworthy? Unrest, great turmoil, a new era is coming. And the next era is called Plank. Countless newsbirds spread shocking news wantonly. Many kings and civilians were worried after learning that Gangplank climbed to the top of the 4 emperors and that Gecko Moria was defeated by the rookie pirates. The power of pirates is getting stronger day by day. Can Marine, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the world government really protect their safety? Trash, the West Blue hero who was once able to compete with Kaido of the Beasts was defeated so easily by a rookie pirate. What a complete loser. In the holy land of Marijois, the blonde 5 elders were extremely angry. 7 warlords of the sea, as a counterweight force specially selected by the world government in order to balance the strength between pirates and marines, has been subject to controversy between the naval headquarters and major franchise countries. And if these 7 warlords of the sea cannot suppress the big pirates at all, but will be easily defeated by the new pirates, so is it necessary for these 7 warlords of the sea to continue to exist? Without the 7 warlords of the sea, what should the world government do to balance the power between the pirates and the naval headquarters? The world government has not developed pacifists yet. And based on the genes of the Shishibukai and the Lunaria clan, the Seraphs are powerful enough to replace the Shishibukai. The blonde 5 elders were extremely angry, but most of the other 5 elders remained calm. That guy Gecko Moria, his own strength has been declining since he became addicted to the zombie army. Being defeated was something that was already expected. The bearded 5 elders said quietly, "Recruit the pirate who defeated Gecko Moria to become the 7 warlords of the sea. With his joining, at least the sea, which is getting crazy at this time, can temporarily restore calm. There has been too much turmoil in the world recently." The curly-haired 5 elders sighed and said in a deep voice, "Issuance of call-up orders. If he doesn't want to join, then dispatch the Admiral and destroy that guy in the first half of the Grand Line at all costs." The somewhat bald 5 elders said coldly, "New World, no more powerful pirates can appear." After the bald 5 elders finished speaking, the other 5 elders nodded in agreement. Then, looking at Gangplank, who had now basically secured his seat on the throne of the 4 emperors and was famous all over the world, they all frowned. One of the 7 warlords of the sea was defeated, and it was just a small problem. But the rise of each new 4 emperors is likely to shake the entire world. In particular, Gangplank, who has completely incorporated all the forces from all nations, has the potential to impact Raftel. The current pirate world cannot bear the emergence of another era of great pirates. Issuing a reward order first. It's not that easy to successfully reach Raftel. But if he really succeeds in reaching Raftel, then go and report to Lord Im and ask Lord Im to extinguish this light. Start a new era. God's order is eternal. The 5 elders' eyes flashed with determination. World government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, has never lacked challengers. But all the challengers, all the lights. In the face of God's power, everything is extremely fragile and can be broken at the touch of a finger. Soon, a warship quickly sailed towards the Thriller bark with an order to recruit Vladimir to become the 7 warlords of the sea. And before that warship arrived at Thriller bark, Gangplank and others, as well as Vladimir's latest bounty, have spread throughout the world. Ocean Disaster Gangplank, bounty of 3 billion Baileys, life or death. Ghost Pike, bounty of 800 million Baileys, life or death. Beryl Grugas, bounty of 800 million Baileys, life or death. Blood Emperor Vladimir, bounty of 430 million Belly, life or death. All the cotters under Gangplank who performed well in the battle on Cake Island received large bounties. And Vladimir relied on the reputation of defeating Gecko Moria, and under the deliberate control of the world government. The bounty has skyrocketed from 110 million to 430 million. Vladimir is willing to agree to become the 7 warlords of the sea, so he can use his high bounty and powerful strength to deter the pirates who are ready to take action. And if he doesn't want to become 7 warlords of the sea, his high bounty and reputation spread throughout the sea will become the best target for the world government to pursue him with all his strength, and to scare the monkeys. The world government doesn't believe that all rookie pirates can escape to the new world like that guy Gangplank, who is being chased by Admiral. And when the latest bounty order from Gangplank and others spread across the sea, the big pirate who was preparing to enter West Blue offered a bounty of 290 million to the Blood Wolf Hog. Looking at Gangplank's bounty worth 3 billion Baileys, I feel like crying, because not long ago, he got the news. The funeral home is gone. At the same time, the assassination reward order of up to 3 billion Baileys announced by the funeral home also lost all meaning. I came all the way from New World to the first half of the Grand Line just to earn those 3 billion Baileys for my retirement. Now, you tell me, the reward is gone. Play me. Blood Wolf Hog was extremely sad, and just as sad as him were countless killers and pirates who had the same idea as him, especially those guys who have finally entered West Blue. Brother, the reward is useless. Are we going back to the New World? Bobby Fanko from Fank Killer Brothers asked naively. As the younger brother of the Killer Brothers, although Bobby Fanko has extremely strong physical strength, but he has a weak character and almost never engages in direct combat with the enemy. Return to New World. We went through a lot of hard work to get from New World to West Blue, and now, you want us to return to the New World with nothing. Guile Fanko was extremely irritable and said viciously, no, even if the reward has expired. As the Valoran family that rules the West Blue underground world, they must also have huge wealth. We're going to rob that guy. It's time for those low-level criminals in West Blue to see the powerful power from the New World. Many people in the pirate world are always so ordinary and confident. A large number of killers and pirates who learned that the rewards were invalid chose to give up and return to the New World in despair. But there are also some killers and pirates who are not willing to go all the way in vain, and still want to attract the attention of the Valoran family. The close relationship between the Valoran family, Garen, Vice Admiral, and Shadowstream is no secret in the eyes of the big powers. But for those ordinary and confident killers and pirates, it is still top secret. The brothers of Vanker killers begin their attack on Valoran. The big pirate Blood Wolf Hog gave up the adventure and entered West Blue after being depressed for a period of time. He found his new goal in the first half of the Grand Line. An envoy from the king of a non-world government member country in the first half of the Grand Line found him. So, as long as I can defeat that Noxian Empire army that is trying to annex you, are you willing to give me treasure worth more than 2 billion belly? On board the Blood Wolf, Hog looked coldly at the envoy from the Kingdom of the Four Seasons Alliance who was trembling in front of him, with cold sweat on his forehead, and asked in a deep voice. The great pirate with a bounty of 290 million may be far from the top in the New World, but looking at the first half of the Grand Line, pirates with such bounty and strength, it is absolutely rare, enough to make countless people fear it. Of course, this treasure will be paid for by the kings of the Four Seasons Alliance Kingdom of Spring Uranus Kingdom, Summer Uranus Kingdom, and Winter Uranus Kingdom. There will never be a penny less. The envoy from the United Kingdom of Three Seasons said tremblingly. If there was really no way to deal with the extremely ferocious Noxian Empire's army, the kings of the United Kingdom of Four Seasons would never think of hiring pirates to participate in the battle. The Blood Wolf pirates are not the first pirate group they have found. Four Seasons Alliance Kingdom. What about Autumn? Blood Wolf Hog asked in confusion. The Autumn Kingdom has been captured by the Noxus Empire. The envoy from the Alliance Kingdom said bitterly with a sad face. As a non-world government member country, the Kingdom of the Four Seasons Alliance, which is also close to the Calm Belt, relies on mutual marriage and mutual assistance. In the first half of the Grand Line, it has considerable strength, even without joining world government and without the assistance of naval headquarters. The army of the Kingdom of Four Seasons alone is enough to resist the attacks and plunders of outside pirates. Until the Noxus Empire was born. Stimulated by military merit and led by Swain, Darius, and others, the Noxus Empire began to expand crazily. All non-world government countries that are close to the Noxus Empire have become the targets of the Noxus Empire's attack. The Autumn Kingdom, which is closest to the Noxus Empire, became the first target of the Noxus Empire's attack. In 3 days, the Noxus Empire's army directly wiped out all the soldiers of the Autumn Uranus Kingdom. Before the other alliance kingdoms came to rescue, they directly annexed the Autumn Uranus kingdom, and then, in another battle, directly destroyed the joint reinforcements sent by the Three Seasons kingdom. The military strength of the Noxus Empire is unmatched. This frightened the kings of the Three Seasons kingdom, who hurriedly expanded their armies to prepare for war and sought foreign aid. Recruiting pirates and bounty hunters to fight is one of the last resorts of the Three Seasons kingdom. Can easily destroy a kingdom. This Noxus Empire is not that easy to deal with. Blood Wolf Hog was silent for a moment and said in a concentrated voice, "This job is difficult." That. The messenger looked desperate. "No, you have to pay more." Blood Wolf Hog said decisively and bloodthirstily. "Treasure worth 3 billion belly and noble status. Leave that army of the Noxus Empire to me. I will tear them all to pieces with my own hands." In the New World, I witnessed the confrontation between Kaido and Shanks, and found out that he was actually a weak Blood Wolf Hog, after easily killing many pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. I was surprised to find out that it wasn't me who was weak, but those guys from Kaido Shanks, they were all monsters. At least in the first half of Grand Line, he, Blood Wolf Hog, was still very strong. Blood Wolf Hog's confidence was restored again after defeating a large number of weak pirates. To put it simply, he started to drift a little. Although, this did not stop his plan to retire. Does 3 billion still qualify as a noble? After hesitating for a moment, the envoy from the Four Seasons Alliance Kingdom gritted his teeth and agreed. If you can't defeat the Noxus Empire and the Alliance Kingdom is gone, what's the point of having treasure and nobility? The kings of the Alliance Kingdom are by no means idiots. Besides, no matter how much the bounty is, it will only be useful if they can survive in the end and get it successfully. Recruiting pirates and bounty hunters to resist the Noxus Empire is just the first step in the plan of the kings of these alliance kingdoms. Request to join world government, request to become a member of world government, and obtain the protection of naval headquarters and world government. It is the remaining 3 kings who are the core of the real ongoing plan. They never had true trust in pirates and bounty hunters. A large number of pirates and bounty hunters, recruited by the envoys of the kings of the Three Seasons at any cost, went to the Noxus Empire one after another. Soon, a huge fleet composed of countless pirate groups and bounty hunters, as well as all the remaining elite soldiers of the Three Seasons Kingdom, wanted to destroy Noxus in one fell swoop. In this huge fleet, there are 3 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. There are even 18 pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million. Plus a large number of well-known bounty hunters, as well as the great pirate Blood Wolf Hog with a bounty of 290 million. This powerful fleet is enough to easily destroy most of the kingdoms in the first half of the Grand Line. Then, under the attack of the Noxian fleet led by Swain, Darius Draven, and others, in one day, the entire army was wiped out. All the countries in the first half of the Grand Line were immediately alarmed. For the first time, the Noxus Empire officially revealed its extremely sharp fangs in the world of pirates. Noxus, unrivaled. The Blood Wolf Hog, who had a reward of 290 million and planned to retire after earning this money, was split in half by Darius with an axe. 2 pirates with bounties worth hundreds of millions were easily beheaded by Draven's flying axe. Swain's corrosive crows cover the entire sky. Every time they swoop down to hunt, they can easily peck open the skulls of the pirates, or directly take away their eyeballs. Those pirates who might be pretty good in the first half of the Grand Line are completely meaningless in front of Swain and others. The top powerhouses in the pirate world cannot be defeated simply by their numbers. What's more, those who truly feel equality and tolerance in the Noxus Empire, the soldiers of the Noxus Empire, who were stimulated by the military meritorious deeds, became as bloody as chickens and fought extremely bravely. It is much stronger than the pirates and bounty hunters who fight for wealth. A truly powerful army must have its own beliefs. Blood dyed the entire sea red, the broken decks, pale floating corpses, and with the wind and waves, spread this war to every country in the first half of the Grand Line. When did such a powerful country appear in the first half of the Grand Line? There has been enough chaos in this sea for a while. The blonde 5 elders frowned. Since the emergence of the Valoran family, there has been more turmoil in the entire sea than in all the turmoil in the past few years. This made the 5 elders also feel the pressure. It's just a small country that just popped up. Aren't there many countries in this sea that suddenly rise and suddenly fall? Don't take it too seriously. The curly-haired 5 elders said calmly. World government has ruled the world for 800 years and witnessed the rise and fall of countless kingdoms and forces in the pirate world. It is as strong as Germa who conquered the North Blue, but it is as weak as some small island countries with only about 100,000 citizens. Today we rise, tomorrow we die, only world government stands forever. That country seems a little different. Their national policy is too focused on equality and too focused on military merit. This is a provocation to God's order. God is always supreme, and those untouchables are only worthy of being creatures at God's feet. The bearded 5 elders said solemnly. He didn't care about the great victory of the Noxus Empire. He just killed a bunch of pirates, bounty hunters, and the combined armies of 3 small countries. Not in the eyes of the 5 elders at all. What he cares about is the foundation of the Noxus Empire. Regardless of race or bloodline, the Noxus Empire tolerates all life. In the Noxus Empire, only ability is the only object worthy of respect. And such a powerful weapon as the military meritorious lord has destined the Noxus Empire to embark on an almost never-ending path of expansion. I don't care about the Noxus Empire's military merit system. In the long history, there have been many countries with such strong military power. But as long as it experiences 1 or 2 major defeats and cannot pay enough military merit rewards, the empire will naturally collapse. But that so-called equality is really too annoying. The somewhat bald 5 elders said coldly. Then just erase them. It's just a small country. You can find any reason and wipe them out completely just like you wiped out O'Hara. When the bald 5 elders, who embraced first-generation Kaititsu, heard this, their eyes turned cold and they said with murderous intent. No. Curly hair 5 elders heard this and shook their heads slightly. If we rashly attack countries that are not members of the world government, it will cause an uproar throughout the world. Today the world government can find any reason to attack a non-world government member country, but tomorrow it may be able to directly intervene in the internal affairs of the world government member country, before there is a complete showdown and the plan to liquidate the entire world. World government is nominally formed by more than 100 participating countries. An organization established to maintain world peace, the Void Throne will always remain empty, without any ruler. The existence of I'm, the owner of the Void Throne and the person behind the world government, is the top secret in the entire pirate world. However, haven't the envoys of Spring Uranus Country, Summer Uranus Country, and Winter Uranus Country been seeking to become a member of the world government recently? It doesn't matter if the gold in the sky is not enough for the time being, just promise them. Looking at the depressed expressions of the blonde 5 elders and the bald 5 elders, the curly-haired 5 elders said quietly before they could refute. It is not convenient for us to intervene in battles between countries that are not members of the world government. But if the so-called Noxus Empire dares to invade the countries that join the world government, then let those guys see the power of the world. God's order is eternal, and God is the whole world. The other 5 elders nodded one after another, and then began to summon the envoys from the 3 Seasons Kingdom and gave them seats in the world government. But, it's too late. After the Noxus Empire destroyed the last elite legion of the 3 Seasons Kingdom in a battle, as well as the coalition of countless pirates and bounty hunters they recruited, the Kingdom of 3 Seasons was already on its way to destruction. It's not all the Noxus Empire's fault. Darius and others only came in time to capture the Summer Uranus Kingdom, which was closest to their army, and the remaining Spring Uranus Kingdom and Winter Uranus Kingdom. After the news of the defeat of the United Army spread, then a large number of pirates and bounty hunters directly invaded the kingdom, plundered the capital, and killed most of the royal family members. Not all pirates and bounty hunters will be willing to accept employment from the 3 Seasons Kingdom. In other words, those pirates and hunters who accepted the employment of the Kingdom of 3 Seasons may not really be willing to obediently only take the share of the bounty they deserve. Seeing that the situation is not good, turning like the wind and winning smoothly, then the remaining troops of the 3 Seasons Kingdom will be considered. Let's see if after plundering the Noxus Empire and collecting the bounty, he also robbed his employer. This is the truly fine style of those pirates and bounty hunters on the sea. It's just that they were unlucky enough to meet Swain and others, leaving them no chance to transfer. As for those pirates and bounty hunters who are more cautious and only plan to take advantage of others, or who have already planned to take advantage of the situation, after learning that the coalition forces of the 3 Seasons Kingdom were completely destroyed, he started his carnival directly. In the pirate world, most of the countries that have joined the world government are paradises for pirates and lawless elements, and the kingdoms that once relied on the military strength of the United Kingdom of 4 Seasons to barely resist pirate raids. After losing the power to resist the pirates, he ushered in his own end. The 5 elders, who had just issued an order to accept the 3 Seasons Kingdom into the world government and suppress the development of the Noxian Empire. After learning the news that the Kingdom of 3 Seasons had been destroyed, his face was filled with confusion. The world government has been secretly supporting those pirates and lawless elements who wantonly do whatever they want in countries that are not part of the world government. But now, good guys, those pirates and lawless elements are really good at it and they attack too quickly. The kingdom is gone, and then give them the status of a world government member country. Then trying to find ways to cause trouble with the Noxus Empire certainly doesn't make much sense. The emergence of the new 4 emperors and the failure of Gecko Moria have caused the entire sea to begin to become slightly turbulent. If the world government attacks a non-world government country without legitimate reasons, it will still be a powerful country. Then the whole world will surely fall into greater turmoil. Before Lord Im decides to cleanse the entire world, the 5 elders want to maintain the balance of the entire sea. As for the Noxus Empire that suddenly emerged in the first half of the Grand Line, those who thrive due to war will often die due to war. There are only so many non-world government member countries in the first half of the Grand Line. At the same time, the destruction of the 4 Seasons Kingdom is enough to become another propaganda point used by the world government to warn those countries that join the world government. Anyway, the worse off those countries that are not members of the world government are, the higher the heavenly gold that the world government member countries will be able to collect. After all, in addition to having to face those vicious pirates, the world government also has to be wary of those ambitious kings. There is nothing we can do to slightly increase the proportion of gold in the sky. The Noxus Empire may make a lot of money by annexing the Kingdom of 4 Seasons, but world government will never lose money in these aspects. After the Noxus Empire captured the Xia Uranus Kingdom, it quickly annexed the Spring Uranus Kingdom and Winter Uranus Kingdom, which were dilapidated due to the ravages of pirates and bounty hunters. The Noxus Empire, which annexed the 4 kingdoms in one fell swoop, has officially become a powerful nation in the first half of the Grand Line. Although there is still some gap with Alabasta, it is enough to make most of the forces in the pirate world hear the roar of the Noxus Empire. After the Noxus Empire annexed the Kingdom of 4 Seasons, it did not continue its conquest. What the 5 elders said is not wrong. There are only so many non-world government member countries in the first half of the Grand Line, and some non-world government member countries are still very far away. The Noxus Empire now does not have the conditions to continue its frenzied conquests. In other words, it is easy to defeat those countries that are not members of the world government. But in order to truly bring those countries that are not part of the world government into the rule of the Noxus Empire, but it is 10,000 times more difficult than defeating the kings and armies of those kingdoms. As for directly attacking those world government member countries, Swain and others have no plans to start a full-scale war with the world government. Naval Headquarters Marineford and World Government Holy Land Marijois are both in the first half of the Grand Line. The Noxus Empire began to develop with peace of mind, and did not even donate the treasures obtained by conquering the Autumn Uranus Kingdom and Xia Uranus Kingdom to Duke. Instead, they kept it and used these treasures to digest the Kingdom of 4 Seasons bit by bit. The development and growth of any force cannot be separated from the support of money, especially the Spring Uranus Kingdom and the Winter Uranus Kingdom, which had just been plundered by pirates and criminals, needed a lot of financial support. The Noxus Empire is extremely poor now. Vladimir, who had just left the Thriller bark, started to go to the Beehive Island in the New World, preparing to take out Captain John's big treasure. The location of the great treasure pointed to by Captain John's armband is one of the Rocks Pirates' former bases, Beehive Island. Now, Captain John's big treasure is Duke and his heroes, and the hope of the whole village. There is no way, they are all short of money. Then, Vladimir encountered an envoy sent by the world government on the road. Conscript me as the 7 warlords of the sea, with the power of lawful plunder. But we need to assist the world government and marine to attack the remaining pirates. At the same time, must we respond to the forced recruitment of the world government? Such conditions. It seems I have absolutely no reason to refuse. Vladimir gracefully accepted the recruitment order from the world government envoy. The rights of the 7 warlords of the sea have never been limited to legal plunder. In other words, each of the 7 warlords of the sea, and their estates. In the overall environment of the world government member countries, they have great privileges. This is very important for the Vladimir Labor Dispatch Company that Vladimir plans to jointly establish with Gecko Moria. After all, what kind of workers can be better than those who have experienced Vladimir's flesh and blood transformation? They were stuffed into the shadow by Gecko Moria and became living undead people, working harder and harder. Duke and the heroes under Duke are all serious about becoming a good capitalist. As for possible forced conscription by the world government? Haha, who cares? The reason why all the 7 warlords of the sea can become the 7 warlords of the sea has never been the favor of the world government, but their incomparable power. The world government's compulsory recruitment has never had any compulsory effect on those 7 warlords of the sea. They are willing to accept the call, often because the call is in their interests. The new 7 warlords of the sea are freshly released and are significantly more powerful than the previous 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria. Suddenly, the commotion in the pirate world caused by the emergence of the new 4 emperors and the defeat of one of the 7 warlords of the sea began to subside. The entire sea fell into a strange calm. Duke's Valoran Manor once again welcomed a new group of guests. Hey, why are there still some idiots who are not afraid of death? Really, can you please surrender? In the Valoran Manor, Capone, Beeg holding a cigar, looking coldly at the 2 Vankiller brothers who rushed into Valoran Manor. His eyes were full of pity. Others don't know, but he knows very well that in the Valoran Manor recently, except for the terrifying head maid. But there is another manor manager who seems to be very difficult to mess with. Anyway, Capone. Beeg doesn't think he is the manager's opponent. This Valoran Manor is filled with monsters. Capone. Beeg thought of this and silently glanced at the strange blue statue beside him in the fountain. A strong sense of security suddenly emerged. Believe it or not, even if I am no match for you guys, any statue or any person in the manor could suddenly beat you into pieces. Capone. Beeg thought secretly. But the Fankiller brothers in front of him didn't realize Capone. Beeg's good intentions at all. Then, Galai Fanko, the brother with extremely violent personality, rushed forward bravely and took the lead in launching an attack on Capone Beeg. Then, suddenly, before his brother Bobby Fanko could react, it was turned into a hornet's nest by countless gunfire extending from the castle window in Capone Beeg's body. At this time, not only Bobby Fanko was dumbfounded, but even Capone Beeg himself became dumbfounded. He thought that the one who dared to attack Valoran Manor after the bounty order was revoked would be a master like the CP0 he had faced before. Result, that's it. Although the Vankiller brothers have quite a reputation in the New World, the 2 of them together are even enough to defeat pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions. But that basically relied on the terrifying physical fitness of his younger brother Bobby Fanko. Brother's own strength. To put it simply, it was okay to bully the little pirates, but he was really not qualified to face the current Capone Beeg. That's right, after Capone Beeg faced the harassment of countless killers and pirates. At the same time, after being severely beaten by many strong men who returned from the New World, he finally became stronger. Well, the main reason is that the weapons and ammunition in his body have been strengthened by Jace. The power is not great, the bounty is less than 100 million, the physique is not strong enough, and the haki is not skilled enough, it can only be done in seconds. Brother Galai and Fanko were directly beaten into a hornet's nest by Capone. Beeg. Then, after Bobby Fanko was stunned for a moment, his eyes turned red and he rushed directly towards Capone Beeg. Bobby Fanko may have never experienced a fierce and cruel battle personally, but when his brother died directly in front of him, Bobby Fanko finally realized the cruelty of the sea. They can kill people unscrupulously for bounties, and naturally they may die at the hands of others. Bobby Fanko relied on his extremely powerful body to rush directly towards Capone Beeg. There are countless powerful weapons in Capone Beeg's body that can directly turn Galai Fanko into a hornet's nest. When they hit Bobby Fanko, they can only produce a few sparks and cannot hurt Bobby Fanko at all. Being able to rely on physical defense alone is enough to ignore a large number of Bobby Fanko who are attached to armament haki attacks. Even if his physical talent is not as good as that of monsters like Big Mom, it is still not much weaker. In this sea, there will always be monsters whose talents far exceed others' imagination. Seeing that the gun attack was ineffective, Capone Beeg was not afraid, but his expression instantly became serious. The entire body is also quietly filled with the lines of bricks and stones. Capone Beeg, whose whole body had turned into a solid stone, violently swung his right fist wrapped around armament haki and faced Bobby Fanko fiercely. Then, Bobby Fanko, who was born with an extremely powerful physique, and Capone Beeg, who ate the fortress fruit and initially mastered armament haki, began the most primitive and intense hand-to-hand fight. After witnessing the true power of the top experts at Valoran Manor, Capone Beeg no longer regards the large number of disciples in his body, as well as those firearms and weapons, as his most important support. In this ocean, if you want to become a truly top-notch warrior, the only thing you can rely on is your own strength. The rumbling sounds were endless, and the fierce battle between Capone Beeg and Bobby Fanko caused a lot of damage to the outer walls of Valoran Manor. Then, after a crazy fight that lasted for half an hour, Bobby Fanko, who was extremely inexperienced in fighting, was finally hit in the head by Capone Beeg for the 13th time and fell unconscious to the ground. The Capone Beeg of today is no longer the Capone Beeg of the past, although, compared with the heroes under Duke, they are still far behind. The Vankkiller brothers were directly eliminated by Capone Beeg. After that, Duke did not let Bobby Fanko become the chosen worker. Instead, it was quietly sent directly to North Blue. Gangplank became the 4 emperors, Vladimir became the 7 warlords of the sea, and heroes such as Fiona, the peerless swordsman, and alchemist Singed, whom Duke recruited not long ago, have also quietly begun their own journeys. Alchemist Singed has crossed the calm belt and entered the North Blue, guarded by Janna. He will create a new Zaun in North Blue, and a killer with a strong innate physique like Bobby Fanko is undoubtedly the best experimental subject, the alchemist Singed. The Glimmer Potion is not perfect yet. Singed founded the Zaun group in North Blue, and while he began to conduct research on his own lowlight technology, he quietly sold some of the alchemy technology to the outside world. Germa 66 can rely on clone soldiers to roam the North Blue and become a well-known warmonger. Zaun group directly sells some shimmering potions or alchemy technology, allowing kings or nobles to easily transform all of their subordinates into powerful alchemy soldiers. Isn't this much easier and more convenient than hiring the army of the Kingdom of Germa 66 at a high price? No matter how powerful others are, how safe is it if you have the power you directly control? Of course, as the creator of Glimmer Potion and alchemy technology, it is very reasonable to leave some small backdoors or countermeasures, right? Zaun Group, in the darkness of North Blue, began to grow and expand crazily. One day, when the Zeuan Group officially bathes in the sun, the power of the Zaun Group will shake the entire world. Alchemist Singed developed secretly in North Blue, while the swift swordsman Yasuo, the peerless swordswoman Fiona, and most importantly, the second person under Duke's command transcends mortal existence and possesses SS potential, Son of the Stars, Soraka, also begins his own journey. Yasuo, the swift swordsman, was sent to the East Blue by Duke. His mission is simple, that is to create the strongest and largest kendo gym in East Blue. All heroes and forces cannot be allowed to originate from West Blue, otherwise sooner or later they will attract the attention of the world government and even the entire world. Duke will quietly send his heroes to various sea areas. Compared with endless killing, becoming a teacher and spreading the wind sword skills to the entire world is more in line with Yasuo's expectations at this time. The wind has its way back, and Yasuo is tired of killing. The disciples trained by Yasuo will also become Duke in the future, an extremely powerful force that secretly controls the entire East Blue. In the world of pirates, if you want to make money safely, force and power are absolutely indispensable. Yasuo opened his own kendo gym in East Blue, and Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, went directly to the Grand Line quietly. Then, he began his path to glory by constantly challenging the swordsman masters on the sea. Of course, it is quite reasonable for those swordsmen or dojo masters to pay a large sum of money to redeem their beloved swords after they fail. To be famous, you also need to make money. Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, wants to know if there is anyone in this world who can surpass her in swordsmanship. Mihawk has been the world's greatest swordsman for too long. Yasuo and Fiona both started their own journeys, while Soraka, the Son of the Stars, quietly headed to South Blue under the guidance of Duke. Bounty hunter Sarah was also in South Blue at this time, and the bounty hunter guild she founded had also made quite a name for itself in South Blue. But Soraka went to South Blue not to aid bounty hunters, but to travel to the kingdom of Saint Doria and, at the same time, practice her own path to redemption. More than 2 years later, the kingdom of Saint Doria in South Blue will be overthrown by the Revolutionary Army. At this time, the power of the Revolutionary Army had also begun to quietly gather and infiltrate in the kingdom of Saint Doria. Duke wanted to know what kind of beliefs the Revolutionary Army founded by the Revolutionary Army Dragon had and whether it could truly change the entire world. Of course, the most important thing is, it's time to strengthen the combat power of a wave of revolutionary troops and let them cause some trouble with the world government. Lest the world government spend all day thinking about taking action against the Valoran family or the 4 emperors, Gangplank, Shadowstream, and a series of forces that will appear in the 4 Seas or Grand Line in the future. Those are all under Duke's command. If you have the leisure, wouldn't it be nice to find your real enemy and fight to the death with the Revolutionary Army? In times of difficulty, the Revolutionary Army is on top, while the Duke and Valoran families are growing secretly. Until the end, quietly surprising countless people. This is the essence of Godeo. For this reason, Duke did not hesitate to send his only SS potential hero, Soraka. Duke also wanted to know how the Revolutionary Army, an already extremely powerful force in the world of pirates, after getting Soraka to join, what kind of waves can it make in this world? The stage has been prepared and the actors are already in place. The curtain is about to open. However, before the curtain opened, Duke looked at a piece of information in his hand with a complicated expression, and sighed slightly. Baroque Work Society. And, Robin. There is no conflict between the Baroque working group and the Valoran family at this time. In other words, Crocodile, who is clearly aware of the vastness of the world and has been developing in secret. The requirement for Baroque Cooperative is just to become an ordinary dark organization in the first half of the Grand Line. At the critical moment, just provide him with some personnel information or dancing fans. Crocodile never regarded the Baroque Works as his true subordinate force. Until now, the nominal highest controller of Baroque Working Group is still only Nico Robin. However, the Valoran family has no conflicts with the Baroque Working Society at this time, which does not mean that the other forces under Duke's command have no conflicts with the Baroque Working Society. The Noxus Empire has long been targeting the country of Spring Uranus and Winter. Most of the wealth of the country of Uranus was looted and taken away by the Baroque Working Society. The Noxus Empire worked hard to kill all the elites of the 3 Seasons Kingdom, but as a result, the wealth of the capitals of the 2 kingdoms was robbed by the Baroque Cooperative. This makes Swain and others who are now very short of money to develop and expand the Noxus Empire simply unable to bear it. Not to mention Swain and others couldn't bear it, even Duke couldn't bear it either. That's all his money. Then, after some investigation, I was surprised to find that hidden behind the scenes, the force that stole the wealth of the 2 kingdoms in one fell swoop was the Baroque Working Society. In other words, everything is Nicole Robin's plan. As a Baroque workshop with considerable reputation in the first half of the Grand Line, of course, it was also approached by the envoys of the 3 Seasons Kingdom. I hope to hire the power of the Baroque Work Society to fight against the Noxus Empire. The Baroque Working Society is equivalent to a secret service organization that collects money to perform services. Moreover, the Baroque Working Group, which is in urgent need of development funds, faces the large bounty offered by the Kingdom of 3 Seasons. Of course there is no reason to refuse. Then, several senior agents of the Baroque Working Company, as well as the billionaire elders, all died at the hands of Darius and others. However, this is nothing. Nicole Robin, who has long been accustomed to betrayal and counter-betrayal, has read many books and met many people. He has abundant understanding of the virtues of pirates and bounty hunters, as well as kings and nobles on the sea. The agents she sent to join the Baroque Works in the 3 Seasons Kingdom's united army were never the true elites of the Baroque Works today. In other words, from the beginning, Nicole Robin never thought about earning only a small amount of employment fees. Before the decisive battle between the combined armies of the 3 Seasons Kingdom and the army of the Noxus Empire, Nicole Robin had already dispatched Mr. 1 S.E. Xiaofeng, Mr. 2, Mr. 3 and others from Baroque Works at this time, lurking in the waters near the 3 Seasons Kingdom and the Noxus Empire. As soon as the outcome of that war is known, the human demon Xiaofeng and Mr. 3 and others will immediately attack and plunder the losers. Even though he failed to recruit the original Mr. 1 Dasbonis, under the operation of Nicole Robin, the ladyboy Xiaofeng and Mr. 3 and others successfully joined Baroque Works. Every country that is not a member of the world government is the fat that pirates and lawbreakers have longed for. Nico Robin never felt the slightest guilt about attacking and plundering the kings and nobles of those kingdoms. In other words, since everyone in O'Hara has been completely destroyed by the world government just because of studying historical texts, he was also burdened with a high bounty, experienced numerous attacks from pirates and bounty hunters, and personally experienced the cruelty of this sea. Nicole Robin is no longer a simple and kind-hearted little white sheep. She is the son of the devil, a criminal with a bounty on her back. Justice? There is no true justice in this sea. Only the winner is the real justice. Therefore, after receiving the news that the united army was completely annihilated, the S.E. Xiaofeng, Gal Dino, and others, under the command of Nicole Robin, decisively divided their forces into 2 groups. together with many pirates and bounty hunters who also had premeditated plans. Easily defeated part of the kingdom's defenders who had lost all morale due to the defeat of the allied forces, sacked and destroyed the Spring Uranus Kingdom and the Winter Uranus Kingdom. If the Noxian Empire's army hadn't moved fast enough, Xia Uranus might not have been able to escape the plunder of Baroque works and those pirates and bounty hunters. So, it was her who stole a lot of my money in the end. The corners of Duke's mouth twitched slightly, with a complicated expression. Well, she is indeed my good daughter. Is it blood or memory that determines a person's identity and emotions? Duke is not the real Duke, but this body is undoubtedly Nicole Robin's father. This makes Duke's feelings for Nicole Robin somewhat complicated. After learning that Nicole Robin had joined the Baroque working group and obtained temporary asylum from Crocodile, there would not be much danger in a short period of time. Duke has never taken the initiative to look for Nicole Robin, who can really have no grudges and without a lot of memories of growing up. Why do you want to be a father just because of your bloodline? Even that daughter is Nicole Robin? But Duke felt that it was time to meet Nicole Robin. Avoiding will not solve the problem. The most important thing is, in today's pirate world, the future has become confusing because of Duke's appearance. The original Nicole Robin could stay at ease under Crocodile until Luffy showed up. But now, no one can say what kind of crisis Nicole Robin will encounter in the future, even if he is not sure how to face Nicole Robin. But at least, Duke was sure that he would never want to see Nicole Robin, because of his appearance. The most beautiful flowers have not bloomed in this world yet, and together with Wong Luffy and others, we are ushering in the so-called new era. He died inexplicably in this cruel sea. This is a real and cruel world, not the seemingly dangerous but actually childish adventure that Wong Luffy and others experienced along the way. If a person is killed, he will die. After Duke appeared in this world, all the protagonists or supporting characters are likely to die on this sea at any time due to inexplicable changes, just like Edward Vabel, who was supposed to become the 7 warlords of the sea in the future, and the big-handed Undertaker who could have lived 5 years later or even longer, Pycro. Each of them is much stronger than Nicole Robin today, but now, they are all dead. Duke, along with Ari and Controller Deben, quietly rushed from West Blue to the Grand Line. Vladimir, who had just become the 7 warlords of the sea, also successfully arrived in the new world at this time. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, you don't have to risk diving into the deep sea like ordinary pirates. You can reach the new world via the Fishmen Island. In other words, the waterways controlled by the world government. It is enough to allow the world government's subordinates to safely and quickly reach any sea area in the pirate world from the first half of the Grand Line. Beehive Island, where Captain John's great treasure is buried, is already in front of Vladimir's eyes. However, the problem now is, Beehive Island is owned. Of course, it's not that simple to successfully obtain Captain John's treasure. On the Beehive Island today, the flag of the legendary great pirate, Akoko, is flying. As a member of Rock's Pirate, the great pirate Akoko, after the failure of Rock's Pirate. Then they occupied Beehive Island until 5 years later. Only then did Blackbeard use Kirby and others to defeat Akoko and take Hive Island as his own. Akoko, even the old Akoko, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. In other words, the forces that can still occupy a territory in the New World and between the 4 emperors are all ruthless characters. However, a mere Akoko is not enough to make Vladimir retreat now. After defeating Gecko Moria and others, and at the same time, because of the name of the new 7 warlords of the sea, many people tried to defeat him and then became famous in the sea. Or the pirate queen who wants to become the new 7 warlords of the sea by defeating him. Vladimir's level has increased rapidly, and now he has the combat power of S-Emperor. Unless the 3 admirals or 4 emperors take action personally, the ordinary S-level combat power may be able to defeat Vladimir at this time. But there is absolutely no Grand Master Blood Magic Master left. And now, how much of the combat power of his prime can the old Akoko still retain? In other words, even if Akoko can still retain the fighting power of his prime, will he really be the opponent of Vladimir today? The combat power of S-Class Admiral is not a big deal. Looking at the entire pirate world, it can definitely be called the top powerhouse in the sea, and it is extremely rare. Even though Rox was the well-deserved ocean overlord in the pirate world back then, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and others were all under Rox back then. But this does not mean that, like Golden Lion, Whitebeard and others, Captain John, Silver Axe, and Akoko, who were Rock's subordinates, all had the strength of Golden Lion and others. Captain John and others, even at their peak, only had the combat power of a S-Emperor. Well, it seems that the S-Emperor's deputy's combat power is enough to cross the sea, but I have no choice but to rely on the support of my peers, who said that the cotters in Rock's Pirate back then were all monsters among monsters. Vladimir unabashedly landed on Beehive Island. In the world of pirates, there are few places where Vladimir can hide his figure. Vladimir even wished that some pirates who liked to seek death would come to him as blood packs, giving experience and treasures. Ahem, the new 7 warlords of the sea, Blood Emperor Vladimir. What an exaggerated name. But with such a name, he still dares to wander around the new world with such arrogance. Aren't you worried about those emperors on the sea coming to trouble you? Akoko, who had grey hair, a slightly stooped body, and wore an obviously loose and worn coat, but his eyes were still extremely sharp, stared at Vladimir in front of him, and said quietly, "Ahem, this is not the place you should be." A loser from the old era like me has never had the intention to be an enemy of the world government. Even the rocks have been defeated by the world government. Aokiji and other rocks pirate cotters have no intention of fighting the world government to the end. In other words, as for those big pirates of the old era, as long as they don't come out to cause trouble, world governments generally do not go out of their way to suppress them. For example, Pluton Rayleigh, even though he was once the right arm of Roger the Pirate King, you can still work as a retired shipman in the Sabayati archipelago safely under the nose of the world government. Roger's subordinates, the world government, were not willing to go to great lengths to arrest them, and the world government would not even bother to pay attention to Aokiji and others in the old days. However, Vladimir has never been working for the world government. He arrived at Beehive Island with only one purpose, and that was to take out Captain John's great treasure. This is the most important task Duke has given him. Vladimir looked at the stooped Aokiji in front of him, a solemn look flashed in his eyes, and a little bloody mist suddenly appeared around him. Then, elegantly said, "The Emperor never cares about other people's opinions. He can go wherever he wants. And now, I want the island. Are you willing to give me this island?" Aokiji's rickety body hides immense power. Successfully obtaining Captain John's great treasure is Vladimir's most important task today. If possible, Vladimir would not want to fight a powerful enemy like Aokiji. Here, a fierce battle begins. If you accidentally destroy the entire Beehive Island and destroy the big treasure hidden in the Beehive Island, you will be in trouble. Ahem, cough, cough, you want this island. That's going to be a bit troublesome. Aokiji coughed several times, and his pitch gradually became higher. There is no way I can hand this island over to anyone. So, can I ask you, the so-called Blood Emperor, to get out of this island? Or die in this sea? As soon as Aokiji finished speaking, his already extremely rickety body suddenly inflated like it was inflated. The solid muscles held Aokiji's originally loose and shabby coat straight, and his extremely sharp eyes, as well as the terrifying aura that continued to emanate outwards. It heralds the return of the once legendary pirate, Aokiji. Aokiji is not demon fruit power, but Aokiji, who was born in the land of flowers, except for the pure conqueror's haki. The secret boxing skills of the flower country are the key to Aokiji being able to still have a place in the new world to this day. Raodachi's combat protection boxing can temporarily bring him back to the top. Aokiji's secret boxing skills inherited from the land of flowers can also do the same. Aokiji has been occupying Beehive Island just to find Captain John's great treasure. He has been looking for this big treasure for decades. No matter what, Aokiji cannot hand over Beehive Island to others in vain. Not to mention just one of the 7 warlords of the sea, even the real 4 emperors came to ask for Hive Island from him. I also have to fight him. This is the last dignity of Aokiji, the legendary great pirate. It seems that our negotiations have broken down. Well, I'm so sorry. Today on this sea, another legend is about to come to an end. Vladimir said apologetically, and then, endless blood began to spread outward from behind him, infecting the entire sky and sea. Like a dark cloud, boundless blood, mixed with the sweet and sticky smell of blood, pressed heavily on Aokiji. The war has begun. On Honeycomb Island, bright red blood is constantly flowing out from the eyes of the huge skull. The sky was blood red, and the sea area around Beehive Island was gradually dyed with blood. Blood, boundless blood, enveloped the entire Beehive Island. Doflamingo can trap the entire Dressrosa with string fruit, and Vladimir can also cover the entire Beehive Island with endless blood. And in the sea of blood, the coat has been corroded by Vladimir's blood and is worn out. But Aokiji, whose body was still extremely strong and firmly covered by the pure armament haki, still did not give up resistance. The fists wrapped around the terrifying armament haki, with the blessing of the secret boxing skills of the flower country, continuously blasted big holes into the sea of blood, one after another. Let the poor sunshine continue to shine on the Beehive Island for a short time before those big holes recover. Vladimir's body has been shattered dozens of times by Aokiji, but as a master of blood magic who has inherited the forbidden knowledge of dark descendants, Vladimir has long since broken away from the limitations of pure flesh and blood. In other words, Vladimir's body is no longer the simple flesh and blood body it once was. Before his soul or his blood is completely annihilated, Vladimir, who has peered into the boundary between humans and gods, will never usher in true death. He is a taboo in history, a devil in the darkness, an emperor of blood, and the most difficult person to kill completely in this sea today. Janna and Zingma are not human beings. If you can't kill Vladimir, the only thing you can do to meet Aokiji is failure. Fighting for consumption, Vladimir has never been afraid of anyone. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and then, the huge skull on Beehive Island was knocked off half of its head by Aokiji's final blow. Exhausted, Aokiji finally collapsed in a sea of blood. Then, endless blood completely submerged Aokiji's body. After Aokiji fell, Beehive Island, which had not seen sunlight for several days, finally ushered in the light. The next day, the news that the Blood Emperor Vladimir of the 7 warlords of the sea defeated Aokiji, the legendary pirate with a bounty of 850 million belly, instantly shocked the whole world. Big news, the legend has come to an end. The Blood Emperor Vladimir of the 7 warlords of the sea defeated the legendary pirate Aokiji, who will be the next legend to be defeated. Big news, the legendary pirate Aokiji, once as famous as Whitebeard Golden Lion and others, defeated by the Blood Emperor of the 7 warlords of the sea, as an important part of maintaining world order. 7 Warlords of the Sea is still trustworthy? Big news, big news. There are countless legendary experiences about Akoku. After erasing the information about rocks, newspapers mixed with propaganda for Vladimir spread all over the world in a short period of time. Big news Morgans, lest the world not be in chaos. At this time, the world government also needs such news to enhance the authority of 7 Warlords of the Sea, as well as maintaining the order on this sea, which was slightly shaken by the appearance of Plank and others. The 7 Warlords of the Sea, in the eyes of almost everyone in the pirate world, are members of the world government, except for the 7 Warlords of the Sea himself. Doflamingo looked at the newsprint in his hand, his face serious, and then he laughed crazily and said, Hey, has another legend from the old era come to an end? Who will end next? A new era is coming. Duke, Zed, Gangplank, and Vladimir, this sea is really magnificent. As a former Celestial Dragons player, Doflamingo knows all too well how scary the remnants of rocks like Akoku can be. They are remnants of the old era, but they once and undoubtedly dominated their era. Doflamingo is looking forward to the arrival of a new era, while the rest of the 7 Warlords of the Sea don't have much time and energy to pay attention to the end of Akoku. Hancock is busy hunting pirates and developing 9 Snake Island. Tyrant Bear is busy communicating with Vegapunk, and is being transformed bit by Vegapunk at the same time. The emergence of Plank and the failure of Gecko Moria have accelerated the plans of the world government pacifists. Mihawk looked at the piece of information in his hand about a new swordsman who had challenged countless swordsmen without ever losing. Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, attracted the attention of Mihawk after defeating a large number of swordsmen in the first half of the Grand Line. He has been the world's greatest swordsman for too long. Ever since the red-haired man broke his arm, he could no longer find an opponent in terms of swordsmanship. The progress of swordsmanship is inseparable from fighting with powerful opponents. To put it simply, after being too strong, Mihawk basically does not gain experience when fighting monsters, which is very annoying. Mihawk doesn't just want to be the world's greatest swordsman. If possible, he wants to be the real #1 in the world. Crocodile is busy continuing to develop Baroque works and finding ways to disrupt Alabasta. Compared with Pluton, he was just a remnant of the old era and was not taken seriously by him at all. Nico Robin directly snatched the treasures of the 2 kingdoms for him, which made the development funds of Baroque works begin to become abundant. At the same time, Crocodile's Utopia plan began to advance smoothly. Whether it's buying dancing fans, or recruiting a large number of agents to bribe Alabasta's traders, it all requires a lot of money. As for the remaining Jinbei, his head is even bigger at this time. He is in trouble now and has no interest in paying attention to the end of a remnant of the old era. The Fishmen Island is undergoing tremendous changes after the appearance of Nami, the Tide Caller. Jinbei, caught between Neptune, countless low-level Murlocs, and Nami, the Tide Caller, is struggling with how to make his own choice. This decision may even affect the future of the 5 million fishmen on the Fishmen Island. The 7 Warlords of the Sea are not concerned about the end of Akoku. Among the 4 emperors, Whitebeard and Kaido turned their attention to Vladimir because of the demise of Akoku. Did that Akoku guy actually get defeated? After all, I was once a cotter on the ship, but I was defeated by a rookie pirate. It's so embarrassing, ahem. When Kaido said this, he suddenly coughed several times. On his chest, the scars left by Gangplank were still aching. Well, as one of the 4 emperors, he seemed to have also been defeated by the rookie pirate Gangplank who had just gone to sea. This is a bit embarrassing. 2 pieces of armor-piercing armor plus a true damage flame knife, Gangplank's scimitar, is a special attack against flesh. Kaido looked at the scar on his chest, coughed several times, and gave up the idea of trouble with Vladimir. The injury has not healed yet, so it is more important to recover well at home. Anyway, he and Akoku were not familiar with each other. Most of the crew members on the Rock's ship do not have a harmonious relationship. It was a powerful pirate group that was united purely because of the violence of Rock's ultimate. Kaido doesn't want to cause trouble with Vladimir because of Akoku's demise. Whitebeard, on the other hand, looked sad after watching the news of Akoku's demise. Moby clenched the sword in his hand and drove the Moby DK straight to Beehive Island. Whitebeard and Akoku, who were both officers on the Rock's pirate back then, had a relationship. Akoku has been able to securely occupy Beehive Island, in addition to his own powerful strength. The special experience of Akoku being on the same boat as Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard also adds a lot of points. Whitebeard rushed straight to the Beehive Island, wanting to see Vladimir's power. At this time, Vladimir, who did not know that Whitebeard had come to visit him, following the guidance of the armband in his hand, he finally found himself on an extremely steep coastal cliff. In the sea, a cave that had been sealed for a long time was dug and Captain John's great treasure was found. Treasure worth 32.3 billion, well, that guy Captain John has accumulated quite a fortune. But are the 3 devil fruits the most valuable? In the first half of the Grand Line, on a merchant ship specially modified by Jester, Duke said secretly with a smile on his face. Just now, after easily breaking through a series of traps left by Captain John, Vladimir has already recharged most of Captain John's treasure directly into the system. In addition to those treasures, among Captain John's treasures, there are 3 extremely precious devil fruits, which were specially preserved. There are more than just 3 devil fruits in Captain John's treasure trove. The heroes under Duke, including Gangplank, also found a lot of devil fruit from the treasure troves of all nations after ruling them. Of course, for ordinary devil fruit, Duke usually orders the heroes to recharge it directly. Duke and his heroes never thought of taking devil fruit, even though devil fruit is likely to bring stronger strength and potential to the heroes. But devil fruit's flaws are too great. Moreover, Duke was very suspicious that devil fruit was probably not a creation of nature. In the world of pirates a long time ago, there was obviously a civilization with very advanced technology, and Vegapunk can create Zoan and even fantasy beast species. Is it possible for the ancient civilization of the pirate world to directly create Paramecia and Logia? Are there any backdoors in those devil fruits? Duke doesn't know, and he doesn't want to test the future of himself and the heroes. Instead of risking an uncertain future and a fatal weakness by eating devil fruit, why not just use devil fruit to recharge? Of course, the recharge is only for ordinary devil fruit. Of course, those special and powerful devil fruit cannot be recharged directly. Even if they could directly add billions to Duke's wealth, that would be too wasteful. In the world of pirates, in addition to technology being the primary productive force, devil fruit can also be the primary productive force. The three special devil fruits are Logia, Paramecia, and Paramecia. The earth fruit can control soil, and after awakening, it can even change the terrain forever. The raw fruit of Paramecia is the superior fruit of ripe fruit, which can freely absorb and control the vitality of all things in the world. If it is developed to the point of awakening, even if it cannot make people immortal, it can be enough to greatly extend the lifespan of oneself or others. Finally, there is the quick fruit of Paramecia. Later, Blackbeard relied on the dark fruit to find the power fruit for the fighting champion badgers. Among the great treasures of Captain John, this speed fruit is not weak at all and even exceeds the strength fruit. All martial arts in the world are invincible, except speed. Speed is power. Of course, Duke feels that the best way to use the Susu fruit is. It is still suitable for matching with a variety of powerful weapons. For example, an extremely sharp stabbing sword coated with blood-sealing poison, or a scimitar. The strong men in the pirate world have superhuman physiques. It's not too difficult to hurt them, but it's not that easy to seriously injure or kill them. And if the speed fruit is paired with a powerful weapon, it is very possible to instantly kill those strong men with extraordinary physiques in the pirate world. After all, no matter how strong their recovery ability is, they can't possibly survive even if their heads fall off, right? It's impossible for everyone to be a phantom beast of Yamada no Orokai, with one head missing and 7 more. Duke ordered Vladimir to store the 3 powerful devil fruits directly. Then, looking at the wealth value of more than 30 billion on his system panel, Duke Malu took a shower and changed clothes, washed his hands carefully. By the way, I gave the legendary pirate Akoko a stick of incense and pressed the lottery button. System, give me an SS level lottery first. It's time for a legendary prize. I exchanged legend for legend, and there was nothing wrong with it. Then, Duke looked at the system's reward information and burst into laughter. After consuming 20 billion wealth values, host's remaining wealth value is 12.3 billion. Congratulations to host for winning the SS level prize and equipping the Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel, after equipped, it increases a small amount of strength and defense, allowing the wearer to resurrect on the spot within half an hour of death. The cooldown time is 30 days. Resurrection armor. Haha, I finally drew the resurrection armor. If I can draw another Central Asian golden body, I can use the summoner skill to resurrection. In this pirate world, who can kill me? Duke was extremely excited. Although he failed to draw a powerful hero in the SS level lottery this time. But for Duke, drawing a resurrection armor was more pleasurable than drawing an SS level hero. The hero can slowly draw again in the future, but Duke only has 1 life. No, there are 2 now. In the real world, nothing is more important than living. Only when you are alive can you have output, and only when you are alive can you have a future. Duke quickly equipped the Guardian Angel on his hand. In addition to the previously equipped Fanatic Banshee Demon Drinking Knife, having 4 pieces in hand gives you a sense of security. After a moment of excitement, Duke took advantage of the luck of sacrificing Akoko and pressed the lottery button again without hesitation. System, next, give me an S-level 12 consecutive draws. After a few more days, Duke can find a way to extract 8 billion bellies wealth from the various forces under his command. However, compared to another SS level lottery, I am looking for a higher level prize. Duke is now willing to lower the quality of the prizes and increase the number of draws in order to draw out more heroes. In addition to being short of money, Duke is also short of people. It's not that Duke himself is lacking, but whether it's North Blues Zaun Group or South Blues Bounty Hunters Guild. There are also Janna's Smooth Shipping, as well as the Naku's Empire and other forces, all hoping to get assistance from Duke's heroes. Any healthy and powerful force in the pirate world cannot be fully supported by just one powerful hero. They also need help. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the S-level prize and equipping Relay's Ice Crystal Scepter. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to the host for winning the A-level prize and equipping the Vampire Scepter. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the S-Prize, Hero Card Master. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the A-level prize and equipping Caulfield's Warhammer. consuming 1 billion wealth values. Congratulations to host for winning the S-level prize, the heroic explorer Ezreal. Consumption of 1 billion worth of wealth. A series of system prompts kept popping up in Duke's mind. Then, looking at the prizes drawn in this lottery, Duke's face was full of joy. 3 pieces of complete equipment, 3 pieces of small equipment, 5 heroes, plus an elemental dragon. This wave is simply a big explosion. The legendary pirate Aokiji is indeed a legend. Among the 3 pieces of ready-made equipment, the Devil's Embrace and the Ice Crystal Scepter were directly equipped by Duke on Vladimir's body. As the hero who worked so hard to find Captain John's great treasure, Vladimir certainly deserves a round of reinforcements. As for the remaining suit, Lankai, Duke, after hesitating for a moment, equipped it on Bounty Hunter Sarah. Bounty Hunter Sarah only has S potential, and the growing Bounty Hunter Guild will undoubtedly bring a lot of trouble to Sarah. Bounty Hunter Sarah needs a proper boost. After all, Sarah, the bounty hunter with long wavy hair, combines all 3 elements at the same time. Duke didn't want any accidents to happen to her on the sea. The 3 pieces of ready-made equipment have been distributed, and among the 3 pieces of small equipment drawn, the Vampire Scepter and Caulfield's War Hammer. Just enough to combine with Tiamat on Fiona, the Peerless Swordsman, to form the Greedy Hydra. Nothing else, Sword Lady and Hydra, there's nothing wrong with that. As for the last remaining piece of equipment, the Mercury Sash, Duke naturally did his part. What does 4 pieces of clothing count? If possible, Duke would like to equip himself with 6 pieces of defensive equipment. After the equipment was distributed, Duke began to summon the 5 heroes he had just drawn. The glimmer of light condensed, and 5 strange figures suddenly appeared in front of Duke's eyes in the void. Lady Luck is smiling on you. Card Master Driz took off his hat, bent slightly, and said respectfully to Duke. As Valoran's world-renowned master of fraud, Driz relied on the specially made magic cards in his hand and the magical teleportation magic to escape the pursuit of countless forces. He is a man favored by luck. For a guy like Card Master Driz, after Duke thought for a moment, he was ready to send him to a downwind sea. A large number of ships customized by Janna are about to be completed. In addition, there are countless pirate ships that Janna has confiscated. Ships that sail with the wind will follow the breeze and break all the waves. Successfully deliver products from various chambers of commerce or islands in the pirate world to every corner of the world. Janna needs help, and those transport fleets also need strong guards. The Card Master Driz, who can reach any place that has been explored and marked by Duke and his heroes at any time. He will become the most effective messenger under Janna. Luck and wind will grant Driz favor. I'm always ready for a new adventure. After the little yellow-haired Ezreal appeared, his eyes lit up and he looked at Duke with great excitement. As Ezreal, who is naturally adventurous, exploring a new world. It was undoubtedly a huge adventure for him. The most suitable identity for the adventurous Ezreal in the world of pirates is of course a bounty hunter. It just so happens that Sarah's Bounty Hunter Guild is also in urgent need of masters who can put themselves on the stage. Ezreal, who has S-level potential, and Sarah, who has S potential, can truly expand the power of the Bounty Hunter Guild to the entire world. Ezreal and Card Master have gone their separate ways, and the remaining 3 heroes. The S potential Zaun Fury Beast Warwick was naturally sent to North Blue and became a member of the Zaun group. Singed needs the power of Zaun's fury. In the North Blue, there are always some forces that not only want Singed's alchemy potion, but also want to directly annex the entire Zaun. And Warwick, the raging beast of Zaun, will let those forces understand what the real Zaun is. If you run wild in Zeun, your whole family will easily be wiped out. Warwick is going to North Blue, and the Yordle Tide Sealing Fitz, who has S+ potential, is sent directly to the Fishmen Island by Duke. Nami, the Tide Caller, is about to rule the entire the Fishmen Island, and she needs Fitz's power. The Yordles are one of the most powerful and ancient races in the world of Valoran. Each Yordle has a long lifespan and great potential. Although limited by their nature, they may not be able to fully grasp all their potential, but even if they only exert part of it, it is also enough for those Yodels to stand at the top of countless humans in the world of Valoran and become heroes and legends. After Fizz, the tidal sea spirit, jumped twice weirdly in front of Duke, he took the pointer of the Fishmen Island and jumped into the sea with a plop. As an amphibious Yordle, the sea is just his playground. As for the last remaining hero, Duke temporarily placed him beside him after hesitating for a moment. It was a magical cat with dazzling light all over its body. The magical cat UMI has S-level potential. Even though it looks like a harmless kitten, when it gets really angry, countless magic missiles and arcane blasts will let its enemies know what the cat's wrath is. The heroes have already made arrangements, and for the first elemental dragon they drew, the ocean dragon. Duke also carefully observed the surroundings and found no newsbirds or other humans. Summoned it directly. A huge shadow covered the special merchant ship Duke was riding on, and its huge wings even blocked the sky. Coupled with a strong body and ferocious fangs, even the ocean dragon is constantly exuding a terrifying aura the moment it appears in the pirate world. Dragons are born with dragon power. When the ocean Yeelong appeared, the wind and waves that had been undulating in this sea area also inexplicably stopped for an instant. Instead, there was a soft breath full of vitality. The ocean dragon controls the power of the ocean and life. Ocean Yeelong. Grade 1. Strength, B+. Physique, B+. Agility, B. Spirit, B. Possess abilities, the power of the ocean, the power of life, the blessing of the dragon, etc. Potential, S. Overall rating, B. Every dragon is the darling of the world. They are born with great potential and power, and control a variety of magical abilities. The ocean dragon controls the power of the ocean and the power of life, possessing the powerful power to travel through the deep sea and change the terrain at will, and the miraculous power of divine dragon blessing. Divine dragon's blessing, the dragons can consume part of the divine dragon's power every 1 month. Give corresponding blessings to others so that they can permanently gain part of the dragon's power bonus. Ocean worm can permanently grant others a health regeneration speed bonus. The blessings of multiple giant dragons will make the power of the dragon's blessings more powerful. It is said that if one kills the giant dragon directly and plunders its dragon soul, the power of the dragon that can be obtained will be even greater. But be careful, the dragon is not easy to mess with. Should he kill the chicken and take the eggs to plunder the power of the dragon's soul, or should he raise the dragon and let it continue to bless Duke and his heroes? Of course, it would be better to raise the dragon and let it slowly bless you. What's more, after each giant dragon fully realizes its potential, it will be a top-notch combat power that can fight with Admiral. Killing the goose to retrieve the eggs is such a waste. As for the bonus of Divine Dragon's blessing being not as high as the bonus of Plundering Dragon's soul, Duke said he didn't think he would just draw a dragon. If the blessing bonus is not enough once, then several more dragons will be given to bless them together. If you give blessings a few more times, you can't always catch up with the dragon's soul plunder. The ocean dragon floated quietly on the surface of the sea, and then like a puppy, it closed its eyes and stretched its huge head in front of Duke. Duke stretched out his right hand and scratched the hard scales on the ocean dragon's chin. And when Duke's right hand touched the ocean dragon, a dragon force full of vitality, in an instant, it quietly merged into Duke's body. Feeling the slight changes taking place in his body, Duke smiled with satisfaction. Then, through consciousness, this ocean dragon dived directly into the seabed. The merchant ship accompanying Duke in the deep sea continues towards Alabasta. Of course, the countless sea kings in the deep sea will also become the food of the ocean dragon and the experience for upgrading. Alabasta is close at hand. The New World Beehive Island defeated Aokiji and equipped Vladimir, who had greatly improved his strength after equipping 2 pieces of ready-made equipment. Before I have time to fully feel my own strength, I will return to the first half of the Grand Line with my harvest. A huge pirate ship was already riding the wind and waves, directly blocking Vladimir's eyes. On the bow of Moby Dick, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, stands tall. Kula la la la. Kid, are you the one who defeated Aokiji? Whitebeard looked gloomy and looked directly at Vladimir coldly. This is New World. This is not your place to run wild. Vladimir, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, dared to go deep into the New World and kill Aokiji, who had a relationship with him. This made Whitebeard, who had a pretty good temper among the 4 emperors, a little angry. No one knows whether this is a prelude to a massive invasion of the New World by the world government and naval headquarters. But before letting his sons go to the New World safely, as long as Whitebeard lives in this world, the New World is definitely not a place where the world government can act arbitrarily. After Whitebeard said coldly, a terrifying aura instantly pressed against Vladimir. And behind Whitebeard, there are a large number of squad captains who are famous in the New World. He also tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, and stared coldly at Vladimir in front of him with a look like a dead man. No one in this sea can live well after truly angering Father Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. What a powerful force. Vladimir bowed gracefully to Whitebeard. Then, ignoring the terrifying conqueror's haki emanating from Whitebeard, he said calmly, I have finished my business in New World and am preparing to leave the sea area. So, can you let me leave like this? The aura exuded by Whitebeard is extremely terrifying, but compared to those dark descendants and celestial warriors in the past, Whitebeard will still lose strength due to aging and hidden injuries, and may even die due to the end of his lifespan. The difference is too far? That is the difference between man and god. Even though the attack power of Whitebeard at his peak may not be inferior to those of ordinary dark descendants. But true strength is never just about attack power. For example, although Vladimir feels that he may not be able to defeat Whitebeard now, but after dozens or hundreds of years, Vladimir can dance on Whitebeard's grave without changing his appearance. And the powerful Whitebeard, at that time, could only have a few bones left. A long life is also a kind of strength. Vladimir was as calm as if he went out from home to buy an onion from the vegetable market, and then swaggered about getting ready to go home, which made Whitebeard lower his eyebrows and look even more gloomy. The squad captains under Whitebeard could no longer stand Vladimir's indifference at this time, and the arrogance revealed in his indifference. Do you know who you are facing? You guy, please pay attention to me. Don't think that just because you have the title of Blood Emperor, you can really be on an equal footing with Dad. On this sea, the only one who truly deserves the title of Emperor is Dad. Go to hell, you lackey of the world government. A large number of captains of the Whitebeard pirates launched an attack on Vladimir at the same time. Marco's Phoenix Fire, the powerful slash of the foil sword Baista, Izzo's bullet wrapped around armament haki. Countless attacks completely submerged Vladimir in an instant, leaving countless horrific scars and holes on Vladimir's body. But the smoke and dust dissipated, and under the disbelieving eyes of Marco and others, Vladimir's broken body slowly condensed, unscathed. How is it possible? Even Logia can't ignore all our attacks. The blood fruit cannot have such an ability. What kind of devil fruit did you take? Marco and others said in surprise. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, a world-famous great pirate, Logia devil fruit's ability to ignore normal attacks is clear to them, but the Logia demon fruit power they faced and even killed was definitely not just one or two. It was absolutely impossible to ignore Haki's attack, Logia demon fruit power. No, silly boys, he didn't ignore all your attacks. He just recovered too quickly. Whitebeard looked solemn and said in a deep voice to Vladimir. La, in this world, there is such a magical devil fruit. In other words, a weird physique? Is this how you defeated Akoko? Then, come and try my move. After Whitebeard finished speaking, a massive vibrating force suddenly appeared on the blade of Kong Yunki, the supremely fast sword. Then, Whitebeard swung his sword, and a ball of terrifying shaking power, with an extremely terrifying aura. After destroying everything in front of it, including the void, he slashed towards Vladimir. The shock fruit developed by Whitebeard to the extreme has terrifying power that can destroy the world. The void continued to shatter under the power of Whitebeard's vibration, and Vladimir's face became a little solemn. Then, when Whitebeard's shocking power was about to hit Vladimir, Vladimir's body instantly turned into a ball of blood mist, which dispersed in the void. Whitebeard's shock force continued to move forward after shaking Vladimir into a blood mist. Then the last remaining half of the skull on the Beehive Island was directly shattered into pieces. The attacks of the top powerhouses on the sea have the power to permanently change the terrain. Vladimir turned into a blood mist, with no bones left. Marco and others cheered, but Whitebeard's face became more solemn. The next second, from the countless blood scattered on the ground of Honeycomb Island, a strange figure condensed again. Now, can you let me leave? Vladimir said elegantly, and behind him, boundless blood, mixed with an aura of death and decay, began to spread in all directions. Slowly and firmly, it enveloped the entire Whitebeard group bit by bit. Vladimir may not be Whitebeard's opponent, but how many of today's Whitebeard regiment captains can withstand Vladimir's full attack? As the world's strongest pirate group, the Whitebeard Pirates do not just rely on the reputation of Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. There is no doubt that Marco the Phoenix possesses the combat power of an S-Emperor, while Diamond Jose, Foil Baista, and others. It will definitely not be weaker than the generals or big posters of other pirate groups. Coupled with the loyalty of the other 10 squad captains who have at least the Vice Admiral combat power of the headquarters, as well as the dozens of New World pirate captains under their command. The Whitebeard Pirates, apart from having only Whitebeard as the real top combat power, has no successor. The Whitebeard Pirates do not have any obvious weaknesses, and their strength is definitely worthy of the title of the Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest pirate group in the world. At least the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates have mid and high-level combat capabilities, which are simply not comparable to the Whitebeard Pirates in their heyday. Kaido of the Beast Suit, except for the 3 big posters who are pretty good, the rest of the Flying 6 cells are really fighting, which is basically a joke. Peggywan and Drake, who were only completed later, did not have bounties exceeding 300 million. Artificial Devil Fruit, the mid-level combat power of the mass-produced part is okay, but the high-level combat power is basically not ranked at all. The Whitebeard Pirates are very powerful, but Vladimir at this time is even more terrifying. After equipping the Devil's Embrace and the Ice Staff, Vladimir's strength at this time may still be a little bit behind the real Admiral. But no matter in terms of attack power or terrifying survivability, it is definitely not weaker than any Admiral. How many of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates can actually receive an Admiral-level attack without any harm? The bloody mist moved towards the Moby DK little by little, and Whitebeard's face became more and more gloomy. Marco and others also sensed Vladimir's threat, and then became completely furious. Damn BD, what do you think we are? Go to hell. Phoenix Seal. Marco and others were extremely angry and launched an attack on Vladimir with all their strength again. For Marco and others, becoming the weakness that others used to threaten Whitebeard is simply the greatest humiliation. But, immune to death is immune to death. The legendary pirate Akoko fought with Vladimir for 3 days and 3 nights, but failed to leave a single scratch on Vladimir's body? How many Akoko can Marco and others compare to? Vladimir's blood body was allowed to be attacked by Marco and others as much as he wanted. After being constantly broken, it quickly recovers. Then, boundless blood enveloped the entire Moby DK. Countless weapons of various kinds condensed from blood and filled with the aura of death and corrosion. It fell from the sky in an instant, attacking the captains on the Moby DK accurately and powerfully. Marco turned into a phoenix, with his phoenix wings spread high, easily catching a large number of blood weapons attacking him. Marco's attack power may not be considered top-notch among all the royal lieutenants, but due to the terrifying recovery ability of the Phantom Beast Phoenix. But among all the royal lieutenants, he is definitely considered a very difficult person. The blood weapon was easily caught by Marco's phoenix wings, but Marco's originally extremely angry expression. But after receiving Vladimir's bloody weapons one after another, he gradually became painful and dignified. An invisible force made Marco's movements become slower and slower, and even waving his phoenix wings gradually began to seem weak. If we look at the power of the ice staff, it only makes Marco and others slow down. Then, another powerful piece of equipment, Devil's Embrace, allows Marco and others to. After being attacked by Vladimir's blood weapon, his life began to flow away continuously. Some powerful equipment in the world of Valoran are no less powerful than the magical devil fruit, even more hidden and mysterious than devil fruit's power. Marco's face was solemn, and he tried his best to activate the power of the phoenix in his body, continuously recovering from the continuous damage caused by Devil's Embrace. Recovery and trauma reached a painful balance in Marco's body. Some of the continuous damage caused by Devil's Embrace can't hurt Marco, who has the bonus of the Phantasmal Beast Phoenix Fruit and his recovery ability is Pervert, but it hurts. Marco's face became more and more ugly because of the pain, and the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates. His face became inexplicably pale, and the corners of his mouth began to slowly overflow with traces of blood. They don't have Marco's Pervert recovery ability, and even Diamond Jose. In the face of Vladimir's pervasive and terrifying power of blood, it is difficult to mount a complete defense. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were in a panic in front of Vladimir's blood power. Among the team members hiding behind the captains, a fat black man who looked honest looked at the terrifying power displayed by Vladimir, with a flash of greed in his eyes. What kind of devil fruit did he take? Is it the legendary vampire fruit of the phantom beast species that can grant immortality? If I can successfully fulfill my dream and get the coveted devil fruit, it would be great to take this fruit again. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard, who has not yet defected to the Whitebeard pirates, thought greedily. Dark fruit is Blackbeard's greatest ambition. After obtaining the dark fruit, Blackbeard did not make an early decision about the devil fruit he would take next. Before Blackbeard obtained Whitebeard's shock fruit, he went to Drum Island specifically with the intention of obtaining the Munch Munch fruit. Munch Munch fruit, shock fruit, are all Blackbeard's alternative targets. Now, this alternative target has another one in Blackbeard's mind. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were in a panic, but Blackbeard, who was hiding behind the scenes, remained extremely calm. Because the Whitebeard pirates are the strongest pirate group in the world, and the man standing on the bow of the ship is the strongest in the world, Whitebeard. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, his face serious, and then released the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki in his hand. With his hands condensed into claws, he grasped the void. In Whitebeard's hands, the atmosphere instantly burst, and the entire sea, and the boundless blood mist that enveloped the entire Moby DK suddenly began to tremble violently. The stabbing sounds continued, and veins popped out in Whitebeard's arms as he exerted more force. The shattering sound of the atmosphere kept ringing. The power of shock fruit was developed into ultimate in the hands of Whitebeard. The terrifying power of vibration continued to extend in all directions along Whitebeard's hands, and then, Whitebeard grasped it with all his strength. The countless blood weapons hovering around the entire Moby Dick were instantly shattered into pieces, and even the strange blood mist that enveloped the entire Moby Dick. Also under the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit, he instantly disappeared into the void. But the next second, on the blue sea, as the waves continued to roll and rise, wisps of thin blood began to slowly condense again. Without the cover of the blood mist, the bright sunshine once again shined on the Moby DK, but at this time, everyone on the Moby DK no longer had the relaxation and joy they had when they came to Beehive Island. The power of Blood Emperor Vladimir exceeds the imagination of everyone on the Moby DK, including Whitebeard. Ku-la-la-la. My silly sons were really taken care of just now. Whitebeard's face was solemn, his eyes fixed on the seemingly unharmed Vladimir, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. On the undulating sea, a thin layer of blood mist has condensed again. It is possible at any time that the entire Moby Dick will once again be enveloped. It's just that this time, those countless weapons condensed from blood may not just be aimed at those powerful captains. On the Moby DK, there were not only Whitebeard and the captains, but also a large number of weak ordinary crew members. And those crew members who are relatively weak. Even a spear of blood that Vladimir gathered at random could not block it. Whitebeard's son is not just a captain. Some crew members who have followed Whitebeard for a long time, but were unable to become captains due to their own potential. In Whitebeard's heart, he is equally important as his captains. Every child is priceless in Whitebeard's heart. So, do you want to come again? Vladimir stared into Whitebeard's angry eyes without showing any signs of weakness and calmed Kaido. Whitebeard's attack just now did consume a lot of Vladimir's blood power, but he really wanted to start a full-scale war with the Whitebeard group. Blood is everywhere. Vladimir thought of this, his eyes were like looking at domestic animals, and he silently glanced at the numerous ordinary crew members on the Moby DK. A deep and incomparable chill suddenly enveloped countless ordinary crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. In a fight with the Whitebeard pirates, Vladimir may be completely shattered into pieces by Whitebeard, who explodes with all his strength. After using up the last drop of his own blood, he died on the sea. But before Vladimir was completely shocked to pieces by Whitebeard, Vladimir had enough confidence. He dragged the entire Whitebeard pirate group, including Whitebeard, to be buried with him. How long can the aging Whitebeard still fight with all his strength? The most important thing is that even though Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, he is still a capable person. Once a person with abilities falls into the sea, unless he has the blood of a fishman or is rescued in time. Otherwise, even Whitebeard will surely die. Not all demon fruit powers can freeze seawater into ice like Aokiji, or like Kaido's fish fruit blue dragon type. It can basically ignore the restraint of seawater. Neither the Moby DK nor the dilapidated Hive Island could survive Vladimir and Whitebeard's all-out battle. Seeing the confident Vladimir, Whitebeard fell into silence, while Marco and others were extremely ashamed and said decisively, No one can live well after provoking Daddy. Betting on the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates, we will definitely be here. Marco and others were ready to fight to the death. No matter how powerful and weird Vladimir's power is, they would never allow Vladimir to leave in front of the Whitebeard pirates like this. Father Whitebeard's dignity must not be desecrated, even if it takes life. Enough. But before Marco and others could finish speaking, Whitebeard reached out and grasped the Kong Yunkai in his hand, and with a strong push, an extremely terrifying aura spread throughout the entire Moby Dick instantly with Whitebeard's words. But Dad, Marco and others still want to continue to maintain the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates and fight Vladimir to the death. I said, enough is enough. But with another roar from Whitebeard, the entire Moby Dick completely fell into silence. In the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard's will is absolute. No one will disobey Whitebeard's orders. Get out of New World. Don't let me see you again in the New World. Otherwise, risk the glory of the Whitebeard pirates. I will definitely keep you in this sea forever. Whitebeard suppressed the anger in his heart, closed his eyes slightly, and said every word in a suppressed voice. Whitebeard held Kong Yunkai's right hand, veins popped out, and the joints looked a little pale due to excessive exertion. However, for the sake of his stupid sons, Whitebeard still chose to give in at this time. Yes, the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest in the world, and him, the strongest man in the world. At this moment, he had to choose to retreat in front of a new 7 warlords of the sea. For the Whitebeard pirates, dispatching the entire army without leaving Vladimir behind was a failure in itself. Vladimir looked at the Whitebeard pirates who were moving out of the way and bowed gracefully. Then he calmly controlled his specially modified boat, gradually left the Beehive Island, which was now dilapidated and reduced to ruins. His biggest goal of going to the New World has been achieved, and there is no benefit at all in continuing to tangle with the Whitebeard pirates. After all, the Whitebeard pirates are recognized as poor people. As for what Whitebeard said, asking Vladimir to stop staying in the New World, who cares? This time Whitebeard failed to keep Vladimir successfully. The next time we meet, it won't be certain who will stay. Whitebeard's strength is gradually weakening as time goes by, and Vladimir's potential is far from being tapped to its limit. Vladimir, among all the heroes with S+ potential, is one of the few who has touched the boundary between man and God. He has initially gotten rid of the limitation of lifespan, and with the accumulation of a lot of time, one day, Vladimir will be able to completely transform. But now, it's time for Vladimir to return to the front half of the Grand Line. In the thriller bark, which he directly renamed Shadow Island, he started his Blood Apostle plan. Vladimir really wanted to know that after being transformed by him with flesh and blood, the corpse was not much different from a living person, and might even be more powerful than before. Coupled with the shadows harvested from countless pirates by Gecko Moria, what kind of miracle will be born? These Blood Apostles will become an invincible and powerful legion under Vladimir, harvesting countless pirates in the pirate world for him. Well, I really can't find any pirates to harvest. It seems good to use them as construction workers. At this time, in Bilgewater, countless factories and production lines that have become hermits are sweating profusely and working extremely hard to carry out fully automated production. Really, fully automatic production chain. The next day, Vladimir swaggered around the New World and ended a sea legend. By the way, the news that he had a confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates and was unharmed once again shocked the whole world. This time, Morgans and world government did not make any false and exaggerated propaganda. Just silently write down everything seen by the newsbirds that have been hovering near Beehive Island on newsprint. Needless to say, Vladimir ignored Whitebeard's angry blow, and after single-handedly forcing the Whitebeard pirates to give in, Vladimir has become a true legend on this sea without any embellishment. Vladimir's name spreads across the sea. Countless pirates began to feel fear after hearing the name of Blood Emperor Vladimir, and never dared to challenge him again. Vladimir lost the Blood Pack and Experience Pack that came automatically to his door, but fortunately, Vladimir gained a lot from traveling in New World. The Whitebeard pirates began to challenge countless big pirates. Some powerful pirates, after learning that the Whitebeard pirates actually gave in front of Vladimir, their ambitions began to grow crazily. When he looked at the flag of the Whitebeard pirates that he had avoided, his eyes were no longer full of fear. When a lion shows signs of fatigue, there will always be countless hyenas smelling the smell of blood and madly stepping forward to test it. Even Kaido of the Beasts, after learning about the Whitebeard pirates' retreat in front of Vladimir, extremely excited, he launched a challenge to the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates occupy the most vast and fertile sea area in the New World. Kaido of the Beasts has always wanted to take a bite out of the Whitebeard pirates' territory. New World is raging. Countless civilians and countries on the sea began to feel at ease after learning that Vladimir had such a powerful power. Even some marine generals who had always been dissatisfied with the 7 warlords of the sea system. After Vladimir showed such terrifying power, he began to think, is the system of 7 warlords of the sea really necessary? At least, he can save the entire world and marine from having to face such a terrifying enemy. If Vladimir were not the 7 warlords of the sea, he would be their enemy. No one wants to face a terrifying legend who can force the entire Whitebeard pirates to give in. And when this terrifying legend stands on our side, ending the era of great pirates, destroying the 4 emperors, and completely controlling the New World are no longer just the fantasy of the naval headquarters generals. Some ordinary generals in the naval headquarters are dreaming of working together with the 7 warlords of the sea to destroy the 4 emperors and take control of the New World. Sengoku, Garp, and others, on the other hand, suffered from headaches because of the terrifying power displayed by Vladimir. The 7 warlords of the sea nominally accept forced recruitment by the world government, but they all know very well in their hearts. Those 7 warlords of the sea have never been part of the world government. Moreover, it is impossible for them to fully assist naval headquarters to destroy the 4 emperors group and end the era of great pirates. The cunning rabbit is dead, the lackey is cooked, the 4 emperors group and the great pirate era are gone. Do the world government and naval headquarters still need to endure disgust and stigma and continue to grant the 7 warlords of the sea all the privileges of legal plunder? The pacifist plan, and the seraph plan. It is not top secret among the top brass of naval headquarters. Kizura and Sen Momomura have been responsible for guarding the safety of Vegapunk. The 7 warlords of the sea, after the world government and naval headquarters control a stable and reliable powerful combat force, will definitely be banned. Before being banned, another terrifying enemy appeared in 7 warlords of the sea, which was a bit troublesome. Sengoku Garp and others had a headache, but before the pacifists and seraphs perfected mass production, there is no way to counterattack the 7 warlords of the sea. I can only let the 7 warlords of the sea continue to spread their fame and terror across the sea. The only good thing is that the new 7 warlords of the sea Vladimir, it seems that he is not taking advantage of his privileges to act recklessly on the sea, but is seriously annihilating the pirate group. Loot those pirates' treasures and earn those pirates' bounties at the same time? That's no problem. For the world government and naval headquarters, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. World government has plenty of money. Duke drooled with envy over this. But Duke didn't have time to think about what kind of changes Vladimir had brought to the entire pirate world. The rapeseed port of Alabasta is already in sight. Is this the superpower Alabasta, the largest country in the Grand Line in terms of land area and population? What a waste. It seems that people's livelihood has become somewhat destitute due to drought, even in the port and terminal that should be prosperous. Everywhere you can see skinny civilians with half-clothed clothes and chapped lips. Duke sighed deeply. Alabasta should have become an extremely powerful and rich country in the world of pirates. In other words, a simple drought, for the pirate world where black technology is everywhere and has the completely unreasonable miraculous power devil fruit. Can it really be considered an unsolvable natural disaster? Nami was shot by a bear and landed on the Visalia Sky Island, where she controlled the meteorology of changing the weather and creating artificial rainfall. In other words, even if we don't rely on black technology or devil fruit, can the tens of millions of civilians in Alabasta really not be able to fight the drought? Within Alabasta, there is a river that almost crosses the entire Alabasta and is extremely wide, the Santala River. Duke once understood an era when one man could conquer the heavens, and tens of millions of civilians were fully mobilized. It is enough to build a grand canal extending in all directions like a spider web throughout Alabasta. The average person in the pirate world is very strong, and those deserts are not worthy of being a hindrance to tens of millions of people. It's a pity that Cobra, who has the reputation of being a wise king, has never thought about this. Perhaps, for countless civilians in the pirate world, a king who does not impose excessive taxes or act wantonly can be called a wise king. A country like this should really find a way to bring him under its control, and then carry out proper farming and development. For the lives of countless people throughout Alabasta, Cobra, you must be willing to give up your throne, right? After all, the people are the country, you said so. Duke looked at the countless sallow-looking civilians at Rapeseed Port and thought to himself. Then, after spending part of their money to rescue some old people and children who were about to die of hunger and thirst, Duke, Ari, and others quickly rushed to the rainy land. There is Crocodile's headquarters, and Nico Robin is there too. Rainlands are the few towns in Alabasta where it still rains normally. At the same time, there is also the entire Alabasta, the largest casino, the fantastic rain feast. During the rain banquet, there were countless nobles and wealthy businessmen with shiny faces, big bellies, and drunken dreams. It is in sharp contrast to the precarious civilians who can be seen everywhere in Alabasta. No matter how dry Alabasta is, it still won't have much impact on the nobles and wealthy businessmen. While the rich wine and meat smell, the road with frozen bone. In the world of pirates, it is still no exception. Duke ignored the nobles and wealthy businessmen, and had no interest in gambling at the rain banquet. Duke and drug gambling are inseparable. Deep in the rain banquet, Nicole Robin was thinking about how to prevent Crocodile from burning bridges while the Baroque society was growing. Outside her door, a strange figure showed a surprised smile on his face after carefully confirming Nicole Robin's appearance. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that besides discovering the connection between Baroque works and Crocodile, there's an unexpected surprise. Nico Robin, son of the devil. This is a serious criminal that the world government has been pursuing. World Government CP9 spy agent Zainason had a sinister smile on his face. He opened his hands and pinched 2 circles around his eyes. The strange light in his eyes immediately dissipated. As long as we can catch her, perhaps I might be able to replace Spondam as the leader of CP9 with this merit. At least, you can be transferred to other CP departments and become cotters. CP9 agent Zino discovered the figure of Nicole Robin, his eyes filled with greed. Zino is a user with the power of the Hope Fruit, which is a lower-level fruit of the Gaze Fruit. Although the gazing fruit does not have the exaggerated super wide range of clairvoyance and mind-reading abilities like the gazing fruit. However, the ability to see through objects and directly perform farsightedness within a few miles can still provide CP9 Zeno with a large amount of intelligence. He is an extremely outstanding agent among CP9. Because the Baroque society broke into and plundered the kingdom of Spring Uranus and the kingdom of Winter Uranus, ordered by the world government to track down information about Baroque works. Then, finally in the reign, the big secret behind Baroque works was discovered. The Baroque Cooperative led a large number of bounty hunters and pirates to break into and plunder the Spring Uranus Kingdom and Winter Uranus Kingdom, offending not only the Noxus Empire. The world government also suddenly came out to disrupt the situation, making them unable to protect the Spring Uranus Kingdom and Winter Uranus Kingdom in time. The Noxus Empire successfully annexed the Kingdom of Four Seasons, which caused strong dissatisfaction with the Baroque Works Society. On weekdays, it's okay to let you criminal organizations and lawless elements do whatever they want in those countries that are not part of the world. But just as I was about to turn those two kingdoms into franchising countries and then curb the development of the Noxus Empire, you immediately destroyed those two kingdoms? This simply does not give face to the world government. If I don't check you out, why don't I cause you some trouble? Do I, the world government, have no face? Some money is not so easy to get. After CP9 agent Zeno discovered the secret that could help him get promoted and make a fortune, he just wanted to leave Yuyan quietly, and then immediately reported it to the top of the world government. But the next second, just as he turned his head, a powerful right hand strangled his neck. With a click, CP9 agent Zeno's dream of promotion and wealth ended together with his life. The news of agent Zeno's death immediately alarmed Nico Robin in the room. Nico Robin was extremely alert, crossed her arms, and was about to activate flower fruit to detect the information outside the house. With a creak, the door was opened directly. Duke dragged Agent Zeno's body and appeared in front of Nico Robin with a complicated expression. Behind Duke, Ali, and Demon manager Zhao Xian silently closed the door. A cute cat. He didn't care that the corpse in Duke's hands was spinning around Duke's feet. The patriarch of the Valoran family, Valoran Duke. Duke's appearance is very familiar to Nico Robin, who once wanted Baroque Works to kill Duke and earn billions in bounty money. Looking at Duke, who walked in directly with a corpse, Nico Robin's eyes were solemn, but a commercial fake smile instantly appeared on her face, and she said in a deep voice, "The famous Mr. Duke is here at the Rain Banquet. It is an honor for us at the Rain Banquet. However, this is the territory of the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile. Bringing in here and killing people randomly will make Lord Crocodile very unhappy." Nico Robin immediately put forward the name Crocodile. Valoran Duke, who carried a corpse directly into the secret room deep in the Rain Feast, seemed to be coming with bad intentions. Benefiting from Vladimir's reputation during this period, the deterrent power of 7 warlords of the sea in the entire pirate world has also increased. But Duke never cared about Crocodile. Crocodile, the sand crocodile, did not stay in the Rain Feast today. As the hero of Alabasta, the proposer and implementer of the Utopia plan, Crocodile is very busy every day. Busy catching pirates and pretending to be heroes, and busy making the whole of Alabasta more and more dry. Duke looked at Nico Robin, who immediately put on a fake smile and pinned her own safety on the reputation of Crocodile, who might burn her bridges at any time. I don't know why, but I feel a little sad in my heart. What determines a person's identity may be memory or emotion, but no matter what, that indelible blood relationship. But it is still enough to cause two strangers to create a wonderful chemical reaction the moment they meet. Is this my daughter, my only family in this world? Perhaps, it feels good to have a family. Duke stared deeply at the man in front of him, who was obviously frightened but still remained calm. Nico Robin, who was ready to fight back or escape at any time, suddenly had a soft smile on her face. The crocodile stuff doesn't matter at all. Nico Robin, no, Valoran Robin. You shouldn't call me sir. You should call me father. You are my daughter. Duke looked at Nico Robin in front of him softly and said firmly. After Duke finished speaking, Nico Robin looked confused. Who am I and where am I? Why did a world-famous man suddenly say that I was his daughter? Could it be that he, like Whitebeard, has the same problem of collecting sons and daughters from everywhere? Or, he wants to use my identity as a father to control me to do things for him. Nico Robin looked at Duke in front of her, and various thoughts flashed through her mind. But he never thought that Duke was really his father. After experiencing a long life of escaping at sea and experiencing countless betrayals and counter-betrayals, the so-called father and family have long become distant and unfamiliar memories in her mind. In her memory, she only has her mother and no father. And after O'Hara was completely destroyed by the world government, she no longer has a home or family. Nico Robin, who has experienced countless cruelties in the sea, will not trust anyone easily. Duke looked at Nico Robin, who was extremely wary and full of doubts. He shook his head slightly and did not try to persuade Nico Robin immediately. Instead, he slowly told the story in Duke's memory between him and Robin's mother Olivia. More than 20 years ago, the young and handsome Duke, who was still a member of the second generation of the Chamber of Commerce, met the beautiful and intellectual Olivia and started a series of adventures in West Blue. Then, the two quickly got together. When the relationship was hot, I even thought about the names of my future children. If you give birth to a son, you will be called Robin Han, and if you give birth to a daughter, you will be called Robin. Later, the ideal and reality between the two collided fiercely. Olivia wants Duke to continue her adventures on the sea with her. Go pursue that period of history that is strictly prohibited by the world government. After Duke saw the cruelty of the sea, he thought about taking Olivia back to his hometown, inheriting the billions of dollars in property from the Chamber of Commerce, and becoming a wealthy man stably. In the end, neither of them could convince the other and had no choice but to separate. Duke returned to his hometown and inherited the family business. But maybe it's because of the difference with Olivia, or maybe it's because of the rise of the Great Pirate era later. Duke's Chamber of Commerce soon went bankrupt, and he had no choice but to join the Mafia, leading a precarious life. But Duke didn't expect that Olivia was already pregnant with his child when the two of them separated. Olivia later contacted Duke and wanted him to raise Nico Robin. Only after learning that Duke had joined the Mafia and could die on the streets at any time, still chose to leave Nico Robin in O'Hara, until O'Hara was completely destroyed. Duke told Robin his past with Olivia bit by bit. The fake smile on Nico Robin's face slowly began to solidify as Duke spoke, and then completely dissipated. I have been searching for your whereabouts for these years. Now, I have enough power to give you shelter. Want to come back to West Blue with me, to our home? Duke finished speaking slowly, and then extended his right hand towards Nico Robin.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.